Facts have proved that Lawyer Luo's wisdom is beyond doubt. There is no need to doubt it at all. Although Lawyer Luo is still a young man in his 20s, he has wisdom and some concepts about things that are more thorough than many people. Those previous sensational remarks were met with a lot of verbal and written criticism as soon as they appeared. Crail Sky didn't do anything. But other celebrities, singers, and big names who have really benefited from it and have seen the prospects of CRBT can't sit still. Trolls online. At the very beginning, during an interview at an event, a singer who has always been criticized for his low emotional intelligence in the industry left some wonderful remarks when asked by reporters. There are two kinds of people in this world. One kind of people is good, and the other is bad. And there are two kinds of people among bad people. One is a smart bad person. The other is a stupid and bad person. Those who can say those words before, in my opinion, are most likely stupid and bad. I believe everyone should know what kind of person Uncle Goo is. He was able to come up with the ringtones when he didn't know anything about them, broadening the income of the singers, and he didn't bully everyone for not understanding and taking advantage of everyone. Based on this, I don't understand what kind of cerebral palsy would say such things as cerebral palsy. This is not elegant at all, not at all arrogant. Under the deliberate efforts of media reporters, these words immediately spread throughout the entertainment circle, and even reports from major entertainment sectors began to go viral. I originally thought that this star would be scolded again for having low emotional intelligence and speaking vulgarly. But this time, he got a lot of support. That's good. What he said was exactly what I thought. Even if it wasn't in front of the camera, I think what I said might be more unpleasant. Is the profit of 30% to 70% low? It does seem low, but in fact, the singer does not have to do anything. He only needs to license the song, while CRBT Sky has to find opportunities, negotiate with partners, post-maintenance, and song promotion. They do so much, and I earn 30% while lying down. Do I have the shame to call them evil? To be honest, I was scared when I received the money because I thought it was impossible to earn so much. I don't want to say anything else. I just want to say, without Uncle Goo, when will there be ringtones in China? Ringtones can make money. Who can be sure before? You guys, your chicken feet are marinated. Uncle Goo is awesome. Uncle Goo, I love you. Uncle Goo, can you sign your name for me? As soon as those embarrassing remarks appeared, a large number of counterattacks followed. And similar rebuttals are not just as simple as a few singers, but have spread to even the entire entertainment industry. The whole circle is speaking for Uncle Goo. People who previously planned to bring some rhythm, gain some popularity, or splash some dirty water. Everyone was confused. When did the entertainment industry become so unified? A few people who meditated with the singers who threw dirty water at first were even directly investigated by many people. For a while, the internet was full of curses, and it was extremely lively. They were a little confused. I originally thought that such a casual sentence would not shake Kailing Tian Tian or Uncle Goo, but it would at least make him sick. But what's the result? Is this called stealing the chicken, but losing the rice? This name is called stealing chicken feathers, and someone even had his feet marinated. However, when these little black guys were confused, Luo Xiang always remained calm. He could even give an analysis. Actually, this situation is easy to understand. Our boss has a wide network of contacts. Although we haven't written songs for almost 2 years, our strength is there. Who in the circle doesn't want to get to know our boss? Don't talk about writing songs. Let's talk about the previous rumors that our boss is a prosperous star, which is enough to make most entertainment stars subconsciously side with the boss. Of course, this is just an idealization. If the interests are involved, no matter how popular our boss is, he will probably be scolded. But believe it or not, even if all the bosses gave us were low-price buyout agreements, our boss will definitely have someone stand up to speak for him this time. Why? Young man, when you ask questions, you should understand what monopoly is. The 3 major operators are now cooperating with us. We are the only content providers affiliated to the 3 major operators. To put it bluntly, if you want to win the ringtones, you must praise us. Even if you scold us in private, you have to say good things about us on the surface. All I can say is that we understand everything. Mr. Luo Sampaio's remarks refreshed the outlook of the entire Kaling sky. None of them thought of this problem. Certainly, Luo Xiong did not expand, and said again, but if we really do that, there is actually no way for us to make big money. Everyone knows that monopoly is not good. The three major operators now seem to be good to us, good to me, good to everyone, but believe it or not, if there's a chance, they will definitely be happy to find some competitors for us. The current situation is, our choice is between three operators and countless singers and stars. But whether it is for the three major operators or for the singers and stars, their choice is only one. That is us. In this case, do you think the three major operators hope that our SP service company will become a situation where multiple companies compete? As soon as these words came out, the employees of Kaling Sky, who had been so excited just now, were immediately poured cold water on them. Yes, they can make so much money now because they're almost in a monopoly, so everyone can expect that the company will make more money in the next few years. Billions are not a problem. Even tens of billions are possible. But if their monopoly position is not guaranteed, the situation will be completely different. Now that CRBT's lucrative business has been exposed, there's definitely no shortage of people who are interested. If someone is interested, then someone will definitely want to join the competition. And once there is competition, if CRBT had a bad reputation before, or if it had just bought it out at a low price before, it directly defrauded a large number of songs to fill the music library. The final result is that everyone betrays their relatives and alienates them. In an instant, when I want to understand this, everyone broke into a cold sweat. However, everyone can rest assured that we have now obtained 90% of the song licenses in the market. In this case, we are already in an invincible position. After losing the fear buff, Luo Xiong gave everyone another shot in the arm. Our boss has thought of all this for a long time. So, before, he gave up short-term interests and generously gave high shares to other singers and stars. So we are not panicking about the current situation. Although the boss is not here, I feel that we still need to praise the boss. So everyone shouts with me. Boss! Awesome, WAP! Boss, look, here are our meeting minutes. Oh, the minutes of this meeting are not good. Why are they all criticized by the boss? Although everyone is speaking from the bottom of their hearts, taking the initiative and actively saying such things, is the boss the kind of person who likes to hear praises from others? This recorder is so ignorant. But boss, don't be angry. After all, the recorder can't help it. There are too many people praising you, so it's impossible to summarize it in one sentence, right? It's the end of the year, about the year-end bonus. Hee. Looking at Luo Xiong's rhetoric in the Penguin chat column, Gu Xiu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This guy is good at everything. Even if he kept trying to defraud money every now and then, Gu Xiu couldn't help but roll his eyes. You'll get a lot of dividends from Kaling this time, right? Are you going to use your dividends as year-end bonuses for everyone? As soon as these words came out, Luo Xiong immediately changed his attitude. Boss, our company is full of young people. As the old saying goes, young people should work hard, and get a lot of experience. Don't think about year-end bonuses. Work hard, work harder, and work hard is the real thing. Let's not give out the year-end bonus this year. The speed of this change of attitude made Gu Xiu couldn't help but be surprised and joked. Didn't you say before that without the year-end bonus, everyone has no motivation? How is that possible? Luo Xiong answered without hesitation. We are all young people. More or less money is a trivial matter. The most important thing is that we feel comfortable doing our jobs. The company has a good atmosphere and can give everyone the opportunity to experience. Suffocating on dreams. This is the biggest pursuit of young people. As for money, that thing is something that taints dreams. Gu Xiu, good guy. The outlaw who despised everything back then has now taken the shape of capital. Look at this face. Let your own capital be ashamed. Of course, Gu Xiu also understood that this guy just said this. Okay, you can arrange the year-end bonus, including 3 body games and Yuan Xiu investment. You can take care of it. It is true to be suffocated by dreams. But dreams cost money. Gushio doesn't want to deduct employees' benefits. Gushio thinks that there is still enough in terms of layout. What's more, Gushio always followed one sentence. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Well, the same as Lier. Gushio has always felt that this sentence applies not only to the country, but also to the company. The company's employees can make the company's performance soar, and they can also make the company fall into the abyss. Even these people who have always worked hard for the company and worked hard for the company's performance are not treated well. So can such a company survive in the long run? So, it's just money, just spread it. Boss is great. Tomorrow I will hang your famous quotes in the company and frame them. Luo Xiong said excitedly. Gushio joked. You don't have a year-end bonus this year. Boss. Okay, let's talk about business. Gushio interrupted lawyer Luo Xiong's selling skills and explained directly. Kaling Sky's achievements are indeed good, but this achievement is not enough, so we have to continue to work hard, especially in terms of songs. Our music library is indeed rich, so we must continue to expand our advantages. Someone must pay attention to the trends in the entertainment industry at any time. If there are any new songs that are popular, we must try our best to sign them as soon as possible. I understand this. In fact, I will do this even if you don't tell me, boss. Luo Xiong replied. But to be honest, our company doesn't have to take the initiative now. Many people come to us every day to license. This is thanks to the power of the media. In the past, everyone didn't know that ringtones can make money. Now that everyone knows it, they naturally hope to make a fortune in the ringtones market. Naturally, they must cooperate with us. Must cooperate with us? Gushio shook his head. The wind will change soon. We can't always be the only ones eating crabs. Boss, what do you mean? Luo Xiong became nervous instantly. Someone will come in to get a piece of the pie. Gushio shook his head. There are many people who like such a piece of fat meat. There is no way that anyone will be happy to watch us eating it alone, with our mouths full of oil. I'm afraid who will appear next will be something we can't offend. This, Luo Xiong frowned and couldn't help but said, we have now obtained 90% of the song licenses in the market. Legally, we have the upper hand. Even if latecomers really want to enter, they can only start with new songs later, right? Do you really think so? Gushio asked back. This, Luo Xiong hesitated and couldn't help but said, but legally we have. Before he could finish what he said, Gushio had already said, what is the law? This sentence left Luo Xiong speechless. The more you understand this thing, the more you understand that there is no absolute fairness in this world. If there's really energy, people who have reached a certain level are going to put a foot in it. The so-called exclusive authorization before may have to change in a matter of minutes. Looking at it this way, it's dark. It's so dark. Luo Xiong became annoyed and felt unwilling, but he was unable to change anything. The reason for not being willing to accept it is that in the end, part of what you have cultivated with your own hard work has to be given away to others. And powerlessness is because he can't change the world. Fortunately, Gushio comforted him in time. Don't worry. No matter who it is, they will play games with us within the rules. No one will break the rules. Is this possible? Luo Xiong couldn't help but doubt. Definitely. Gushio smiled, with confidence on his face. This why? Luo Xiong wanted to ask this, but before he could say anything, Gushio thought he had guessed what he was thinking. So he added directly, just because my name is Gushio, I have been to Yinjing a few times, had a few meals, and met a few people. It is destined that as long as I don't destroy the Great Wall, there will be a place for me on the chessboard in the future. And maybe in 10 years or a few decades, I can sit by the chessboard, drink tea, and fish. Hiss! What does the boss mean by this? Luo Xiong discovered for the first time that his boss seemed to have something he didn't understand. But it doesn't matter whether you know it or not. But he understands Gushio. Being a smart man, he didn't press the question any further. Because he understands. Since Gushio can say such words, it proves that he actually has a plan in mind and has even taken action. The boss is confident. That's enough. They have no shortage of ideas, actions, or even funds. Missing. just a location. And if the boss can grab the spot, at least. In the future, the boss will get it no matter what, absolutely fair. When Luo Xiang understood this and became excited, Gu Xiu had already made arrangements. So, next, Kaling Tian has to enter the second stage. Wow. In the next few days, employees of CRBT found that their company had begun to compress the song review process again. Follow the previous process. Songs licensed by singers and stars need to go through a series of processes for review and approval. Only after completing the process can the authorization contract be signed and the songs be authorized. After that, the songs need to be cut and produced before they can be entered into the music library of CRBT Sky. Afterwards, through CRBT Sky's placement and promotion, the songs will be included in the alternative list for users to choose CRBT. This process is actually not slow at all. However, it will take at least 5 working days to complete. In fact, the efficiency of CRBT Sky is not only that. However, because the CRBT itself requires coordination from multiple parties and publicity, 5 days is considered a reasonable time period. This ensures that while there are no problems, there is also a buffer time. But this time, however, CRBT Sky suddenly changed its original strategy. They no longer had to wait for long periods of time for approval or even for production to be completed, and then a batch of songs were negotiated with the 3 major operators. Naturally, new songs no longer have to wait for the recommendation mechanism to be arranged. All review processes began to focus on the work itself and were only related to CRBT Sky. The advantages and disadvantages of this approach are obvious. The good thing is, of course, that song licensing that originally took them 5 working days to complete can now be done in up to 2 working days. Faster. Even if you authorize it on the same day, the authorization can be completed on the same day. Efficiency soars. Many singers and celebrities are very happy about this. After all, everyone hopes that their works can make money as soon as possible. Everyone is happy to speed up the process. However, for CRBT, this means higher work intensity and more work accumulation. Fortunately, it is just as Luo Xiang said. Young people, it's okay to be a little bit tired. As long as the company's performance keeps rising, the sense of accomplishment becomes greater and greater, and there's more and more money in your pocket. No matter how hard or tired you are, it doesn't matter. Certainly, for CRBT Sky, which has a limited number of staff, even if all of them are 007, it still cannot be completed due to a lot of work. To be expected, if this continues, CRBT's efficiency will begin to decline as the backlog of work increases. So, while the company was speeding up the review process, CRBT Sky also launched another business. Develop Downstream Service Provider CP. What these downstream service providers need to do is to help CRBT Sky complete the acquisition and song production process, and the downstream service providers will handle this work. As it continues to evolve, CRBT Sky will only be responsible for connecting with operators, CRBT technical support, and subscription recommendations. Naturally, a portion of the profits must be paid for this. CRBT doesn't pay much. From the 30% that was given directly to the singer in the past, it has become 40% that is directly packaged to the downstream company. As for how the downstream company will discuss with the singers how to make ringtones, that has nothing to do with CRBT Sky. This is a very normal business method, although at first glance it seems to increase the cost. After all, it reduces the income by 10%. But in fact, it can save more expenses for CRBT Sky. Speed up efficiency and reduce labor costs. Actually, think about it carefully. Life has become easier, and what you earn is actually not bad at all. So to that, even people from the 3 major operators couldn't help but praise them for how easy their life was now when they saw Luo Xiang. Make fun of these. Lawyer Luo Xiang, who is all around good, often gets away with misfortune. No one noticed. Among these subordinate service provider CPs, there are several key personnel who jumped from employees of CRBT. No one even noticed. These seemingly unknown subordinate CP companies did not aggressively acquire ringtones like other companies that rarely encounter the limelight, but the number of main acquisitions was different. Quite the opposite. The number of their acquisitions is not high. In many cases, it takes several days to complete a song. In the most outrageous cases, it takes even a week to complete a song. This looks like a complete mess. Even if many people see them among the growing list of CP companies, they will immediately shake their heads and label them as about to go bankrupt. But something no one knows. These relatively unique subordinate CP companies have specially set up a private penguin group, and the group leader is none other than someone else. It's Gu Xiao. Many employees in the company are actually confused by this approach. After all, in their view, CRBT Sky is already invincible. It's a bit of a waste of energy for the boss to put so much effort into it. But most of these ideas can only be thought about in private. The boss has told them with several successful experiences. Brother Shinshio, get eternal life. Facts have proved that if this sentence was just a joke at the beginning, what happened later made it really true. It has become a myth believed by everyone in CRBT. It's mid-December, a very ordinary day. But for Luo Xiang, it was anything but ordinary. Because this morning, when he first arrived at the company, he saw at a glance the distinguished guests waiting in the reception room. The person who came was a senior executive from the operator side of CRBT Sky. Luo Xiang immediately warmly received him and offered him tea. At the beginning, the other party seemed hesitant, but after Luo Xiang sent an envelope, the other party revealed a piece of news. The above are not very satisfied with the environment with only one SP. They want to add several SP companies to increase competitiveness and improve quality and efficiency at the same time. In this regard, Luo Xiang had his dissatisfaction written on his face, but he still nodded to express his acceptance. But the other party later revealed that they had taken away too many exclusive licenses. So in order to ensure fair competition, they may make some adjustments to the existing music library of CRBT Sky. As soon as these words came out, Lawyer Luo Xiang looked very angry. He started his old business, showed off his professional ability, and talked eagerly with the other party for half an hour about various legal terms. In the end, both parties broke up unhappy and happily sent each other off. After the senior executive of this operator left, the senior executives of the other two operators also appeared soon after. The process omits the envelope and is otherwise identical to before. Representatives of 3 companies were leaving. Their faces were gloomy. Normally, this would be unimaginable. After all, the all-round lawyer Luo Xiang rarely does such a thing, and it even attracted the attention of many people at Kaling Sky Company. Several of them even took out a small notebook and jotted it down secretly. Most people think this incident is just a small thing, but the person who wrote it down understands. Big things are coming. Whap. Boss, thank you for your hard work. I have to trouble you to go there personally for such a thing. At the airport, Luo Xiang took the initiative to help Gu Xiao take the suitcase. If the staff of CRBT could see it, many people would be shocked this time, because Luo Xiang actually had a smile on his face now. This is unimaginable. After all, during this period of time, Luo Xiang had a dark face every day, with a serious expression and an aura of keeping strangers away. Not to mention company employees. Even if representatives from the 3 major operators came, the expression on Luo Xiang's face would not ease even a little bit. Occasionally he smiles, but it's still a fake smile that looks completely fake. How is it like now? Smile brightly and sincerely. It's not troublesome. Anyway, my father is very busy during this period. He didn't pay much attention to me when I came to Yanjing to participate in the competition. Gu Xiao smiled. That's great, boss, don't worry. I have collected a lot of trophies in the past few months. When you go back, you can pick a few that you like and take them back. Sanpao, you are still as reliable as ever. That's because you taught me well, boss. The two got in the car, talking and laughing. Only Zhan Wu, who no longer needed to be invisible, looked unnatural at this time. Good thing. After getting in the car, the two finally started talking about business. Boss, you are so awesome. You don't know, what you told me before has really come true now. The 3 major operators really love and hate me now. I listen to you specially, and I look ugly every day. The 3 major operators know that they are in the wrong, and are embarrassed to confront me every time. Many times they even stop talking in the middle of the sentence. I guess they also have a headache. As soon as he got in the car, Luo Xiang started to praise him, his eyes filled with admiration and admiration. During this period, the three major operators contacted Luo Xiang many times. And it's not just working hours. Even in private, he would invite Luo Xiang to dinner and talk, allowing comrade Luo Xiang to enjoy the scene of having dinner with his clients carefully. After all, he is Party A's father, and Luo Xiang usually needs to be carefully accompanied, but now his identity has changed accidentally. Of course, Luo Xiang must take revenge and come back. Of course, even though he said that, Luo Xiang has always been in control. Anyway, he is just teasing and testing the bottom line. What happened this time is just as you guessed, boss. There must be someone behind it. And the three major operators are actually having a headache now. Although they wanted to find some competitors for us from the beginning. To be honest, our advantages are so obvious that they have no chance to create any competitors for us. So for the three major operators, they don't actually have to deliberately mess with us like this. But there is pressure behind them, so they can only bite the bullet. However, after delaying for so long, I can feel that the patience of the people behind them is actually decreasing little by little. After listening to these reports, Gu Xiu couldn't help but nodded. Luo Xiang was at ease with his work. And it has to be said, he did it beautifully. After such a long time, they can't wait any longer, right? Gu Xiu asked. I guess so. Luo Xiang nodded. The three major operators have been looking for me more and more frequently recently. It seems that those who sit high up may not necessarily be patient. How long has it been since you couldn't sit still? Gu Xiu couldn't help but shake his head. If his opponent was such a person, he was wondering whether he should lower the opponent's difficulty. Otherwise, what should I do if the other party can't get along? By the way, speaking of it, people who put pressure on operators are quite funny. Luo Xiang suddenly said, I heard that they have been unable to talk about us, so they even proposed a divide according to operators and let us compete. With the least profitable telecom. I don't know which expert came up with it, huh? When this proposal was first proposed, the other two major operators stopped doing it. After all, if we don't nod, it means that all their current ringtone services will have to be canceled. Even if it is not canceled, the music library must be changed. This is basically hurting the enemy by 800 and losing 10,000. The senior management of the operator who told me about this at the beginning was so angry that his face was green. Haha. Luo Xiang smiled happily. Even Gu Xiu couldn't help laughing. Comrade Gu Jianjun's nickname of great cleverness may change hands. But just fun. I estimate that with their impatience, they should finalize the matter as soon as possible in the next few days. Maybe there will be a big drama in the next few days. So I invited you, boss, in advance. Although I probably know what you told me, but to be honest, after all, if you face people at that level. At this point, Luo Xiang smiled bitterly. I'm a little panicked. This is the truth. Even though Gu Xiu had already analyzed it clearly for him, Luo Xiang even knew in his heart that if he just followed the boss instructions, he would be able to get it done. But there's a huge disparity between status and background. Many times, although you can't see or touch it, the mountain is still there. Even if it doesn't move, it is enough to make people breathless. Even if you're a tiger in the mountains, the king of beasts. But any falling rock can kill you. Latitude is different. Combat power is naturally immeasurable. Gu Xiu actually understood this very well and just smiled. Don't worry, I'm here. Not long after, the car arrived at Kaling Sky downstairs, and a group of 3 people entered the company directly. But as soon as they arrived at the door, Luo Xiang couldn't help but frown. I saw a man standing in the front hall of the company, scolding the front desk staff. What on earth do you do for a living? How long have you been here? Do you know how precious my time is? Wait a minute. How long have I been waiting? The boss of your company is really proud of you. He made me wait for such a long time. There are not many people in Yinjing. What kind of idiot has his tail in the sky after making a little money? The man did not shy away from these words, and the receptionist at Kaling Sky couldn't help but look ugly, but he still explained to the other party politely. But obviously, explanations are useless. Fortunately, seeing Luo Xiang coming out of the elevator, the front desk hurriedly said, "Mr. Luo, this gentleman should be in a hurry to find the boss." Luo Xiang nodded, but he was polite and took the lead in extending his hand. "Hello, I am the general manager of Kaling Sky. Luo Xiang, are you?" But he didn't expect it. The other party curled his lips and ignored the hand that Luo Xiang offered. "General manager? What can I tell a manager like you to talk to your boss? You're not qualified to talk to me, Wap." What a loud tone. "We, Mr. Luo, even the party A of the 3 major operators are here, and they all have to speak politely. Who is this person with such a loud tone? Anyone who dares to speak in such a tone in Yanjing either has no brains or is really confident. No matter how confident you are, you don't have to be so arrogant. Who is this person? Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand?" This scene in the front hall of the company had attracted a lot of people's attention before. After all, before Luo Xiang came, this man's scoldings were unpleasant. This made many people in the company very angry. Now that Luo Xiang is here, the other party still has this attitude, and everyone can't help but feel a little indignant. But Luo Xiang didn't pay attention. He still had a smile on his face. "I don't know what your name is. What does this gentleman have to do with our boss? If you don't even want to tell your origin and purpose, but you want to see our boss, this is very difficult for me." After saying that, Luo Xiang glanced at the security guard who had been standing next to him. The man obviously understood what Luo Xiang meant, but he was not afraid at all at this time. "Tell your boss, I am from Qiani." "Qiani?" Luo Xiang instantly understood. Isn't this one of the SP companies that recently planned to enter the game and compete with Kaling Sky? Are you all here? Although the identity of the other party is unclear for the time being, a fool also understands that there is energy behind it. But is the nickname Outlaw Gangster Zhongsan for nothing? I don't remember what we need to communicate with Qian E in our company. As for meeting our boss, I don't think it's necessary. Team Gao, see you off. The last words were spoken to the security guard. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the company suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The tallest one was the young lady at the front desk, who looked at Luo Xiang differently. But the man who claimed to be from Qiani was confused. "What does it mean? You don't know Qiani?" The man was a little surprised. You dare to do this to me, even if you know it? What's wrong?" Luo Xiang pretended to be confused. "You all want to be an SP service provider. And then what? Do you care about me? You." The man was really choked this time. He was angry and helpless for a moment. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "The person standing behind Qian E is Master Lu." "Master Lu? Who is it? Do I know him?" Luo Xiang's face was full of strangeness. His expression and demeanor made him look like a country bumpkin who didn't understand anything. Can be biased. Just this country bumpkin look made the man in front of him feel helpless, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. "Call your boss and ask him to talk to me," the man said. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he saw 2 security guards approaching, one on the left and one on the right, standing beside him. "Sir, please." Obviously, these 2 dedicated security guards have not forgotten the work that General Manager Luo just ordered. This move obviously angered the man in front of him and made him angry on the spot. "You are driving me away? Do you know who I am?" "You," Luo Xiang said from the side. Sir, I really don't know who you are, and since you said your boss is Mr. Lu and you want to see my boss, why not let him come? Are you worthy? What qualifications do you have to see Mr. Lu?" "That's what I said." Luo Xiang was a little embarrassed and spread his hands. "Sir, please go ahead." After saying that, Luo Xiang turned around and followed Gu Xiu, who had already entered the company. As for the man in the back, to hell with him. Entering the office, the calmness and confidence on Luo Xiang's face disappeared, replaced by a look of confusion and melancholy. "Boss, there are not many people named Lu in Yanjing. This person named Lu is probably from the big yard. These people are not easy to mess with. Don't look at him, pretending to be stupid before. But in fact, I was really panicked, especially when I knew the identity of the other person. To be honest, Luo Xiang was a little scared. Well, no one in this world is easy to mess with. However, compared to Luo Xiang's anxiety, Gu Xiu just nodded calmly. He is making tea. The technique is skillful and makes people look like an old tea drinker who has been drinking tea for many years. At least Zhang Wu, who was sitting opposite him and waiting to drink tea, was very surprised by Gu Xiu's performance. But Zhang Wu's advantage is that he basically doesn't care about anything other than Gu Xiu's safety. Even if something is surprising, he won't say a word. It's true that they are not easy to mess with. Just a brick can hit several second-generation people in Yanjing. What should we do next? Luo Xiang asked. Wait. Yes, just wait. This. Luo Xiang hesitated. But boss, we offended this guy today. Maybe he will find trouble for us. After all, the king of hell is very difficult to hide from imps. What I have to do is let the imps come to the door. Gu Xiu shook his head. Luo Xiang didn't know why and planned to ask again. But Gu Xiu skipped the topic directly. How many companies like Qianni are there now? There are many companies that want to be SPs, and even foreign investors want to get involved. However, I have investigated and found that there are at least 2 companies with similar backgrounds to Qianni. That's 3. Well, after all, there are many people of this generation who have come from the big courtyard. Everyone wants to make some achievements, and many people from all walks of life like to get involved. Our ringtone business is an emerging industry, and we're making a lot of money. I guess many people want a share of the pie. Gu Xiu nodded, and after thinking for a while, he thought about it and said, now we just continue to wait, do whatever we need to do. If this kind of person comes again with a green onion stuck in his nose, just let the security guard throw him out. When will we wait? Don't worry, it's not far away. They are impatient. It won't be long before the other side will definitely come looking for us. This time we chased one person out. Next time it should be the Hongmen banquet. Hongmen banquet? Lawyer Luo Xiang expressed some worries. After all, the name Hongmen banquet is quite scary. However, Luo Xiang did not worry for too long. Even that night, he received an invitation to a banquet from a senior operator. Let him attend the dinner and discuss the next reform of the ringtones industry. Luo Xiang found Gu Xiu as soon as he received the news. Unexpectedly, after Gu Xiu found out about this, he didn't even make any move to play the game. He just said, oh. Luo Xiang couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Boss, the person who came here tonight must be evil. Don't we think of a countermeasure? What countermeasure are you thinking of? Didn't you say tonight is the Hongmen banquet? Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. Yes. Gu Xiu nodded, still intently operating the characters in the bubble hall in front of him, and answered casually, who invites whom to the Hongmen banquet? Xiang Yu invites Lu Bang. What's the final result? Gu Xiu finally stopped playing the game and smiled slightly. Lao Luo, don't worry. Just have a meal and watch others show off. Wouldn't it be nice to have a free dinner for him? Listen to me. Eat more tonight, Wap. Eat more tonight. To be honest, although Gu Xiu's words gave Luo Xiang a little more confidence, if he could really do nothing and be stress-free. That's definitely a joke. At least when he came to this banquet hall and watched those glamorous people changing glasses, Luo Xiang felt frightened in his heart. Boss, there are too many big shots here. We here can only be regarded as little shrimps. Have you seen those people? They're involved in the entertainment industry and invest. Basically, they want to get involved in the Beijing circle. If they know anyone among them, they can get along in the Beijing circle. There are also those few over there. Those few are all business tycoons. They all have good backgrounds. The people who talk to them are senior executives of several banks. Is this place really where we should come? Looking at it at a glance, almost half of the well-known bosses and groups in Yanjing are here. In the banquet hall, Luo Xiang looked around uneasily and said to Gu Xiu, who came with him. But halfway through, I looked back and saw that my boss had just sat down on his seat and started eating and drinking alone. Luo Xiang. He doesn't understand. How can a boss do this at a time like this and still be safe and enjoy his food? He could still understand if he said he didn't know where this place was or who these people were. After hearing his introduction, could he still be so calm? You know, anyone standing here is basically a level higher than the newly established Kaling Sky. Here myself, There is a profound sense of insignificance. Like a small boat in a vast ocean, it seems that any small wave can kill them completely. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. Gu Xiu shook his head, threw a piece of cake into his mouth, and said, "Inviting us here shows that we are not necessarily worse than others here. Even if we can't catch up for the time being, our potential is at least on the same level as these people. This is obviously to give us confidence." "Why did you panic, Sanpao? It's not good to mess up like this." "Give us confidence?" Luo Xiang couldn't help but smile bitterly. The boss's concept seemed reasonable at first glance, but he was clearly showing off his muscles, telling them from the inside out. The opponent this time is very powerful. They simply can't afford to offend him. Why has it become something that gives us confidence in ourselves? "Here we come." Just when Luo Xiang was about to say something, he saw Gu Xiu whispering. Luo Xiang turned around and looked. Sure enough, the man who was kindly sent away by the security guard at the company gate today was walking towards him with a sneer. "Boy, do you remember me?" Luo Xiang was about to speak, but he saw Gu Xiu on the side, who said in surprise, "Uncle, weren't you the person who was kicked out by the security guard at Kaling Sky this morning?" As soon as these words came out, the man's face instantly became embarrassed. But he saw that Gu Xiu had already continued. "Uncle, are you the one who invited my brother to dinner? You must have specially invited us to dinner to apologize to us. You are so kind, man." "Uncle, don't worry. Our teacher always teaches me to be tolerant. We won't be angry with you. We forgive you, man. By the way, the cakes you have here are so delicious. Can you pack them up when I leave?" "Man, what the hell are you talking about with me?" The man finally couldn't hold it any longer, but seeing that the other person was just an 8-year-old child, he was so full of complaints that he couldn't say anything else. He could only look at Luo Xiang, gritted his teeth, and said, "Oui, Mr. Liu, want to see you, come with me." After saying that, he turned around and left. Obviously, Gu Xiu's words made the man who originally wanted to exchange a few words lose interest at the moment. Luo Xiang looked at his boss with admiration. Awesome. This combination of killing and beating made the other person speechless every minute. It seemed that I still had to learn more about pretending to be confused while pretending to understand. Soon, the two followed the man to the second floor. Compared with the first floor, the space on the second floor is smaller, but the people on the second floor obviously have more energy than the first floor. At least along the way, Luo Xiang felt that his heart was about to jump into his throat. Good thing. Not long after, the man leading the way stopped at the door of a box, looked at Gu Xiu, who was following behind Luo Xiang, and couldn't help but frown. However, after hesitating for a moment, he opened the box door and went in first. "Follow me." Luo Xiang was still a little hesitant, but Gu Xiu had already taken the lead and walked in. In desperation, Luo Xiang could only quickly follow. Through a relatively dark entrance passage, the two came to a large and open room. There were several people sitting inside eating. They were all young people. When they saw Luo Xiang, they all started chatting and laughing. "Xiao Lu, is this the person who kicked your people away? Your name doesn't seem to be very useful. I heard that your people all reported themselves as family members and were kicked out. Haha, is this true or not? I haven't seen such a courageous person in years." Several young people talked as if they were no one else, but just glanced at Luo Xiang, who had just come in. He immediately withdrew his gaze. Luo Xiang didn't know how the boss felt, but at least at this moment, facing the gazes of these young people, Luo Xiang felt something. He seemed to be an ordinary ant. Unable to resist, he was allowed to be manipulated. But who is Luo Xiang? Zhang San, a dignified outlaw, was a little frightened along the way, but when things got serious, he immediately regained his composure. At this time, seeing several young people in front of him commenting on him, Luo Xiang became calm. He even saw that no one was paying attention to him, and he took the initiative to speak. "Young men, I don't know what you want to do if you call me such a small person." "Little person?" One of the young people shook his head. "You are not a small person. Kaling Tiantian's plate is not small now. The plate is big enough to hit my people. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Luo Xiong said hurriedly. The main thing is that this old man came to the company before. He didn't tell who he was. He just gave his name and came to see my boss. I asked him nothing and didn't tell him anything. He still made trouble in the company. There are so many liars these days, so there are misunderstandings. Of course, we are also responsible. The two security guards today are new and eager to do their best. I will teach them a lesson when I get back. These words made the man who led him and change his expression on the spot. You're talking nonsense, I'm not talking nonsense. Luo Xiong said unjustly. I still don't know what you call me, brother. Is my name important? I already said that I am from Mr. Liu. Then I said that I am from Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Yi. Do you believe it? Enough, shameful thing, get off. Seeing that he could not answer the other party's few words, the young man known as Mr. Liu couldn't help but interrupt this unreasonable conversation. After the man left in despair, Mr. Liu stood up slowly and took out a document from the table. I don't want to waste my words with you. We have all signed this document, except for your name, Kaling Tian Tian. Since you are here today, then sign this document. Whap! From the inside out, these two words were written all over the face of young Master Liu. Contempt, obviously in the other person's heart. The Luo Xiong in front of him is not even worth the slightest disturbance in the other person's heart, and he cannot even say two more words. Several other young people also said nothing, just smiling. Watching this scene coldly, Luo Xiong frowned, but still picked up the contract handed over by the other party and read it carefully. This look, the expression on Luo Xiong's face became increasingly ugly. A long time, Luo Xiong slowly put down the contract, with a smile on his face again. Ladies and gentlemen, in the contract, you require us, CRBT, to authorize the songs we bought before to be resold to the three of you. And you need us to resell more than 90% of the songs. Yes, is there a problem? Lu Xiaoping nodded calmly. Luo Xiong shook his head. Mr. Liu, please stop joking. Such a contract is too harsh. Is it harsh? Mr. Liu shrugged. As far as I know, most of your previous authorizations were based on sharing contracts. The total cost of licensing these songs will definitely not exceed 20 million, or even lower. Now I am willing to pay you 50 million to purchase these authorized songs from your company. No matter how you look at it, you will make the profit. I made more than double the profit. I guess that's not too harsh. This may not sound like much at first glance, but in fact, even a fool knows that the other party is taking advantage. After all, in just one quarter, CRBT's profit has already reached a sky-high price of 120 million. As long as you keep the authorized copyrights of these songs, they can continue to make profits. 50 million to resell 90% of the authorized copyright. Blood loss. Everyone, your contract is too harsh. It is impossible for me to sign such a contract. Luo Xiong shook his head and said firmly. He can humbly and laugh with the other party for the benefit of the company. But at this time, he needs to show his attitude. If something is impossible, just say it is impossible. The longer you delay, the more excuses you make, which will only give the other party more opportunities to take advantage of. The young men and women present were obviously not surprised by Luo Xiong's answer. What is given to you in the contract is just what is in the contract. It seems that you have lost something by signing this contract. But at the same time, you have also gained a lot. For example, you will be eligible to enter similar banquets in the future. Mr. Liu said calmly. When he said this, his tone paused slightly, took a rare look at Luo Xiong, and said seriously, I hope you understand. I'm calling you here this time, not to discuss with you. It's not a discussion, it's a request. Luo Xiong naturally understood what the other party meant, and the smile on his face gradually stiffened. Young Master Liu, ladies and gentlemen, Kaling Sky is the hard work of the boss and I. If you come up with such a contract, we will never sign it. He thought very simply. He did not directly say that he completely refused to sign the contract, but he left a way out and expressed his attitude. Well, it's a pity. What do you think you are qualified to negotiate with us? Lu Xiaoping said calmly, pointing to the table in front of him. You want to negotiate with us? First of all, you must be qualified to sit at our table. These words were extremely blunt. The atmosphere in the entire box even became solemn at this moment. Several other young people still said nothing, but the expressions on their faces became more and more playful, and they all looked at Luo Xiang with half-smiles. Such pressure caused cold sweat to break out on Luo Xiang's whole back. But at this moment, an inappropriate childish voice came. "What's so great about this table? Can't I sit on it?" Everyone looked sideways, but he saw the kid Guxiu who had just walked in with Luo Xiang. At this moment, he pulled out a chair and jumped on it without any inhibitions. The action is a bit funny. The main reason is that this chair is a bit high and my feet cannot reach the ground when I sit on it. Guxiu didn't seem satisfied with this chair. He simply stood up on the chair, then turned around, sat down on the table, and then showed a satisfied smile. "Look, this table is actually not that difficult to sit on." This scene, the originally stiff and cold atmosphere of the scene was suffocated. Everyone looked at Guxiu with strange expressions. Even the young men, who seemed to have never looked at people in the eyes, had straight eyes at this moment. Subconsciously, they all looked at Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang. Fortunately, Guxiu is a considerate child, so he will not embarrass Luo Xiang. He pointed to the chair next to him. "Lao Luo, come and sit. Although this chair is a bit hard, it is still more comfortable than standing." Luo Xiang. Everyone. Little brat. Finally, a burly young man among several young men couldn't help but speak. "Do you know where this place is? This is not your home. You can do whatever you want." Unexpectedly, when a normal child was scolded by such a loud voice, even a naughty child would probably become silent instantly. But this time the naughty kid is a little different. Guxiu was a little strange and turned to look at Luo Xiang. "Isn't this my home?" Luo Xiang. "I almost thought this place was my home. I'm sorry." Guxiu suddenly realized. But while he was saying this, he had no intention of getting down from the table. Instead, he took out a bank card from his arms and handed it to Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang. "What are you doing?" Guxiu sat by it. "I quite like this hotel, especially this table. The more I sit on it, the more comfortable I feel. Help me buy it." Buy it?" Luo Xiang gasped and looked at Guxiu in disbelief. "Boss, you want to buy this hotel?" It's not that he was surprised that Guxiu couldn't afford it. He was thinking that Guxiu didn't say before that he wanted to buy a hotel when he came here. Is this buying a hotel directly in front of these young men? Okay. Not to mention Luo Xiang, who was confused. Even the other young men and women present were also confused. This kid wants to buy this hotel. To be honest, it would allow them to hold a grand banquet. The hotel itself is not a small place, and the price to buy it is not cheap. The starting price is tens of millions. This looks like a kid who is still in elementary school. Do you plan to buy it directly? And they were a little skeptical. If they heard correctly, just now Luo Xiang seemed to call this brat boss. The boss of Kaiyun Sky is this elementary school student? Wow. Nonsense. I didn't ask you to buy a hotel. Why don't I ask you to buy this table? Facing the weird looks on everyone's faces, Guxiu looked matter-of-fact. He even analyzed the market situation for Luo Xiang. "I really didn't notice it before. I'm telling you, if you buy this hotel now, it will definitely appreciate in value in the future. Now I estimate that this shabby hotel only costs tens of millions. If it is connected to this land, it will not exceed 1 or 2 billion at most. Anyway, I haven't spent money for a long time. It's too much of a loss just to save in the bank and earn interest. If you buy this place, it will definitely be more cost-effective than earning interest." Guxiu really analyzed it carefully. What he said was not a lie. Given the location of this hotel, you can make money by buying it without doing anything and just waiting for the value to increase. Not to mention that the hotel itself is still in business. Although this hotel is not the best in the entire Yanjing, it is definitely ranked high. If it is done, it will definitely be considered a successful investment. But Guxiu spoke freely. The atmosphere at the scene was once again solidified, even to the extreme. But this time, the difference is that the young men who were supposed to be the hosts of this place feel a little uncomfortable. Be reasonable. They have extraordinary status. Although they are not top-notch young men, they are definitely beings that many ordinary people need to look up to throughout their lives. It is not an exaggeration to say that I have seen all the big scenes. But right now, they were somewhat sedated. What made them even more confused was that it seemed that Gu Xiu's analysis was so reasonable that Luo Xiang couldn't help but nod his head, and simply called a waiter and called the hotel owner over. Next, Luo Xiang actually talked to the other party about how to acquire it. This is actually thanks to the help of several young people who have been reduced to background boards. Changed to normal times. The hotel owner probably wouldn't even pay attention to him. But looking at the young men beside them who said nothing and looked weird from beginning to end, I was a little unsure of Luo Xiang's identity for a moment. You can only talk to the other person politely and with kind words. After this conversation, the boss's expression changed. What kind of hero is this? He kept talking about tens of millions, and the most outrageous thing was that the other party not only invested in the acquisition, but even seemed to plan to acquire several surrounding lands. Expand the hotel. The situation immediately reversed. The hotel owner became respectful and addressed Gu Xiu, who was sitting at the table, eating and occasionally saying a few words. One bite at a time. He has already regarded Gu Xiu as the top young man who can crush all the real young men. After all, everyone was sitting on the table, but these stubborn people were so stunned that they didn't even dare to let go of anything. What the hell does this mean? This means that this primary school student status is much higher than theirs. Once the thinking changes, the situation is different. This is not a simple investment acquisition. This is a strong alliance. Fortunately, the other people here didn't know what the hotel owner was thinking, otherwise they would probably have exploded on the spot. Mud? Was I compared to my face by an imposter? It wasn't that they didn't want to say something. It was mainly because the scene in front of them was too shocking. To be honest, as a young man in Yanjing, one's status is unquestionable. But when it comes to how much money there is, it's actually quite nonsense. Maybe they have no worries about food and clothing, and there is absolutely no problem in having a good life and a good life. But if you want to say that you are rich and powerful, it is actually just like that. It's not a problem to just get a few 100,000, but you can probably get it with a few million if you grit your teeth. But tens of millions, hundreds of millions, this is a bit unthinkable. Their identities and the energy behind them are definitely not something that I wouldn't dare to think about. But when it comes to them personally, I really don't dare to think about it. Don't look at the 50 million they offered for CRBT Sky, but they still managed to come up with it themselves, and more or less they asked for some support from their families. In fact, most of the people here grew up with the concept of poor children. Did you spend tens of millions or hundreds of millions when you were in primary school? Don't you need to discuss it with the adults? What kind of fairy family is this? But now, the inhumanity shown by Gu Xiu, a primary school student, has made them feel better informed. It was a huge impact. Luo Xiang is also a human spirit. When he saw the expressions of several young men slowly starting to recover, he immediately stopped talking about the acquisition with the hotel owner. Instead, he agreed to let someone from Yuanxiu Investment come and have a detailed discussion with him tomorrow, and then send the hotel owner away. Young men, please eat and drink well. If you have anything to do, just tell the people below. I won't disturb you anymore. Mr. Luo, let's see you tomorrow. After leaving a few words, the hotel owner turned and left, leaving only the young men with big eyes and small eyes. Brothers, you can eat and drink as you please. Don't be polite to me. Gu Xiu seemed to have just thought of these young men and turned around to start organizing. What a host. That's it. This host seems to be a bit stingy. The first sentence was very open, but he added, when the acquisition is discussed. My treat, everyone. But at this time, no one complained about this anymore. Everyone looked at Gu Xiu with strange and shocked eyes. For a moment, I didn't even know where to start. After all, today I called the people from Kaling Tian. And by the way, I called so many people to attend the banquet to support the scene. To put it bluntly, I wanted to give Luo Xiang some power. Let him understand their strength and energy so that he can successfully complete the licensing acquisition. But in the blink of an eye, They who agreed to be the host had their home stolen inexplicably? Are you great at hosting banquets? But the place where you hold the banquet belongs to someone else. This subtle change immediately changed the atmosphere on the field. Even Luo Xiang felt that the pressure placed on him by these young men before had disappeared in an instant. Having come to this point, naturally such negotiations cannot continue. Everyone, our boss's attitude towards authorization is actually very clear. Authorization is definitely possible. However, this contract aspect still needs to be discussed. Why don't we find a time to talk again? Luo Xiang was the first to speak, with his tone still polite. But in the eyes of others, such politeness might have seemed a bit humble. But now Luo Xiang is so polite again, but it's just pure courtesy. Several young masters obviously noticed this change. Looking at each other, I feel like leaving, but their dignity allowed them to continue spending time here. After all, they were considered the hosts of this dinner. So what if they just left like this? Good thing. Gu Xiao has always been considerate. After giving Luo Xiang some words, the two took the initiative to say goodbye. What else can these young men say? Of course I can't say anything. They were just silent, watching Gu Xiao and Luo Xiang slowly walk out of the box, everyone's eyes unconsciously looking at Gu Xiao's back. In my mind, I've already thought about the identity of the other party. But at this moment, there was always a figure of Gu Xiao waiting outside the door. After walking out with Gu Xiao, he immediately followed Gu Xiao and left with him. This was just a simple thing. But the young men and women sitting inside. When I saw this scene, I couldn't help but I was shocked. Wow. Who is this person? Have you ever investigated the background of this colorful ring sky before? The boss's name is Gu Jianjun. There is no such person among the people I know. Why does a child like this suddenly appear now? Why is the boss now that child? Who is that child? How can he be so rich? What is the background of this person, and which family is he from? Not long after Luo Xiang and Gu Xiao left, the box that had been an embarrassment and silence suddenly exploded. Everyone is asking a question. Gu Xiao, who is he? The conscience of heaven and earth, being in this circle, being able to be called young master so-and-so in Yinjing is already a status symbol in itself. Perhaps in terms of class, they are not actually top-notch young men, but their status is here. Compared to most ordinary people, their status means privilege, power, and doing whatever they want. I originally thought that it was basically a sure thing for them to personally go out and meet with the boss of a previously unknown small company. After all, just one of them can put great pressure on people. What's more, there's still so many people appearing together. In their opinion, this wave should be stable. But what's going on now? A child who looked to be no more than 7 or 8 years old could crush all of them in a matter of seconds without being able to say a word. This was simply beyond imagination. Perhaps it's some capital return from overseas. That's possible. But if it's capital return from overseas, it's impossible that we haven't heard of it before. After all, this kid is planning to buy this hotel in front of us. It's incredible. Who is this person? Laozhua, you walk around the yard a lot. Do you know who this kid belongs to? I don't know. I have never seen this kid. This kid is so special. If I have seen it, I will definitely have an impression. Even if he comes from a compound, it's impossible for anyone to use so much money for their underage children. Yeah, when I was my age, I was hung up and beaten by the old man in the family every day. 10 yuan is a huge sum of money. How could he use tens of millions or hundreds of millions of funds? Who is he? Everyone was puzzled and felt even more frightened in their hearts. This unfamiliarity and unknown to their opponents made them even feel a little numb. Yan Jing could hit a bunch of young people if he turned his head and hit them casually. This is obviously bragging. After all, no matter how big Yan Jing is, there are not that many people who are qualified to call a junior. But it has to be admitted, there are quite a lot of young people in Yinjing. After all, they came from various courtyards, were trained by the old man, and followed their father step by step from remote areas. There are actually quite a lot of people there. Not to mention, there are also a bunch of people who obviously have no identity, but because of their relatives, they give themselves a nickname. Even though several of the people present here are serious people who came out of the courtyard, They were really unsure of each other's identity for a while. This is not good. After all, there are many people who are called eldest, but their strengths and levels are completely different. Facing a complete stranger who does not know the details is inherently difficult for people to calm down. No one wants to hit a brick wall. And now, the energy displayed by this child in just a few moments seems to indicate that the other party's identity is unusual. Brothers, I think we need to slow down the matter of the ringtone sky for a while. At this moment, someone spoke. His face was a little solemn. Everyone was chatting before, but he was always frowning and saying nothing. When he spoke at this time, the others immediately frowned. Lao Zhang, what do you mean? Are you just giving up? This is a good opportunity. If we don't seize the opportunity now, we may not have our share in the future. Yes, a hugely profitable thing. The opportunity is right in front of us. If we can't get it, won't we die? Reluctant. The Yinjing Youth League has its own rules of the game. As long as they are within the rules, everyone can compete with each other. This competition includes many aspects, and doing business is actually one of them. What this has created is that the young men of Yinjing have many tentacles extending to all walks of life, although they rarely show up, and even ordinary people are completely unaware of them. But in fact, there are more or less such people behind many well-known companies, industries, and groups. I have to say, they are very discerning. Immediately aware of the terrifying benefits of the colorful bells, they immediately joined forces and cooperated without hesitation, planning to snatch food together. In fact, the reason why they are so eager is because they are afraid that others will react and join the fight. Now it seems that the fat is about to be obtained. Just giving up like that. What a loss. But Mr. Zhang, who had spoken before, shook his head at this time, his face still solemn. You don't understand. I'm afraid we can't afford to offend this child. What? Do you know his identity? Who is this person? Did he come out of the top courtyard? What's his last name? Everyone started asking questions. But what made everyone depressed was that Mr. Zhang just shook his head. I don't know who this child is. Huh? Are you kidding me? Everyone looked weird, and some even wanted to complain. But very quickly, everyone was stunned. Because he only saw this young master, Zhang Yiyu said, I don't know this kid, but I've seen the bodyguard following him. Bodyguard? Everyone was confused, and some did not understand the meaning of Mr. Zhang's words. What's so special about a bodyguard? But soon, I saw Mr. Zhang spit out two words, Zhan Wu, the former chief security team captain. A few years ago, he was assigned a secret mission, and he resigned from the security team not long after. I was curious at the time and asked my old man about it, but I didn't expect that my old man only slapped me and scolded me for asking around. At this point, Mr. Zhang said in a solemn tone, if Zhan Wu's secret mission back then was to protect this child, then Mr. Zhang didn't say the rest. But everyone present couldn't help but gasped, and some even became a little restless. The energy of Mr. Zhang's family is not small, but the existence that can make his old man keep silent is obviously not someone who can be offended by those present. This matter may become a big deal. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at the moment, so I will leave first. Let's stop here for tonight. At this moment, someone got up first. Others also nodded. By the way, I remembered that I made an appointment with someone to talk about something tonight, and I'm leaving. I have to go home. I'm late at night, and the old man at home will be angry again. Together, no one talked about Kaling Tiantian anymore, even though this piece of fat was still so eye-catching that it made people want to take a bite. But, at least for now, they are unwilling to act rashly. It's not unwillingness. I dare not, whap. Tons. Yes, I'm scared to death. On the busy roadside, Luo Xiang drove the car far away from the banquet hotel and pulled over directly. Without saying a word, he picked up the water and poured it into his stomach. Conveniently, he took out a tissue and wiped his back. Good guy. All wet. All in cold sweat. Is it so exaggerated? Gu Xiao, who was sitting in the back row, was speechless when he saw this scene. You performed very well before, but why are you so scared now? Boss, this is not the first time you know that I, old Luo, have fucked a strong man. even though I seemed to have behaved quite well before. In fact, I was scared to death, especially after knowing the identities of those people. If it weren't for you, boss, I can't guarantee that I would have actually signed the contract on the spot. Luo Xiang said, "This is from my heart." Regardless of his previous performance, which was remarkable, he even deserved a thumbs up. But only he himself knew how panicked he was. "Are you afraid of these so-called young men?" Gu Xiu asked strangely. Luo Xiang's eyes widened. "Are you not afraid?" "Boss, I'm just a little barefoot, and these are the Buddhas of the true Herba Sutra. People want to kill me. So easy." "Is it as exaggerated as you said?" Gu Xiu was speechless. "You studied law yourself. Don't you know that this world is a legal society?" "A legal society?" "Boss, don't be ridiculous." Luo Xiang smiled bitterly and said, "These are serious children from aristocratic families, and they kill people without blinking an eye." "Kill someone? You don't even blink an eye? It's so scary." Gu Xiu's face was full of surprise. "Are they so ruthless? Don't they have any royal skills? Why don't their eyes dry?" Luo Xiang was dumbfounded. He wanted to say that he was just using a metaphor, but the boss's somewhat exaggerated expression always made him feel that the boss didn't take this matter seriously at all. Doesn't the boss know what these people's energy represents? Luo Xiang felt that this should be true. He lowered his voice and explained to Gu Xiu, "Boss, you can't underestimate these people. The energy of these people cannot be solved by money. To put it bluntly, in this world, no matter how rich you are, the money may not be yours. When you reach their level, money is sometimes not that important." Regarding this, Gu Xiu nodded, then shook his head. He agrees, but I don't agree. Perhaps the biggest pursuit of these children of aristocratic families is not how much money they have, but it would be nonsense to say that they don't care about money. How about buying a hotel to calm them down? Luo Xiang didn't understand what his boss meant, so he continued, "These people have a lot of energy and connections. They can influence the three major operators. Boss, you should know how powerful they are. These people are very clever. If they want to target us, even just one sentence can make us uncomfortable. It is even possible to kill us easily. To be honest, if I anger them, my two bodies may be behind the Great Wall tomorrow." After talking a lot, Luo Xiang glanced at his boss, but saw that his boss looked absent-minded, which made him a little depressed. "Boss, are you listening to me?" Listen. Gu Xiu nodded obediently, but the expression on his face was a bit strange, and he seemed to be very confused. Lao Luo, who did you listen to these things?" It's just, what about covering the sky with one hand, or getting us behind the Great Wall?" Luo Xiang was stunned. "I heard it, everyone said so." Gu Xiu was dumbfounded. Before that, Luo Xiang was just a master of law. After that, he could only be regarded as a successful businessman. Maybe I've met a lot of people, but obviously I haven't come into contact with anyone at this level. No wonder you have such thoughts. Well, Lao Luo, the young men in the Beijing circle are indeed very powerful. There are a lot of them with supernatural abilities and great backgrounds. I don't deny this, but actually, we don't need to overly mythologize them. Luo Xiang was stunned, but Gu Xiu said, "There are indeed few fools among these so-called young men. In fact, most of them are very smart, but they are called so-and-so young men. To put it bluntly, they are only the second generation. Many times, they need to be more respectful and cautious. It is even more necessary to keep a low profile, because, in fact, most elders in the Beijing circle will be stricter and harsher towards their children. There are more people beaten by the stick. The result of this is that many people actually abide by the rules. Even if they occasionally disobey the rules, most of the time, they don't dare to do anything blatantly breaking the rules." What Gu Xiu said was serious, but it made Luo Xiang a little confused. Is there such a thing? To be fair, he still really heard this perspective. I want to refute it. It also seems to make sense. But, boss, how do you know this? Luo Xiang asked. Gu Xiu said helplessly, "I have met a few, and they are basically quite honest. They will use some privileges and means under reasonable circumstances. Most people will do it. This is very common, but it is not as outrageous as you said. No one dares to cover the sky with one hand. As for getting people behind the Great Wall, I dare not say that it is not possible, but there are definitely not many such people, and it is impossible to use this method to deal with us. When saying this, Gushio thought of his previous experience in Yinjing. Young Master Yinjing? This thing seems to have its own filter, and it has even been deified by many people. But actually, most young men are just ordinary people with an extra layer of status. It would be a lie to say it is not awesome. After all, right from birth, people have many more rights to choose than ordinary people. But to say that there are so many awesome people, even covering the sky with one hand, that's really nonsense. He had seen the scene where the so-called young man was hung up and beaten by the elders of the family. TSK. It can only be said that the average family really doesn't know how to touch a cowhide. But Gushio's words made Luo Xiang confused. The boss knows. It seems quite a lot. Shaking his head, Luo Xiang was sensible and did not ask further questions in this regard. Still the same sentence. If the boss is willing to say it, he will naturally say it. If he is not willing to say it, it is not appropriate to take the initiative to ask. Boss, what should we do next? Luo Xiang asked. This is the focus right now. Today's Hongmin banquet passed without any danger. At least for now, it seems that the young men were frightened. But a paper tiger is a paper tiger after all. Luo Xiang is not sure how long it can last. The only thing Luo Xiang is sure of is, if the other party knows that they are just stupid rich people with money and no connections, the young men who were fooled tonight will definitely give them some good fruit. Good thing. The biggest advantage of following a smart boss is that most of the time what you think of, your boss has already thought of it, even thinking deeper than him. But Gushio said, in a short period of time, no one will use tricks on us. It is a short period of safety. So, during this period, we also have to find some competitors for ourselves. Wow. 2 days later, in the conference room of Crail Sky, the senior executives of the 3 major operators who were responsible for connecting the ring backtone business were all sitting inside after listening to Luo Xiang's words. The 3 big bosses couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. Mr. Luo, are you telling the truth? Are you willing to resell the authorized copyrights of your music library? Are you sure you're not joking? The top executives of the 3 major operators were happy, because just now Luo Xiang told them that the authorized copyrights of Kaiyun Tiankong's music library were willing to be resold. This is definitely good news. Not only because the operator wants to increase the competitiveness of its subordinates, but also because of the pressure brought by several senior officials some time ago. During the previous period, they had said many similar things to Luo Xiang, but Luo Xiang always refused. Originally thought, there's no way they can do this. But no one expected that when the young men over there suddenly became quiet these days, Luo Xiang suddenly changed his mind. This is a good thing. Of course, after careful discussion, my boss and I found that the business volume of CRBT Sky is now too large. Licensing part of the copyrights can also speed up our efficiency. So licensing song copyrights is not a problem. It can enhance our efficiency and make the work of the company where the 3 of them work better. This is a good situation. Faced with the surprise of the 3, Luo Xiang said with a smile. After saying these words, the 3 of them nodded repeatedly. Okay, that's right. Mr. Luo is indeed a general person. Haha, we are very happy that Mr. Luo and your boss have such an idea. Although I don't understand why Luo Xiang suddenly changed his mind. Kaling Sky is willing to share the copyrights they accumulated in the early days. This is indeed a good thing. Even if he had hit a wall one after another during the previous period, he had resented Luo Xiang. It all dissipates in this moment. Of course, the 3 of you should also know that by making this decision, we're giving up the profits we have on hand. So, we also need to have certain requirements for the transfer of this authorization. Luo Xiang said with a wink. Naturally, the 3 of them had no objections to this. All fools knew that by doing this, Kaling Tian would indeed be cutting off his own money. It's not too much to ask for. They nodded to express their understanding and asked Luo Xiang to explain their requirements. Luo Xiang didn't waste any time and said directly, "We have 3 requirements in total. First, we plan to package and sell our authorized copyrighted songs in the form of bidding. At present, we plan to license to 3 more, plus us, that is 4 SP service providers, which is no more, no less, just right. Of course, we need 3 companies behind you to help organize this, including the process of selecting the members of the bidding and the bidding meeting. But one thing is that the members participating in the bidding must have our approval to participate in the bidding." After saying this, the 3 major operators nodded to express their understanding. Tendering can indeed maximize benefits, but they thought of more. Luo Xiang said bidding, which means that the 3 young masters before him did not reach an agreement. Otherwise, they could just change hands privately. There's no need to go out for bidding with great fanfare. Nowadays, bidding is not only about maximizing profits, but they even control the selection of members participating in the bidding, which means that they can create their own connections. They're choosing opponents for themselves, and they're also looking for allies. Second, our CRBT Sky itself will continue to operate. So even if we are willing to transfer our song licensing copyrights, it is impossible to release all the songs in our music library. We will provide 70% of the songs in our music library. This is very reasonable. To be honest, originally, in the eyes of the 3 of them, it was considered good that Kaling Sky was willing to provide half of its music library. Now we can provide 70% and only retain 30%, which is already considered very good. Of course, there's a question here. What are the transferred song copyrights? Yes, Mr. Luo, you won't keep the 30% of the highest profits. In this case, it may be difficult for us. Such worries are definitely there. CRBT Sky has now obtained all the CRBT subscription data for the first quarter. If they take away the most profitable 30%, the remaining 70% may seem like a lot, but if they are all unprofitable songs. So what's the difference between sharing and not sharing? At least people come to bid. He definitely doesn't want to do it. Fortunately, Luo Xiang learned Gu Xiu's understanding and shook his head and smiled. 3 of you, our boss has always emphasized 2 words. Pattern. So, of course, we will not do anything in this regard. In fact, our current song library has been sorted and distributed. You can take a look at the form I gave you. The top one is the music library we have reserved, and the 3 copies ABC are divided equally. The 3 nodded and immediately opened the information in front of them. If you look closely, you can't help but nod. Really, the layout of CRBT Sky this time is a bit big. They did not monopolize the most profitable wave of songs, but adopted a model of equal distribution among the 4 companies, dividing the songs into high and low levels, almost all of which were divided equally. Not entirely fair, though, but it's basically the same. It can be said bluntly that if a bidding company comes now, it can take one of them at will. You can all make a fortune. Profits are guaranteed. Since the 3 of you have no opinions in the past 2 days, then the next point is the 3rd point. Seeing no one refuted, Luo Xiang said again, "Third, the dividend ratio between us and the 3 companies needs to be adjusted. We need to get 3 more points of dividends. The first 2 points have nothing to do with the 3 major operators. Of course, they could agree without hesitation, but this 3rd item was different. This requires the 3 major operators to pay something. Well, the dividend ratio for the cooperation we discussed before is already quite high. Yes, Mr. Luo, it's very difficult for us to deal with you like this. The previous contract, it was Kaling Sky that suffered before, but now it's themselves who suffer. Naturally, the 3 of them are in a bit of a dilemma. But it's a pity. Luo Xiang had already made the calculation accurately and shook his head at this time. 3 of you. You're talking about the previous contract. Our previous contract stated that we have exclusive copyright to these songs. Now you ask us to share the copyright of the music library, which is against the rules. 3 points are not much. We just need an attitude. After all, we are the ones who have suffered the most this time. The 3 of you have always cooperated well with us. You're not willing to give such compensation, right? Luo Xiang said this beautifully. At least, The three people who originally planned to refuse directly were embarrassed to refuse after hearing this. Really, this time Krail Sky has suffered a big loss. Even judging from the songs in the current music library, their income has dropped by at least 70%. For such a big loss, a sweet date must be given. In the end, the three companies did not refuse, but they did not accept it on the spot. They just agreed to go back to the company to discuss and make a decision. Luo Xiang is not in a hurry. After sending the three people away, Luo Xiang returned to his office. Gu Xiu was drinking tea with Zhang Wu and looked up at this moment. Done? Well, although our request for an additional 3 points of sharing has not been agreed yet, it can be basically achieved. After all, this time the three major operators can earn more than 3 points. Luo Xiang nodded, little resentful. This time, we're giving away the profits to others, so as to avoid disasters. As long as they are not fools, they will definitely agree. It is indeed a way to eliminate wealth and avoid disaster. After all, if you have a good independent business, you can take 100% of the profits. Now, if you give away 70% of the profits and change the water, you will be depressed. But in response, Gu Xiu just smiled and said, "It's certain to give away the profits, but you want me to give away 70% of the profits? That's impossible, Wap. It is indeed a bit unpleasant to waste money to eliminate disaster and find opponents for yourself. But there are many things in this world. The rules of the game are meant to make some people unhappy. Even if they are unhappy, they have to accept it. For example, break your own monopoly and find some opponents for yourself." This is what Gu Xiu had thought about from the beginning. With one big meal, he plans to directly monopolize the entire ringtones market and make profits from the ringtones market with just a few contracts. This is actually impossible. Monopoly is not something that ordinary people can play, even if it is not ordinary people, as long as the word monopoly is involved. Basically, it's possible to flip over quickly. No one wants you to monopolize an industry. Even if Gu Xiu relies on his future vision to monopolize a certain industry, it is not impossible, but it is basically impossible to do so for a long time. Otherwise, accident-prone. The same goes for CRBT Sky. Now CRBT Sky basically monopolizes the entire domestic market. It is indeed very profitable at this time. Even when a number of users of CRBT increases, the wealth that can be earned will be unimaginable. Can correspond to it. The risk at this time is actually the greatest, because there will be countless eyes staring at him. Now, there are just a few ordinary young men. He was able to stun these young men with his wealth and savings. Keep in a rat trap for a while. But it's been a long time. When his origins are slowly unearthed and the identity of the paper tiger is exposed, he will be even more dangerous. There is no need to wait for those young men to investigate themselves. All it takes is 1 or 2 energetic people to study antitrust laws. The sky of CRBT cannot be guaranteed. On this point, Boss Jia, who has not yet gone abroad and has even just given up his identity as a coal boss and started working in internet-related industries, definitely has a say. Therefore, Gu Xiu never thought about monopolizing the industry for a long time with the help of CRBT Sky. The best way to reduce risk. Just let the competitors enter. In this monopolized field, several competitors are invited to enter, creating a situation of mutual competition and mutual protection. What Gu Xiu needed. We are looking for such opponents to develop this market together. As for loss of profits, this is impossible to avoid. After all, breaking up a monopoly is equivalent to cutting off an arm, and losses will definitely be incurred. What Gu Xiu had to do was to ensure that this loss was minimized. In fact, it's actually wrong to say losses, because according to Xiu's calculation, this time he would find an opponent to share the meat with him. Not only will it not make your original meat less, on the contrary, you may be able to make money. There will be more. This actually has something to do with Comrade Gu Jianjun, although his capital is not even scrapped for Gu Xiu. But this old comrade's structure and business vision are worth learning from Gu Xiu. The opponent of opening a restaurant will never be other restaurants, but the diners. Only by increasing the number of diners will everyone earn more. This is the real winner. Now it seems that the profit of CRBT Sky has been compressed, but if the market becomes bigger and bigger, more and more players come in, and the number of CRBT users will increase. At that time, what's the situation? Last quarter, the profit of CRBT Sky reached 120 million, which is the bulk of the profit of the entire CRBT industry. But if the entire industry is thriving and continues to make great strides, what can it bring in every quarter? 1.2 billion, 2 billion, or even 5 billion or tens of billions. At that time, even if not all the profits were obtained. But for CRBT Sky, still a terrible profit. What we need to see now is who our opponents will be. Facts have proved that the three major operators really have no reason to reject CRBT Sky. Just the next day, the three major operators sent news one after another. They are willing to cede another 3 points of dividends to CRBT. After all, 3 points is a lot less, but more is not too much. For the three major operators, they can use 3 points to cede their interest to make the pattern of SP service providers become the situation they expect. That's worth it. Now that you agree to Kaling Tiantian's request, the next thing will be easier. The three major operators began to take the initiative to release news that CRBT Sky was willing to cede and resell the song license, even in order to get this matter done as soon as possible. They also specifically emphasized it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you enter the market and get a share, you can make money from now on. Such remarks immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The first to act are naturally the major capitals. Those are all sharks that smell the smell of blood. I didn't notice this money-making thing like ringtones before, and when I had no other way, I could only stare at it. Now is the chance. Of course I don't want to miss it. The second group of people who took action were the young and old who had inquired about countless information after returning home, but were still unsure of Gushio's identity. They were afraid, but now that Kaling Sky itself was planning to invite bids and transfers, they were naturally willing to come in and give it a try. But compared to before, they are much more low-key. The third wave of people are companies related to the entertainment industry. They have connections and connections in the music industry. Now, they have an opportunity to get rich right at their doorstep. Of course, I don't want to miss it. With so many eyes on it, a grand event is inevitable. The three major operators quickly compiled the information of many bidding participants and submitted them to CRBT Sky after preliminary screening. The right to select the bidders lies with CRBT, so they naturally need to agree. Luo Xiong was not ambiguous. After receiving a series of information from participating bidders, we immediately launched an investigation and information collection of relevant objects. Moreover, after sorting the information, it was submitted to Gushio. They have to deal with more than just data. It also includes entertaining guests. After the news was released during this period, Kaling Tiantian immediately became crowded, and countless companies and agents came to ask for a meeting. Just one purpose: get the bidding qualification. Although the final result of the bidding depends on who is more sincere and who gets more money, if you can't pass the first screening, everything else is bullshit. Therefore, many people are willing to come to Kaling Sky to say goodbye to the peer and say something nice. Those who are more professional can even come up with a plan for future joint development. To these people, of course, Luo Xiong treated him well. Although among these people, it is very likely that there will be competitors of their own ringtone Sky in the future. But at least for the time being, there are still the sponsors who are ready to send money to Krail Sky. I have to admit that capital is indeed heroic sometimes. A group with deep pockets. Not to mention those who have the capital to directly buy out the authorized copyright without waiting for bidding. There are even those who have the capital to directly offer a price and buy the company CRBT Sky directly. The asking price is not low. The highest one even reached 950 million. Gushio only needs to nod and sign, and Kaling Sky will be able to cash out 950 million immediately. Even if you are willing to negotiate, the price can go up again. Even Gushio couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. I thought I was already considered a rich man. But in fact, in front of real capital, my own little money. In fact, that's it. Whap. Boss, this person wants to see you by name this time. Look, do you want to take the time to meet? On this day, in the office of the general manager of Three Body Games, Gushio was busy testing the results of the new game stage of Three Body Games. Receive a call from Luo Xiang. After all, there was a semi-finished game before. Although most of the models were changed later, the progress was still very fast. It won't be long before the new game is ready. Gushio himself is in Yinjing. Of course, he will come to see the situation when he has nothing to do and guide the company's employees on their work progress. Of course, let's play games. When he heard Luo Xiang's words, Gushio raised his eyebrows. A big background? A big background. Luo Xiang nodded and lowered his voice. He's a member of a noble family. What's your attitude like? It's a good attitude, very polite. I'm here in person. I think it might be better for you, boss, to come forward in person in this situation. Okay, I understand. Gushio nodded and hung up the phone. But I felt a little strange in my heart. Gushio had actually been mentally prepared for the fact that the children of the aristocratic family were looking for him since the banquet that day. Even he planned to, at a critical moment, bring in some big shots to help you stand up and use the power of a tiger to fake the power of a tiger. For this reason, when he had nothing to do in the past 2 days, he would go to the homes of several elders to deliver small gifts. It's considered a plan in advance. But something unexpected happened. After so many days, the disciples of those aristocratic families seemed to have lost their temper, and there was no news at all. This is obviously not normal. What's even more abnormal is that when he announced that he would conduct the bidding in the form of a bidding meeting, these children of the aristocratic family actually followed the procedure and signed up normally. From beginning to end, I didn't use too many privileges and I didn't put any pressure on myself. This is weird. It doesn't even look like the children of aristocratic families, who should be open and happy, but instead acts a little coyly. Even Gushio couldn't help but doubt it sometimes. Those young and old, are they afraid of themselves? That's outrageous. As soon as this idea came up, Gushio shook his head and dismissed it. Instead, he became more vigilant. Gushio's greatest advantage is that he has a clear self-understanding of himself. To put it bluntly, I just have a bit of AC in my heart. With his own financial strength and his previous experience of eating with those elders, he is indeed qualified to talk to these young and old men of Yinjing. But it's just the qualifications. After all, to put it bluntly, my foundation is still weak, even if I can talk on an equal footing with those young masters from Yinjing. But actually the identity itself, still a little short of it. It is simply impossible to make those young men and women afraid of themselves. But the good thing is, the weird thing has finally passed. Now that someone is looking for me this time, there's nothing to say. The soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it. Meet. 10 minutes later, Gushio arrived at the door of Kaling Sky Company. What stunned him was, the atmosphere that should have been solemn and tense did not exist. On the contrary, a group of workers were hanging a calligraphy and painting on the wall of the company. Of course, it's not Gushio's famous quotes that are on display, but a grand plan. Look at the lifelike eagle flying high in the painting with sharp eyes, and then look at the seal printed on the lower right corner. Gushio couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't know how to paint, but he could also tell that this painting was made by a serious artist, and its value was probably high. Luo Xiang would definitely not do this anyway. Then, Luo Xiang came over and said, "Boss, you're here. How do you like this painting? It's an authentic work from the Ming Dynasty. This Yinjing family is so generous. Is it a gift from the young master inside?" Gushio asked strangely. "Yes. They even called a professional framer to come and hang it for us. In addition to this one, there's also a more precious one. I will have it hung in your office, boss." Gushio, there's something wrong with this plot, isn't it? Gift giving at first glance. Very normal. But it would be abnormal for young Master Yinjing to give him such a gift of clay legs, and also give it such a precious gift. What kind of existence is that? No matter how bad he is still a member of a serious family, and his identity is there. There is something very particular about giving gifts. It's not that I can't send it, but generally speaking, the choice of gifts and the value of the gift are all based on status. The reason is simple. You would give your friend an inflatable doll, but if you give it to your boss, you must give him some good cigarettes, tea, and wine. If your boss is your friend and you still insist on sending a doll, it must be a top-notch imported version. If you want to give it to someone who is in a lower position than you might be willing to take out a good cigarette and drink, but this is basically it. They will also match each other's coffee position. But now this is what's going on. The kid from the aristocratic family who came this time is not the one we met last time. He was very polite and approachable when he came. I asked about it and found out that this guy is more advanced than the ones we met at the hotel before. But you have to be polite when you come to see the boss. Awesome. That's awesome. Luo Xiong couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said with admiration. Apparently, in his opinion, this time the person who came here had such a reluctant attitude must be because the boss had a status that he didn't know about. But Gu Xiao, I'll scare you to death if I say it, but I actually don't know what's going on. But when one of them was very excited and the other was confused, standing behind Gu Xiao, Zhan Wu, who had always been an airy person, now looked at the painting with hidden meaning. Then he glanced at Gu Xiao, and a smile seemed to appear on the corner of his mouth. Let's go. Don't keep the distinguished guests waiting. After thinking about it, Gu Xiao still didn't quite understand what happened, so he could only walk towards the VIP reception room with his head full of confusion. When he opened the door, he saw a young man wearing a casual suit sitting inside. He has a majestic appearance and extraordinary martial prowess. There is no brand mark on the clothes he is wearing, but just the buttons on it make people feel extraordinary. The main thing is, this person has a temperament that ordinary people don't have. Noble. Just like the emperor visiting incognito, he is obviously not at all graceful and luxurious, not even remotely grand, but he is still unable to be despised. He was reading the newspaper earlier. After Gu Xiao came in, his eyes immediately shifted to Gu Xiao. In the eyes, with a moment of loss. However, it only took a moment for the other party to come back to his senses, but still looking at Gu Xiao with unconcealed surprise, he spoke first. Unbelievable. I want to ask, are you really just an 8-year-old child? Yes, indeed, 8 years old. Gu Xiao nodded and answered, knowing that the other party must have understood his investigation clearly, and immediately reached out his hand. Master Yi, I am Gu Xiao. I know you. But the other party smiled slightly and shook hands with the kid Gu Xiao in a rather funny-looking way. However, what surprised Gu Xiao was what the other person said next. You shouldn't call me Mr. Yi. You should call me Brother Wap. Elder brother? Gu Xiao looked confused. So, this person is just like me and likes to be called Brother Xiao everywhere. But the young man from Yinjing also has such a hobby? Believe me, you won't suffer any loss if you call me brother. Yi Mingyu laughed and had no intention of explaining more. Gu Xiao, to be honest, I don't think I'm going to suffer when I call you brother. I think it's you who suffers, right? Although his mind was filled with questions, Gu Xiao would not be unhappy because the other party had such a good attitude and immediately served him good tea. Chatted. But once again, what Gu Xiao didn't expect was, I didn't plan to participate in the bidding, and I didn't come here just to bid. Brother Yi, you don't want to bid? Gu Xiao was surprised. The hottest thing in the ringback sky right now is definitely the upcoming bidding fair. During this time, many people hope to be qualified to bid and get a piece of the pie. But what's going on now? Everyone from the other party is here, but they don't plan to participate in the bidding? But Yi Mingyu shook his head and smiled. Rather than bidding, I actually hope to buy a stake in your company. Buy a stake? Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow. That's right. I actually came here because I wanted to meet you, and by the way, I hope to be able to invest in your industry. Yi Mingyu said, I have investigated and found that you used your father's reputation to create Yuan Xiao Investment, the three-body game, and Ringtone Sky. I have to say that at your age, you have come up with so many things, which is really beyond the expectations of many people. I even doubt whether you are some legendary little monster. Otherwise, compared with you, I would have been a fool when I was little. In response, Gu Xiao just smiled. There's no way to explain this. Fortunately, I have maintained the character of genius, prodigy, and monster very well in recent years. Can't explain clearly. That means you are too evil. Even if others can't understand it, they still have to accept the personality they have assigned to themselves. To be honest, when I read your information, the more I read, the more frightened and emotional I became, because your experience and some of your practices are indeed beyond the understanding of ordinary people. I think this is the legendary genius. Of course, after I read your information, I also understand one thing. That is, compared to your scattered industries, I am more optimistic and more willing to invest in you. So, when I came here this time, I actually wanted to invest in you and buy you shares. You can achieve such achievements at just 8 years old. I'm looking forward to what kind of performance you will have in the future. Yimingyu said it very calmly, not hiding his optimism for Gu Xiu at all. But just such calmness made Gu Xiu couldn't help frowning. Invest in yourself and be honest. If you want to go up safely and unhindered, there must be some special power behind it. Even Gu Xiu also thought that in the future he would probably accept some investments that he was unwilling to make. This is called taking advantage of the situation. When you reach a certain level, you must take advantage of the situation. After all, in this world, if you want to fight your way to the top by yourself, this can only be in a dream. But he didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. Master Ye's energy is indeed powerful, and he can investigate me clearly. Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh. But Yimingyu shook his head and smiled. Actually, I don't have that ability. At least I can't investigate this magical result so quickly. Oh, Gu Xiu was a little strange. He always felt that there was something in Yimingyu's words in front of him. However, the other party seemed unwilling to say more. Naturally, Gu Xiu didn't want to ask too many questions. After pondering for a moment, he asked, I don't know what kind of investment you plan to make in me, Mr. Yi. Even so, he asked. But in fact, Gu Xiu had already prepared for the worst. In fact, our own industry has not yet reached its full potential. The valuation will naturally not be too high. What's more, if young Master Yinjing wants to invest in a little red guy of his own, he probably won't look at the valuation, and may even be a lion. Although Gu Xiu didn't want to offend anyone. But if the other party really intends to touch the bottom line, Gu Xiu will reject the other party without hesitation. Really? Then Yimingyu said, I have investigated and found that basically all your industries are inseparable from Yuanxiu investment. Not only your three-body game and CRBT Sky, but also Penguin, which is performing very well in the market, are also related to Yuanxiu investment. So, I plan to invest in your Yuanxiu investment and become one of the shareholders of Yuanxiu investment. What a big appetite. Gu Xiu pursed his lips, but he was already thinking about countermeasures in his heart. Yimingyu said it right. In fact, the core of Gu Xiu's many industries has always been Yuanxiu investment. As long as Yuanxiu investment is grasped, no other company can escape. In fact, this situation can be avoided. But to be honest, Gu Xiu really didn't expect that things would develop so fast, that his industry would be targeted by people at this level so quickly. Therefore, Gu Xiu had never been prepared for this method. Now the other party has seized a good opportunity. This is to tie yourself up directly. When you reach this level, you should understand that you will definitely need some strength in the future. Although I, Yimingyu, can only be regarded as a small person, my business card is still very useful in many cases. Accept my investment. At least you can let go of many things and many aspects without so many worries. Seeing Gu Xiu's hesitation, Yimingyu was not surprised at all. After a brief pause, he said, Your foundation is too weak. Although you seem to have been to many elders' homes before, and are even favored by many elders. Sometimes those elders can indeed bring you some help. But to be honest, it won't be of much help to you. But what I can give you is all-around help. From now on, you'll have the identity card of the Yi family. Ordinary people will not touch you. But those who touch me are probably not ordinary people. Gu Xiu sighed inwardly. I'm still a little reluctant in my heart, but it's undeniable that what the other party said is indeed correct. Although he relied on his status as Mr. Liang's disciple and the blessing of a plan that could not be told to outsiders for the time being. I barely got to know a circle of elders. But in fact, for the time being, it is just a little better than meeting by chance. Just protect yourself, no problem. But if something big happens, you have to do your best to protect yourself. I'm afraid no one is willing to do that yet. At this point, Gushio actually knew it very well. So from the beginning, Gushio's plan was to fake the power of the tiger. Pull the flag. But now, Brother Yi, since you plan to invest, why don't you tell me how you plan to invest? Gushio asked after thinking for a long time. Although it was different from his original plan, it could even be said that speeding up the pace in one step somewhat disrupted Gushio's plan. But if the other party is really sincere, Gushio wouldn't refuse. Listen to what the other party has to say before speaking. If the other party's request is too harsh, Gushio can also think about how to refuse. But soon, Gushio was confused, because when he saw it, Yi Mingyu smiled slightly and raised a finger. 100 million. I will use the Daewoo investment behind me to invest in your Yuanxiu investment. The shares I want are 1%. Gushio. Wow. How much is the investment in Yuanxiu worth? This thing is actually quite difficult to estimate if you only look at the financial investment projects of the Yuanxiu Investment Financial Department. In fact, it's really nothing. After all, although Yuanxiu Financial Department has now opened up the business of financial management funds and obtained relevant qualifications. But let's be honest. In fact, the benefits are just that, and they're just something that Tan Liangzhe and the others play for fun. Not worth the money. However, compared with the weakness of financial projects, Yuanxiu Investment's corporate investment business is different. Today, Yuanxiu has invested in more than 20 companies, including 3 major players, 3 Body Games, CRBD Sky, and Penguin. Any one of these 3 companies is definitely outstanding. 3 Body Games Bubble Hall is now popular all over the country. Penguin's usage rate and profitability have shocked countless people. Not to mention Kaling Sky. It is a hot item in Yinjing now. And the value of Yuanxiu Investment, which has relationships with so many companies, has naturally increased steadily, even across the country. It's not even a small role. But, to be fair, I would say a valuation of over 10 billion. This is a joke. Tens of billions. This is an insurmountable gap for countless companies. And it is not just a number. Want to break through? It's hard. At least Gushio estimated that in the era when 3 Body Game only had 1 bubble hall and Penguin only had 1 member group chat. 3 billion is just an idiot's dream. As for tens of billions, just go to bed. Even if Gushio is given 2 years, he can't guarantee that he can hit tens of billions. But now, Yi Mingyu is willing to spend 100 million to invest in Yuanxiu Investment. Wanted? Just a point stake? This. Brother Yi, are you sure you didn't say the right thing? Gushio couldn't help but ask. Wrong words. Yi Mingyu smiled and shook his head. Of course not. 100 million, 1% of the shares. By the way, although I will not participate in the company's decision-making, you have to reserve the voting rights for me. Of course, I also know how investment companies connect with investment companies, so I only invest in existing industries. If I make additional investments or other things later, I will invest more in proportion. You can rest assured about this. His dash, looking at Yi Mingyu's calm and upright expression in front of him, as well as his above-board words. Think about how you have previously labeled the other person as a lion's mouth and taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Gushio suddenly felt a little ashamed of himself. Small. After all, I am too small. This guy is not taking advantage of the situation. He is obviously rushing to do charity for himself. Don't talk about future investment in distant repairs. The future is limitless. Not to mention, in the future, any of the industries under Yuanxiu Investment will be valued at tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Please, as a normal investor who doesn't measure valuation based on the current industry, if there is a future, it will be many years later. Just like Gushio is optimistic about Penguin and knows that Penguin can reach $1 trillion in the future, then does Gushio have to buy it directly for tens of billions? This is impossible, even if there is a premium. But at least the premium will be within a certain controllable range. But what about Yi Mingyu? This can no longer be explained by just the premium. This is completely giving away money. 100 million, just for 1% of the shares. Forcibly raising the investment in Yuanxiu to a valuation of tens of billions. Outrageous. Open the door for outrageous motherfucking. It's so outrageous. Even if Gushio is confident, any company controlled by Yuanshio Investment will be able to achieve a very long-term future, not to mention tens of billions or hundreds of billions. But that kind of confidence is because of Gushio's confidence as a reborn person. And to be honest, this road will also be very difficult. No word on whether there will be any changes. If you just want to accumulate a lot of knowledge and finally soar all the way to the point where you can see all the mountains and small mountains, the time cost required is not a small amount. I believe that my sincerity is sufficient. Gushio nodded in agreement. More than enough. This is simply sincerity. A valuation of tens of billions is not a simple number. It means that the level of many things has risen by a level. In fact, I have brought a contract. You could take a look first. Yi Mingyu sat in his seat with a smile on his face. At this time, he took out a document that had been prepared from his bag and handed it over. Gushio nodded, took the contract, and glanced at it. There is nothing wrong with the contract. However, out of caution, Gushio still handed the contract to Luo Xiang, who was already stunned. He had to find a professional Lao Luo for this aspect of the contract. No matter how Luo Xiang quickly called for several legal research contracts, Gushio added a cup of tea to Yi Mingyu. Master Yi, you think so highly of me? Call me brother. Yi Mingyu seemed to care about this title. After seeing Gushio change his name to Brother Yi, he said, I can't help but think highly of you. After all, when I heard that you're only 8 years old and have achieved such results, I don't think anyone will think less of you. What's more, even if these are not your own merits, it still can't change my opinion of you. The latter sentence made Gushio a little confused. However, he didn't show it when he arrived. At this time, he asked again, but Brother Yi, you actually suffered a loss in this contract. You did suffer a loss. With the other party status, let alone 100 million, he wanted to take only 1%. If the other party used his power to overpower others and wanted to take 1% of the money for only 1 million, Gushio would also have a headache. Still the same sentence. The disparity in status between the two parties means that in many cases there is no fairness at all. To be honest, from the beginning, Gushio was mentally prepared to have a grudge with young Master Yanjing. But not only did Yi Mingyu not use his power to overwhelm others. On the contrary, the other party released enough goodwill. Did you suffer a loss? Yi Mingyu shook his head. You should be familiar with the saying that gains and losses in business are actually not so important at certain times. Huh? Gushio was stunned. Comrade Gu Jianjun did say something similar before. But how did this Yi Mingyu know? And this is what the other party seems to be saying. He didn't plan to make much money from this investment, but it was for more important things? What are you picturing? Are you familiar with him? The conscience of heaven and earth, whether it is his past life or this life, whether it is Yi Mingyu in front of him or the famous Yi family behind him. This is my first contact. There had been no communication before. There is no need for the other party to take care of himself like this. Boss, there is no problem with the contract. It can even be said to be very beneficial to us. At this moment, the excited Luo Xiang came. Exciting indeed. I originally thought that some young man wanted to invest in Yuanshio Investment just to cut his flesh. Who would have thought that they were bringing meat? What surprised Luo Xiang was, when he handed the contract to his boss, he thought his boss would sign it without hesitation. Gushio hesitated. Wap. Boss, there's indeed no problem with this contract. It is very beneficial to us. Now you. What's wrong? Luo Xiang asked in a low voice. Logically speaking, Gushio should have signed without hesitation at this time. But what he didn't understand was, why is the boss hesitant? His brows were furrowed. Are you doubting my purpose? Yi Mingyu obviously saw Gushio's hesitation and asked with a slight smile. I have always followed the principle that there is no such thing as a pie in the world. Maybe I'm suspicious by nature, so I will inevitably feel a little uneasy. Gushio nodded. There is really nothing to hesitate about this contract. What really makes Gushio hesitate is that everything is going so smoothly, giving him a feeling of being out of control. I always feel like there is something I don't know. This feeling is not good. Gushio couldn't help but question, I don't remember any interaction with you, Mr. Yi, and I can't understand why you gave me such a contract. You really don't know? Yi Mingyu asked strangely. Gu Xiu frowned. It seems you really don't know? This time, it was Yi Mingyu's turn to be surprised. He looked at Gu Xiu again a little strangely. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, I understand. Gu Xiu, what do you understand? All you need to know is that you can accept this contract with confidence. Even you, the person behind you, will definitely let you accept it. Gu Xiu frowned again. What Yi Mingyu said before seemed to mean that there was someone behind him. This is quite confusing. After all, if there is anyone behind me, it is just the self who was reborn in the previous life. However, Gu Xiu naturally couldn't say these words. Gu Xiu even hid his expression very well and nodded, waiting for Yi Mingyu's next words. Sure enough, Yi Mingyu smiled. I know you may not know some things in the past, but you just need to know that I have no malice. In fact, many people in the Yi family will not be malicious to you. To be honest, when I heard that there's a brother like you in this world, it has exceeded many people's expectations. The contract I brought this time is an investment, but it is actually more a meeting gift. I heard that my existence is unexpected. Meeting gift? There was a series of questions in Gu Xiu's heart. I really want to ask, could it be that you're also a reborn person? How to get to the association of people with superpowers? Where is the time traveler's base camp? But soon, Yi Mingyu smiled and said, Don't ask me. Ask the person behind you. If she is willing to tell you, she will be happy to tell you. Anyway, there are things that I shouldn't tell you. You signed this contract. I have been here long enough this time. Is it the person behind again? Gu Xiu was speechless, but he understood a little in his heart. Obviously, in the eyes of the other party, it is impossible for him to do what he is doing at his age. After all, it is too magical. Seeing the other party acting like this, he must have figured out that there's a big boss behind him. But who's this big guy? Why is there such a misunderstanding? Gu Xiu felt strange, but he still tried to maintain his expression. Nothing more will be revealed, no matter what kind of misunderstanding Yi Mingyu had. But at least, such misunderstanding is temporarily beneficial to myself. Because what the other party said is right. As your class gets higher and higher, you will one day come into contact with certain circles. This is unavoidable. The Yi family is willing to take the initiative to release kindness to themselves and even provide themselves with shelter. This in itself is a good thing. Think about it. Gu Xiu signed his name on the contract. This is actually playing with fire. He knew clearly that he had misunderstood him, but not only did he not explain, but he used the donkey to climb down the slope and climbed up along the pole. Prone to self-immolation. If you are not careful, when the other party breaks through this misunderstanding, you may even face the wrath of a Yi family. But there are so many benefits, it's worth taking the risk. With the help of the Yi family's momentum, he can truly gain a foothold, at least without having to worry about being targeted and interfered by certain people. To put it bluntly, it can give yourself a safety net. As for the future, this misunderstanding was broken. Gu Xiu was not too worried. After all, if this misunderstanding is broken, my investment in distant cultivation will have developed into a truly towering giant. It can bring considerable profits and benefits to one's own allies, and even when the two can be bound to a certain extent. Even if the Yi family knew that they had been deceived by them, could they still fall out with themselves? Childish. In the adult world, only look at the pros and cons. When the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, the fake show becomes real. Fortunately, Yi Mingyu didn't know that Gu Xiu had more than 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 thoughts. Seeing Gu Xiu sign the contract neatly, Yi Mingyu immediately smiled. Haha, that's right. I also said that I gave you this opportunity for free. If you still refuse, then I will really have a headache. In response, Gu Xiu smiled shyly. Luo Xiang, who was on one side, felt at this moment that the boss's shy smile was more or less like a little fox. Okay, I've given you the due meeting gift. People from Diwu Investment will come to fulfill the contract in the future, so I won't care about this aspect. It's almost time for me to leave, otherwise someone will think too much, and I'll be the unlucky one. After the contract was finalized, Yu Mingyu had no intention of staying any longer and stood up first to leave. Gu Xiu followed him, always with a smile on his face, and took the elevator with Yu Mingyu all the way to the Hongqi car below. Then he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Maybe in your opinion, this investment is just a one-sided favor, but believe me, in the future you will definitely thank yourself for the investment you gave me now. Maybe I will bring you a surprise." "Oh, so confident." Yi Mingyu smiled. He seemed to be in a good mood all the time, with a smile on his face. "Then I'll be waiting for your good news." Gu Xiu nodded with a serious look, which made Yi Mingyu couldn't help but smile again. But, after laughing, Yi Mingyu patted Gu Xiu's shoulder and whispered, "Tao Guang, hide your head, keep a low profile, and, if possible, stay away from the Yi family." "Huh?" Gu Xiu was surprised that Yi Mingyu gave him such a meeting gift, but asked him to stay away from the Yi family? Isn't this a contradiction? But while Gu Xiu was still wondering, he saw that Yi Mingyu had already gotten into the car and started the car. But when the car was about to go far, it stopped again. The car window rolled down, and Yi Mingyu stuck his head out. "By the way, say hello to Aunt for me." After that, the car drove away, Wap. But Yi Mingyu's car drove away, and Gu Xiu stood downstairs in the company, still planning how to make good use of this protective net. But he suddenly froze. "Aunt? Boss, you are so awesome. You even know the young and old of the Yi family, and you have to give you a meeting gift. This array of noodles is scary. I heard that Yi Mingyu is a seed player among the younger generation of the Yi family. Although he has not joined the army or politics, he will probably become the Yi family's pocketbook in the future. With this contract, no one will dare to do anything to us when we walk around Yanjing. Even in the next bidding meeting, we will not panic at all. No matter what your identity or status, you must listen to us honestly. There is no need to be afraid of offending people." Luo Xiang did not notice that his boss's expression at this moment was full of longing for the future. This wave is winning. With the investment from a Yi family's money bag, future investments in Yuanshou will have an extra layer of the Yi family's label on them. This label may be useless most of the time, but when it's really useful, it's also very useful. Not to mention, the other party's investment in this wave of shares does not take advantage of itself. Already made a lot of money, but after enjoying the future for a while, Luo Xiang realized something was wrong. He turned to look at his boss and was immediately stunned. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Gu Xiu's eyes were extremely complicated, with curiosity, longing, hesitation, and confusion, all of which showed that Gu Xiu must have a lot of thoughts in his heart at this moment. As Luo Xiang asked, Gu Xiu's eyes gradually returned to calm. He took a deep breath, turned around, and asked, "Lao Luo, is there any new news from the private detective recently?" Luo Xiang was stunned. He didn't expect why the boss would suddenly ask this question. After pondering for a moment, he still said, "The situation is not ideal." "How do you say it?" "A lot of private detectives have left now. When we used money to offer rewards, many private detectives accepted the orders. But after the investigation arrived in Longyan Town, all investigations fell into a bottleneck, and there was no progress at all. Most of the private detectives who originally participated in the investigation have given up their mission and left. There was still an investigation team left, but they just said yesterday that they planned to give up the mission." "Everyone is gone?" Gu Xiu frowned. "This is actually easy to understand. After all, private detectives need to make money. Although the money I give is enough, the rewards are also very attractive. But I haven't had a clue for such a long time. It is naturally impossible for private investigators to spend all their time on this matter. I haven't had time to tell you about this yet. But don't worry, boss. I've already found a new private detective to investigate. I even plan to find some professionals from overseas. I got online recently. I believe someone will take over the task soon, but it may take some time." And Luo Xiang hesitated and lowered his voice. "Boss, you may have to be mentally prepared. This matter may not be that simple. With so many private detectives and professionals, to be honest, even old, unjust, false, and wrongful cases can probably be overturned. But it happened to be such a seemingly ordinary matter of finding someone. All of them came back defeated. This is obviously not normal. Even Luo Xiang is a little less confident now. Increase the welfare benefits of the private detectives and teams involved in the investigation, so that they can stop staring at Yunlong Town and think differently. Gu Xiu suddenly said. Luo Xiang was surprised. Change your thinking? Then, what kind of thinking? Gu Xiu took a deep breath. Yi family. Yi. Luo Xiang was stunned, and suddenly turned his head to look at the place where Yi Mingyu just left. Yi family. Boss, do you think your mother's disappearance has something to do with the Yi family? Luo Xiang's voice trembled a little when he said this. It's not that we are useless. This investigation target is really too big. Well, investigate the Yi family. Gu Xiu nodded heavily, pursed his lips, and said, I suspect that my mother and the Yi family even have something to do with Yi Mingyu, who just came here. Huh? Luo Xiang swallowed, a little incredulous. But boss, didn't you say that your mother is just a person from an ordinary village? How is it possible? Could it be related to the Yi family? Gu Xiu shook his head and did not answer this question. In fact, he never thought that this matter could involve the Yi family. Even during the entire meeting with Yi Mingyu, Gu Xiu never thought about it. The first thing is certain. Yi Mingyu obviously felt that there was someone behind him, and he needed to give him a meeting gift. This in itself made Gu Xiu puzzled. But this is just a guess. Maybe Yi Mingyu just thinks that he is young, and he is probably an agent secretly trained by someone. This is where the misunderstanding arose. But Yi Mingyu always insisted on calling him brother, but Gu Xiu actually couldn't find a suitable explanation. Until Yi Mingyu left, when he said the words aunt, Gu Xiu rarely thought about it a little more. Aunt. It must be a woman. There's an aunt of Yi Mingyu behind him. Is it possible that his mother, who has been missing for many years, is Yi Mingyu's aunt? If you think so, are the group of people wearing military hats who appeared in Longyan Town related to the Yi family? In this way, those private detectives who failed to return could have a clear explanation. However, there are also problems here. According to Aunt Zhang, her mother has been with her since she was a child. She is a pure rural person. How could she be related to the Yi family? If he was really from the Yi family, why could he let his father take advantage of him and take him home as his wife? Picture what? Is Comrade Gu Jianjun not taking a shower? Does Comrade Gu Jianjun snore while sleeping? Is Comrade Gu Jianjun trying to do something dirty to his son? And if my mother was from the Yi family, why didn't she contact her and my father after it was safe? Even in his previous life, he had never seen or even heard from his mother before his rebirth. And why does Yi Mingyu think that there is her aunt behind her? If the mother is really Yi Mingyu's aunt, then where is she? Why doesn't even Yi Mingyu know? This series of questions can lead to more problems. Thousands of threads, impossible to see clearly. But there is always an opportunity. Anyway, the private detective has not made any progress now. That's why. Make bold assumptions and verify carefully. It doesn't seem impossible, but it's a pity. Boss, although I don't know why you connected the Yi family with your mother. If you're just investigating your mother, you can continue the investigation. But if it is the Yi family, I'm afraid no one will accept this task. Luo Xiang said with a wry smile. The Yi family is not something ordinary people can investigate. If you're not careful, you may set yourself on fire. Can't you investigate? Gu Xiu frowned. Although he was a little reluctant, he understood that what Luo Xiang said was true. Among the Yanjing aristocratic families, the Yi family is a serious powerhouse. Investigate them? Even if you pay yourself, no one would dare to do it. But since we can't directly investigate the Yi family, then I want you to help me reinvestigate someone. Who? My grandma. Author's words. All the characters, companies, and families in this book are fictitious. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Everyone can just think of the background of the story as an alien planet 35.29 million light-years away. Thank you, WAP. Gu Xiu thought very simply. There are no clues to investigate his mother, and it is impossible to investigate the Yi family. Then change your thinking and collect it from the source. Investigate your own grandmother. Gu Xiu never thought that his mother would be involved with any big family because he knew it very well. My mother grew up in Tongli Village, Zhou County. In such a situation, if it was still said that his mother might be related to the Yi family, then the only thing Gu Xiu could think of was his grandmother. Regarding my grandmother, whom I have never seen or even heard of in my previous life, Gu Xiu didn't know much. It can even be said, what he knew was actually limited to the information he had obtained from Aunt Zhang. When he was living at Aunt Zhang's house, Gu Xiu had asked a lot about his mother, so naturally. That grandma. He also knew a lot. First, grandma's name is Song Shuyu. Just from the name, you can tell that in that era, this was obviously not an ordinary child. In fact, grandma did come from a big city. When she went to the mountains and countryside to transform the earth, grandma went from the big city to Tongli Village in Zhou County. That was my grandma's first trip to Tongli Village. She is popular, well-educated, and has good relationships with many people in the village. Even after returning to the big city a few years later, my grandmother would often ask someone to bring something to the villagers in Tongli Village. He is obviously a kind-hearted person. As for where the big city is, Gu Xiu doesn't know, and Aunt Zhang didn't elaborate on it first. I don't know if she doesn't know, or maybe she thinks Gu Xiu didn't know because of his age, so it wasn't mentioned. However, 5 years after returning to the city, Gu Xiu's grandmother suddenly went to Tongli Village for the second time. But it's different from the first time. When they went to Tongli Village for the second time, Gu Xiu's grandmother brought an extra child. That child was none other than Gu Xiu's mother, Song Xia. Yes, my mother took my grandmother's surname. This was actually very rare in those days, and many people were even curious about it. But Gu Xiu's grandmother had never told anyone about her child's father. Even what Gu Xiu's grandmother experienced after returning to the big city has never been told to anyone, even if someone asked. They all just shook their heads politely. Over time, no one asked any more questions about this. Song Shiyu, who was originally from a big city, also transformed into a villager in Tongli Village. Although the mother and daughter have little ability to work, but with his knowledge and insight, he became a teacher in Tongli Village, and he didn't suffer any grievances and even lived a pretty good life. It has great prestige in the village. It is a pity that this grandmother, who is full of secrets, died of illness before she was born. Things are simple after that. That is a love story about mother and comrade Gu Jianjun. Gu Xiu didn't know much about this aspect. After all, it was impossible to expect a straight man to tell romantic stories about the past. Judging from these clues, there is actually nothing special about her mother, and she cannot even be related to the Yi family. The only possibility is her grandmother. Her past is the most worth exploring. Boss, it's definitely possible to investigate your grandmother, but one thing is that you still have to be mentally prepared. After understanding the basic situation, Luo Xiang pondered for a moment and said, "There are too few clues about your grandmother, and she is too old. Such an investigation may take more time. And the result, I can't guarantee whether the investigation will yield any results." I understand. Gu Xiu nodded. Just do your best and listen to fate. He understood that what Luo Xiang said was true. Even his mother, who had been missing for 7 years, could not be found. If he wanted to investigate a grandmother who had been dead for almost 10 years, it was definitely not easy. There is even a question mark as to whether any clues can be found through investigation. But it's impossible to stop. You have to do something. As for time, after so many years, the most important thing Gu Xiu lacks is time. "Boss, are you worried?" Luo Xiang asked. Gu Xiu nodded. "I am indeed worried. Actually, I think, boss, you can relax a little. After investigating for so long, there is no progress. This is obviously unreasonable. Maybe your mother is still alive." Luo Xiang comforted. But unexpectedly, Gu Xiu shook his head. "I'm more worried about living." Huh? Luo Xiang's face was confused. But Gu Xiu just shook his head and said nothing. I don't know why, but the more he learned and investigated, the more anxious Gu Xiu felt. Where's my mother? If she was alive, why didn't she want to see herself and her father? Even if she is really related to the Yi family, then why is her mother unwilling to see her and her father with such a powerful family? especially what Yi Mingyu said before. He seemed to have not known his existence before. So if his mother was his aunt, why didn't her mother tell her? This is very contradictory. After all, others don't know, but he knows it very well. In his previous life, he and his father depended on each other and worked hard to survive. In the end, he even watched his father close his eyes without receiving any news from his mother. Why is this? Even Gu Xiu didn't dare to think about this result. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu retracted his thoughts. Spend more money and effort and try to look for it. It will be best if you can find it. If you can't find it, Gu Xiu didn't say the next words. Luo Xiang didn't ask, just nodded and left after taking the order. The matter of finding his mother obviously cannot be solved in a hurry. Just as Gu Jianjun said, the dead are important, but the living are more important. So, 3 days later, the bidding conference of CRBT was held as scheduled. The popularity of the CRBT project has fermented to the point where countless capitals are flocking to it in just a few days. This bidding conference was naturally unprecedentedly grand. There are many participants. Moreover, basically all of them have extraordinary origins. Needless to say about the bidding process. The final result was that the authorized copyright originally held by CRBT Sky was resold to 3 other companies for a total price of $350 million. This means that the ringback tones industry, which was originally a separate business, has now become divided into 4 parts of the world. These 3 successful bidding companies started their market-grabbing efforts with great fanfare as soon as they succeeded in bidding. It's anyone's guess. Next, there will be a competition between the 4 families to check and balance, and the 4 families to fight. And indeed it is. This newly entered capital can be regarded as truly wealthy, ranging from profit sharing from the 3 major operators to profit sharing from singer-song licensing. 2 words are highlighted. Burn money. Even all 3 families are burning money together. The purpose of this is naturally to seize 4/4 of the world's ringtones market at the first opportunity. It becomes a situation that stands out from the crowd. Everyone wants to be the strongest one, and then gradually form a virtuous cycle to expand their market share and increase their revenue share. And at this time, the colorful bell sky that used to be in full swing and even attracted everyone's attention seems to have slowly become a joke in everyone's eyes. After all, when various companies start a war to burn money and give away profits, colorful tones in the sky, but there is still no movement, WAP. Another superstar has chosen to license his new song to other ringback tone service providers. Bao Dao's new group's new song is shocking, with a relaxed and cheerful style and catchy lyrics. It is obvious that they are targeting the ringback tones market, but they did not choose their old friend, Ringback Tone Sky. The well-known singer revealed that he is currently in contact with several other ringback tone service providers. If nothing happens, his new song will be given up on Ringback Tone Sky. Kalen Sky has been deserted by everyone. Faced with this situation, Krail Sky seems to know that the end is over, and there is no movement at the moment. The popularity of Krail Sky has brought new vitality to the entertainment industry, especially the music industry. Major media and entertainment magazines have begun to focus on this completely new and unfamiliar field, and even many experts feel it. Colorful tones will be the future of songs. After all, the profits this can bring are too strong. Compared with the previous traditional album sales, CRBT has brought a huge impact to the entire music scene. This kind of impact is not only highlighted on the 3 major operators and the SP service providers who back them, but it includes the entire music circle. Even song creation began to give birth to a new genre because of the emergence of CRBT. Internet songs. Compared with traditional songs, these songs will be more popular and sung. The genre may not be very popular, but it can be regarded as a new route for countless musicians. There are more possibilities in the music world, and competition has also begun to increase. A series of silent fights and competitions began, not just singers, but also various ringtone service providers in the world. Under such a grand situation, Kaling Tion cannot be alone. Even because they are too low-key, They have become an evergreen topic for major media and newspapers to continue to attract traffic when there is no discussion material. Of course, unlike before, everyone's approach was surprisingly consistent this time. Whip the corpse. Beat the corpse repeatedly. The comments about people being betrayed and separated from each other, that Uncle Goo has gone bankrupt, and that Ringling Sky is a thing of the past are simply not very useful. As soon as it was used, it immediately attracted a large number of onlookers and discussions. Kalen Sky has played a good hand to pieces this time. Indeed, it was originally a monopoly industry, but now it has given up its advantages to others for short-term interests, which has to be embarrassing. I don't feel sad at all. I feel that it is deserved. Krail Sky is stupid, or they're just too conceited. Hano. For $350 million, they thought they could make money for nothing, but in the end they picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. I first heard that when they planned to screen the companies participating in the bidding, I thought they were going to select some rookies. Unexpectedly, they recruited 3 wolves to come in and fooled them in minutes. Looking for 3 rookies? If you say such a thing, it proves that you don't understand anything. To be honest, in the current situation, even if it is a 3-no company, as long as it can win the bid, it will immediately gain the favor of capital. In this regard, Krail Sky is relatively sober. No matter how awake it is, there is no way to save it. The current situation of Krail Sky is not good, and funds are the most important. Compared with his 3 opponents, Krail Sky's funds are much lower than others. I picked up the sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. This is how most people view the sky with colorful clouds. After all, although they made a terrible profit of $350 million by relying on the previous authorized copyright of the music library, but the same thing, they attracted 3 hungry wolves to themselves. Cut off your own future. This can be seen from the fact that CRBT has never participated in the competition. You can see it. The ringtone Sky is finished. After all, it is not easy to make a ringtone popular. What is needed is that the quality of the song is consistent and that the song is popular enough. In terms of quality, it depends on the song itself, which is nothing to say. But the popularity is different. This is for publicity. Other companies can spend money to promote the songs in their own music library, but CRBT Sky can? Actually, it can, but it can't be burned. To put it simply, people can spend tens of millions of dollars to promote a song, but can CRBT Sky do the same? In particular, ringtone service providers that have relationships with entertainment companies can cooperate with the brokerage company behind the singer. Make stars. In this case, the shortcomings of CRBT Sky are highlighted. They're not nobles at all. They're just upstarts who have become powerful ones. Apart from their chances of soaring into the sky due to opportunity and luck, they actually have no hard power at all. At this time, it seems that all they can do is eat from the remaining music library. Will not die, but it is absolutely impossible to become an opponent. Many people can see this clearly. The same goes for singers. Nature. Many singers also fled away from Krail Sky at this time. What everyone looks at is profit. In the past, CRBT was really kind and conscientious. If it could guarantee that the profits would be similar, everyone would actually be willing to continue to cooperate with CRBT. But Kai Tian Kong is already fading, and it would be a bit silly to continue to guard it. Even many singers themselves are willing to continue to follow, but the management companies behind them will also intervene. It doesn't matter that everyone is betrayed and separated. After all, there are still some singers who are still willing to cooperate with Kailing Sky, but most of them actually left. At this time when the outside world is generally looking down on the future, everyone is guessing that the Sky and Kailing must be gloomy and gloomy now. Many singers who have worked with him before have even left messages for Uncle Goo on Penguin, hoping that he can hold on. This made Gu Xiao, who rarely landed on Penguin, bewildered. What's going on? I was just taking a nap. Do you really think that I have become a thing of yesterday? Can this be tolerated? But then, Gu Xiao shook his head and had no intention of explaining to these people. Just when Luo Xiang came back, Gu Xiao saw a pile of contracts in his hand and his beaming expression. It's done. It's done. It's all done. Luo Xiang nodded repeatedly, shook the stack of contracts in his hand, and almost smiled. Boss, the Yi family's cards are so easy to use. Let's talk about cooperation, and it's going very smoothly. We've got everything done with the 3 major operators and the major TV stations. And this time, I followed your plan, boss, and kept a few things in mind. Use the several subordinate companies we prepared before and spread out the operations to completely eliminate this business. It is definitely a unique business. Even if the other companies react, it will be impossible for them to squeeze in again. Hearing this, Gushio smiled on his face. Then he took a look at the major forums that were full of negative comments. Gushio spread his hands and said with an innocent face, "These people are really serious. I obviously have a spring card in my hand, but they insist on saying that I am in decline. In that case, let's keep a low profile. Whatever. Drop a bomb. Wow. You brat. Why did it take you so long to go to Yinjing? Why does the game take so long?" Airport, next to the pink Land Rover. When he saw his son coming back, Comrade Gu Jianjun immediately frowned and cursed. Although he was scolding, there was longing in his eyes. Dad, you have to get used to it. After all, a genius like your son likes to invite me whether it is an international competition or a domestic competition. In this case, it is normal and reasonable to go to Yinjing to participate in a competition for half a month, right? Gushio blinked. Seeing that Comrade Gu Jianjun was about to find fault, Gushio immediately handed over the plastic bag. As usual, the goods purchased this time will be used as decorations for Dad. Good guy. There's a lot of jingling and clanking. All trophies. Comrade Gu Jianjun suddenly smiled and muttered that it was not another pheasant competition, but he couldn't wait to take out the trophies one by one and look at them. Not to mention, my boy is really promising. The 3rd winter mathematics competition for little prodigies, the 5th little genius composition competition, the national programming competition for primary and secondary school students, the idiom solitaire competition at the affiliated primary school of Yantai University. Each of these trophies is more beautiful and more exquisite than the last. Even Gu Jianjun felt it. This is not a trophy. This is a work of art. At the same time, I felt sad in my heart. I have to say that the country has become more and more powerful these days. When I was studying, there were not so many competitions. Hey, why is there no inscription on this trophy? At this moment, Gu Jianjun picked up a trophy strangely. In fact, it is not without engraving. The name of the award recipient Gushio is engraved on the lower line, but I wonder if the organizer of the competition missed it and forgot what competition it was. But before Gu Jianjun could look further, he saw that his son had grabbed the trophy and threw it into the bag. "Oh, this is the trophy I won in the LPL competition. The logo is very unique, so they didn't engrave it." "LPL? What is this? You don't understand. High tech. Hey, you have strong wings now. Do you look down on me?" Gu Jianjun cursed, giving classmate Gushio a headache, and carefully placed the trophy in the car. I thought to myself, although I'm busy making money, I still have to improve myself. Otherwise, I'll be despised by my own boys in the future. Not noticing at all, Gushio gritted his teeth and glanced at the trophy. Luo Xiang, danger! December is gradually coming to an end amid gusts of cold wind. New Year's Day is coming again, and Gourmet Mike and Shu Ishuair also started a grand New Year's Day event as usual. Comrade Gu Jianjun has already begun to point his sword at the provincial capital, and all the clerks in the store are naturally in high spirits. After all, the more stores there are, the greater your chances of promotion. In terms of the clerk promotion mechanism, Gu Jianjun has always promoted the capable and the mediocre, and has always advocated internal training. At this point, Gu Jianjun had always used it when he left Zhou County and entered Jiangqing. Every time a new store opens, there will be a store manager, and the store managers are all selected from among some outstanding store employees. Now, as the number of stores increases, this promotion mechanism is becoming more and more complete. If a store clerk performs well, he or she can become a backup store manager and start to work in each store as a deputy store manager. After learning the operations of a store manager, he or she will go to a new store for management. After becoming a store manager, you can get a share of the shares of the store you manage. Make people more and more motivated. Next, the boss will continue to expand, and naturally there will be more vacancies, even for an ordinary waiter, as long as he has the ability. You can step by step become a store manager and achieve a class jump. If this model continues, there will actually be a lot of room for the future. With a steady approach, we can maximize the advantages of gourmet mic and shoe air. Of course, it's not without its drawbacks. The most important one is that the pace of expansion will be relatively slow, at least even if Gu Jianjun is given several hundred million now. He didn't have the ability to immediately use all the money to open a new store. Even if he did this, Gourmet Mike's reputation might also be ruined. But these questions are still far away. Compared with Gu Jianjun's steady progress, Shi Chunlai's progress was relatively reckless. After hearing about camera phones from Gu Xiu, Shi Chunlai had been paying attention to this aspect. Even asked someone to do it. Got a bunch of camera phones for research. His character is one of those who just do what he says, after making sure that this thing has room for operation and the technology is not too difficult. Without saying anything, Lao Shi went directly to Guangdong province and bought a factory. Started R&D and production of mobile phone lenses. Until now, it has only been half a year since I heard about camera phones. Shi Chunlai's factory has been completed and put into production. This is actually a bit reckless. But sometimes, things like luck are unspeakable, and Shi Chunlai's recklessness might have caused a lot of damage a few years later. But when a camera phone just started to enter the public eye, Shi Chunlai could be regarded as catching up with the first batch of troops to eat crabs. Although he didn't have any high-end technology, he received several orders just because he could make cameras. If he can continue to do so, he may be able to make a lot of money. This is basically no surprise. After all, I am making surveillance equipment, and the current mobile phone lens is really not that difficult. Everything. They're all moving in a good direction. In this era, when the domestic economy begins to develop rapidly and the title of the world's factory is about to appear, if you seize the opportunity, you can still rise to the top. Dang, dang, dang. Along with the time in the TV series, when it finally reached the early morning, the sound of fireworks suddenly sounded. New Year. Coming. In the Gourmet Inn, which especially extended its closing hours for the new year, countless people raised their glasses, saying auspicious words. Wish you all the best in the new year. Gu Jianjun and Shi Chunlai also raised their glasses together, wishing each other to continue their efforts and create greater glory in the new year. As for Gu Xiu, after he participated in the New Year's Eve group photo, he refused Shi Qingsong's proposal to stay up all night playing games and refused Shi Jun's invitation to chat outside the hotel. When I came to the TV in the store, I picked up the remote control and switched to the New Year's Eve concert where the soulful singing was being performed, and then switched to the local TV station that no one had paid attention to before. As per usual, at this time, most of the local TV stations were advertising things like fitness clothes, cupping devices, and special medicines from traditional Chinese medicine. But when it's unexpected, this time is different because on the TV, a completely unfamiliar interface appears. TV on demand. WAP. Oh, don't change the channel. I'm listening to music. What is this? TV on demand? You mean whatever I want to watch, I can directly watch it on demand. It looks great. How do you do it? Can you watch TV without commercials? Gu Xiu's sudden channel change immediately attracted a lot of attention. This is the advantage of a child. Even if Gu Xiu changes the channel in public, no one will say anything. What's more, rather than being angry with a brat, everyone was more curious about the channel Gu Xiu had dialed up at the moment. I saw a list selection appear on the TV. It includes several options such as music songs, TV movies and animations, cross-talk sketches, etc. There are numbers on the front. The top part said TV on demand and also included a phone number. The steps to order songs were written on the right and in the blank spaces below. The steps to play on demand are simple. You can directly call and request programs or send text messages to request the programs you want to watch. This new thing has attracted the attention of many people. After all, everyone watches TV now, but they're still in the stage of watching what is shown on the TV station. Even if there is nothing you like to watch, it doesn't matter. But if there is any good drama, it is really a torture. Not only is it unpleasant to watch, I still have to endure the torture of 5 minutes of drama and 3 minutes of commercials. The most depressing thing is that if something happens and you miss an episode or two, it will be very difficult to make it up. Don't talk about watching TV on the computer network. To be honest, there are only a small number of people who can understand computers these days. At this moment, the TV screen suddenly changed, switching from the previous homepage to showing the music subinterface. Here, there are many interface choices. New song recommendations, hot songs, pop music singer selections. But before everyone could see clearly what the choices were, the interface switched again and turned into hot songs, and then one of the songs was directly selected. The screen went dark, and then a line of subtitles appeared. Blessings. In the new year, give Comrade Lao Gu one of your favorite songs. I hope you are healthy, happy, and cute. Gu Jianjun. Immediately, the song announcement appeared. Meow like a cat. Seeing this, Gu Jianjun's expression suddenly froze. Subconsciously, he turned to look at his son, only to see Gu Xiaoxiao sitting precariously. Nothing unusual could be seen at all. Gu Jianjun couldn't help but rub the back of his head. He always felt that he was the one who ordered this song, but he had no proof. Next, there's a 3-minute song with a music video to brainwash. Anyway, whether you want to watch it or not, if you want to watch TV, you must listen to this song. Fortunately, although this song has been criticized by music-savvy people for several years, for the public audience, even if it is not good, it is not bad. And what really worries everyone is that when the song is playing, the subtitles that appeared before are always scrolling above. This thing is much more powerful. In the past, when watching TV, the TV station would press my head and force me to watch programs I didn't like. But what now? You can order it yourself and choose what kind of programs to play. And what's more, you can also put what you want to say directly on the TV. Blessings. This is the best. To know, in this era, for countless people, being on TV is a high-end, atmospheric, and classy thing that may not happen even once in 500 years. Even if I'm not on TV myself now, I am just putting what I want to say on TV. But it's still on TV after all. What's more, whatever you want to say on TV, you can say it directly through the TV. Just look at the row of small words scrolling on the TV. Many people have awakened to new ideas. Is it okay to say anything you want here? Can I confess my feelings? My teacher often beats me. Can I scold him on TV? This is awesome. I can also say blessings. So, is it okay if I order a song for the female classmate I like? My good sister is having her birthday soon. So can I order a song for my sister as a birthday gift? For a time, the entire Gourmet Mike restaurant was full of fans, and many young people began to discuss it enthusiastically. The older generation is not very excited about this thing, but they still show interest. Next time, a large number of on-demand TV programs have begun to appear. There are many people watching TV movies, watching sketches and crosstalk, listening to songs, and watching music videos. But in comparison, more people listen to songs and watch music videos. After all, when watching movies and TV shows, basically all TV shows are divided into 3 minutes. Many times it's over before you even get to enjoy it. In comparison, many more people listen to songs and watch MVs. Everyone has even discovered that if no one is on demand, the on-demand station will automatically play some hot songs after a while. Although the music library is not too large, there are quite a lot of good songs in it. Anyway, Gu Jianjun found that all of his favorite Uncle Gu songs were in it, and they were randomly played frequently. For a time, many people praised this TV station. Okay, this thing is great. Although on-demand broadcasting requires money, you can still take advantage of others if you don't broadcast on demand. What's more, being able to watch videos on demand and showing one's money in front of all audiences can always satisfy the special hobbies of some people, even if it's not on demand at all. Check out this channel every day if you have nothing to do, and just follow along. It's more interesting than watching ads on other channels, right? There are many people who think this way. Even most viewers who saw this on-demand station made a decision in their hearts. From now on, I will only watch TV unless I want to catch up on dramas. Otherwise, just watch this channel. In fact, they were not just an idea, but actually started to put it into action. In the next few days, the ratings of the local on-demand station began to rise steadily. Especially some children who sit at home after the holidays can even move a small Mazda and sit in front of the TV to watch it all day. Certainly, there are many stories here. For example, some children's parents started a rampage mode against their children after paying the phone bill. However, these all explain one thing to a certain extent. On-demand station. It's on fire. Children who participate in on-demand broadcasting are destined to gain unique childhood memories in this era. Adults just think that there is an extra good TV channel. Many people even regard this channel as the best channel for listening to music. But apparently no one noticed. This kind of on-demand channel model has begun to be widely used by local TV stations across the country. No one even noticed. After the launch of this TV on-demand station, it gave birth to a large number of new popular ringtones. Wow. Has the data come out? Why hasn't it come out yet? It's just 1 week into the new year, and I still don't know what the data is like. I feel so panicked. The main reason is that several other SP service providers have been too aggressive. Many singers have run away, and now people are waiting to see our jokes. It has been a week since the TV on-demand channel was launched, and the staff of CRBT Sky are sitting in the office with anxious faces at the moment, awaiting the latest data summary results. This period of time has not been easy for the staff of CRBT. Their benefits have not been reduced, and have even been increased to a certain extent this year, especially since they just received a large year-end bonus. Normally, everyone should be happy, but it is a good thing that the salary income is high. But while everyone has a high income, they are inevitably a little worried. Worry about the company. After all, CRBT Sky has been at the forefront since last month's bidding conference. Overall, negative outlook. Not many people can remain calm under such circumstances, especially for company employees. See what is said outside? Yesterday's flowers were gone. The sun was fading, and some even speculated that CRBT would close down soon. There are many such remarks. At the beginning, everyone didn't think anything was wrong. After all, the company still retained the previous copyright authorization, and the boss was still the Uncle Goo who never saw the end of the dragon. No matter what, it won't get cold. But after hearing it more, all the media, passers-by, and competitors started talking about this topic, and slowly some people started to talk about it. I wonder if my company is really going to die. This is not a good thing. After all, no one wants this job that everyone is satisfied with to just disappear. What are you doing? They're all dejected. At this moment, Luo Xiang came. Compared with everyone's gloomy mood, Luo Xiang seemed much calmer. He even held 2 meat buns and a glass of soy milk in his hands. His leisurely look was completely different from the overall atmosphere of the company. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help but feel helpless. Mr. Luo didn't seem worried at all. Wrong. This doesn't seem like it. It's clearly written on his face that he's not worried. Mr. Luo, we are all waiting for this week's ringtone subscription data. I'm afraid the data will not be very good. Last month, the other 3 competitors were very strong and had strong momentum. Our subscription data has been unsatisfactory, and we are at the bottom. Now is the beginning of the new year, and the Spring Festival holiday is about to begin. Everyone hopes that the data can be better and increase confidence. Mainly during the New Year's Day holiday, the other 3 competitors were very strong. Not only did they do a lot of promotional activities, but they even jointly held a ringtone subscription event with the 3 major operators. We're all a little worried about our own data. Someone started, and others couldn't help but talk. Several employees who attached great importance to the company even looked at Luo Xiang a little unkindly. This guy, everyone is so anxious, yet you still look so carefree. Is it appropriate? But what surprised everyone was that after listening to everyone's words, Luo Xiang not only did not worry at all, but smiled and said, "Why should I take it seriously? Why are you anxious about this? Relax, relax. Didn't I say it before?" Although the 3 opponents this time are all good, they're all chickens and dogs in front of our boss. They are completely vulnerable. There is no need to take them seriously. Luo Xiang has said this before, and it has indeed given confidence to many people. But say it again this time. How much? It's a little hard to maintain confidence. You said before that the other three opponents were local chickens and tile dogs, but we just believed it. But what is the fact? Those three opponents are really rich, and they're willing to spend money. Since the end of the bidding meeting, the movement has not stopped, and the money spent is unknown. Even last month's statistics have come out, and their CRBT sky has always been at the bottom. Don't you take your opponents seriously at this time? Isn't that seeking death? Luo Xiong also seemed to have noticed that his words would not have any effect. He was not going to explain it, but after thinking about it, it was the company's employees who had to give them sufficient confidence. After thinking for a while, Luo Xiong asked, "What do you think is our company's biggest advantage?" Everyone was baffled. Why are you asking this suddenly? However, someone still answered, "We have the upper hand." No, we have the friendship of many singers. Those who have cooperated with our boss before are willing to continue to license to us. No, then we can achieve the highest share among the three major operators. That's not right either. Everyone was surprised. Answers came one after another, but Luo Xiong shook his head and rejected them all, leaving everyone confused for a while. Our biggest advantage. Luo Xiong smiled slightly and gave the answer directly without showing off. It's our boss. Huh? To be fair, although everyone knows that the general manager in front of me seems to like to engage in formalism, and especially likes to flatter the boss from a distance. But, at this time, are you still talking about this? Don't you understand? Luo Xiong shook his head, with a proud look on his face, took out the bun in his arms, and took a bite, then slowly inserted a straw into the soy milk. TSK. That expression somewhat deserves a beating. Fortunately, God has good reincarnation. Manager Luo underestimated how hot the soy milk was, and he spit out the soy milk. He took a sip, breathed in the cold air. But it seems that even so, there is still no way to stop Manager Luo from bragging about the boss. You people, you still can't tell the biggest advantage of our company. That's our boss. You just need to remember that as long as the boss is here, everything will be fine. No matter what happens, as long as the boss is here, our company will definitely not suffer, and we will definitely remain the leader in the industry. Everyone, look at me, and I'll look at you. Be reasonable. When Luo Xiong said this, he didn't feel embarrassed himself, but the employees who heard this felt more or less embarrassed. Are you addicted to flattery? It seems you still don't understand. Luo Xiong obviously noticed everyone's expressions and shook his head. Forget it. It seems you won't be able to understand this truth that needs to be remembered for a lifetime in a short period of time. In that case, think about it from another angle. What is the TV on demand that our boss does in cooperation with the TV station? Many people frowned. Everyone knows about the TV on-demand program launched by the boss, and the company has already started making preparations in this regard before the bidding meeting. To be honest, this thing can only be regarded as a small thing. After all, in terms of profits, the company does not want much. Most of the profits are with TV stations and operators. In fact, someone in the company had discussed it before, but they didn't quite understand what this thing did. Now Luo Xiong is talking about this. Could it be publicity? Luo Xiong gave the answer. While other companies are spending a lot of money on publicity, we can not only publicize it for free, but even make money from publicity. Moreover, with the current on-demand channel ratings of TV stations everywhere, how else do you think we can lose? Luo Xiong's words made the company employees' eyes light up in an instant. They didn't even think of this level. Thinking about it carefully, Luo Xiong is right at all. The program playback of the on-demand channel itself is something that they can control themselves. It's okay if there are people who want to watch it, but if no one wants to watch it, they can definitely play what they need to promote. The publicity for this thing is definitely not small. At this moment, the employee in charge of data statistics stood up excitedly. The data is out. Our data for this week exploded. WAP. Since January 1st of the new year, our data has seen a soaring increase, especially those songs for which the boss holds the copyright, which has experienced a big explosion. Other songs have also increased to a certain extent, and this increase is not just compared to the previous month. It is compared to the previous peak. Although I can't see what the data of the other three companies are yet, I can be sure that if we just compare the data of this week, we can crush the data of the other three companies. In the office of Kaling Sky, the employees in charge of statistics reported one gratifying data after another. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. And Manager Luo really got it right. The data that was originally at the bottom last month has soared this month. To compare, songs with high subscription data are basically songs that are frequently played on on-demand stations. Such data comparison. Any fool will understand that it obviously has a very strong connection with the on-demand station. Awesome. Our boss is too powerful. Has this been planned before? Other companies try their best to burn money to promote songs and attract singers, but we don't spend a penny, and the publicity effect is better than other companies. If one goes, we can accumulate much more than other companies. Not only does it save costs, but the effect is better than others. Since the control of the on-demand station is in our hands, does that mean that if we want to promote new songs, we can also directly use the on-demand station? That's right. This effect is too strong. If this is the case, is it possible for us to recommend new songs to other singers in the future? In this way, we will still be at the top in terms of singers. In an instant, the employees of Kaling Sky became excited. The previous worries were for the future of the company. But now it seems General Manager Luo is the one standing on the third level. He knew the result from the beginning, so he was not worried at all. And everyone even thought of what Luo Xiang said before. The company's greatest advantage. It's all about the boss. Such a boss is so powerful that even before the bidding meeting, he had already thought of the TV on-demand method with great foresight. If you look at it this way, the media and passers-by were all talking bad about Kaling Sky before, which was all nonsense. As for the three companies that had participated in the bidding meeting and now became competitors of CRBT Sky, they were doomed from the beginning. You will definitely lose. What they thought was a blue ocean actually failed to notice at all. It was not a blue ocean, it was a pit of fire. It's magma. Everyone who comes in can escape. Even if you try your best to struggle in the magma, the final outcome has been doomed from the beginning. Certain death. The boss is standing in the atmosphere this time. Now do you still think something is wrong with our company? Luo Xiang smiled and took a sip of soy milk. This time he learned a lesson and drank after repeatedly making sure it was not hot. Others shook their heads quickly. Are you kidding me? The effect of TV on demand is so strong, and combined with CRBT Sky's business, the combination is not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This combination is obviously a super bomb. In this case, what else is there to be afraid of? It seems you have understood that we have nothing to fear from now on. Luo Xiang smiled. With such skill, he also finished breakfast. Now that everyone understands that our company has nothing to be afraid of, let's talk about our next plan. The smile on his face faded, and he became a little serious. Although the boss has helped us create an invincible situation, what we have to do next is not to make progress. On the contrary, what we have to do next is to work hard to strengthen ourselves and expand our results. Prove to the boss that we are not a bunch of losers. We are a group of victorious troops who can conquer all directions and be invincible. So next, just being an on-demand station is not enough. We also need to start our next stage of the plan. At this point, Luo Xiang stood up. He went to his office, took out his laptop, and connected it to the company's projector. Open, a PPT document appears. Obviously, he had been prepared for it a long time ago. This PPT document had obviously been prepared before. Clicking on it at this moment, 4 big characters immediately appeared in front of everyone. Star-making plan. What's this? Everyone looked confused. Even if they had some guesses, it was still a bit unbelievable. But Luo Xiang had already spoken. The emergence of colorful bells will have a huge impact on the entire music scene. This means that the original styles and models of the music scene will change. Even the genre of the songs will change to a certain extent. I believe everyone understands this, right? Everyone nodded. Indeed, during this period, with the boom in ringtones business, the entire music scene has actually been affected to a certain extent. In terms of music style, there have been changes. It seems that a new genre will be born in the entire music world, and even the 4-words online songs are beginning to appear slowly. We previously took the initiative to cash out the authorized copyrights of those songs through bidding. It seemed that we were losing money, and even the outside world thought so. I guess some of you here feel the same way, right? Luo Xiang asked. Others looked at me, and I looked at you, and finally couldn't help but nodded. Really, they have actually been complaining about this aspect before. After all, the original CRBT Sky was invincible. They exchanged so many profitable songs for 350 million, which is a bit of a killing of the goose that takes the egg, because in everyone's opinion, it doesn't take long, at most half a year, to earn 350 million with the copyright of those songs. This time, the company actually suffered a huge loss. I know what everyone is thinking, and I can understand it. But Luo Xiang smiled, but you have overlooked one thing. Everyone sat upright and listened attentively. The times are developing. The music scene is developing. The audience for songs is also developing. Luo Xiang said, what we played before was to be invincible. It was a model played when there was no competition. To put it bluntly, we were playing the industry monopoly. What I can tell you is that what we are going to play next, it is still a monopoly, but we are not playing a monopoly industry. This is too low level. We want to monopolize. It is the future. So, what we need to do next is to start fully promoting our singers or new songs. What we need is for the songs we have mastered to become the giants of the ringtones industry in the future. The star-making plan is one of the next actions. It just so happened that during this time, the boss had already written a new song and contacted a singer from the mainland. The next thing everyone has to do is to create stars and push this song to the national level. As the boss released a new song, everyone in the company's eyes suddenly lit up, and everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Although they have never met the boss, Uncle Goo's matter is no longer a secret. Now the boss has released a new song. Doesn't that mean that the music scene is about to explode? But some people are confused. Why did the boss not find his previous partner this time, but instead found a mainland singer? Who is it? Many people began to speculate on their identities, and they were asked about all the divas and singers. But in the end, Luo Xiang just switched the slide, and a photo that was completely unfamiliar to everyone appeared on it. It was a girl, very sweet and beautiful, but no one recognized her. And her stage name has left many people confused. Xiang Xiang? Who is this? Wap, you sang this song very well. Kaling Sky will make arrangements to promote it for you. Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome. Your strength is there. This song itself is suitable for you to sing. I know. Uncle, you are so strong, and there are many people who want to sing your song. This is the opportunity you gave me, Uncle. I'm very grateful to you, Uncle, for giving me such an opportunity. Okay, just wait for the news. After this song works well, I will find you again. Okay, thank you, Uncle. I will try my best. In front of the computer desk, Gu Xiu was bored and closed the chat window in front of him. This is what makes Gu Xiu most unhappy about using Uncle Gu's vest. Just chat with the singer. Basically nothing is normal. Everyone regards him as a highly respected senior person. Even if he says something casually, he can make the other party think hard about how to reply. Moreover, 3 sentences are inseparable from gratitude. Just like this girl with the stage named Xiang Xiang whom I discovered on a music forum. After knowing that he was Uncle Gu, the other party basically stopped chatting normally. His cautious manner made Gu Xiu helpless and distressed. But there is no way to change this matter. After all, he himself knows that for many singers, he is a god who turns decay into magic and is a great god in the music industry. Naturally, almost no one can relax when chatting with themselves. This is what worries Gu Xiu the most. It was even one of the reasons why Gu Xiu decided not to write songs anymore. After all, rather than talking to the singers and treating himself as an elder, Gu Xiu wanted to have a real chat with the singers. It It would be better if you could gossip about celebrities' private lives and the like. But obviously, this is a bit difficult for Uncle Gu, a senior in the music industry. I don't know where Guang Lion has gone. He hasn't contacted me for so long. Could it be that he is writing songs behind closed doors? I was planning to give him a song, but why did he disappear? Gu Xiu smacked his mouth, a little helpless. Among so many singers, the only one who can really speak freely is Guang Lion, whom I have known since the beginning. Chat with him. There's no such problem. The two parties can discuss many things as equal friends, including life, work, and even creative matters. It made Gu Xiu very comfortable. It's a pity. After such a long time, Liang Guang seemed to have disappeared from the world. Penguin no longer logged in, and there was no news. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the Penguin message came. Gu Xiu opened it and found that it was from Luo Xiang. Boss, the new songs have been recorded on the on-demand station. Good job, Gu Xiu replied. As expected, Luo Xiang is best at climbing up the pole. Look, boss, everyone has been given year-end bonuses, am I here? He also added a few aggrieved expressions at the end. Gu Xiu kept his word and said he wouldn't give Luo Xiang a year-end bonus, but he really didn't give it to him this year, causing this guy to act like a harem during this period. Talk to yourself about this issue every now and then. Is Gu Xiu the kind of person who breaks his promise easily? Is there anything else? Boss, if nothing happens, I'll go to school. Yes, I have something. Luo Xiang said helplessly. Fu Lu came to see me again recently, hoping to buy a few more songs from our music library. You want to buy more songs? Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. The fuel mentioned by Luo Xiang is Fuel Cultural Communication Company. Gu Xiu was very impressed by this company, because it was this company that once offered nearly 1 billion yuan to acquire CRBT Sky. Although they were rejected, when they participated in the bidding meeting, they directly won the bidding meeting leader with a crushing attitude. In the last bidding meeting, CRBT Sky earned 350 million, of which nearly 200 million was contributed by Fuller. Highlight a tyrant. Yes, Fuel is a company that has been making a lot of noise during this period. It is obvious that they are planning to package all Huagu and Hot Song. It is said that they're not only looking for us to buy songs, but they have also looked for the other two companies. And they are really willing to burn money now. Recently, they have snatched away many singers with their generous contracts. The other two companies have great opinions. Luo Xiang replied. Gu Xiu couldn't help but smacked his lips. What is the background of this company? The background is very complicated. Luo Xiang replied. How do you say that? Luo Xiang replied. To be honest, if we say who's the most perfect among the 4 major service providers in the ringtone business, then Fuller Culture is definitely the #1 player. So awesome. No way, it's just so awesome. Luo Xiang couldn't help but sigh. Officially, the young men from Yinjing standing behind them have brought a special background to Fuller, and they are basically like a fish in water. In terms of assets, this company has received investment support from many investment banks. It is no exaggeration to say that it has ample ammunition. It can burn money without blinking an eye. Moreover, they have business in the entertainment industry before. As Luo Xiang told, Gu Xiu also gradually understood this company that he had never heard of in his previous life. Fuller is indeed a very strong company. Since the 1980s, this company has been engaged in the development of entertainment investment. Although they themselves had not trained any artists before, what they had been doing in the early years was entertainment investment. Achieved no small results. Now after so many years, although they are a completely unfamiliar company to many people, they are still in the entertainment investment circle. But it has a very high reputation. This is a fierce rival. After all, there is no shortage of connections, funds, and background. It is obvious that this is a Polygon warrior. This time, he plans to invest heavily in the game, and he is obviously bound to win. Capitalists are good, and they can spend money when they want. It seems we still have a long way to go. Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Luo Xiang, boss, I think we're pretty good. Gu Xiu, what's so good? We've been very nervous recently. We can't compare with others. You see, CRBT Sky is about to start construction again, and Solaris Games has burned a lot of money recently. Luo Xiang, Boss, I suspect you are looking for an excuse not to give me a year-end bonus. Gu Xiu, am I that kind of person? Luo Xiang. The two of them chatted easily and freely, although they both knew that Fuller was a strong rival. In fact, they didn't take it to heart. There are many rich people in this world, and as long as they compete fairly, they have nothing to fear. But what neither of them expected was, just a few days later, Fuel, who originally wouldn't have much conflict with them, but suddenly, to the colorful bell sky, showing their fangs, whap. The incident started when a well-known second-tier singer planned to cancel the song authorization he had previously granted to Krail Sky. This is obviously unreasonable. Of course, Luo Xiang, who is well-versed in law, refused without hesitation. Are you kidding me? How could it be possible to cancel the songs that were previously authorized to CRBT Sky? But what Luo Xiang didn't expect was, the other party was obviously prepared this time, and even directly offered to pay liquidated damages and take away the authorized copyright of his songs. After Luo Xiang refused again, the other party actually filed a lawsuit directly. Take CRBT to court. This matter. Luo Xiang was annoyed at that time. What's the meaning? Were the liquidated damages in CRBT Sky's previous contract not set high enough? If you say cancel the authorization, this is actually a problem with the previous contract. When CRBT won the songs of most singers earlier, they did sign song copyright licensing agreements, which also included liquidated damages. But the liquidated damages set at that time were not too high in comparison. After all, at that time, no one thought that this thing could make much money. The liquidated damages were too high, and singers would give up signing contracts for fear of being cheated. But he didn't expect that someone would find this loophole and directly choose to breach the contract and pay liquidated damages. This matter. Lawyer Luo was angry. On the same day, I gathered several legal colleagues from the company and began to discuss countermeasures. The other party is willing to pay liquidated damages. At first glance, it seems that there's nothing we can do about it. No matter how powerful Luo Xiang is, he cannot really keep the copyright in his hands. But who is Luo Xiang? He is a person who can't help plucking his hair. Although he knows that he can't change the outcome, it doesn't mean that he has no way to deal with this situation. What's more, every fool knows that the other party is obviously planning to license the song copyright to his opponent. Luo Xiang intends to deal with this situation of staking the enemy seriously. So, after discussing for a long time, Luo Xiang and the legal department finally made a decision. As long as he is in court, he will insist on liquidated damages with the other party, and he will not accept it no matter how much liquidated damages the other party offers. Naturally, this matter can only be postponed indefinitely. Even if you're more ruthless, there's no problem if you delay it for a few years. Even if Krail Sky loses the lawsuit 3 to 5 years later, it doesn't matter. After all, compared to the company, every singer is just as honest when they encounter such rogue tactics. This tactic is indeed beautiful, and the company plans to respond in this way. It seems that this matter can be solved perfectly, but what no one expected was, as soon as this countermeasure was thought of, more singers' requests to take back their copyrights appeared in Krail Sky, and all of them expressed their willingness to pay liquidated damages. This is serious. This is a vicious incident where a large number of singers fled. And it's not just as simple as 1 or 2 singers breaching the contract, but dozens of famous and non-famous singers all breaching the contract. For the Ringback Sky, an absolute disaster. Boss, don't worry. I have now united the legal departments of Spoliers Games and Yuanxiu Investment, including my former teachers and classmates. This time, we will form a super legal team to make sure that these white-eyed wolves will immediately change their appearance and start a new life. You really think that we are easy to bully, and even if this happens to me, I will definitely make them look good. In the chat box, Gu Xiu looked at these texts sent by the aggrieved Luo Xiang. He also frowned for the first time. Even he didn't expect that Kailing Tian, who was supposed to be sitting firmly on the Dioi Tai, would encounter such a thing. It's normal for singers to have ideas. But to be honest, he wasn't bad at the singers. He didn't expect that all of these singers would suddenly show up. The most important thing is that if this matter is not handled well, it will have an extremely bad impact on CRBT Sky. 1 or 2 songs doesn't matter, but if there are copyright disputes for so many songs, it can even shake the foundation of CRBT Sky. Moreover, it will also cause some problems to occur in the subsequent work. After all, singers absolutely do not want their songs to be licensed to a company that has contract disputes with most of their peers. This in itself is not a good sign. We are the only ones in this situation. Gushio asked, "This kind of situation is not only ours, but 2 other service providers have also encountered it, but Luo Xiang was a little helpless. But because we have been questioned more by the media during this period, many singers have little confidence in us. So, we have more contract disputes here, which are very conspicuous. Is there any news from the media?" Gushio asked. Luo Xiang was helpless. The media has already received the news, and it seems that they have been prepared beforehand, and they want to make us look bad. Gushio raised his eyebrows. Fuller Culture did it? Luo Xiang was resentful. It's them. They wanted to be the boss of this industry from the beginning, and now I'm not surprised at all. They have money and connections, and they spend money to find connections. Those singers get more money, and they don't dare to offend them. So we have to choose us as soft persimmons. These guys are all white-eyed wolves. We didn't take advantage of them when we signed their songs before. After the profit sharing was received, we also transferred the dividends as soon as possible. Such a sincere attitude towards them. These guys still treat us like this. It's simply shameful. Luo Xiang looked resentful, crackling on the keyboard, expressing his dissatisfaction at the moment. This is a naked betrayal. It would be uncomfortable for anyone else. Although Gushio was slightly calmer, he still couldn't help but secretly remember the lesson learned this time. He really didn't expect that Fuel had this trick. Have to admit, this trick is really beautiful. In today's situation where the world is divided into 4 parts, if we can snare all the outstanding singers, the remaining 3 families can only survive. What a good plan. And it is not easy to break the situation. After all, what they are doing is a conspiracy. They have a lot of money, even if they know the other party's purpose, but still can't stop it. But, after thinking for a moment, Gushio said, "Just do what you said. Just file the lawsuit when it is necessary to ensure our interests. As for maliciously delaying the time of those singers, this is unnecessary. Although those singers can be taught a lesson, the reputation in the circle will be lost. Now we could just follow the normal process and respond to the lawsuit how we should." "Boss, are we just going to put up with this?" Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. "Can you bear it?" Gushio shook his head. There's a saying that goes well. Can young people be called young people if they are not energetic? Same reason. If a primary school student is not full of energy, can he be called a primary school student? As an 8-year-old primary school student, if I can bear it, I have to be written on my head and shit. What qualifications do you have to be called a primary school student? Nothing else. Get him. Wow. Facts have proved that since Fuller Culture planned to use such off-the-table moves to attack its opponents, it naturally prepared a whole set of combination punches. On the same day, in major media newspapers and entertainment magazines, CRBT once again featured a popular cover. Shocking news, Crail Sky is involved in a legal dispute, suspected of being involved in a copyright dispute with the singer. What was once a legend in the music world has now fallen into disgrace. Famous singer. Why can't I take away my copyright? Crail Sky is a robber. They took away my copyright. Well-known musicians in the music industry angrily criticized Crail Sky. When will domestic copyright issues finally come to an end? Count down the 8 deadly sins that transformed Crail Tian from an altar to a cancer. A series of discussions emerged one after another. A knowledgeable person can tell at a glance that someone is secretly targeting Crail Sky. After all, the media reports are basically taken out of context. Putting aside the facts, he instead looked for Crail Tian's weak points to attack. In these reports, there's a key point. Everyone is surrounding it. CRBT Sky took advantage of the fact that CRBT was not popular before and took the opportunity to sign the contract at a low price. Now it refuses to return the copyright. So let's write a big book. This is obviously a malicious attack, but it is a pity that this method will be very effective even 20 years later, not to mention this era when speech is not too free. For a while, Kailing Tiantian's reputation plummeted instantly, and Uncle Gu's reputation also plummeted. It was clear that Kailing Tiankong had been cheated, but despite being betrayed and separated from its relatives, it was still labeled as a cancer in the industry. Curses are everywhere. As if in the blink of an eye, the sky of Kailing became a place of filth and ugliness. Especially on the internet, it is attacked by countless people. Certainly, at this time, Kailing Tian is not really betrayed by all the singers who had been in contact with Uncle Gu before. Also stand up and speak out for the ringing sky. I support Uncle Gu. Kailing Sky clearly did not breach the contract, but I don't understand why I was labeled like this. What I want to say is that the rise of Kailing Sky is inseparable from Uncle Gu. Even Uncle Gu at that time did not take advantage of everyone. This is obvious to all. I don't understand why everyone was scolding overnight, but I hope everyone can calm down. Uncle Gu and Kailing Sky are the victims. There are actually many similar remarks. After all, what Kailing Sky did before made many singers have a favorable impression of them. Not to mention that they knew very well that Kailing Sky was being slandered. There are actually not a few people who support him. But it's a pity. When someone deliberately sets the pace and deliberately throws dirty water, such an explanation is quickly drowned in curses. In this world, many times the truth is not actually needed. What's even scarier is, at first, there were a large number of supporters of CRBT. After being drowned out by the scolding, many of them quickly chose to remain silent. Some of these people are afraid of being sprayed. Some are warned by the company behind them. The few remaining supporters of CRBT seem to be alone. A vicious cycle begins. The bad reputation and the scoldings brought more and more defendants to CRBT. After that, more and more singers chose to terminate their contracts. This contract termination storm finally broke out completely. It seems that betrayal and separation are inevitable. A large number of singers are about to leave CRBT, and the originally abundant music library seems to be quickly drying up. But at this time, on the other side of Kailing Sky, it seemed as if there was no sound, and it fell into complete silence. They just issued a clarification statement, and then there was no movement. This looks like complete abandonment. Reporters are now in high spirits. They squat at the door of the company every day. If any employee looks sad, he will be written off. But at times like this, what no one noticed was, Yuanshio Investment, the company behind CRBT Sky, quickly established a new company during this period. Yuanshio Entertainment. Main projects: artist management, film and television music investment, content creation, dissemination, and operation. General manager of the company, Luo Xiang. Company director, Gu Jianjun. In fact, it is not that no one noticed this. In fact, it was reported by the media as soon as the company was established. Many people speculated that Kailing Tian realized that her energy in the circle was too small after a last-ditch battle. So, I got myself an entertainment company like this in order to avoid such problems in the future. But, I understand. The incident was soon forgotten. After all, distant water cannot quench the near thirst. The current situation of Kailing Sky is very bad. They set up an entertainment company and cannot change the current situation. Many people even speculated. Whether Kailing Sky can survive this time is a question. After all, once they lose their trump card of music library, then next, they will not have the basis to continue to gain a foothold in the ring backtones industry. Condition: not optimistic. Relatives suffer, enemies rejoice. When Kailing Sky is in bad luck, fuel culture on the other side is smiling particularly brightly. In the president's office, Mao Yongfu, the boss of Fuller Culture, was holding a glass of champagne and leisurely listening to the reports from his subordinates. Mr. Mao, good news. So far, Our music library has been expanded from the original 25% to 60%, of which the original 30% of Color Ring Sky has been compressed to 10%. The music libraries of the other two have also been impacted by us. Although not as serious as Crail Sky, we can only barely protect ourselves now. We are still putting pressure on many entertainment companies. What can be expected is that more and more singers will bring their own works to fill our music library. Mr. Mao, I believe that we can achieve the 80% industry share you planned before. After hearing the news, Mao Yongfu was overjoyed and took a sip from his wine glass. Today's champagne is extra sweet. However, as the good news ends, there's also some bad news. Mr. Mao, our aggressive acquisitions and excessive payment of liquidated damages during this period have caused some minor problems with our funds. My suggestion is that our expansion can be temporarily slowed down and we can continue to move forward steadily after the first quarter CRBD dividends are paid. Otherwise, there may be problems with our capital chain. It's fun to spend money, but those are not numbers, but real money. During this period, they spent a lot of money to expand their music library and steal the hot songs from their competitors. Benefits should be given to singers. Liquidated damages must be paid. Media reporters must be given benefits. Even the company behind the singer has to invest symbolically in several projects. None of these may seem like much, but together, even for a company like Fuller, the stable capital chain has been affected to a certain extent. But does it matter? It's not important. Short-sighted. Mao Yongfu shook his head. There's a saying in the art of war, and courage is also required in fighting. One rush of energy, and then it will fade, and 3 times will be exhausted. I'm exhausted, so I can overcome it. At this time, we can't stop. The less funds we have, the more we should go all out and attack the situation on all fronts. The opponent who attacks in one breath will never dare to show his face again. Slowly plotting may be more stable, but it is also more likely to have accidents. Accident. His subordinates were surprised. However, Mao Yongfu shook his head and seemed not to answer the question. He just asked, "What's going on with Crail Sky?" Those idiots who supported them before have been dealt with. Now, we have put pressure on the companies behind them, but some of them reacted very fiercely. They even preferred to have conflicts with the company to support Crail Sky. It is not easy to deal with. Oh, Chen Yixuan from Xiangjiang is like a lunatic. Uncle Gu gave him a song. As a result, he even had a conflict with the company behind him. They were already considering hiding it. There is also Lin Junjie. With a little money at home and some creative talent, it is difficult to suppress it now. Even Sun Yinzi and Zhang Xiaohan are the same. These two don't dare to resist the company, but they do it in disguise. The most annoying thing is the 3 sisters from Universe Records. Their managers promised to support us before, but they just kept silent this time. Where's that Guang lion from before? That person is already useless, so there's nothing to worry about. Mao Yongfu nodded, but his expression turned a bit fierce. Since these people are blocking the road, then run over them and contact the company behind them, and we can make additional investment. Those blocking the road, I want them to pay the price for their stupidity. As for Crail Sky, I want them to be completely destroyed within 3 months. Whap. 3 months? Gushio looked at what an old acquaintance said in the chat box and couldn't help but feel dumb for a while. It seems that Fuel Culture has made up its mind and plans to destroy the ringing sky in 3 months? Are you so confident? The answer came from the other side. Uncle Gu, you can't underestimate Fuel Culture. This company is not simple, and their boss Mao Yongfu is a person who is good at the art of war. This person is very intelligent and has a very unique vision. He must not be underestimated. It's not enough to be contemptuous, but Mr. Zhang's willingness to take risks and bet on us at this time is beyond my expectation. Gushio asked. The person who brought in the information was someone beyond his expectations. Zhang Yingjie, artist manager of Universe Records and manager of 3 sisters. In Gushio's heart, she has always been a relatively calm person who always pursues interests. Normally, Zhang Yingjie should be the first to betray Crail Tiankong this time, but it was unexpected. This time, Zhang Yingjie actually bet on Kaling Tian, which made Gu Xiu couldn't help but be surprised. Regarding Gu Xiu's doubts, Zhang Yingjie was unexpectedly frank. Fu Li's plate is too big, and what Mao Yongfu likes to do most is to use his power to overwhelm others. I heard that they have actually been preparing to cultivate their own artists. This shows that this company will become our competitor sooner or later. In this case, of course I can't just watch the other party grow. As for Kaling Sky, to be honest, I have no confidence. The only one I have confidence in is you, Uncle Gu. After such a long time, you should have accumulated a lot of inventory, right? I believe, Uncle Gu, you might be able to recreate the Huashan swordsmanship of the past this time. She did not close her eyes and say nice things, but really analyzed it for Gu Xiu seriously. Such uprightness made Gu Xiu's grudge against her dissipate a bit. Partners are not friends after all. As long as the purpose is the same, we can still shake hands and unite. Uncle Gu, I believe my sincerity is enough. Next, shouldn't you give me a clue and let me know what you will do next? I will give you 2 songs next, Gu Xiu said. Give us songs? Just 2. Zhang Yingjie was stunned. Is this your plan? Use songs to defeat your opponents. Isn't it enough? Gu Xiu asked. Zhang Yingjie said helplessly. I'm afraid it's not enough. After all, if I remember correctly, your current music library has been almost cut in half, right? Only 2 songs. I really can't figure out how you beat Mao Yongfu. Skills don't mean having too many soldiers. Gu Xiu shook his head. No industry can escape the pyramid model. The higher you go, the more you can harvest, and the smaller the quantity. If I say, I will always stand at the top of the pyramid, and even the top of the entire pyramid will be occupied by me. In this case, does Manager Zhang still think it's impossible? What a loud tone. Zhang Yingjie couldn't help but look weird as she looked at the chat history in the dialogue box. She wanted to say something, but I don't know why, but her text was edited and deleted and edited again, and she was still unable to send out her doubts. Final. Zhang Yingjie took a deep breath and said, I'm looking forward to your next counterattack, Uncle Gu. Counterattack? Gu Xiu wanted to shake his head and smile. Not really. After all, Gu Xiu was just moving forward according to his previous plan. As for the so-called fuel culture, to be honest, to Gu Xiu, he was just a relatively strong and on the roadside. This kind of opponent. Just run it over. In the next 2 days, Gu Xiu basically stayed at home, sitting in front of the computer and busy or working every day. Of course, Gu Xiu was in his own house in Pearl Bay, using the excuse of living in the university dormitory. With Zhouing. Otherwise, if he lives with old man Gu, that old comrade might hold him back again. With such busyness, time flies by. When winter vacation was coming, Gu Xiu finally walked out of his room. Net, it has been laid, and all that needs to be done next is to start harvesting. Boss, good news. After signing those few Xiangjiang singers, we have signed another singer. Our music library has now grown again. Now the ringback tones SP industry has been completely reshuffled. The other 3 companies are currently delaying the disputed songs. Such delay can indeed survive, but in the deep dispute, those authorized songs can no longer be subscribed for ringback tones. Now, except for those disputed songs, our music library accounts for more than 70% of the songs that can be used. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Mao Yongfu always had a smile on his face. Everything is going in the direction of your plan. What's going on over there at Kaling Sky? Mao Yongfu asked. He saw excitement on his subordinates' faces. Their proportion of usable songs has only reached 5%, and now the media reporters we invited are still attacking them. If we wait a little longer, the proportion may be overwhelmed by 3% or even 2%. In other words, CRBT Sky is finished. There's still 5%. Mao Yongfu was obviously not satisfied with the result and frowned. Haven't the group of people who supported CRBT Sky been dealt with yet? The subordinate hesitated. Those people are too loyal. It is difficult for us to take action. Seeing that the boss looked ugly, the subordinate hurriedly explained again. But don't worry, Mr. Mao. We have begun to put pressure. The emperor has negotiated with Chen Yixuan. The negotiations are not going well, and now it is determined that he will be hidden. And I have received news that there is a scandal in Chen Yixuan's family. As long as it is exposed, he will be considered useless. As for people like Lin Junjie, we will use resources to suppress them to ensure that his works will not even have a chance to appear in public. Now, rumors have begun in the industry that anyone who is close to Kaling Sky will be unlucky, and more people will definitely abandon them next. After hearing this, Mao Yongfu's face softened a bit. By the way, the songwriting boss of Kaling Sky, has he released any new songs recently? Mao Yongfu suddenly asked. This? His subordinates were a little unsure. I've never heard of this, and no one in the circle is discussing this. But there should be no problem. Even if this person can write songs, can he still fight against the entire music industry by himself? They will definitely not be able to stand up this time. To this, Mao Yongfu nodded in approval. Regarding Kaling Tiantian, he was actually a little afraid of the outrageous songwriter Uncle Gu. But think about it. No matter how powerful this person was, this time it was the general trend. It's impossible. Uncle Gu can sing a song a day, right? Even if he can really do one song a day, the quality of the lyrics must be guaranteed. What's more, promotion of a song is also a problem. There now, it should be a sure win. But when the two of them still felt that Kaling Sky would never turn around, they did not notice that it was on the on-demand stations all over the country. But also today, a completely new song has been released. Wow. Brother Xiao, you're finally here. Come on, let me show you something good. The big villa of Shi Qingsong's family. Gu Xiao had just arrived, and before he knocked on the door, he saw the door crack opened and Shi Qingsong exposed his head and called Gu Xiao to come in. At the same time, he still poked his head and looked around. Such a mysterious look. Gu Xiao suspected that this guy had watched too many spy movies. You called me. Why are you so sneaky? Gu Xiao rolled his eyes and said, What are you doing so shamelessly? As he spoke, Gu Xiao scanned around his house. Empty. During this time, Uncle Shi and his wife went to Pengcheng to work on factory matters. Shi Jian was also called to Pengcheng after the winter vacation. Gu Xiao was a little suspicious that Shi Chunlai deliberately interrupted his opportunity to be alone with Shi Jian. But Gu Xiao had no evidence. Now Shi Qingsong, who is a big man, is alone at home and feels so happy that even Gu Xiao can't help but envy him. What could be more chic than being at home alone? But he saw Shi Qingsong sticking his head out the door again, looking at it from a distance, and after making sure it was safe, he carefully closed the door and winked at Gu Xiao. Brother Xiao, as your good brother, I must share good things with you. Let's see something new today. After hearing this, Gu Xiao suddenly felt that his waist no longer hurt, his legs were no longer sore, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. Hidden goods? Shi Qingsong scratched his head. Gu Xiao secretly scolded this boy for being a fool, and asked again, is it European and American, or neon, or the kind with a plot in Xinjiang? Shi Qingsong thought for a while. This is a bit much, I don't know where it is from. I'm boiling. They are indeed good brothers. Gu Xiao suddenly became energetic and followed Shi Qingsong to the living room and sat down in front of the TV series. Not to mention, this guy is really well prepared. The tables were already covered with peanuts, melon seeds, and spicy cola sticks, although Gu Xiao felt that these things were not needed for this thing. However, I still couldn't help praising Shi Qingsong for being sensible. Shi Qingsong seemed very happy to be praised by his boss. He smiled, turned on the TV without saying anything, picked up the remote control, and started operating it. Brush. In the meantime, this kid transferred directly to the on-demand station with ease. Gu Xiao. But Shi Qingsong picked up the phone and smiled. Hey, Brother Xiao, let's be extravagant and watch Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Gu Xiao. So, I'm so emotionally aroused. And you're just going to show me this? Brother Xiao, what's wrong with you? Shi Qingsong noticed something was wrong with Gu Xiao's expression and couldn't help but ask. But Gu Xiao sighed. Qingsong, you are already a young man who has entered puberty. Why are you still so childish? Sure, Ching Song's face was blank. But Brother Xiao, didn't you tell me that animations often don't differentiate between adults and children? Gu Xiao shook his head, tired. While the two were talking, the TV's on-demand station was already being requested. The interface started to operate, and a column for new song recommendations was entered, and then one of the songs was clicked. Just when Shi Ching Song was about to complain about why the name of this song was so unique, he heard a gentle female voice coming from the TV series. I hear your voice. There's a special feeling. Let me keep thinking. I dare not forget you again. There's someone I remember who will stay in my heart forever. The gentle female voice, paired with the drum beats of the background arrangement, made people hear only one thought for the first time. Sweet. At least for Shi Ching Song, this song is really good to listen to. The simple melody and pleasant singing skills, when paired together, make people feel comfortable and enjoy themselves. Soon, along with the melodious music, the drum beats of the song suddenly became intensive and soon advanced to the chorus. I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. No matter how many winds and rains there are, I will still be with you. I miss you, thinking of you. This song is actually not that good. I am afraid that in the eyes of professional musicians, this is just another ordinary song. Neither the melody nor the lyrics can be considered a happy song. But, as a young man, Shi Ching Song, he didn't know the connotation or skills of this song. The only thing he knew was, this song sounds good. Hold the grass, Brother Xiao, this song is so nice. When the song came to an end, Shi Ching Song was surprised to find that he could even hum along. The divine song of confession. This song is so beautiful. If I learn it and sing it in school, will all the female classmates bow down under my jeans? Shi Ching Song was excited. The whole person's eyes are completely bright. A song ended quickly, but Shi Ching Song was already excited and picked up the landline phone he had prepared long ago. Brother Xiao, let's listen to it again. In response, Gu Xiao just shrugged. He didn't know if Shi Ching Song had made him misunderstand before, but Gu Xiao felt a little lethargic. Soon, Shi Ching Song completed the song request, Hold the Grass. Mouse loves rice, and this song was composed by Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu has released a new song. He hadn't noticed the announcement at the beginning of the song before, but now he took a closer look and discovered that this song was actually written by Uncle Gu, who had been missing from the music scene for a long time. This moment, Shi Ching Song was excited. I just said that such a beautiful song must have been written by a master, and now it seems that it really did not disappoint me. Uncle Gu wrote another song, and I don't know how many songs he wrote this time. You must learn this song. When school starts, I will sing it in class, and everyone will definitely admire me. Next, just keep asking for songs, and asking for songs again and again. And it's not just Shi Ching Song who requests songs. Sometimes when I request songs, I find that other people are also requesting songs. Moreover, mice love rice. This proves that this song is obviously very popular with the audience. Seeing this result, Gu Xiao had a smile on his face. The biggest difference between online songs and ordinary songs is that, in the past, people bought tapes of traditional songs and listened carefully to appreciate the music, but there is a difference in online songs. Many times, everyone can play games or chat while wearing headphones, while listening to music without stress. After entering the 21st century, with the diversification of entertainment activities, the central position of music in amateur life is no longer so prominent. The arrival of the internet era has made the new generation of young people just regard songs as accompaniment music when they surf the internet, a tool to soothe and relax your nerves. And the song Mouse Loves Rice in front of me obviously perfectly fits such an identity. Although the lyrics are simple and even mouth-watering, but with the magical power of being able to sing along after listening to it a few times. This song is fermenting rapidly among young people. This song is going to be a hit. Wow. Facts have proved that Gu Xiao's prediction was not wrong. The song Mouse Loves Rice was able to create an appalling myth in the previous life, and it itself occupied the right time, place, and people. This life When Guccio moved out the ringtone business in advance, he couldn't change it either. The song Mouse Loves Rice is so brainwashing to this generation of young people. In just half a day, on-demand stations all over the country were flooded with this new song. Countless students even sat in front of the TV series, picked up paper and pen, and began to copy the lyrics bit by bit, going to use it to learn this song. Even later, when you go out for a walk, you can come across it. Many stores began to play Rats Love Rice on a loop. Many passers-by, when they heard this song for the first time, couldn't help but go in and ask the boss the name of the song. Rats love rice, and in this way, it is blooming in many places across the country, relying on the looping and brainwashing broadcast of the on-demand station without any warning. Totally popular. This is an online song in the purest sense. There is no album or tape. Even the MV on the on-demand station is a mix of several anime. But it is this kind of song that, in this cold winter weather, turns into a spoonful of hot oil and enchants countless singers. Fried beyond recognition. No one noticed this scary song at first. But on the second day, countless singers and media reporters couldn't do it even if they wanted not to pay attention. After all, if you just walk around on the street, you will see this song being played everywhere. And the singers are so crazy about it, I was stunned at that time. In fact, no one cared about it at the beginning. After all, it's not uncommon for certain songs to suddenly become popular. As an artist and singer, the most important thing is to make a profit. The song Mouse Loves Rice is of course extremely powerful in brainwashing. But, after all, this song is just an online song. At first glance, it seems to be played a lot on the internet, but without an album or tape, whether this song can be profitable has attracted a lot of people's attention. But this idea is obviously too naive. When the song was announced, Uncle Goo's name was written in the column of songwriters. Many people can actually guess it. The main market for this song is ringtones. This is indeed the case. On the second day after the release of Mouse Loves Rice, the three major operators were on the daily subscription list of ringtones updated in real time. Rats love rice, so what makes it into the top 10? One day, previous life. What is your concept? Countless singers were so frightened that they almost had their tongues bitten off. As for Fuel Culture, who was targeting the entire ringtone market, he immediately noticed this terrifying data. Obviously, in their eyes, Kaling Tion Tion has become a piece of fish on the chopping board, and it is absolutely impossible to turn around again. In fact, even the most popular songs in Crail Sky have all fallen out of the top 10 charts due to the suppression during this period. But now, what's going on? Look, they're just so lucky. This song has no qualifications to reach the top 10. They just took advantage of the fact that it has just been released. I can guarantee that this song will fall out of the top 10 tomorrow. Facing Mao Yongfu's murderous eyes, his subordinates immediately patted their chests in assurance. To be honest, he was still a little confused, but he is confident that this song will definitely die violently soon. After all, the quality of this song in the eyes of professionals is actually just that. The quality is not strong enough, and the publicity and promotion routes are blocked. This song will definitely become a shooting star. A flash across the sky. It will disappear again immediately. What was incredible for this Fuller Culture employee was that he came to Mao Yongfu's office again the next day, where there was yesterday's subscription data of Rats Love Rice. Top 5. In just 2 days, Mouse Loves Rice has directly entered the top 5 of the daily ringtone subscription list. Is there any data more outrageous than this? Facing his boss, Mao Yongfu's murderous gaze, his subordinates swallowed their saliva. Boss, believe me, I promise. Trash. This time, Mao Yongfu did not remain silent, but directly pulled out a newspaper from the table and threw it over. Idiot, look what this is. The subordinates were confused, but they took the newspaper immediately, but saw something written on the front page of the newspaper that made him gasp. The founder behind the on-demand station is revealed. The truth turns out to be the music legend Uncle Goo. The subordinates just read the title without even reading the content, and couldn't help but contribute to global warming. The on-demand channel has become very popular recently. It turned out to be from Crail Sky. In fact, this thing was noticed by many people when it first appeared. Mao Yongfu also noticed this on-demand station. At that time, I even thought about entering the market to get a piece of the pie. However, after understanding that there was no profit margin in this thing, Mao Yongfu gave up the on-demand station without hesitation. He is a businessman, and everything must be based on profit. Instead of doing this, it is better to make your own ringtones. But he never expected that this on-demand station that he had ignored would really show off their terrifying power on this day. Although there is no profit margin on this thing. But this is definitely the best way to promote it. More importantly, he thought about what the on-demand station meant. In this era where many people have limited access to the internet, they want to judge whether a song is suitable for the public and whether it will be liked by the public. The simplest way is to see how many people listen to a song. CRBT Sky controls the on-demand station. This means they control the flow of traffic. Even though Fuel Culture has spent a lot of money to build good relationships with reporters from various media, after investing a lot of money, it is unclear whether it can be able to compete with the on-demand stations that have blossomed across the country. That is unknown. I have to admit that Mao Yongfu is indeed a very powerful person. After seeing the current situation, he immediately thought of the super delicious food hidden behind it. But now it's a bit late. Contact the media reporters. Soon, Mao Yongfu made a decision. Attack this song. What I want you to do is to package this so-called Mouse Loves Rice into a bad luck song. But in fact, it has no strength at all. Quick! Mao Yongfu responded very quickly to this point. And immediately, he thought of throwing dirty water on Mouse Loves Rice. As long as he could succeed, he would associate this song with dirt and vulgarity. Naturally, most of the audience for this song will have some resistance. And what Mao Yongfu needs? Just sleep with such resistance. It is a pity that Mao Yongfu responded quickly and contacted reporters, media, and the Navy immediately. But they responded quickly, but Kaling Sky's response was not as quick. Because on the fourth day after the release of Mouse Loves Rice, Kaling Sky once again released a new song. The singer this time is still a little-known mainland singer. His name, called Pang Long. Wap. Boss, it's bad. Fuller Culture is still in the luxuriously decorated office. But the difference is that the champagne is gone, and so is the leisure and ease. Instead, it's the frown in the frown. The song Mouse Loves Rice directly disrupted the layout and plans of Fuller Culture. For Mao Yongfu, who is good at using military strategies, this is definitely the most annoying thing to him. He is still thinking about how to break the situation next, and how to adjust his strategic plan. When he heard the hurried report from his subordinates, Mao Yongfu couldn't help but cursed angrily. You trash! How can you be so flustered? Boss! The subordinates were stunned, but couldn't help but said, something has really happened. There's a new song over at Kaling Sky. New song. Mao Yongfu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. But as a boss, as a leader of a company, even if I feel panic in my heart on the surface, he still has to be calm. After all, he was the master of the art of war. He frowned and looked impatient. Isn't just a new song? Why are you so panicked? What age are you in? Isn't it normal to have new songs every day? What can you do if you are so flustered? After such a lesson, all his subordinates couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of themselves, secretly thinking that their boss was worthy of being a boss. With such a calm look, I can only say that he is worthy of being a shopping mall tycoon. But admiration is admiration. After a little hesitation, the subordinate couldn't help but said, But boss, the new song released by Kaling Sky this time is a little different from other people's new songs. How can be different? Mao Yongfu curled his lips and said, It is impossible to change the situation with just one song. Just like before, Mice Love Rice. This song only became popular for a few days and soon disappeared. You have to keep calm, understand? No matter in tone or demeanor. Just highlight your confidence. Highlight your composure. Stand out like a mountain and your face won't change. Not to mention, the effect of this is very good. At least a group of subordinates who were panicked before immediately regained some confidence. After all, the boss is so calm, so we just have to trust him. Thinking of this, his subordinate said in a relaxed tone, "The boss is right. It seems that I still have a lot to learn." Think about it. Although the new song released by CRBT Sky this time was in the top 5 of the daily list when I got a CRBT subscription as soon as it came out, there is no need for me to be so nervous, no matter how powerful they are. Before he could finish his words, the subordinate suddenly noticed that his boss's face suddenly changed strangely, and he saw his eyes widen. "What did you say? The new song has just been released, and it's in the top 5? It's not that we don't want to be calm. This news is really outrageous." The subordinate was a little confused. Seeing the boss's change of expression, he hesitated for a moment. "Boss, I thought you knew the new song released by CRBT Sky this time. It was the song Two Butterflies. It was just released yesterday. It was vigorously promoted on the on-demand station, and today it directly entered the top 5 of CRBT subscription list. The results are even more terrifying than the previous Mice Love Rice. In fact, the results are better than the Mice Love Rice. This is very normal. After all, the audiences are different. If the audience of Mouse Loves Rice is mainly teenagers, then the song Two Butterflies is mainly young and middle-aged. This age group is basically the main force in current consumption, and most of them own mobile phones rather than spending money on their own hobbies. Sometimes there is no need to hesitate. Therefore, even for many young people, the song Mouse Loves Rice sounds better. But in terms of ringtone subscription results, it was a little bit incapable of beating Two Butterflies. But, that being said, no one would actually compare these two songs. After all, in the final analysis, this can only be regarded as a left-hand fight against a right hand. Both are songs from Crail Sky, not to mention the performance gap between the two songs is not big. Anyway, they're all in the top 5. Top 5. On the first day of the top 5, Mao Yongfu's face was as gloomy as water. He was still thinking about how to deal with the attack of the song Mouse Loves Rice. As a result, 2 more powerful butterflies appeared in the sky of the ringtone. Even just one day after its release, it was in the top 5 daily sales list. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's outrageous. A song like this is definitely a way to make money. Just one song. Can CRBT have 2 more songs? I had planned to blow up Kaling Sky with one shot, but now that it was like this, how could I do it? "Boss, what should we do next?" The subordinates noticed their boss's gaffe, and the confidence that had just appeared disappeared again, and they became a little uneasy. What to do? How the hell do I know what to do? Mao Yongfu cursed in his heart, but at least he knew that he had not controlled his expression well. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't panic. Let's investigate the copyright issues of these 2 songs first and see if they can be snatched away. Even if they can't be snatched away, just give the singer some benefits and cause a copyright dispute as before." I'm afraid this won't work. What's wrong? Uncle Goo participated in the lyrics and composition of these 2 songs, and the copyright is shared by Uncle Goo and the singer. So, even if you try to steal these 2 songs, you can't win them over. I'm afraid that's the case. Shwa. Mao Yongfu cursed in his heart, but in the end he could only curse in his heart because his employees were still staring at him. If I break the defense, the company will be in trouble. After thinking about it, Mao Yongfu said, "Don't panic." According to the previous plan, this song is also relatively vulgar. In this case, we will follow the previous model and ask the media and newspaper people to promote more vulgar aspects. But the boss, his subordinates hesitated. This may be useful, but will it be counterproductive? If the audience has a rebellious mentality, will we steal the chicken and lose the rice? Public opinion is very useful. Especially in the entertainment industry, certain public opinions can even completely destroy a rising star. Let it disappear from the public eye forever. In fact, the current J-Cho is similar. Although many people praise him, there are also many people who don't understand what he is saying. The result of this is that many young people are embarrassed to say it even if they like J-Chow's songs. But this thing is actually a double-edged sword. It is true that audiences often listen to media reporters, but when there are serious differences between the media's and their own opinions, it's not certain what the outcome of this matter will be. If played well, it can indeed influence competitors and even destroy a singer. But if you don't play well, you may get backlash. In particular, affects the credibility of the media. Of course, Mao Yongfu understood this, but he gritted his teeth at this time. This is what you have to do at this time. If you feel that the intensity is not right, then call some singers together. Call other singers and attack Uncle Gu. His subordinates hesitated. Would those singers do this? The copyright dispute is easy to say. Everyone can be considered dignified and embarrassed by Kaling Tian Tian, but in fact, many singers also hope to ask for songs from Uncle Gu. To put it bluntly, in fact, many singers are not too happy to offend Uncle Gu, especially now that Uncle Gu has some songs. I heard that a few singers have even given up the lawsuit and seem to be planning to support Crail Sky again. A bunch of wallflowers. Mao Yongfu cursed in his heart, but he also understood that in this world, profit is king. In the past, singers could support him for the sake of profit, but they can also support Uncle Gu for the sake of profit. But it's clear to understand. In just a moment, Mao Yongfu had already thought of a breakthrough. Just tell them that they have offended Uncle Gu before, and now all they have to do is to go all the way to darkness. Let them think about it. Uncle Gu has already come up with 2 songs in a row, both sung by unknown singers. What does this mean? This means that Uncle Gu is very vindictive, and he may not have much in stock. Instead of grabbing a chance, why don't you support our fuel culture? All Uncle Gu can give you is a possible opportunity, and what we give is real money. Supporting us is the only choice. I really don't believe that Uncle Gu can come up with a new song every day. WAP. 1 song a day? I really can't do this. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, not a god. How can I sing a new song a day? Yanjing, in the Kaling Sky office. When he heard Gu Xiu say this, Luo Xiang couldn't help but bared his teeth. Yes, the boss is right. He is just a regular guy. After all, he was only 8 years old. Became the boss of 5 companies. Investors who have invested in more than a dozen companies. A rich man whose assets have exceeded 1 billion. The songs he writes are just for the songwriter who has hit one hit after another. If the boss says he is ordinary, then he must be ordinary. Ahem. Fortunately, Gu Xiu seemed to know that his words were somewhat pretentious. At this time, he continued, besides, it takes time to release a new song, and it also takes time to promote it. 1 song a day cannot guarantee maximum profits. Yes, boss, you are right. Luo Xiang agreed repeatedly, and then asked, so, how many days do we have a new song? How many days? That's not right. How can you be so sure that I can come up with so many songs? Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask. I even felt a little wary in my heart. Could it be that the news that he was pretending to be Charlotte was leaked? But Luo Xiang said, boss, you are such a powerful, ordinary person. If you want to write a song, you can do it with your eyes closed. I heard that Jay Cho from Bao Dao writes a song every time he can go to the toilet. Boss, you're definitely no worse than that little stutterer named Joe. It must be normal to write a song while peeing. Look, even Gu Xiu, a big copycat, was embarrassed by what he said. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just an ordinary 8-year-old child. I can't compare to someone like Jay Cho. Gu Xiu knew how to keep a low profile. Explain it. After all, Jay Cho already has a lot of fans now, and there will only be more fans in the future. When Jay Chou's fans grow up in the future, and they write their own autobiographies, if they include this sentence, are they going to be rushed to death by those fans? Of course, most of Jay Chou's fans are well-educated, and the probability of being rushed to death is very small, but we're not the kind of arrogant people, are we? Low-key. Then, boss, what are your next plans? Luo Xiang asked. 3 days. 1 new song every 3 days is enough. 1 song a day cannot guarantee maximum profit, and it's a bit too shocking. We still have to be low-key. Luo Xiang. So 1 song every 3 days can only be considered low-key? What, there's a problem? No problem. No problem at all. As long as it's no problem, I will put together the follow-up song list and send it to you, and you can promote it online every 3 days with a new song. Okay, boss. Any more questions? No more. Okay, hang up. After saying that, Gu Xiu hung up the phone, while Luo Xiang couldn't help but gasp while holding the phone. Awesome. I tried my best to cooperate with the boss, but the boss made it difficult for me to cooperate. Are you really planning to release a new song every 3 days? It's true that Jay Cho went to the toilet and wrote a song, but it's not like he can write songs just by going to the toilet every day. After all, he's not constipated. Boss, what is this? Can't pee? Ahem. Brother Luo, why am I still confused about your workplace model? At this moment, Tan Liangzhe, who had been sitting next to him before, couldn't help but ask, didn't you always say that the boss is already awesome, and no matter how awesome he brags, it's not too much? Why didn't you brag this time? Tan Liangzhe humbly asked for advice. During this period, he acted like a transparent person. He obviously controlled the Yuanxiu investment and finance department, and he was considered to have great power. Moreover, after opening up external financing and financial management, the results were not bad. But I couldn't chat with my boss for a few words. For this reason, Tan Liangzhe seeks advice from Luo Xiang every now and then to learn about workplace principles. Today happened to be the time to talk about Yuanxiu Entertainment's additional capital investment, so naturally, I had to learn from it. Now that I saw Luo Xiang using a method that I had never seen before, I couldn't help but become curious. Didn't you agree to brag about your boss? Xiao Tan, you don't understand this. Sometimes the workplace changes rapidly, and the boss's thoughts also change rapidly. When the boss first said to keep a low profile, we must not be low-key, we must be high-profile to death. But when the boss said to be low-key for the second time, we have to listen to the boss. Even if we think it is impossible to be low-key, we must try to be low-key. Tan Liangzhe pondered deeply and secretly kept the words of lawyer Luo Sanpao in his heart. But seeing that Luo Xiang didn't know whether he was a good teacher or didn't know where his professional habits came from, he shook his head and continued. Xiao Tan, the workplace is very complicated, and you have a lot to learn. If I don't say anything else, let's just say that you made a mistake. Who do you think is responsible? Tan Liangzhe was stunned, without even thinking about it. Then it must be on me. The boss has already explained it. If I make a mistake, it must be my responsibility. Well, that's a good point. Luo Xiang nodded and asked again, then if the boss is involved in something and the matter goes wrong, then who is responsible? Tan Liangzhe was speechless. It's up to you. Luo Xiang shook his head. The boss was involved and the matter went wrong. It's because you didn't execute it properly. Tan Liangzhe suddenly realized. But Luo Xiang asked again. The boss gave instructions and things went wrong. Whose fault is it? Mine. Tan Liangzhe asked. That must be your problem. Even if the boss gave instructions and things went wrong, it must be because you didn't understand it properly. Keep talking. Tan Liangzhe had already picked up his notebook and memorized it. Then let me ask you again. The boss gave instructions and participated, but things still went wrong. Who do you think is responsible? Luo Xiang asked with a smile. This boss. Tan Liangzhe asked in a low voice. Although I think my answer is correct, I still feel a little unsure. Really? Luo Xiang shook his head. Wrong. Big mistake. The leader gave instructions and participated, and you still messed up the matter. That means you didn't implement it properly. This responsibility must be your fault. Tan Liangzhe asked nervously. Then no matter what the reason is, it must be my fault. Hey, what do you mean by this? Can the boss still harm you and make you take the blame? Luo Xiang shook his head. Xiao Tan, if the leader puts you in a high position, can it harm you? If there is a problem, it must be your own problem. You have to keep this in mind. Not only do you admit your mistake in words, but you also have to have this awareness in your heart. Let's talk about the topic just now. Things went wrong. No matter what the reason was, it was because you betrayed the boss's trust and failed to seize the opportunity the boss gave you. Boss, you must not make any mistakes. Can this be done? Tan Liangzhe's eyes were opened, and he felt that he had come to the right place to learn from this experience. But at this moment, Luo Xiang had received the email from Gu Xiu. After glancing at it, he suddenly said, Of course, you don't have to remember what I just said. It's not important. Tan Liangzhe couldn't help but wonder. but I feel it makes sense. This is obviously a rule that must be known in the workplace. Luo Xiang shook his head. I wouldn't dare say it if it were any other boss. But if it was our boss, you only need to remember one thing. What's going on? With the boss here, it's impossible to mess it up. Looking down, Luo Xiang saw at a glance that the names of songs and singers were densely written on the form. The First Snow, in 2002. Pray for Buddha. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. 10,000 reasons. Perfume is poisonous. Autumn will not come back. Whap. Uncle Goo made his debut again, with a song frequency of one song every 3 days, which shocked the entire music industry. His performance even ranked among the top 10 in the CRBT subscription list. CRBT Sky came back to life again. Uncle Goo came out and immediately led the trend of the times. Many professional organizations called him the godfather of the music industry. The singer made an appointment again and expressed his willingness to license the song to CRBT Sky for free, hoping to get Uncle Goo to help write the song. Rat Loves Rice has been successively sought after by Neon and Kimchi, and many companies hope to obtain the cover copyright. After 2 years of dormancy, he comes back again, and he is still the king. When Uncle Goo comes out, who can compete with him? The Spring Festival is approaching, which means that the year is about to end. Gushio got up, washed up, had breakfast, and opened newspapers and magazines. He immediately saw this dazzling array of titles. Good guy. It's almost blowing up to the sky. Dad, it seems that you are really Uncle Goo's true fan. Gushio couldn't help but say. Gu Jianjun on the side was stunned. What is a true fan? In order to prevent Comrade Gu Jianjun from asking if the fans could be cooked, Gushio rolled his eyes. But, in order to prevent the old father from going crazy, Gushio explained. Now the whole world is scolding Uncle Goo. In our family, we don't see those reports at all. Dad, I don't believe you when you say you are not a true fan. Those media are all nonsense. Speaking of this, Gu Jianjun suddenly became angry. They actually said that the songs written by Uncle Goo are getting more and more tacky and vulgar. What is this if not nonsense? I just think these songs are pretty good. They're catchy, energetic, and they can make people, those words sound like that. Isn't that a good song? You're talking about resonance, right? Gushio blinked. Yes, it's resonance. Comrade Gu Jianjun nodded repeatedly. As written in this magazine, songs can't just be sunny and snowy. People from the lower reaches can also become art. I think this sentence is right. What is vulgarity? These songs are obviously written from the perspective of ordinary people, extraordinary songs that are nice and easy to sing. And those singers also sing with emotion. These songs are so good. Why are they vulgar? Comrade Gu Jianjun complained. This has been the norm for Comrade Gu Jianjun these days. He almost turns into a fighting chicken whenever someone says that Uncle Goo songs are not good. Gu Jianjun can fight with people immediately. Fortunately, this old comrade is busy as the boss. Otherwise, he would probably have to ask Gushio to learn computers and compete with others on online forums. But not in line. It doesn't mean there is no other way. Anyway, Comrade Gu Jianjun used his own way to support Uncle Goo. As long as Uncle Goo releases a new song, he doesn't even need to listen to it. He just chooses to subscribe to the ringtone. Not only did he subscribe himself, but he also introduced a policy in his hotel. His employees subscribed to Uncle Goo's ringtones, and Gu Jianjun paid them all. Highlight a heroic spirit. Highlight the inhumanity of a trench. The employees were all excited. As for Gushio, he was really grateful. Look, what does it mean to be a good father? What is a high-quality fan? Even Gushio was so excited that he wanted to give Comrade Gu Jianjun an autograph photo on the spot. But after thinking about it, my butt is big. However, people like Gu Jianjun, who have the same name and surname as themselves, almost have no brainless support for Uncle Goo. The outside world's doubts about Uncle Goo's vest have become very popular during this period. Walk out the door and stop at the newsstand. The dazzling newspapers and magazines all read something similar. Uncle Goo has exhausted all his talents. Uncle Goo has written many excellent songs. After such a long time, I thought Uncle Goo would bring some excellent works, but I didn't expect that all he brought would be such saliva songs. I was so disappointed. Originally, I thought that Uncle Goo was a songwriter with high-end tastes and noble pursuits, but now it seems that Uncle Goo is a complete bumpkin. If this kind of song wasn't related to Uncle Goo, I would have thought it was written by a peasant uncle. I'm sorry that I can't appreciate it. I don't understand why everyone likes this kind of song. Is this the beauty of our people? I can't understand how such a song can become popular. In our country, the majority are still country bumpkins. There are so many similar remarks and reports. At a glance, if Comrade Gu Jianjun comes, his blood pressure will rise within minutes. In fact, there have been a lot of reports like this during this period, and all major media and sections are talking about similar topics. Uncle Goo's song, Earth. In fact, not only these media magazines, but also some well-known celebrities and idols have made many similar remarks in external interviews. To be honest, I'm still very disappointed with Uncle Goo. 2 years ago, Uncle Goo gave me a spiritual feeling, but now he's getting further and further down the road. What are you talking about? I publicly asked Uncle Goo to write a song before. That's a lie, absolutely false. You know this is slander. Even if it's true, but now Uncle Goo, even if he really wants to write a song for me, I still have to hesitate. His current songs disappoint me very much. They are too corny. Uncle Goo is so disappointing. In the past, his songs have always been by Yue Guang in my heart, whether it is Jiangnan, Light Chaser, or Exaggerated, and even the earlier girls' dormitory songs are also very good. But what is going on with the current songs? I am sorry that I can't appreciate them. I think Uncle Goo has now given up on his previous artistic route and has begun to compromise with money. These songs of his do make money, but they also abandon what art should be. These remarks can be said to be quite sharp. The left sentence is artistic, the right sentence is vulgar, and Uncle Goo is described as an ugly person who has been completely polluted by business. Like a trash producer who pollutes art and music. It seems to be in their eyes. A person like Uncle Goo should be someone who puts all his attention on art and gives up on commercial value. Someone who has turned to art full-time. It would be best if you could live in poverty but never give up for 5 buckets of rice. Are there such people? In fact, there are some, although not many, but at least one admirable singer Gu Xiu knows has such integrity. Otherwise, people wouldn't be able to write songs like Ordinary Road. But the person who said such words at this moment obviously does not exist. To these people, Gu Xiu didn't even bother to respond. What's more, when Uncle Goo's reputation has reached this level, in fact, even if he doesn't say anything. But still, there are countless people. I am happy to help Uncle Goo clear his name. Although most of our supporters are like Comrade Gu Jianjun, they basically have no time to be keyboard warriors. But is there any connection between liking a song and whether the song has the so-called artistic quality? Wow. It turns out, the credibility of the news media in this era no longer has the same high reputation as it once did. At least, in the entertainment sector, many people actually hold a skeptical attitude more often than not. This is the ideological awakening brought about by the rise of the national economy. They have learned to question and think. At this point, this can be seen from Uncle Goo's current situation. Although 99% of traditional media, newspapers, and entertainment magazines are full of abuse and ridicule on the internet, such discussions have become polarized. In fact, at the beginning, there were quite a few people who followed Feng and scolded Uncle Goo. But slowly, and I don't know when it started, people were surprised to find out the support rate for Uncle Goo on the internet. But it started to improve. Does liking a song have anything to do with whether it has the so-called artistic quality? My answer is, there is a relationship. That's right. What is art? Is it the kind of sitting in a concert and listening to classical music? The problem is, aren't the people who say these things also use tapes, radios, and MP3s to listen to songs? This is like talking about sketches and 2-person performances that are vulgar. It is so ridiculous that it makes people uncomfortable. Speaking of concerts, I just want to know, those who said Uncle Goo songs are vulgar, some of them have been to concerts, and some of them go to theaters every week. This is real art. Why don't you watch it? After seeing so many reports and criticisms from the media, I deliberately learned computer typing. I just want to say Uncle Goo is very good. I like this person very much, and I like all his songs. The uncle upstairs is right. How come these songs from Liba people under the white snow in spring are tacky? They were obviously created among the people. Why don't you say that your parents are tacky when you say this? Public opinion is actually quite interesting. In the past, everyone believed whatever the media said, and the more it was said, the more popular it became, and the more everyone believed it. But one topic has been talked about for more than half a month. That's different. At the beginning, the audience may still believe it and think about whether there is something wrong with their own aesthetics. But when this topic seems like an insurmountable hurdle, many people will start to think about it. Is it possible that the problem is not my own aesthetics, but the aesthetics of those media and magazines? Call it rebellion or doubt. But at least this time, because of fuel culture's heavy investment, the reputation of several well-known media magazines has begun to decline rapidly. Even sales have been affected. On the contrary, when someone occasionally praises Uncle Goo, sales remain high. Many people can tell at a glance what the support rate is. And Uncle Goo supporters are not just ordinary netizens, people and trolls, but also many singers. Everything seems to have started a cycle again. Uncle Goo jumped up under controversial circumstances and reached the top with the Huashan sword theory. And now, Uncle Goo was once again questioned. But the difference is that this time, Uncle Goo didn't even say anything, and no one even from his company Kaling Sky offered any excuses. Because it's not necessary. Because this time, even if Uncle Goo himself didn't speak, the people who supported him were still supporting him. Moreover, there are many well-known people in the industry. I saw a lot of people saying that Uncle Goo's new song is tacky, and I think the word is wrong. If you say tacky, does that mean that the songs we have listened to before are all tacky? Seeing so many people scolding Uncle Goo, on the contrary, I feel that Uncle Goo has unimaginable potential, and his song creation always seems to be eclectic. He can do it in Yangchun Baixue, and he can do it in Lower Riba. He is a person full of unique colors. I really hope that I can have the opportunity to meet Uncle Goo himself. Songs need an audience, and the most important thing is that the audience likes and resonates with them. As for the style of the song, it doesn't actually matter. A song is not that complicated. To put it bluntly, it just sounds good. I seem to have heard before that songwriters should not pursue profits. I feel like this is a joke. Do you really think that if you starve to death tomorrow, you can make good music today? Supporters on the internet may not represent anything, but the speeches of these other singers are completely different. The reversal of word of mouth seemed to happen in just a moment. In fact, and indeed it is, as these singers finished their speeches, some singers, celebrities, and seniors who were really famous in the industry also started to speak one after another. Oh, that's good. Uncle Goo is very talented. I think with him here, there's no need to worry about his status in the Chinese music world. In fact, I want to talk to Uncle Goo about song creation 2 years ago. I've never met Xiao Goo, but it's okay to call him Xiao Goo. His songs are very good and very spiritual. I'm looking forward to this young man's future. Uncle Goo doesn't frame himself in a fixed circle, which is rare. It shows that you can see anything unexpected in him. In the past, I might have liked a certain songwriter for a while, but it was difficult to like him for a lifetime. But the surprise that Uncle Goo brought me this time, I feel that I should be able to like such a person for a lifetime, because he can always bring you new surprises. Each of these big guys has a very high status in the music and entertainment circles. Naturally, those who can reach this point are actually very difficult to be interfered by capital. When it comes to speaking, there are naturally not too many worries, let alone any interest involved. When you say something like this at this time, your attitude is already obvious. Support Uncle Goo. And the words of these people cause the already divided discussion on the internet to instantly set off a wave of word-of-mouth counterattack. But this is actually not the best thing. The most awesome thing is that just when everyone thought that this kind of controversy might continue, there was a program scheduled from the Spring Festival Gala. But thoroughly bring this discussion. Push to a climax. Song Mouse Loves Rice, singer, Xiang Xiang. Song 2 Butterflies, singer, Pang Long. The song The First Snow in 2002, singer and songwriter, Dao Lang. On the program schedule, one after another songs that are now popular all over the country were pushed onto the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. One after another, now famous singers have been invited. This means official confirmation. Arrive also means Wang Jia, coming. WAP, 30 years old. Gu Xiu was still sleeping when comrade Gu Jianjun woke him up from the bed. On the grounds that a boy of this age should help with the housework, he gave Gu Xiu a broom and asked him to clean the house. As for comrade Gu Jianjun himself, he went straight to the vegetable market and started shopping in preparation for the New Year's Eve dinner of the evening. Chinese New Year is a good thing for children, but New Year's Eve is definitely not a good thing for Gu Xiu, because comrade Gu Jianjun is a traditional person. In his opinion, the Spring Festival should be in style. So even though Gu Xiu had suggested to him before, the Spring Festival Hotel would continue to open and accept reservations for the New Year's Eve reunion dinner, Gu Jianjun refused without thinking. You should have a good reunion dinner during the Spring Festival and go to a restaurant to eat. What's the point of celebrating the New Year? It doesn't matter if you don't make money. Besides, you suggest this. Are you planning to be lazy? After such questioning, Gu Xiu could only hold his nose and obey. His thing is actually very simple. Sweep dust, oil paste, and paste Spring Festival couplets. However, it sounds simple, but in fact the work content is quite complicated. At least sweeping the dust is very troublesome. The spider webs in the corners of the ceiling and walls, the dust under the sofa and table, and even the cleaning of the doors and windows at home. For a child as young as 8 years old, it was an absolute traumatic disaster. Fortunately, the biggest injustice, the arrival of good brother Shi Qingsong, got a helper for Gu Xiu. Throwing the broom to him, Gu Xiu leisurely made himself a cup of tea. Brother Xiu, I'm here to play with you, not to help you clean up. If you do this, I always feel bad. Shi Qingsong felt a little worried. Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. It doesn't feel good. Isn't it normal to go out on a limb for a brother? What's the point of suffering a little? But Shi Qingsong hesitated, especially looking at the way Gu Xiu crossed his legs. He felt that brother Xiu was not being honest this time. Will your sister come later? Well, she should be coming over. Our family is celebrating the new year at your house this year, and she will definitely come over to help. That's it. When your sister comes later, you can just leave the work to her. Don't say brother Xiu didn't teach you. Good idea. Shi Qingsong's eyes lit up, and then he felt something was wrong. But brother Xiu, what about you? Me? Gu Xiu shook his head, his face a little solemn. I'm still thinking about the last time I hid the truth from Uncle Shi and lied that your family's phone bill was used by me. How can I continue to do it? Shi Qingsong. What's wrong? Gu Xiu was surprised. It's okay. Brother Xiu, please rest. I'll help you clean up today. Good brother, I'm in my heart. Gu Xiu was so moved that his chest thumped. This is a coincidence. When on-demand stations were on the rise, Shi Qingsong took advantage of the fact that no one was at home and frantically called the on-demand stations with his landline phone. It feels great. It's just that the results are a little less pleasant. Shi Chunlai came back and found out that the phone bill was over 1,000 yuan in arrears, so he hanged Shi Qingsong up on the spot. Shi Qingsong is a tough young man. Without hesitation, he sold Gu Xiu directly. It's brother Xiu. Brother Xiu ordered it. I didn't do anything. I just watched TV with brother Xiu. This method is not bad. In the end, Shi Chunlai only gave his boy a brief lesson. He didn't have a nerve to teach Gu Xiu a lesson, so he just pretended that it didn't happen. When Gu Xiu found out, he became depressed. Good guy. Pony boy is being dishonest. Now that I finally got the opportunity for revenge, how could I just let it go? However, his leisurely life has not yet begun. There was already a commotion downstairs, and Gu Xiu could still hear Gu Jianjun's shouts from downstairs. Help everyone. Let's eat pig-killing rice later. Gu Xiu stuck his head out. Good guy, I saw a big fat pig at a glance, tied up with big belly. Pulled from the van. The neighbors who were still watching heard that there was a pig-killing meal, which was very efficient, and a group of people quickly set up a wooden frame. The pig was hung up in minutes. Immediately afterwards, various large plastic basins and hot water bottles were brought out. I'm going to blanch it, but Uncle Gu wants to buy a pig. Shi Song's face was filled with shock. The same goes for Gu Xiao. He had seen pigs being slaughtered before in Zhou County, but since coming to Jiangcheng, he had never seen anything like this before. Originally thought, Comrade Gu Jianjun just went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. Unexpectedly, he turned around and brought back a big fat pig. The two good buddies no longer worry about cleaning. He picked up the basin and rushed downstairs. There are a lot of good things from killing pigs, so you must grab some good ones. When I came downstairs, I saw Shi Chunlai there, arranging people to start preparations, and Comrade Gu Jianjun was sharpening a kitchen knife at the side. Gu Xiao stepped forward and asked. Gu Jianjun's face was full of weirdness. This pig was given in a lottery. Lottery. Gu Xiao's mind started buzzing when he heard these two words. He looked at Comrade Gu Jianjun with suspicion, no matter how he looked or felt. This is a pig thief. It's really a lottery gift. Shi Chunlai, holding a cigarette in his mouth, laughed and explained, Isn't our family celebrating the new year at your house today? I was thinking about buying some groceries before coming over, but I didn't expect to meet your dad at the vegetable market, so we went shopping together. Turns out, we had just bought 10 kilograms of pork, and the pork jerky boss suddenly pulled your dad and said they were holding a lottery to sell pork. Hey, I thought your dad even won the Land Rover, so it's reasonable to win the prize by selling pork. I didn't expect that in the lottery. I actually won a big fat pig, and we pulled it back on the spot. It looked like it had been raised for several years, and it was still a wild boar. This is a good thing. Your dad just brought it back and planned to make a pig-killing meal to treat the neighbors. When Shi Chunlai came, everyone around him was amazed. Outrageous shouting. Pork dealers hold lottery draws, which is something no one expected. But with the facts in front of us, no matter how outrageous things are, there seems to be nothing surprising. Moreover, when I heard that Gu Jianjun was going to treat everyone to a pig-killing meal, I was even more amazed. He praised Gu Jianjun for being a good man and being rewarded. Otherwise, how could his luck be so unnatural? It's Gu Xiao. I always feel that something is not quite right about this. This routine. What's the matter with a bit of déjà vu? Is this really luck? Or, you bastard, what are you doing standing still? Prepare a basin to catch the pig's blood. Gu Xiao was still in a daze when he saw Comrade Gu Jianjun sharpening his knife and walking towards the big fat pig on the shelf, calling to Gu Xiao. At that moment, Gu Xiao threw away all the doubts in his heart. Nothing is more important than killing pigs now. This stuff is really fragrant. Wow. The matter of killing pigs was actually something that left a deep impression on Gu Xiao, whether in his previous life or in this life. In his previous life, Comrade Lao Gu scrimped on food and clothing to repay the money. After paying off the debt, he was busy raising money to support Gu Xiao. Pork or something. In the Gu family, normalcy should be considered a luxury. But, unexpectedly, when Gu Xiao was growing up, pork was actually not that precious. The biggest reason is that Gu Jianjun is good at killing pigs. Anyone who killed pigs in his previous life would ask Comrade Gu Jianjun for help. This naturally makes it legitimate to eat pork. The more generous ones would even give Gu Jianjun some pork, offal, and pig blood. So Gu Xiao in the previous life. I was deeply impressed by the matter of killing pigs, and even developed a subconscious behavior in many cases. Like now, Comrade Lao Gu was just about to kill the pig when Gu Xiao was already ready to pick up Huang Wang. This thing is a good thing. Stir-fried garlic sprouts and pig blood are very fragrant. If you can't finish it, you can also add chili seasoning to marinate it to make blood-spicy food. If you can add some intestines and stomach, it will be very fragrant. The father and son cooperated tacitly, and the people around them helped. Not long after, a pig was divided into different parts in different pots. At noon, everyone set up a large shed under the residential building. Had a hot meal of pig-killing rice. Gu Xiao smeared his mouth with oil as he ate, while Gu Jianjun came over with a bowl in his arms and looked at his boy up and down with a bit of doubt in his eyes. Does your boy know how to kill pigs? You will understand after seeing more. Gu Xiao replied subconsciously. Have you seen too much? Gu Jianjun was surprised. Fortunately, Gu Xiu reacted quickly. Remembering that in this life, his father had never taken him to kill a pig, he immediately explained, "Dad, you don't understand. Nowadays, you can learn everything in college, including how to raise sows. Killing pigs is considered a basic operation. Is there anything else?" Gu Jianjun's eyes straightened, and he called him a good guy. "Are you still taught how to kill pigs in college?" I wanted to ask a few more questions, but thinking of my son's mysterious teacher, I finally nodded and gave up. After finishing a pig-killing meal at noon, Comrade Gu Jianjun received a lot of goodwill from neighbors. Chinese cabbage, cauliflower, lotus root, whatever, etc. will be delivered to anyone who has more. Finally clicked. Good guy. No need to go to the vegetable market anymore. In fact, just the meat and vegetables stored at home are enough for the father and son to eat until the Lantern Festival. The afternoon was busy again. When Comrade Gu Jianjun was at home, of course Gu Xiu could no longer squeeze and exploit classmate Shi Qing's song, and could only follow the cleaning obediently. Good thing. Shi Jian also came in the afternoon. The three young men worked together, and they really didn't feel tired. At least Gu Xiu felt pretty good. After the boys cleaned up, they began to make paste and prepare to put up spring festival couplets. The words were written by Gu Xiu. At this time, I have to praise Mr. Liang Xining by name. Thanks to his strict guidance, Gu Xiu's calligraphy level is really good. Although I am not a master of calligraphy, I can write spring festival couplets or something like that, which is really no problem. Even Shi Chunlai always praised Gu Xiu for his awesomeness. Of course, after praising Gu Xiu, he would definitely have to scold his own Shi Qing song a few more times. Fortunately, this kid has long been used to it. As for my father, I really follow the rule of thumb. Go in with the left ear and go out with the right ear. Anyway, in this lively and joyful atmosphere, New Year's Eve finally came at night. Outside the window, firecrackers were blasting and fireworks continued. The 6 members of the 2 families in the house toasted together. Happy Spring Festival. Next year will be better. Good health. The Spring Festival Gala is a must-have during the Spring Festival and is definitely not to be missed. This year's skit is as good as ever. At least it can make everyone at the dinner table laugh. During the singing program, Comrade Gu Jianjun seemed very happy. Did you see that this song was written by Uncle Gu, who has the same name as me? A lot of people were scolding it before, but then they put the song directly on the Spring Festival Gala. What is this called? This is called official recognition. This is called real art. Comrade Gu Jianjun looked very happy, with a bright smile. I heard that the Spring Festival Gala programs are determined and rehearsed more than half a year in advance. These songs have only been released for a long time, so they will go directly to the Spring Festival Gala. Aren't they afraid of screwing up? Shi Chunlai expressed his doubts. Isn't this more proof that it comes from the official approval? Gu Jianjun chuckled. The Spring Festival Gala is originally for the public, and the programs chosen must also be programs that the public likes to watch. Although these songs were released for a short time, but everyone likes these songs. Anyone who is not blind knows that the Spring Festival Gala director should do what he likes. I think it is normal. This explanation is reasonable. Even if it is unreasonable, no one will delve into it. It was Gu Xiu who always had a smile on his face. Listen to everyone's discussion. Shi Chun said it well. In many cases, preparation for the Spring Festival Gala program need to be started half a year in advance. This kind of program, with the highest ratings every year, has no room for mistakes. Although the popularity of the successive songs of Crail Sky is getting higher and higher, normally speaking, they will definitely not be able to keep up with this year's Spring Festival Gala. But that's for ordinary people. Kailing Tian has the Yi family sign on her body. In many cases, naturally she cannot be treated by the standards of ordinary people. In fact, Gu Xiu was a little confused at the beginning. Later, it was Yi Mingyu who called him and told him about this matter. And then Gu Xiu realized that the energy of the Yi family could be so great. Gu Xiu would not refuse this kind of rational use of resources and relationships. That's it. I heard that Fuller culture was having a hard time. Rumor has it that during this period, They suffered backlash from singers and were embroiled in contract disputes. Moreover, there seems to be a problem with their capital chain, and many people have even begun to speculate that this company may explode after the Spring Festival. But these don't matter to Guccio. As he said before, Fuller culture has never been an opponent to him. If it is exhausted, it can only be regarded as a large ant. No matter life or death, this ant will never be able to shake the growth of CRBT Sky. A dinner. The two families ate until 10 o'clock in the evening. After finishing the meal, the food is put away, the candies and drinks are served, and the next step is the children's favorite part. Give out red envelopes. Shi Qing-song pinched the red envelope in his hand and became very happy at that time, but his eyes were more focused on the red envelope in his sister's hand. Of course, Guccio is not so naive. He was still staring at the TV, looking at the clock above the TV. When the time passed midnight, fireworks filled the sky outside the window, and the hosts on TV sang, "Tonight, I will unforgettable." New Year. It's officially started. P.S. I know what the big guys are going to say. I've had high fevers over the past few days, and I've been to the hospital every day for intravenous injections. My brain is like paste. Please forgive me. I'll speed up my pace as soon as I recover. WAP. New Year's Eve passed. It means that the Spring Festival has finally arrived. Early on the first day of the new year, while Guccio was still in bed, he was called by Shi Qing-song, who was carrying a huge sum of money and was very excited. Brother Xiao, today is the first day of the new year. How can you still sleep in? It's time to get up. Guccio rolled his eyes at this. She didn't plan to leave him at first, but she heard Shi Qing-song say, "Brother Xiao, my female classmates have all made appointments. We can't keep others waiting." Guccio, I'll get up right away. Ahem. It's definitely not that Guccio has any interest in female classmates. Mainly out of curiosity. After all, elementary school students with snot bubbles and fashionable college students have had close contact. This middle school student with student hair. Guccio is still a little interested. In less than 3 minutes, Guccio finished washing himself, brushing his teeth, and peeing in the morning, and said hello to comrade Gu Jianjun, who was planning to lie down at home for a while. Excitedly, he and Shi Qing-song went out. Really a little bit of expectation, because during this period, Shi Qing-song chatted with Guccio every now and then about a certain female classmate of his. Among his compliments, she was an unrivaled and most beautiful woman in the world. I don't know how many descriptions have been used to describe her, such as skin as mutton fat and tranquility as a virgin. Even Guccio couldn't help but feel curious. But when Guccio saw the perfect girl described by Shi Qing-song, he suddenly thought of a serious question. Shi Qing-song, this guy, fell in love prematurely, right? Otherwise, how could he describe this girl, who looked a little elegant and quiet, but obviously had not yet grown up, as a beauty that had never been seen before or since? After thinking about this clearly, Guccio shook his head and patted Shi Qing-song on the shoulder. Seize the opportunity and cherish the moment. Shi Qing-song was confused. Guccio had no intention of explaining, but in the next half day, he behaved extremely low-key and even occasionally helped Shi Qing-song highlight his personality. Puppy love is quite normal. As long as no one is killed, this matter is actually a very memorable thing. Guccio has no intention of persuading or stopping anything as an elder. After all, this might be one of Shi Qing-song's beautiful memories in the future. After watching a movie in the morning, a few people went to the amusement park in the afternoon. On the way, they saw Shi Qing-song's heroic appearance. Guccio couldn't help but wonder, where did you get so much money? Hey, of course it belongs to that idiot Shi Jin. Shi Qing-song chuckled. She was still sleeping this morning, and I secretly went under her pillow and touched it off. Good guy. Guccio's face was full of helplessness. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Uncle Shi? If you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, you won't be afraid. Besides, Shi Jiyun has so many red envelopes. It's not normal not to lose 1 or 2 red envelopes every year. Shi Qing-song was not afraid at all. Apparently a repeat offender. Guccio hesitated for a long time and finally thought about it and sighed deeply. Ching Song, your father must not know about puppy love. One sentence made sure Ching Song feel shy. Wha? What is puppy love? What you said, Brother Xiao. How can I have puppy love here? Huh, Brother Xiao, please don't talk nonsense. In this regard, Gu Xiao just shook his head. I was thinking in my mind, should I help my uncle or my girlfriend? They say brothers are like siblings and women are like clothes. If that doesn't work, cut off a hand? After all, Gu Xiao couldn't do anything like chopping off his hand. In fact, Gu Xiao only had one day off during the Spring Festival. Starting from the second day of the new year, he was taken around by Gu Jianjun. Although Gu Jianjun didn't have many relatives anymore, he still had a lot of friends, and since he was nostalgic, he only had one day off during the Spring Festival and started giving out various gifts and red envelopes. Not just from Jiangsheng. On the third day of the new year, Gu Jianjun drove his pink Land Rover and took Gu Xiao back to Zhou County. Needless to say, they're old neighbors and friends. The two men also went to worship their ancestors on the mountain in their hometown. On the way, Gu Jianjun found the owner of the papermaking shop. No surprises. No news. That person never called me after that. I did call him, but the phone was always turned off. I guess he can't be found. Hearing what the owner of the paper shop said, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but sigh. After winning the lottery. In fact, Gu Jianjun never gave up the search for Gu Xiao's mother. But unfortunately, Gu Xiao still had nothing to gain after spending so much money. What's more, Dad, do you know what kind of person my grandmother is? Gu Xiao suddenly asked on the way. Your grandma? Gu Jianjun was surprised. Gu Xiao nodded, with curiosity on his face. Yes, I seem to have never heard of Grandma. Do you know her? What a pity. Gu Jianjun shook his head. When I met your mother, your grandmother was no longer here, and I didn't know much about her. Gu Jianjun shook his head. What about my grandpa? Gu Xiao asked again. Gu Jianjun shook his head again. Then I don't know. Your mother didn't tell me about your grandpa. Seeing that his boy was a little disappointed, Gu Jianjun said, but your grandpa and grandma must also be cultural people. Oh, why do you say that? Because your grandpa left a pen to your grandma before, and after your grandma passed away, the pen was given to your mother. In those days, people didn't have enough to eat, and it was rare to still have a pen. Being able to keep this thing at least shows that you can read. Gu Jianjun has his own theory. But Gu Xiao, fountain pen? Hear these two words. Gu Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he was not completely without his mother's token. In fact, when Gu Jianjun passed away on the hospital bed in his previous life, he had left that pen to Gu Xiao. That pen is actually quite unique. Gu Xiao still remembers the uniform shape of the pen, but when Gu Xiao was busy arranging his father's funeral affairs, he just glanced at the pen and stuffed it into the cabinet. Never took it out again. Gu Xiao didn't pay too much attention at first. Even after he was reborn, Gu Xiao ignored the fact that this happened. Now that he heard his father talking about it again, Gu Xiao couldn't help but ask more questions. But unexpectedly, Gu Jianjun shook his head helplessly. The pen is gone. It's gone. Gu Xiao was incredulous. In his previous life, Comrade Gu Jianjun thought of that thing as a thought and carried it with him almost all the time, even giving it to him until his death. How could such careful protection disappear? And this is different from the previous life. I don't know. I had it with me all the time. I was busy in the store for the past few months. When I went back one night, I found that the pen was missing. I searched for several days, but I couldn't find it. If your mother knew about it, she might blame me. Gu Jianjun sighed and seemed to remember something at the end, and then said, by the way, when the pen disappeared, it was when you went to Yinjing to participate in the competition. Oh, I asked everyone in the store to help me look for it, but I couldn't find it. Maybe this is my fate. Gu Jianjun, an atheist, couldn't help but sigh at this time. Obviously, he still had some grudges about this matter. But Gu Xiao life? If Dad still holds that pen, maybe everything is really life-threatening. But why did the pen that was so good in the previous life disappear like this? Why did it disappear like this when I was in Yinjing last time? This thing, can it be a coincidence? Wow. Gu Xiao was very silent for the rest of the journey. Gu Jianjun just thought he was tired and didn't say anything more. But he didn't know. This 8-year-old boy's brain is running at high speed at the moment. He sensed something was wrong. This world, what a huge difference from my previous life. This difference does not mean that Gu Jianjun is developing well now and has no worries about food and clothing. Nor does it mean that he, a reborn person, is no longer an ordinary 8-year-old primary school student, but has become a boss of multiple companies. Although these differences are real, they're also caused by Gu Xiao's own interference and change step by step. These things will change, which is actually normal. But there is something. Logically speaking, it is impossible to change. For example, if Gu Xiao does not participate or interfere in lottery drawings or stock market conditions, there will basically be no butterfly effect. This is the result of Gu Xiao's analysis in the stock market before. The butterfly effect does exist, but the emergence of any butterfly effect requires him, a reborn person, to wave his wings to change the final result. Normally, a matter that has nothing to do with him at all. Without his interference at all, this matter will only proceed along the established route. Nothing will change. But the situation seems to be different now. The pen that was well kept by comrade Gu Jianjun in his previous life disappeared inexplicably. Yi Mingyu, who had no communication in his previous life, suddenly came to find him. Even a mysterious phone number from the Devil's capital. Gu Xiao couldn't be sure whether it had happened in the previous life or whether it had not happened at all. There are many things that seem to have appeared unconsciously. But why is this happening? In the past 2 years since I was reborn, everything has developed as planned. Even if there is a butterfly effect, it is basically within the scope of influence. At least it has never happened. Things that have nothing to do with me suddenly have some historical deviations. This is completely different from the butterfly effect I studied before. If I make a hypothesis, all butterfly effect changes occur because of my intervention. Does that mean that some things in this life have also changed because of my intervention? What did I do? Gu Xiao fell into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, he did do a lot of things in the past 2 years, but he didn't think that these things would affect his mother. Or, in my previous life, I had no news about my mother until 20 years later. My father died on the hospital bed, and I didn't even expect any news from my mother. But in this life, although there's still not much news, it seems to be different. Is there a possibility? My mother in the previous life may have been long gone, and in this life, she may be alive. Even, maybe she has something to do with me. Whoa, thinking of this, Gu Xiao's eyes instantly brightened. In fact, his analysis. There isn't much logic at all, or even much basis, but I don't know why. After this analysis appeared, Gu Xiao felt that. It seems that I am close to the truth. Although, even after drawing these seemingly useless conclusions, he still has no clues about his mother. But Gu Xiao suddenly figured something out. He needs to change. Keep changing. Come back after rebirth. Constantly rewriting history as it should have happened. Rewrite the script of this world. As long as there are more changes, there will be greater discrepancies between this world and the previous life, and, similarly, there may be some regrets in the previous life. Disappear, and it's not just about changing yourself. Dad! Gu Xiao turned his head and looked at comrade Gu Jianjun, who was still driving. Gu Jianjun replied, "Do you want to pee? I'll stop on the side of the road later." Gu Xiao, what a mood destroyer. Resisting the urge to kick the old comrade down, Gu Xiao asked, "What's your plan for the restaurant follow-up, Dad?" Gu Jianjun was stunned, obviously not expecting why his son would suddenly talk about this. After thinking about it, he said, "Let's go to the provincial capital. After the spring festival, I will go there and open our branch." This was a plan that had been planned before. Gu Jianjun naturally had nothing to hide, and even analyzed it for Gu Xiao. I have already inspected the market. Although the taste in the provincial capital is slightly different from that in Jiangsheng, it is basically the same. There must be a market there. Currently, I have started to contact several store locations that I am optimistic about. After the spring festival, I will go here. Gu Xiao nodded. In fact, comrade Gu Jianjun no longer needs any help from Gu Xiao in starting his own business. He may still be the somewhat innocent and down-to-earth Gu Jianjun, But these 2 years of experience in the shopping mall have already laid a solid foundation for him. At least, Gu Jianjun really didn't need Gu Xiu's help when it came to expanding his territory. But it's too slow. Dad, I think we should speed up. Gu Xiu shook his head. Speed up. Gu Jianjun shook his head without hesitation. That's not possible. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Isn't there a saying that haste makes waste? When it comes to opening a restaurant and doing business, the most taboo thing is impatience. I think our current speed is quite good. We work steadily and step by step to minimize risks. Gu Jianjun told the truth. He has a complete territory expansion plan. What he has to do is to run his hotel bit by bit for 10 years. Gu Xiu hesitated for a moment at his father's words, but finally nodded. Dad was right. Haste makes waste. Not to mention hotel management. It requires caution in itself. Hasty expansion will only expose more problems. When Gu Jianjun has no plans to go public and cut leaks, the current model is actually the most suitable. But Gu Xiu supported his father's idea, but he felt a little more urgent in his heart. Since you can change the world, so why not pick up the pace? In fact, after he was reborn, Gu Xiu had always been Buddhist-minded about money and assets, and didn't have much pursuit. Although he has no pursuits, he still made a balance of 1 billion, which is somewhat hurtful. But it's true. Many times, Gu Xiu has been fishing or playing a nurturing game, muddling through. When you can lie down, never stand. For earning more and earning less. At the beginning, Gu Xiu was still excited, but later on, he even lost his motivation. After all, when there is so much money that it is just a number, there will be some distortion. After all, in the final analysis, he is just an 8-year-old child, and he doesn't need this if he wants to pursue too many things. Even if Gu Xiu doesn't do anything now, he can spend the rest of his life very freely and abundantly. To put it bluntly, there is just no momentum. But now, when Gu Xiu discovered that he seemed to have been influencing and changing the world, and might even affect some established results in his previous life, Gu Xiu suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. A sense of urgency to change everything. Wow. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, during this holiday, when people were still relatively affluent and there were not so many kings, most people were still immersed in the atmosphere of the Spring Festival. Never left. Comrade Gu Jianjun got up early that morning, packed his luggage, and went straight to the provincial capital. He has to work on his new territory. Gu Xiu did not go with him. After all, the situation in the provincial capital had not yet opened up. Even if he took Gu Xiu there, Gu Jianjun would not have time to take care of Gu Xiu. Might as well just do it. He was entrusted to Zhou Ying. In fact, Gu Jianjun planned to throw Gu Xiu to the Shi family at the beginning. After all, Gu Xiu followed them, and Gu Jianjun was very relieved. Besides, with the relationship between the two families, he was not afraid that Gu Xiu would cause trouble to the Shi family. But this suggestion was taken by Gu Xiu as an excuse to start self-study of university knowledge. Refused. Gu Jianjun had no choice but to tentatively ask Zhou Ying, who had returned just after the Spring Festival. He wondered whether the other party would agree to take care of his family. Unexpected, Zhou Ying agreed to this request, which he expected to be a bit hesitant about, without saying a word after hearing it, and even patted her chest as a guarantee. Be sure to take good care of Gu Xiu. Gu Jianjun was confused, wondering why his boy was so popular. However, now that Zhou Ying agreed, Comrade Gu Jianjun felt relieved. Before leaving, he stuffed several $1,000s into Zhou Ying's hand so that she could worry about it. Then he pulled Gu Xiu and threatened him again and again, telling him not to cause trouble, to be obedient and not to cause trouble. After that, the old comrade finally drove his pink Land Rover towards the provincial capital facing the rising sun. In the opinion of Comrade Lao Gu, he could safely leave his child to Zhou Ying, but he would never have imagined that just as he left, Zhou Ying would be sent away by Gu Xiu. No way. As a boss, it is not easy to make a small employee busy. Gu Xiu directly used the reason that he wanted to find Tan Liangzhe, so Zhou Ying was sent away. That night, Jiangxing Pearl Bay. A meeting belonging to the senior executives of Yuanxiu Investment was held in the restaurant of this mansion. There are only 3 participants: Gu Xiu, Luo Xiang, and Tan Liangzhe. They were both still on the Spring Festival holiday and had not yet returned to Yanjing to work. After receiving Gu Xiu's call, they rushed over as soon as possible. By the way, the 2 of them also brought some food with them on the way, including meat, vegetables, and other hot pot necessities. The main reason was that before coming here, Gu Xiu said that he would treat them to a big dinner in the evening, but he only asked the 2 of them to take some meat and vegetables with them. Of course, the 2 of them were excitedly preparing to have a feast. The result came and was discovered. Good guy. One pot of water. It's a feast given by the boss. As a result, all the dishes were brought by them. I understand, boss. You're teaching us a lesson. Teach us how to use resources. Luo Xiang's expression changed several times, and then he gave a thumbs up. Sure enough, you can always learn endless things from being in front of the boss. Boss, you are too strong. I am your big fan. Tan Liangzhe. Ahem. Gu Xiu blushed. Well, I originally planned to treat you to a big dinner, but I found that I can't cook, so I just boiled a pot of water. Let's not care about those details. The boss has said so. Who dares to care about such small details? Shoes no longer fit? Fortunately, this guy Luo Xiang was able to work in the hall and in the restaurant. After a last-ditch effort, he went out to order a bunch of dishes. Finally worthy of the feast, the boss said. Thanks to you both for the hard work last year. Halfway through the banquet, Gu Xiu took the lead in raising his glass. It contains drinks. Minors are strictly prohibited from drinking. Luo Xiang and Tan Liangzhe naturally accepted the toast to their boss with smiles on their faces. They were all old acquaintances, but in fact they didn't have that many rules. After drinking a glass of wine, Luo Xiang winked and said, Boss, look, the Spring Festival is almost over. Everyone's year-end bonuses have been paid out. See the picture. Don't you have a year-end bonus? Gu Xiu blinked. Luo Xiang suddenly had a bitter look on his face. Boss, I didn't expect you really planned to exploit me. Unexpectedly, Tan Liangzhe, who had always had no sense of existence, said at this time, How can this be considered exploitation? Our salary is already high enough. Whether we have a year-end bonus is a small matter. The most important thing is that we can learn more from the boss. This is the most precious, compared with the year-end bonus. The things we can learn and experience are the most important. Luo Xiang. Look what this says. Even Gu Xiu couldn't help but glanced at Luo Xiang, the culprit, strangely. This guy, when did he turn Tan Liangzhe into a shape? Is it still better to be better than a master? Playfulness is playfulness. Gu Xiu was never a boss who would treat his own people badly. Seeing that the 2 of them were almost inseparable, he took out 2 red envelopes from his arms and handed them over. Don't say that your boss is stingy. This is the starting red envelope and your year-end bonus. Is there really a red envelope? Boss, you are serious. I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. I'm so embarrassed when you do this. Luo Xiang said hypocritically and couldn't wait to grab the red envelope in his hand. Tan Liangzhe, who was almost at the next level, carefully took the red envelope with both hands and said, Thank you, boss. But the expressions of the 2 people who received the red envelope changed. Judging from the size of this red envelope, I guess it wouldn't hold a few $100s. But they only found out when they actually received the red envelope. There are actually 2 checks stuffed inside. Luo Xiang didn't have any psychological pressure. He took out the check immediately, but after taking a look, his eyes straightened. Oh, boss, you gave me so much. There was a full 20 million on his check. This is a bonus. What? You don't want it? Gu Xiu asked. Of course. Luo Xiang shook his head repeatedly, carefully packed the check, and laughed happily, a bright batch. Tan Liangzhe, next to him, was also stunned on the spot. There's also a check inside. Compared to Luo Xiang's 20 million, his check was slightly worse, but it was still a full 10 million. He didn't feel it was unfair, but he felt a little guilty. Boss, I got more. I haven't done anything this year. No matter the credit or hard work, it doesn't matter. You gave me so much, too much. He was really frightened. He could understand giving Luo Xiang so much money, but giving himself so much money felt like it was too much, and he didn't even feel he was worthy of the bonus. But in this regard, Gu Xiu just shook his head. Although I haven't seemed to pay attention to the affairs of the Yuanxiu Investment and Finance Department, I also know that you have done a good job during this period. Besides, you made so much money for me last year. In comparison, you deserve this bonus. He may not be as eye-catching as Luo Xiang, but to be honest, Tan Liangzhe's performance during this period has actually been very good, not to mention the profit he made by helping Gu Xiu speculate in futures. Just now, after the Yuanxiu Financial Department opened the fundraising and financial management project, the business can be said to be rising steadily. 10 million bonus. Not much at all. What's more, don't think this is a lot of money. I've always been very particular. The more I take, the greater the responsibility and the heavier the task burden. And this year, your workload, it will be very big, Wap. Heavy workload? A heavier task? After listening to Gu Xiu's words, Luo Xiang didn't even think much. He patted his chest and said, "Boss, don't worry. I am a brick of the company. Wherever you need to move it, I, old Luo, will never even frown." What Luo Xiang said was really tough. No way. It doesn't matter if you don't have to be tough. After all, since Luo Xiang followed Gu Xiu, he has basically been in the mode of being alone and acting like several people. To put it in a slightly sad way, I'm so used to it. Now Gu Xiu said that he will be busier this year. Luo Xiang really didn't panic at all. Even if the boss doesn't say this, there's a high probability that he will be the same. He has to do a lot of work, and many times he even wants to cut himself up and use it. Compared with Luo Xiang's great enlightenment, Tan Liangzhe is really a chicken-blooded person. What does the boss mean by this? This means that there will be more big actions this year, which is for Tan Liangzhe, who has always wanted to prove himself. That's the opportunity. Although he actually performed very well this year, and even brought a lot of profits to Gu Xiu. But he always felt that he was a bit nameless and statusless in many cases, even as if he was about to become a marginalized figure accidentally. Is this okay? If you don't work hard, book friends will forget about themselves. First, Lao Tan. Tan Liangzhe did not disappoint, and Gu Xiu gave him the task directly from the beginning. I will give you 2 tasks this year. Boss, tell me. Tan Liangzhe nodded repeatedly, and even had paper and pen ready. First of all, you will continue to be responsible for the financial department of Yuanxiu Investment. My funds will enter the market again this year. I will give you a list of optional futures and stocks. As for how to operate, it is up to you. I will not interfere too much with your operation. Gu Xiu explained directly. As a reborn person, picking up money in the financial market is something you cannot miss. Perhaps now, as my capital becomes more and more abundant, even if I continue to go to the financial market, it will no longer be the same as before. Casually all stud. With small gains and big gains, we hope that our assets will leap forward directly. This is very unlikely. And if you are not careful, your car may be crashed and someone may be killed. But even if he can't win the game of life and death, it doesn't mean that Gu Xiu can't continue to play in the financial market. It's just that the requirements are higher. Because if you want to continue playing, you have to make sure you can make a profit without being targeted by others. The requirements for the operator will be higher. And Tan Liangzhe, he is someone who could be entrusted with important tasks. After such a long period of study and experience, Tan Liangzhe actually already possesses the ability of a financial trader. What Gu Xiu had to do next was to ask him to help him operate those funds. Achieve asset growth. Gu Xiu didn't care how to operate it. In fact, he didn't understand, even if he did. Is there any specialization in the art industry? As long as the boss is the boss and issues tasks. As for how to complete the tasks, that is the problem of the subordinates. Facts have proved that Tan Liangzhe is still very confident in his professional field. Even though Gu Xiu has been entrusted with an important task this time, he still maintains relative confidence. Boss, I will definitely live up to your training. I have confidence in you. So let's talk about the second thing. Gu Xiu said again. Yuanxiu Investment can continue to make some investments. And this time, it is not limited to some domestic venture capital, but also some overseas investments. You can also start to participate. I will give you a list later. I will still follow the old rules. Some on the list choose to hold it for a long time. As for those not on the list, we can pursue short-term interests and cash out in the short term. I believe you should know better about this. Long-term holdings are, of course, those that can go further and further in the future, even soaring into the sky. As for short-term profits, that's the game of drumming and passing the flowers that everyone in the investment circle plays, taking orders after orders, then taking orders again, and then creating a suitable price to sell to the next taker. In fact, sometimes this thing is more profitable than investing in a future Fortune 500 company. After all, in this world, the richest people are always investment institutions and major banks, and make money from these people. That's really a lot of money. Tan Liangzhe nodded repeatedly. These were all within his business scope, and he had already done a lot of them even in the last year. Now the boss says so. That means the boss is going to do something big this year. So what's there to hesitate about? Go to death. Actually, there's a third thing, but this matter, you can see the situation. If you have the opportunity, you can also do it when you have sufficient funds. After thinking about it, Gu Xiu added, real estate. According to my expectation, the real estate will develop by leaps and bounds in the next few years, or even more than 10 years, especially in the past few years. We didn't dare to think about this before because our background was too weak, but now that we have the Yi family signature, sometimes we have to use it. If you have the opportunity, you can take a look at the trends in real estate and look for some real estate markets and land in places like Yanjing and Shanghai. Of course, we are just an investment company, so we will not transform and focus on real estate. My plan is just to have a hot bite with real estate. At this point, you need to make your own weighing and decision. Investment companies can't only invest in companies, and they can't only play in financial stocks and securities. Invest in real estate. As long as it is done properly, there is still room for improvement. The next few years will be a good era for real estate across the country to soar rapidly, even reaching sky-high prices. If given the chance, Gu Xiu would be happy to take a piece of the pie. After all, we are engaged in real estate these days. It's really making money. The money is there, and if you say you don't make it, won't your heart hurt? Tan Liangzhe took note of Gu Xiu's instructions seriously. He is a smart man. I graduated from a prestigious school, and now I have been practicing in Yuanxiu investment for so long, so I have some experience and vision that I didn't have before. Now I've made rapid progress. Gu Xiu actually didn't doubt whether he could do a good job. After settling Tan Liangzhe's work arrangements, Gu Xiu turned his attention to Luo Xiong. Boss, tell me I'm ready. Luo Xiong held up his notebook and smiled, obviously ready to follow the boss's strategic command. Lao Luo, your job is very simple. Gu Xiu smiled and said without hesitation, what you did before, you will continue to do next. But there is one thing. The next step will be faster, and the efficiency needs to be improved. So, I will not give you any fixed work arrangements, Lao Luo. Even if it is arranged, it will probably affect your own work rhythm. Boss, you still understand me. Luo Xiong was suddenly ecstatic. He likes to hear what the boss says. But the smile on Luo Xiong's face had just bloomed when Gu Xiu said, of course, there will be new goals in the new year, so I'll tell you the goals, and you just have to achieve the goals I set. Huh? Luo Xiong's eyelids twitched, suddenly feeling that things were not that simple. Sure enough, Gu Xiu said, first of all, the overall situation of CRBT has been stabilized. What I need you to do is to make CRBT become the only god in the CRBT industry. Secondly, Yuanxiu Entertainment, which we founded for the development of CRBT, can also make full use of it and dig out outstanding singers and actors to create an entertainment team of our own. I don't ask too much, just be well known in the industry. Finally, I hope that this company, 3 Body Games, can become the most profitable game company in the world this year. Wow. Before Gu Xiu finished his request, Luo Xiong, who was smiling over there, had changed his face at this moment. The smile froze. His face was originally red with excitement. All turned purple. The whole person's expression was so wonderful that even the face-changing master from Shu would scream at him for stealing business. Luo Xiang really wants to cry, but has no tears. When he got a sky-high check a second ago and heard that his boss would not arrange detailed work details for him, classmate Luo Sanpao was as excited as anything. But after hearing Gu Xiu's request to him, classmate Luo Sanpao hesitated for a long time. Boss, why don't you take this check back? Oh, Gu Xiu didn't like this guy at all and grabbed Luo Xiang's check with one hand. Let me just say, Lao Luo, you have always understood me. I know that the company is under financial stress recently and plans to give up this bonus. I support this approach. No surprise. Gu Xiu grabbed it for a long time, but failed to catch the red envelope in Luo Xiang's hand. When he looked up, he saw that this guy's face was full of sadness, resentment, and melancholy. Boss, Luo Xiang took a deep breath and said, didn't you say before that we are engaged in business, not dreaming? Gu Xiu nodded. Yes, I've said that. But, boss, what you're asking for now is just to let me dream. No, I don't even dare to dream. Luo Xiang complained. It's not that we are dissatisfied. It's just that what the boss said is a bit dreamy. Gu Xiu didn't say much, but none of them are so easy to accomplish. The first is the ringtone Sky. This seems really simple now. After all, since there was a new ringtone in the past 3 days, and all of them were top hits, the ringtone Sky has basically been pushed all the way, and there is no opponent at all. Coupled with the support of the Spring Festival Gala a few days ago, Krail Sky's subscriptions for several popular songs have exploded. It has skyrocketed crazily. Now, Kailing Tian Tian is actually qualified to sit on the throne again. But what does Gu Xiu want? What Gu Xiu wants is to make Kailing Tian Tian a true god. What this requires is absolute dominance over the ring backtones industry and the ability to control at least 80% of the profits in the ring backtones industry. Only in this way can you be qualified to be called God. This is not simple. What this requires is not just to let CRBD be ahead for a while, but to be ahead for a lifetime. This is really not that easy. Not to mention the other 3 competitors now. No one can guarantee whether new competitors will appear in the future. It's hard to stay ahead. It's definitely difficult. But isn't your character, Lao Luo, always to face difficulties head-on? Gu Xiu said, Boss, I think you may have misunderstood me. Misunderstanding? Gu Xiu shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Boss, Luo Xiang was about to say something, but Gu Xiu asked, Lao Luo, are your shoes a bit big? Luo Xiang, Boss. Luo Xiang smiled bitterly. It's really difficult. Fortunately, Gu Xiu was not a boss who just tossed tasks around. At this time, he added a drink to himself. Okay, you said it is difficult. Then you tell me, and I will analyze and feel the pulse for you. First of all, Kailing Tiantin. First of all, Gu Xiu frowned. He said nothing. But looking at Luo Xiang's eyes, Luo Xiang was so stunned that he lowered his head. Kailing Tiantian is not a big problem. Finally, Luo Xiang gritted his teeth and said, after careful consideration, Luo Xiang agreed. Compared with the other 2 requirements, CRBT Sky indeed has the least problems. Bite your teeth and make good use of the spring cards that the boss has saved up before. In fact, it is not impossible to let Kailing Sky firmly sit on the altar. A happy smile suddenly appeared on Gu Xiu's face. That's right. This is the confident madman Zhang San I know. Luo Xiang. Okay, since there is no problem with Kailing Sky, what other problems do you think there is? Gu Xiu asked. Again, yes. Luo Xiang was scared, fearing that the boss would crowd him out again. So he hurriedly said, We did create Yuanxiu Entertainment before, but this company was only prepared to protect copyright and prevent further poaching. To put it bluntly, this company is just a shell company, and it doesn't even have one. Boss, you plan to ask me to start this directly, and it also needs to be well known in the industry. This is too difficult. Besides, I'm not a professional. Before this, I had never even been exposed to this aspect of the entertainment industry. People say that there are many different industries. It is too difficult for me to really develop such a company. Luo Xiang said this with sincerity. Absolutely nothing false. It's the truth after all. Not to mention that the company had launched Yuanxiu Entertainment before, and there were even many artists in the company, including singers like Xiang Xiang and Dao Mantis. But in fact, this company is still an empty shell, and it doesn't have what it wants. If you want to develop under such circumstances, it is very difficult. Maybe if it was handled by professionals, it could be done reluctantly. But for Luo Xiang, a person with no experience at all to do this, it would be difficult. It's hard. Very difficult. After listening to Luo Xiang's complaint, Gu Xiu sighed. Lao Luo, I've always felt that. You are the quickest in thinking. I didn't expect you to let me down this time. Luo Xiang was confused. You can't do it yourself. Don't you know how to ask someone for help? Gu Xiu asked strangely. Luo Xiang. Blanching, can this still happen? Luo Xiang expressed his confusion. But Gu Xiu pointed at his head, shook his head, and said, 3 guns, 3 guns. Sometimes we have to go up to the realm. As a boss, even if I hand over tasks, I certainly can't give you some tasks that you can't complete, right? Boss, you are a good person. Luo Xiang burst into tears at that time. I misunderstood you. Low. The realm is low. I've always felt that the boss wants to squeeze my labor force. This is like watching the boss through the crack in the door. It's okay, it's okay. Gu Xiu waved his hand. Of course, Lao Luo, you also learn a little about entertainment industry management when you have nothing to do. After all, when the staff is not in place yet, you have to work hard to support the situation. After thinking about it, Gu Xiu added, I gave you the mission, and you must have issued the military order. Luo Xiang was stunned, feeling that something was not right. But Gu Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, What's wrong? Is there any problem? Boss, if you say so, if we can't find anyone in a few years. Luo Xiang couldn't help but doubt. But before he finished his doubtful words, he saw that Gu Xiu was already minding his own business, and said, Speaking of which, Sampao, you have a pretty good image. How about you practice for 2.5 years? Perm and dye your hair. Then I'll help you become a top bomber, whap. Gu Xiu only talked about the fact that lawyer Luo Xiang had been practicing for 2.5 years. It was obviously impossible for him to make his debut. Even if Luo Xiang is willing, Gu Xiu is not willing for such a talent to debut. Seeing that Luo Xiang was speechless by his words, he immediately explained, In the entertainment company, the personnel must be arranged, but you need to put some thought into this aspect. Whether it is training yourself or poaching corners from other companies, I will not interfere too much. And really speaking, the most important thing about the entertainment company is actually 4 points. Works, artists, funds, contacts. To be honest, we are not lacking in these aspects. Gu Xiu's words made Luo Xiang couldn't help but nod. Think about it carefully. Although Yuanxiu Investment is just a shell company now, it actually occupies the right place at the right time and the right people. In terms of works, my boss is Uncle Gu, who is well known in the industry. He said that he has many more songs that he has released now. Besides, who knows how much inventory the boss still has. Therefore, for Yuanxiu Investment, the works are not limited at all. In fact, there are many. As for artists, in order to bind copyrights some time ago, the popular ringtone singers are now artists under Yuanxiu Investment, and many of them are now extremely popular. After attending the Spring Festival Gala, it will only become more popular. What's more, even if these singers are not good, those who have collaborated with the boss before, such as Chun Yixuan, who has been hidden by the company, and Zhang Xiaohan, who has been warned by the company, are all capable artists. Even if I take 10,000 steps back, I don't count on these people anymore. With the name Uncle Gu now, it's not difficult to recruit artists. If you look at it this way, Yuanxiu Entertainment is not weak at all in terms of artists. The next step is funds and connections. Needless to say, funds. As far as the boss currently has Yuanxiu Investment, he has a capital reserve that can be mobilized at any time. Yuanxiu Investment cannot be said to be one of the best in the industry, and it is definitely considered to be wealthy. As for connections, Krail Sky is now making a comeback, especially after many Spring Festival Gala celebrities were online. Krail Sky's reputation is even more frightening. During this period of time during the Spring Festival, Luo Xiangdu received a lot of text messages and blessings from other entertainment companies. Is this a blessing? This is connections. After reading the whole article, Luo Xiang suddenly discovered that the task that he thought was impossible before seemed not so difficult to accomplish now. It's actually quite simple to actually do it. After all, Kaling Sky and Yuanxiu Entertainment are highly bound. With Wang Zha's Kaling Sky, Wang Zha also belongs to Yuanxiu Entertainment. Boss, I understand. I didn't see these advantages before. After thinking about this clearly, Luo Xiang instantly became excited and felt that even if he didn't find any professionals, he could still play clearly. Gu Xiu was not surprised at all by Luo Xiang's reaction. This guy is not stupid. He is simply lazy and has some old professional habits, not exempt from liability. When a leader gives a military order, a smart person will never accept it without hesitation the first time. Instead, he will show great difficulty and accept it last. It's all a routine. This guy is very naughty. As long as you understand, you are responsible for handling this matter, and I won't interfere too much. At this point, Gu Xiu suddenly stopped and added, by the way, don't be too harsh on the company's artists, especially those who joined our company before, led by Dao Mantis. Brother Dao, I'm very optimistic about him. Even the song, The First Snow, in 2002, was composed by him. I just gave him some inspiration. So strong. Luo Xiang was stunned. He may be much better than you expected. Gu Xiu smiled and said, so, treat these people well. We are not short of money, and don't cause any unpleasant things over trivial matters. To this, Luo Xiang naturally nodded in agreement. In fact, there is no need for Gu Xiu to remind him. In terms of company management, Luo Xiang has always firmly followed the same path as his boss. Treat people with sincerity. Moreover, he has one more thing than Gu Xiu. That is, he likes to be cautious in everything, especially when it comes to law, and he is very good at practical application. It can be said that, in fact, in terms of company management, Gu Xiu compared Luo Xiang today. He can only be considered a younger brother. Gu Xiu himself understood it, so naturally he wouldn't interfere too much. Most of the time, he just said what he thought. In other matters, both Tan Liangzhe and Luo Xiang can do well. Okay, everything is all right now. Then let's go back to our respective homes. Gu Xiu stretched. Wait a minute, boss. Luo Xiang shouted quickly. What? Gu Xiu was surprised. You want me to take a foot bath? I am an 8-year-old child, and my feet are too sore. I won't go. Not the boss. Luo Xiang. It's not a foot bath. Then you don't want me to have fun with you adults, right? Gu Xiu looked serious. Lawyer Luo, don't break the law. Luo Xiang. You won't say that after I told you 3 things and solved 2, there is still one that can't be solved, right? Gu Xiu finally returned to normal. Luo Xiang nodded immediately, but just as he was about to speak, he saw Gu Xiu shaking his head and saying, Aren't you Lao Luo? In this case, it would be a big loss for me to give you so many bonuses. Let's think about it from another perspective. As a boss, I handed over 3 tasks, but all 3 of my tasks have problems. Do you think it's appropriate? This sigh. Luo Xiang was about to cry, but had no tears. I feel like today's red envelope. Extremely hot. Finally, Luo Xiang couldn't help, but said, Boss, if it doesn't work, you might as well deduct 5 million. He also felt embarrassed. The boss asked for 3 tasks, but he had problems with each one. But let's just say it's okay. In fact, the first 2 are minor problems, and the biggest problem is the last task. 3 Body Games wants to become the most profitable game company in the world. How is this possible? Not to mention overseas game manufacturers, or those big companies that can drive up their stock prices by releasing a game. Just compare it to Boss Chen's Shengda in China. This is no small goal. It's really hard to figure out. Are you really planning to return the bonus to me? Gu Xiu was a little surprised. Luo Xiang is obsessed with buying a house. I think about it every day in different ways so that I can give him a salary increase and a bonus. As a result, I can still take the initiative to withdraw the red envelope today. Rare. So rare. Gu Xiu was not someone who was inconsiderate of his subordinates. He immediately took back the check when Luo Xiang's face was full of pain. He took out another bad check, wrote down 15 million, stuffed it back again, and handed it over. After finishing this, Gu Xiu smashed his mouth. 5 million. If you divide it into 5 parts, you can usually motivate teacher Luo 5 times. This is a good deal. Of course, seeing Luo Xiang's face full of curiosity, Gu Xiu didn't just take the money and say nothing. Ahem. After a slight cough, Gu Xiu said, "This task is actually not difficult at all, because I will personally participate in this game project." Luo Xiang. Whap. That night, with Tan Liangzhe's invitation, the 3 of them went to the most luxurious hotel in Jiangsheng to have a good sauna and massage. Mainly because of Luo Xiang's sad and frustrated look, Tan Liangzhe was embarrassed to go alone. Gu Xiu didn't have anything to do, so he went along to have sex. After all, prostitution is the foundation of happiness. But during the massage, Gu Xiu regretted it. An 8-year-old body is still very immature and cannot withstand the massage. During that sore moment, his shrill, childish voice could be heard throughout the hotel. Fortunately, the massage effect is very significant. Luo Xiang changed from a soulless state to relaxed and happy. Early the next morning, the 3 of them bought their own tickets together, and after having lunch, they went straight to the airport. Luo Xiang and Tan Liangzhe boarded the plane to Yanjing side by side. They are about to start paying off their debts for yesterday's red envelope. Gu Xiu didn't go with them, although he has decided that he will continue to work in his old business, firmly grasp the game industry, and rely on the 3-body game to make a lot of money. But before going to Yanjing, Gu Xiu had to make some preparations and find someone. So, Gu Xiu got on another plane next to Luo and Tan. This plane has only one destination, Jincheng. Just as he got on the plane and was about to turn off his phone, Gu Xiu received a text message. "Let yourself get off the plane and make a phone call." In response, Gu Xiu replied in kind and told the other party that he had just gotten on a plane. Get everything done. Gu Xiu then turned off his phone, put down his seat, and turned on the lie flat mode. I used to hear some media say that successful people in first class would read and chat on the plane after getting on the plane. Most people in economy class choose to fall asleep. This can also lead to a lot of fallacies. To this, Gu Xiu only had one idea. Idiot, aren't first class seats more comfortable to sleep on? I have no objection to reading. But if someone chatted long and hard while I was sleeping, I would definitely not get used to it. But the beautiful sleep that Gu Xiu prepared for himself was destined to be impossible to sleep well. Because not long after he fell, he heard a familiar voice. Gu Xiu? Hearing this cry, Gu Xiu's scalp went numb. What annoys us the most when we go out to do errands? Definitely meeting an acquaintance. Really, when he opened his eyes, he saw standing in front of him was a slim and graceful little girl. It's a little acquaintance. Ji Qingyao had almost sparred before and had the experience of traveling with the kidnappers for 3 days. Sitting next to her, it's Ji Qingyao's father, Ji Zhantong. When the other party saw Gu Xiu sitting alone on the plane, he was also shocked. He even looked around to make sure that Gu Xiu seemed to be alone. That expression, it's like seeing a ghost. Gu Xiu, I didn't expect it was really you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Ji Qingyao didn't have so many thoughts. At this time, she directly asked Gu Xiu, "Why didn't you take the exam before the winter vacation last time? I plan to ask you to copy the answers." "Oh, I gave the question last time and was exempted from the exam." Gu Xiu answered casually. "Can I be exempted from the exam if I give the question?" Ji Qingyao was shocked, but the girl seemed to have a problem with her focus. After holding back for a long time, she asked, "Next time you give the question, can you invite me to come with you? I will go with you to do the question, so I don't have to take the exam." Gu Xiu looked the girl up and down and shook his head. Next time. The little girl did not see this as a refusal, but laughed happily, as if she fantasized about not having to take the exam in the future. "Where are you going next?" "I'm on the same plane as you. If nothing else, I should be going to the same city as you." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to play with my classmates." "You have classmates from Jincheng?" "Yes." "Are you alone?" Gu Xiu felt a little helpless and suddenly missed the little girl who was kidnapped by the kidnappers with him. At least it's not noisy. Really? Fear is man's best friend. Why are you going to Jincheng? To play or to meet your classmates? Guxiu took the initiative to skip the topic. I don't have any classmates from that place. I'm too bored at Grandpa's house. It just so happens that my father is going to the mine, so I'll go with him. Mine? Guxiu was stunned. Yes, my father has several mines in Jincheng. I also have a few beautiful gold or collections at home. I'll give you one next time. Then I have to thank you. Guxiu couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Taking a look at Bai Zhantong, he didn't expect his business to be so big. And there are mines? It sounds like there are even gold mines? It's not that our assets have exceeded 1 billion, but our knowledge has remained the same. It's actually because we have 1 billion in capital that Guxiu understands better. The saying, there's a mine at home. How awesome is that? I won't talk about ordinary mines. But this thing about gold mines, many times it's not that easy to get with money. Really, in this world, there are some existences that seem completely unknown, and most people have never even heard of their names. Maybe he is the so-called richest man than what the public knows. Much more advanced. Sure enough, the real rich people are low-key enough. The ones who really show up to the public and are known to everyone are actually sometimes just glamorous on the surface. Guxiu sighed secretly. However, even though Guxiu was so emotional, as an 8-year-old primary school student with a net worth of over 1 billion, he didn't have any psychological burden. Along the way, he could chat smoothly with Ji Qingyao, his daughter, and Guxiu. Highlight your confidence. After all, we are still young, right? What's more, let's not talk about the future, just talk about the present. If Guxiu really wants to hit the richest man in the country, it is actually very easy. Several companies under his control have attracted investment and gone public, and are rolling in the financial market. Plus the cash in hand. It is not difficult at all to double your assets. Want to be the richest man? In fact, Guxiu can do it now. Thinking this way, Guxiu felt balanced in his heart, and there was no pressure when chatting next. The two little guys were chatting enthusiastically, and Ji Zhantong did not participate. It was obvious that he was really busy, sitting on the plane and still processing documents. Guxiu, why don't you go to the mine with us later? That place is quite fun. I'll take you to pick up, or... Ji Qingyao extended the invitation. No, Guxiu refused without hesitation. He didn't have much interest in this thing, not to mention that he had his own things to do when he came to Jincheng this time, so naturally he didn't want to hang around with the father and daughter. I'm a very busy man. I also said I would take you to see the place where my aunt used to stay. Ji Qingyao was a little disappointed. When Guxiu heard this, he couldn't help but wonder, your aunt? Guxiu was still very curious about Ji Qingyao's aunt whom she often talked about. Yes. Ji Qingyao nodded. Let me tell you, my aunt is very powerful. Many of the mines my father is in charge of now were taken down by my aunt before. Is your aunt so powerful? Guxiu couldn't help being surprised when he heard Ji Qingyao's words. Guxiu probably knew what Ji Zhantong's identity was, so it was not a surprise to Guxiu that the other party was able to control many mines. But he didn't expect it. This matter is actually related to her long-famous aunt. I've told you before, my aunt is very powerful. Ji Qingyao smiled proudly, like a child who likes to show off his baby or parents, showing off to everyone he meets. Pretty normal for this age. However, others are showing off their things or their parents and the like. Finally, we arrived at Ji Qingyao's place. My aunt blows the whole time. However, Guxiu didn't complain about anything, because what Ji Qingyao said really opened Guxiu's eyes. I'm telling you. Don't look at how powerful my dad is now. In the past, he just worked for my aunt. Just saying that Dad has a lot of work now. In fact, a lot of it was done by my aunt in the past. My dad can only take over and handle it. In my mother's words, my father can only defend the city, expand the territory, and so on, and he has to rely on her good sisters. These words are somewhat demeaning to my father. But unexpectedly, Ji Zhantong had no intention of refuting his daughter's words. He only occasionally looked up at his girl. It seemed that he was hesitant to speak, but in the end he said nothing. I don't know if it's the default. I still feel that there is no need to be serious with a little girl in my own family who is a liar. What Gushio? But I couldn't help but smack my lips when I heard it. What kind of fairy ant is this? Can you give me one? After all, in Ji Qingyao's description, her aunt is like a Superman in the sky, omnipotent, smart and wise. And he also has very strong business capabilities. This little girl seems to have been familiar with her aunt's great achievements since she was a child. Let me tell you, I heard from my mother that my aunt was the real big boss in the past, and my dad was only promoted by her aunt to give my mother face. It is said that one time my aunt brought my parents to Jinsheng to discuss mining, and they almost had an accident and were pointed at a gun. In the end, my aunt was calm in the face of danger. With a few words, she scared the opponent to the ground and handed over the firearm obediently. Later, my aunt not only convinced the opponent, but also took them all under her command. A little girl tells the glorious story of another person in front of her father. He even belittled his father in the middle. Gushio thought about this matter from his perspective and felt that if he were Ji Zhantong, he would probably feel a little unhappy. After all, every father hopes to become the idol and Superman in the hearts of his children. But something unexpected happened. At first, Gushio thought that Ji Zhantong just ignored his daughter's words and let her arrange it, but he later found out. In fact, Ji Zhantong always listened to what they said, but he didn't stop it, but acquiesce. There is even a hint of reminiscence in his expression occasionally. It seemed that his daughter's words brought back some beautiful memories that once belonged to him. This is interesting. What happened to your aunt? After I left those things to your dad to take care of, where was she then? Gushio couldn't help but ask. But unfortunately, Gushio had asked this question before, and the answer he got this time was still the same as last time. Gone. Ji Qingyao shook her head, looking very depressed. When I was only 5 years old, my aunt left. Gone? Is really gone. Or dead? This question was not easy for Gushio to ask, but he saw Ji Qingyao suddenly sniffed, and her eyes were red. I can't remember a lot of things clearly. I only remember that my aunt held me in her arms before she left. The hug was very tight. I didn't know at the beginning, and I blamed my aunt for hurting me when she hugged me. Later I found out that after that time, I could never see my aunt again. If I could see my aunt again, I would definitely let her hug her as she pleased. No matter how tight I hug her, I won't even cry in pain. The little girl cried as she spoke. Even Ji Zhantong on the side quietly wiped the corners of his eyes, as if there were memories in his eyes. Gushio sighed. It's hard to say much. I just thought of my mother for no reason. I wonder what kind of past she had. Does anyone still remember her? The rest of the journey was relatively silent. After Ji Qingyao cried for a while, she leaned on her seat and fell asleep. Gushio and Ji Zhantong stared at each other for a while. There seemed to be nothing to talk about. In order to avoid embarrassment, Gushio simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. The entire journey was silent. When a feeling of weightlessness came over his whole body, Gushio opened his eyes. The plane has landed. Well, very good. No hijacking, no accidents. Ji Qingyao also woke up. After taking a nap, the little girl immediately resurrected with full blood, and her previous worries and longings disappeared. Jumping and jumping. He pestered Gushio for a lot of chats, and even invited Gushio to play in the mine several times. It can be seen that this little girl is really bored. Of course, Gushio refused without hesitation. Adults don't have that much time to wander around, so he made an excuse and left before he even got to the airport. After a while, when he came out of the toilet, he saw that the father and daughter had left. Gushio breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back behind him. Zhanwu was still following him as before. Gushio thought of the relationship between Zhanwu and Ji's mother and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know Ji Qingyao's aunt?" Unexpectedly, Zhanwu nodded and then shook his head. "If we know each other, we know each other. If we don't know each other." "What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head?" Gushio couldn't help but laugh. This is a simple question, but Zhanwu thought about it for a long time and finally gave the answer, "We know it." "Is this a complicated question?" Gushio said, "Looking at you, it looks like you are answering a century-old problem." "You are my boss. I have to answer carefully." Zhanwu shook his head. Apart from this sentence, Zhang had no intention of continuing to explain. Gu Xiu was a little boring. Zhang is a good guy, but many times he can't come up with anything for a long time, especially after he took a leave of absence. It's even more eccentric. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu simply regarded Zhang as a transparent person again and headed towards the airport with his luggage. Just walk to the place. Gu Xiu was about to take out his mobile phone to make a call, but he saw at a glance that among the waiting crowd, a middle-aged fat man wearing framed glasses was looking around among the crowd. Seeing this person, Gu Xiu had a smile on his face. This time, there's only one goal. Gu Xiu, I didn't expect you to actually come. When I got your call yesterday, I thought you were kidding me. Airport pickup gate. The moment he saw Gu Xiu, a smile suddenly appeared on Lu's face. As an unknown author, he has a deep memory of his little reader. Ever since they last parted ways at the launch facility, the two of them have actually exchanged letters occasionally. Even after Lu's new story was published, the first thing he did was send a copy of the original manuscript to Gu Xiu. Just yesterday, Gu Xiu suddenly called him and said that he planned to come to Jincheng to play with him. Lu agreed without thinking. Nothing else. Some people agree that this is definitely the most desired thing for Lu today. Even if the person who recognized him was just an 8-year-old child, for Lu, this was still something to be happy about. Uncle Lu, just don't think I'm troublesome for you. Gu Xiu laughed and took out a box from his bag. This is a gift for you, Uncle Lu, as a book friend. A gift? For me? Lu was immediately happy. This was the first time he received a gift from a book friend, and he couldn't wait to open it immediately. But as soon as the box was opened, Lu looked stunned. Why? Why are they all blades? Eat a piece. Gu Xiu smiled. Lu? Made of sugar. Gu Xiu spread his hands and said, I asked someone to specially order this. We can't carry so many blades on the plane. Lu? Seeing the confused look on Lu's face, Gu Xiu suddenly remembered that in this era, it seems that there is no time to send blades. Feeling a little uninterested at the moment, he groped around in the suitcase again and finally took out a box. There's another gift. And Lu wasn't excited this time. It won't be a kitchen knife, right? Gu Xiu, do I look like someone who will give you a kitchen knife? Lu looked at the candy blade and then at Gu Xiu. No words were spoken. Gu Xiu, haha, just kidding. Lu laughed, took the box, and was not busy opening it. He just looked behind Gu Xiu and glanced at Zhang who was following Gu Xiu in confusion. This is my bodyguard, Uncle Lu. Please ignore him. Gu Xiu waved his hand. Bodyguard, bodyguard. Lu swallowed and looked at Gu Xiu strangely. Although Lu had thought before that Gu Xiu's family background might be unusual, he really didn't expect it. This little book friend of mine actually goes out with a bodyguard. Bigot about the fact that my number one book friend is an 8-year-old who goes out with a bodyguard. The book has no store to smash. However, since Gu Xiu had already arrived, Lu naturally didn't hesitate. He took Gu Xiu out, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the bus station. Lu's family is not in the provincial capital, but in a subordinate county. We can only take Gu Xiu on a bus. But when taking the bus, Lu was a little worried about whether this little guy, who looked like he was either rich or noble at first glance, could adapt to long-distance buses. Fortunately, he was relieved. Gu Xiu didn't have the slightest bit of squeamishness expected of a second-generation rich man. Instead, he was extremely adaptable and didn't complain at all while sitting in the car. Along the way, Gu Xiu and Lu chatted a lot. Since the breakup last year, Lu's creative output has not ended yet, and he is still in a state of inspiration. Not only did he write the short story The Thinker, but he also began to write novels. Just last month, Lu just published the novel Supernova Era that he had written 10 years ago. This novel was considered his early work, and it was of great commemorative value to Lu. He even sent an autographed first edition of the book to Gu Xiu. And this is also the purpose of Gu Xiu's trip. What he wants is very simple, authorized copyright. And this person to Lu, if you want to change the world, all you need is to create a greater deviation in the world, so that the world of this time and space is more different from the world experienced in the previous life. To put it bluntly, it's just making trouble, constantly causing trouble, constantly overturning what should have happened in the previous life. Create more change. This is actually very risky. For a reborn person, the greatest advantage is always the memories from the previous life. To put it bluntly, as long as the timeline remains normal, Gushio, as a reborn person, will be able to continue to enjoy the dividends from the future, pick up one mistake after another, and make fortune after fortune. Just like what Gushio had been doing before. He is not an entrepreneur in the strict sense, let alone a capitalist. He can only be regarded as a speculator. A small loach who controls the future and hides behind the torrent of the times, picks up one opportunity after another, and takes the opportunity to develop his own speculator. That's all. But now, this little loach is hiding in the dark, has been accumulating strength, and is trying hard to hide its figure. It's going to change. What Gushio wants is no longer to be an ordinary future speculator, no longer to be a rich man hiding in the dark. What he hopes more is to make more changes. Actually, Gushio himself didn't even know. What do you want to change? Perhaps it is to change some established destiny. Perhaps it is to change the helplessness and frustration experienced in the previous life. He couldn't tell clearly, but he felt that such a change was worth it, even if in the end he might lose the trump card of his rebirth bonus. But, so what? I'm only 8 years old. What am I afraid of? But similarly, if he wants to make trouble and change the world, what Gushio needs is to strengthen himself first. There's a saying that is widely circulated in the gaming circle. All fear, all due to lack of ammunition. Only with enough ammunition can you eliminate fear. And what is society's ammunition now? It's money. And make money. Just accumulate ammunition. Gushio carefully analyzed his situation, even if he followed the pattern of the previous 2 years and slowly made money while lying down. His capital will also accumulate more and more. But this is too slow. Gushio wanted to change. It just so happens that as a game producer in his previous life, if there is any industry he is most familiar with, it is the game industry. It's definitely a hurdle you can't jump over. To put it bluntly, this is his comfort zone. The reason why he was unwilling to exert too much force before was because Gushio himself was lazy and only planned to be a hands-off shopkeeper. But now, since you want to replenish ammunition quickly, the best way is to focus on your own comfort zone. And just right, the game industry itself has endless potential, and it has the power to turn decay into magic. Gushio is confident. If this industry seizes the opportunity, Asset Leap will definitely not be a problem. In the previous semi-finished game, Gushio's label instructions were a scam. But since we plan to cause trouble, a simple game to cheat people is not suitable. At least, we have to crack down on this cheating game. Isn't it a layer of leather? But while Gushio was thinking about this, Delu, who was planning to take Gushio home in the afternoon, couldn't help but shiver. Why is my back so cold? Come, I'm the only one at home. I haven't done much to clean up, so I can just sit there. That afternoon, Gushio came to Delu's house. This is a newly developed community house. It can be seen that it must have been recently renovated and it is neatly decorated. Not big though, but it can be seen that some thought must have been put into it. What's more important is that the other party obviously knew that Gushio, a young reader, was coming, so he specially prepared some candies at home. After Gushio entered the door, one by one, he pushed them in front of Gushio. Not even Zhanwu, who was following behind, was left behind. Gushio was not polite. He tore open a piece of candy and threw it into his mouth, and then started walking around the house. He told Delu before he came that he wanted to see Delu's creative environment. Look now, he did not feel the embarrassment he imagined, but showed a somewhat well-off attitude. In this era, Mr. Lu's life was not actually poor. In fact, it's much better than most people. Of course, the most bookish atmosphere in Lu's home is the bookcase. The most conspicuous place in the home is a bookcase. It is filled with all kinds of books. Gushio glanced at it and saw that science fiction accounted for the majority, and many of them were even overseas versions, both in English and Russian. But what's interesting is, Uncle Lu, you told me in your letter before that your favorite thing is reading, and you almost never leave the book? Gushio asked. Of course. Delu chuckled and pointed to the bookshelf. You can't stop studying. You must continue to accumulate and learn. The books on this. Read them all. Guccio asked. No, but... Guccio scratched his head and pulled out a book. These books are so new. There are no creases at all. Ahem. Delu coughed. Well, I'm more careful. So that's it. Guccio suddenly realized and pulled out a book that was still sealed in plastic. After reading it, you sealed it overnight. That's really careful. Ahem. Delu coughed again. Well, I just bought that book and I'm planning to read it. By the way, I'll take you to my study where I usually create. Guccio was amused. Followed Delu into the study. This is a room facing north and south with plenty of sunlight. It is indeed a room suitable for use as a study. There is a table by the window. There are also many books on it, and there's a stack of letter paper in the middle, which looks like some manuscripts. I usually create here. Didn't you always ask me how I wrote the book before? Let me tell you, I basically stayed up late here to write it. Stay up late. Delu also emphasized a few points, but unfortunately, he found that Guccio was indifferent. It feels like a punch on cotton. At the moment, he could only continue. Creation is very difficult, but we must be able to endure hardships and endure loneliness. Only in this way can we create good stories. Sometimes when inspiration comes, it is normal to stay up late or something, but it is also common to wake up the next day and find that all the manuscripts are scrapped and thrown into the trash can. However, one should persevere and always be determined in the goal. As long as the goal is determined, work hard towards a place. Delu began a long speech. It can be seen that he is not usually such a person, but when he faced the first fan who came to visit him. I'm still a little fan who is only 8 years old. Lou is still working hard, hoping to maintain a scholar persona, and it is best to give some positive guidance to his little fans. But, Uncle Lou, Guccio couldn't hold himself any longer. He felt that Lou was already having a good time chatting, and he was about to wake up to the teacher's strange personality. Can this situation be tolerated? After being interrupted by Guccio, electrician Lou expressed his confusion. Where did you come from? You said you often stay up late here to create? Guccio asked. That's right. But didn't you say that the place where you create most is the power plant in Niangziguan? Oh, Delu choked. Well, I will create here when I go home. Will creating while you are working affect your work? Guccio asked. That's not possible. I have always separated work and personal time. Just like you like reading science fiction novels now. It must not affect your studies. Do you understand? Lu Jiangong did not change his original intention. Guccio blinked. But I heard that, Uncle Lou, you're basically fishing when you're working, and you often write novels while working. Electrician Lou. You. Who did you listen to? There is absolutely no such thing. Really? Guccio blinked. Dang. Mr. Lou was still embarrassed to say that word, because he felt that Guccio's half-smiling eyes seemed to have seen through everything. What the hell? Is this an 8-year-old? This. Sometimes I don't have so many things to do at work, but I have to face the computer, so occasionally inspiration comes, and I will create something when I don't delay my work. Of course, although I do this, it has never affected my work. Lu Jiangong tried to save his respect. Fortunately, Guccio didn't come here this time to see electrician Lu embarrassed. Next, the two chatted about books for a while. The most talked about one is Supernova Era, which Lu has just released recently. In the afternoon, Delu went to a restaurant outside and ordered a few dishes to take away. Take it home for dinner. At the dinner table, Guccio suddenly asked, Uncle Lou, I would like to ask, how is your income from writing books so far? Delu was stunned. Unexpectedly, this young reader would suddenly turn the topic to money. But looking at Guccio's innocent eyes, Delu thought for a moment and said, I used to get royalties. It was a little less at the beginning, but after winning the Galaxy Award, the royalties have also increased. Up to now, I have made tens of thousands. When he said this, Delu stood tall and straight, with a bit of pride on his face. This is really awesome. He went to Niangziguan directly after graduating from college, which was considered as landing early, and he also had an idle job with money and leisure. It surpasses many people. What's more, he can turn his hobby into income. Tens of thousands of dollars is definitely not a small amount in this year. At the end, Lou added, but science fiction is a bit expensive as a hobby. I use a lot of the money I make on my hobby. This is the truth. This hobby is really not something that ordinary families can support. After hearing this, Guccio said at this time, I heard that only by eating and drinking enough can you create good works. This is not absolute, Deleu said, suddenly smiling. Of course, if you can eat and drink enough, the probability of creating good works is definitely higher than if you are hungry and cold. That's right. Guccio nodded. Speaking of which, before I came here, I was thinking about how I can support my favorite author. Actually, no need. It's great if you like my book. This is the greatest support for me. Deleu shook his head quickly and smiled sincerely. That's not possible. Guccio shook his head and saw him frowning and thinking hard for a while. And he realized, yes. How about this? Uncle Lou, I'll cover all your works. Electrician Lou. Whap. My work? Is it all included? To be fair, Electrician Lou felt a little confused after listening to the words of the child in front of him. But soon, such confusion turned into confusion, because he heard Guccio say, Uncle Lou, for each of your works, I would give you 500,000 for each work. Long-form works are also calculated separately. Based on the number of words, the price will definitely not be less than 1 million. Electrician Lou. Uncle Lou, the same will apply to your new work from now on. It's equivalent to me asking you to make an appointment. The price will start at least 500,000 yuan per article. Electrician Lou. By the way, if your work can win an award, I will give you a separate reward. For example, if you win another Galaxy Award, I will give you 2 million more to encourage you. Lou Jinggong. What's wrong? Guccio seemed to have noticed Lou Electrician's confusion. He tilted his head and asked innocently, Uncle Lou, what do you think? I think. Deleu almost nodded directly, but hurriedly stopped the car and waved his hand. No. If this is done, I'm afraid I will have to cry behind bars tomorrow. Deleu said with a bitter smile. The little reader in front of me is so scary. He speaks $500,000. This is so scary that it's not worth your life. If he agreed, it would be better if this little reader couldn't do it. If only it could be done. I'm afraid that tomorrow I will be reported by the other party's parents and I will be given a private room in the prison. The good years will not come past. But in his heart, he was a little relieved. Even though he knew that Tong Yin Wuji and Guccio were probably a kid from a rich family who had no realistic concept of money. But at least, people really like their own works and their books. This is still very exciting. Why not? Guccio shook his head. I plan to buy the copyright, Uncle Lou's. That won't cost so much money. Deleu waved his hands quickly. Don't listen to those who brag about copyright. Science fiction copyright is not valuable. Which story you like, I will just give it to you. That's what he said. There was no hesitation at all. There is naturally a reason why Lou really doesn't think the copyright of his works is valuable. Another reason is because he likes Guccio, an 8-year-old reader. Just send it out. If it were someone else, Lou would definitely not be able to give it away. After all, even science fiction copyrights are worthless. But which author doesn't treat his or her work like a child? Is there any reason to send it away? Guccio was not surprised at all by Lou's attitude. He shook his head and said, Copyright is legally bound. I intend to support you, Uncle Lou. I happen to still have the copyright in hand, so I will spend money to buy your copyright. Think about it from another perspective. If Uncle Lou becomes very popular in the future and your books become very popular, maybe I can make a lot of money in the future. Maybe 10 years later, this will be a successful investment. Guccio's strict explanation stunned Electrician Lou. Good guy. What kind of family has a child who knows how to invest at the age of 8? But, forget it. My copyright is worthless. Deleu waved his hands repeatedly and said in a dumbfounded voice, I'll just. He hadn't finished the rest of his words. Deleu suddenly froze, because he saw that Guccio in front of him took out a thick stack of documents from the school bag behind his back. Taking a subconscious glance, Deleu was suddenly stunned. Good guy. Contract. Is this kid still prepared? But seeing that Guccio had laid out the contracts one by one, he said seriously, Uncle Lou, take a look. I prepared these contracts before I came here. If you agree, We will sign the contracts today. This is... Lu swallowed his saliva and was speechless for a moment. He looked down at the contract. Not to mention, this is a real formal contract, and even the price is the same as what Gushio just said. All short stories. Cost $500,000. Based on a number of words for a long novel, the copyright fee for Supernova Era is only $800,000. This is a terrible number. You know, there are already 10 short stories that Lu has published. According to the 500,000 pieces, that is a full $5 million. In addition to the $800,000 from the Supernova Era, the total is $5.8 million. This is for Lu now. It's a huge sum of money. Not to mention, after these contracts, Gushio actually had some contracts to buy out the copyright for subsequent articles. At the same time, as Gushio said before, he would be rewarded with a $2 million contract with the Galaxy Award. What the child said just now was not a joke, let alone childish talk. He is serious. Even the contract has been prepared in advance. What family? What conditions? So outrageous? Uncle Lu. Lu was still in a daze and was relieved by Gushio's words. However, looking at the other party's eyes, Lu shook his head almost subconsciously. The price is too expensive. I can't take it. It's indeed expensive. Unexpectedly, Gushio nodded, but then he shook his head again. But you are worth the price. This sentence made Electrician Lu in front of him burst into tears. What is recognition? This is called recognition. What is support? This is called support. Even for a moment, Electrician Lu thought of that old saying. A scholar dies for a confidant. The Gushio in front of me is my confidant. Does your parents know about this contract? After thinking about it, Electrician Lu asked. I know, and I support it. Gushio nodded. I added in my mind, I will know sooner or later. Dian Lu clicked his tongue for a while. Even a fool knew this was nonsense, but this child's parents knew it and still supported it. Obviously, they couldn't be his fans. That explains it. That's really inhumane. Willing to support your own children's mischief. If you want my copyright, I won't refuse. Anyway, science fiction copyright is just cabbage. No one wants it. However, we can't sign this contract like this. The price is too high. Lu thought for a long time and said, for the copyright of a book of 10,000 yuan, I will just give it to you. This price. Gushio just wanted to speak, but Lu interrupted him and said seriously, I don't know why your parents would agree to give you so much money to support a nobody like me. But I know how much I weigh. For the works I have published now, although I have won awards, no one is willing to take the copyright. The copyright for the physical books is cooperated with the publishing house, and the rest is just some miscellaneous movies, TV games, and the like. This thing looks decent, but in fact, in terms of film and television, this kind of science fiction work can't be filmed at all, and it will have no effect. As for the game, the difficulty is just as high, and I don't have any prospects for games. So, for 10,000 yuan a book, I can just package it for you. After all, Lu is not a newly debuted writer, but he can be regarded as a science fiction author at the peak of his debut, and he actually knows a lot about the copyrights in this area. At this time, it was really analyzed in a decent way. Even if Gushio hadn't asked for it, it would have been $500,000, but he felt that 10,000 was a bit high. But obviously, his words meant the same thing to Gushio. I, Lu, don't know enough. Certainly, Lu's lack of understanding is not that he is short-sighted, but that even though he can have a lot of fantasies about the future, he cannot predict the future after all. But Lu was so generous, and it was impossible for Gushio to really take advantage of others' danger. For more than half an hour, the two started bargaining mode. Interesting. Different from the normal bargaining model, this time the buyer thought it was too cheap, and the seller thought it was too expensive. By the end of the conversation, the two of them almost started to quarrel. Zhan Wu, who was just standing there, always had a weird look on his face. Be reasonable. He can't understand WAP. In fact, not to mention that Zhan Wu couldn't understand it. Even when he knew that Gushio planned to find a science fiction writer to buy the copyright and planned to take action himself. Lu Oxiang couldn't understand either. After all, Lu Oxiang is basically responsible for this kind of thing, not to mention that Yuanxiu investors are now very successful. Any lawyer can actually handle this copyright acquisition. The boss just took action personally. If it wasn't weird, Luo Xiong was the first one not to believe it. But in fact, Gu Xiu really didn't have any other medicine in the gourd this time. After all, it was the author he had always liked, and Gu Xiu didn't want to do it from the perspective of a speculator. To seize the so-called advantage. He wants to give the other party real respect. Meeting and negotiating in person is what Gu Xiu believes is the best form of respect. What's more, 100,000, it can't be lower. After talking for a long time, Gu Xiu finally said 100,000 yuan in copyright fees for each article. We can discuss the copyright fees for new books in the future, but for the ones that have been released now, 100,000 is the bottom line. Delu was speechless for a while. Good guy, he had been bargaining with this little guy for a long time, but in the end he was cut down to 100,000 by this kid. Still high. Calculated this way, as soon as the contract is signed, he'll get 1.1 million immediately. And what Gu Xiu got was not the publishing rights, but only the internet rights and the film and television game rights. This thing is really worthless now. Uncle Lu, we have already talked about this, so let's do it this way. If you feel that I have suffered a loss, then just give me the copyright of your new book as soon as possible. Believe me, I will not suffer a loss. To say the least, even if I suffer a loss, this little money is just pocket money for me. If the first two sentences are considered normal, that last sentence, it really puts the Lu to shame. You are the rich second generation, and you are awesome. Okay. Finally, Delu agreed without any hesitation. The other party's attitude is already clear. Although Delu didn't want his relationship with this little book friend, who was his best friend, to be involved in money. But what they said is quite right. All they spent was pocket money, and it was clear that they were supporting themselves. If you refuse again, you will be unworthy. Delu agreed, and the next thing was easy. Gu Xiu directly asked John Wu to find a copy shop and print out the previously revised contract. Both parties signed on the spot. Gu Xiu even brought a seal from 3 Body Games, knocked down the seal, and then directly asked Luo Xiong to transfer money from the company account, and the contract was established. As for the minor details that follow, Luo Xiong will be responsible for handling it. The boss takes action personally, and efficiency naturally takes off. That night, 1.1 million was directly deposited into Delu's bank account. When he saw the text message to remind him that the account had arrived, he was still in a daze. So dreamy. I originally thought that it was just a little book friend looking for me to play with, but unexpectedly, it turned into a copyright sale. When I wake up in the morning, my bank card balance is still only 5 digits. It ended up being night. The bank card balance has become 7 digits. Millionaire. The outrageous mother opens the door for outrageousness. Outrageousness is at home. What kind of family do you have? After confirming the text message repeatedly, Delu was still a little in a daze, looking at Gu Xiu with a weird look in his eyes. But Gu Xiu smiled. Ordinary family. Ordinary? Delu rolled his eyes. If this kid had an ordinary family, why would he stand on his head immediately? Complaints were complaints, but Delu's mentality changed smoothly. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's go. I made a lot of money today. I'll treat you to a luxurious supper." That's good. Gu Xiu did not refuse. Next, the 2 adults and 1 child went straight to the night market. Delu showed his sudden wealth overnight and ordered everything he wanted to eat but couldn't bear to eat. After setting it up, the entire table could no longer be placed. Doing this feels a bit like a nouveau riche. But he was originally a nouveau riche, so what happened to his arrogance? Who said we who write science fiction can only be gentle, autistic, withdrawn, and like to fantasize alone? If you have money, you have to build it. With such a mentality, Delu had a very comfortable meal that night. Even spun a few beers. I really don't understand. How do you rich people get their money? After drinking and eating, Delu sighed. You could talk about hundreds of thousands and millions at the age of 8. When I was 8 years old, I could only think of ways to do my homework. In this regard, Gu Xiu smiled slightly and did not answer. He couldn't answer, and he wasn't qualified to answer such a question. By the way, you signed a contract today using the reputation of 3 Body Games. Which company is owned by your family? Dalu asked about the contract. Seeing Gushio nodding, he immediately laughed and said, "Don't believe me when I say it. In fact, I have a long-form idea, and there is 3-body game in it. When I first met you last year, when I heard you talking about 3-body game, I thought I had seen a ghost. In this regard," Gushio smiled. "Maybe you really saw a ghost? Go, you kid. You still want to tell me a ghost story, right?" Dalu naturally didn't believe it and sighed. "Actually, although the contract has been signed, it's a bit late to say this now, but I still want to say that you suffered a big loss from this contract." "A big loss?" Gushio blinked. "Then if you think you've lost a lot, when the book about the 3-body game you mentioned is published, will I be the first to sell the copyright?" "That's no problem." Dalu agreed directly without hesitation and also joked, "Don't say it's about buying the copyright. Even if you want to buy me, I'll be happy." "Really?" Gushio became interested. Dalu felt something was wrong. "Are you really planning to buy me?" "Don't tell me. I do have this idea." Gushio nodded. "Of course, I'm not asking for your more than 100 kilograms of meat. I want to invite you to be a plot consultant for the 3-body game." "Plot consultant? What is that?" Dalu became interested. "It's just to expand the game background, worldview, and other things for us. It would be better if there is a plot. Isn't that the same as writing a book? It's different, but if you want to understand it this way, it's okay. Does this thing have a lead?" "Whether it has a lead depends on your personal opinion. You can work part-time." Gushio seemed to have been prepared for it and said directly, "I can give you a position, salary, and bonus. If you are here, I believe our plot should not be a problem. I don't need the position bonus, but if there is really something I can use, just ask." Dalu was bold and asked directly, "What is the name of your new game?" Gushio tilted his head and thought for a while. "Supernova Fight." "Supernova Fight? WAP. Supernova Battle? SF. Is it related to the Supernova era you bought, boss?" 2 days later, 3-body game, in the general manager's office. Luo Xiang couldn't help but become curious after hearing Gushio's plans for the next work. He didn't expect that. The first time the boss came to 3-body games, he asked again to develop a new game that had been revised for the second time. The first is to determine the name of the game. Supernova Battle. It's not that eye-catching, even if you didn't happen to know that the boss bought the copyright to a science fiction novel called The Age of Supernova. Luo Xiang didn't even know what the name meant. Naturally, he immediately thought of this. Gushio Dao didn't hide anything and nodded directly. The two are indeed related. "I plan to put this game in the shell of Supernova era, which can also be regarded as determining the background of the game." "Game background?" Luo Xiang suddenly became weird. "Don't say it. This thing is really strange. As we all know, the game industry is developing wildly. Even a few years ago, games basically had nothing to do with background stories and the like. It's not that the previous games didn't have backstories, but most of them are very thin. Although in the standalone circle nowadays, the requirements for game plots and game backgrounds are getting higher and higher. But that's a single machine circle. Is this necessary for online games? It wasn't necessary before, but now it is." Gushio saw Luo Xiang's doubts and explained casually, "Since we plan to make money and become the most profitable game company, we must have a truly competitive product that belongs to us. If a game wants to be commercially successful, it can be successful just by relying on our previous private servers or browser games. But the upper limit is not high. Since we plan to do it well, let's make an irreplaceable game. This is Gushio's real idea. Play games. It's easy to make money. But if you want to make money continuously, or even want to become the most profitable game company in the world, you can't just create a deceptive work. There will be more to consider. Gamers can laugh at themselves that they are fools, but game companies cannot really fool players into thinking they are fools. Even if you're interested in someone else's wallet, you still have to be qualified to defraud money, right? Say this to Gushio. Luo Xiang seems to understand a bit. He actually wanted to say that he had made a lot of money by working on a private server with his boss, and he also made a lot of money later by playing web games. This proves that the boss's model is correct, and we should not need to waste this energy. But, as a smart man, he did not refute the boss's order, but changed his perspective. "Boss, it's a good thing that you want to develop this game well, but if we make a lot of adjustments now, our game development process may be extended again. This is what he is most worried about. Speaking of this new game, it can indeed be considered bumpy. At the beginning, the plan was to call it CS World. The meaning was very simple, just to tell everyone clearly. This game is the online version of Counter-Strike. But because of Villefort's failure, the boss simply overturned the idea, retained the original framework, and replaced a large number of character, firearm, and prop models. But at that time, the name of the game had not yet been determined, and even the code name was still the code name of the original Saul. Now it seems that the game is almost complete and will be officially launched soon. The boss still comes here. This will indeed slow down efficiency. Don't worry, although I've added a background, the overall development progress of the game will not be affected too much. Gushio understood Luo Xiang's concerns and asked, "Have you read the book Supernova Era?" Luo Xiang shook his head. If you're a science fiction fan like Ma Huadeng, you might have read it, but Luo Xiang himself is not interested in science fiction books. I don't usually have any hobbies in this area. This book is actually quite exciting, and the angle is very strange. Gushio said, the background is simpler. A brief introduction is that because a supernova suddenly erupted, causing a catastrophe, the entire world was changed. Adults cannot survive in the post-disaster world, so the world is entirely controlled by children. To put it simply, all governments, soldiers, and institutions everywhere have become children. Similarly, this world also has wars. As for our supernova battle, I plan to take place in such a background. It can be a battle between two or even multiple camps. At present, our weapons and character models are all made in cartoon-like shapes, and most of the scenes have a science fiction color, so there is no need to change what has been completed. Gushio's analysis is clear, but Luo Xiang on the other side couldn't help but look weird. Children rule the world? Isn't this? What? Is there a problem? Gushio asked. No problem. Luo Xiang shook his head without hesitation. Although he felt that the background was a bit outrageous, it was according to what the boss said. It seems to work too. That's it. Gushio nodded. Of course, this background frame is just to set a tone, and there won't be too much elaboration in the game. Our main focus is still on the gameplay. Adding a game background frame is just for subsequent iterations of the game version and to maintain player stickiness. At the same time, when subsequent version updates or new Krypton gold points are added, there can be a legitimate excuse. Is the game background important? To be honest, it is not that important in this era. Gushio is a pragmatic person. If this game makes money, then how to continue to make money is the problem. And the existence of a game background can make this money-making ability something sustainable. Make the fishing line longer. Facts have proved that Gushio is right. Adding a game background is not a problem for a game project that is already a semi-finished product. After Gushio's order was issued, the entire original CS project team immediately changed brands that day. Supernova Project Department. Even the staffing has not been changed at all. In terms of work, the workload of a few artists has only been increased. It really won't affect the work progress. At this time of speed, Gushio was in charge of the three-body game. He didn't just sit back and relax. On the contrary, he began to personally advance the progress of the game project, and even skipped the development progress, leaving the game as a game that had not yet been fully hatched. Entering a new stage. Promotion. Now, still in the office of three-body games, Luo Xiang looked at his boss with astonishment on his face. He hesitated for a long time and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, you mean that we haven't completed the development of the game yet, so we are going into the promotion stage in advance? You also plan to directly make a game promotion CG and put it out? Are you sure?" "Of course I am sure." Gushio nodded. Am I not hallucinating? Luo Xiang had a toothache. "Boss, don't you always say you shouldn't rush things? Isn't it too early for us to start promoting the game before it's finished?" Isn't it early? I just asked you to find someone to make a promotional video for the game. It'll be almost done when it is produced. That's what you say, but the game has not yet been revealed. We are busy promoting the effect. Won't it be great? No, the troops and horses have not been moved yet, food and grass go first. Not to mention the promotion itself should be prepared early. The difficulty of this game itself is low. I estimate that it can be completed in half a month at most. Luo Xiang hesitated, but couldn't help but ask, "But boss, we are a game player, and you asked me to go to a film and television company to produce game CG. Isn't it unreasonable?" It's not that Luo Xiang is bold and dares to contradict the boss. The main thing is, "Boss, this ability of thinking outside the box is a little unacceptable to barrister Luo Sanpao. I just talked about working on the game background 2 days ago. Today I will directly launch the game CG and start the promotion stage. This is not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that when the boss is promoting the game, he does not plan to render it in his own company. Instead, he plans to go to an internationally renowned special effects film and television company to make a promotional video. What does the boss want to do?" But in response to Luo Xiang's doubts, his boss smiled crookedly, as if he was possessed by the god of war. "Who told you that game promotion has to be about game graphics?" Luo Xiang scratched his head. "Isn't it?" But, facing the boss with such an expression, Luo Xiang didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Just ask. He seems to be a bit of a country boy. Don't ask. Boss, are you sure?" After thinking about it, Luo Xiang asked in a different way. When Gu Xiu nodded in affirmation again, Luo Xiang sighed helplessly. "You're the boss. You're the biggest. Producing promotional CGs is not a big problem, but what level do you plan to produce, boss?" Generally speaking, each game CG is produced by its own studio. There are also outsourced ones, but not too many. We are promoting games, so we definitely can't use real people to shoot. If we outsource, we usually find companies with animation production capabilities. These companies have different levels and charging standards. "Boss, which level do you plan to produce?" Luo Xiang has also been working on the entertainment company recently, and he even knows about film and television production. At this time, he can be regarded as a business counterpart. "The highest grade one." Gu Xiu answered directly without even thinking. "It would be better if we could find pigs or Disney." Hiss. This time it's not contributing to global warming, it's a toothache. The boss really dares to say that. Will Disney let people casually create game CGs? Even Pixar is a serious animation company in the field of animation today. Opening your mouth is the two peaks. Not to mention the cost, just whether people are willing to do it or not is a question. Luo Xiang couldn't help but said, "Boss, this difficulty may be a bit high." "Is it high?" These two companies have a very high status, and they will focus most of their energy on their own works now. I'm afraid it will be difficult to accept an entrustment from a game company. In that case, Gu Xiu thought for a while. Then let's change the method. Let's hold an animated short film competition. Animated short film competition? Luo Xiang suddenly felt that he was older. At least his brainstorming speed was not as fast as his boss's. But Gu Xiu nodded. "Yes. Hold an animated short film competition. But this competition is a proposition. What is required is a supernova background as the theme, character models, and some scene models are provided by us. As for the elements of the work, we do not require it, whether it is love, friendship, war, or other things, but it must be positive. If it is successful, we can issue an award, and the first place will receive a reward of 5 million meters. His dash. 5 million. Rice knife. Luo Xiang is autistic. When he first heard that his boss was planning to hold an animated short film competition like this, he thought it was going to be something. After all, if it really works and there are good works, it will not only have a publicity effect, but also get what you want, which can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But this bonus is a bit outrageous and excessive. 5 million knives. To the boss, it may not be a big deal, but to 3-body games, this amount of money is really not a small amount. Just jump into the Supernova battle game now. Including the time cost, there may be so much money, but that is due to the continuous interruption and replacement of previous projects. Really speaking, the development cost of this game is actually not high. For such a low-cost game, spending more than the cost of game development, just to make a game promotion video, if it weren't for the boss standing in front of me, he had already passed by with a big kick. Mud. Prodigal. Boss, is this too much money? Is it a lot? Not a lot. Not a lot. Guccio shook his head and got himself a cup of tea. After thinking about it, he poured the tea and put in a Coke, and then took a sip happily. Three Guns, the aroma of wine, is also afraid of the deep alley. You should know this better than me. But boss, isn't it a bit outrageous how much you destroyed the alley in order to let the aroma of wine spread out? Luo Xiang had a weird face. Let's just sell some wine. As for that. But what left Luo Xiang speechless was that Gu Xiu smiled. Since you have the money to smash the box, why not smash it? Ah, old Luo, you look like you have a problem. Gu Xiu simply didn't bother to explain. He looked so careless that he deserved a beating. But the look in his eyes, he looked emphatically at Luo Xiang's feet. No objections. Absolutely no objections. Boss, you are my light. I will do whatever you say, without any hesitation. Luo Xiang spoke without hesitation. Have to. It's time to persuade. What needs to be said has been said. If the boss doesn't listen, can you still argue with the boss? Not suitable. Things were decided hastily, but efficiency took off. The next day, a recruitment order from Three Body Games was directly promoted by various media, entertainment companies, and the internet, and began to spread crazily. And it's not just domestic. Also includes overseas. Recruitment for animated short films. A 5mm grand prize is waiting for you. Produce a supernova short film of the same name for Three Body Games, and the first place will win a 5mm grand prize. Science fiction supernova. The short film will win the grand prize. Animated short film invitation. $5 million are waiting for you. 2 days later, under reports from various media and the internet, there was news about Three Body Game soliciting animated short films. It has been spread like crazy. Not only was it spread domestically, but many overseas animation, film, and television promotion companies immediately paid attention to it. After all, $5 million is not a small amount. Even if some well-known large companies in the industry give him an easy order of $5 million, they will definitely accept it without hesitation. Yes, get $5 million easily. This was the first thought of many professional counterpart companies and personnel when they saw this news. After all, in the description of the Three Body Game, they only needed a relevant creative short film, and even some main materials, worldview, etc. were already prepared. How is this different from a propositional composition? What's more, the word count required for this proposition composition is not high. The requirement for the Three Body Game is only that it should last no less than 5 minutes. For this kind of requirement, powerful big manufacturers can even recruit a small team of just a few people. It can be done quickly and easily. What's there to hesitate about? Of course, everyone was laughing at this little-known game company from Xia State, with stupid people and a lot of money. Without hesitation, I sent a few people to prepare to withdraw money. Follow normal development. This time the call for short films has come to an end, and we should wait until the works are announced before making them public. After all, Three Body Games is just recruiting companies for film and television production and animation special effects. To put it bluntly, it's news that only exists within the industry. But this is news that only exists within the circle, but with the help of thoughtful people, it is like a shocking bomb. Suddenly appeared in the public eye. First of all, on the domestic internet, a large number of related discussions suddenly appeared in online communication products such as Penguin. I heard that the game manufacturer in Pao spent $5 million to have the world's top visual effect company make animated short films for them. That's not what I heard. I heard that those world-famous companies begged to make short films for them. I also heard that it's so awesome. Why does a game company spend so much money to make animations? I heard that this game company seems to have a great new game, and this game seems to be benchmarked against top 4 masterpieces. So awesome. Real or fake? Similar discussions only took place in various types of Penguin group chats at the beginning, and they were mainly game groups. But slowly, news began to enter from the Penguin group to major forums and communities. There were more and more discussions. I asked my friends who were involved in film and television production. Three Body Games did launch a campaign to buy short films worth $5 million. This news is true. What are they going to do? Do they really want to make a game that is awesome? No, it is said that this game is a science fiction game. I heard from the gossip that the new game from Three Body Games has been developed. It was taken to the beautiful country before, and many game manufacturers were scared. This game is quite amazing. You know Valve? It's the company that has Half-Life. I heard that Spoliers Games had contacted Valve before, and it might be related to the new game. Domestic Light, Hold the Grass. There were quite a few similar discussions, and they were considered normal at first. Later, inexplicably, Three Body Games was labeled as a domestic product. There were even more rumors after that. There are rumors that their new game has won a well-known foreign award. Their graphics technology has exceeded human limits, and their game plot has been evaluated as a masterpiece of art by a well-known artist. To sum it up, one is better than the other. Domestic players are naturally excited. After all, the legends are tired and the bubble hall can no longer be exploded. Everyone actually hopes to have a good game to replace it. Listening to so many rumors about having noses and eyes, more or less, this three-body game has not paid much attention to it. A little more attention. As for the people who are not interested in games, they have to pay attention. No way. The internet has just emerged in China, and there are only so many netizens. There are only a few well-known forums for online chat, and the topics discussed become trendsetters every now and then. Topics like the three-body game. If you say you don't know, you would be embarrassed to tell others that you know how to surf the internet. What this brought about was that in just a few days, there were countless discussions about the three-body game on the internet. This game company originally gained prominence because of Bubble Hall, but later became relatively low-key. Suddenly, it became a major game company that everyone knew. Even Xingda, which has already sat on the throne and is known as the largest domestic game company, is full of confusion. Inexplicably, in the discussion among netizens, the position of the second major company has been given to Three Body Games. The Pig Farm said it was very dry. Ninetown said it was very dry. This is quite dreamy. But this is still a domestic game company. In fact, what domestic netizens don't know is this. In overseas gaming circles, the name Three Body Game has gone through a legendary evolution that has confused more major game companies. Just like Neon, as one of the world-renowned game kingdoms, Neon has always been a country that cannot be avoided in the global game circle. After all, there are really many major game companies that people can name. Konami, Nintendo, Cardboard, etc. all have influence in the world's game industry. According to normal terms, Three Body Games is not a local game company, and it doesn't have any good works. It's basically impossible to show up in a place like this. Even if they hold a so-called short film collection activity, the impact will not be too great. At least then. Many major Neon manufacturers also have this idea, but no one expected it. In Neon's own territory, the name of the company Three Body Games has actually taken root. The story still starts on the internet. On a sunny day, without any commemorative value, Neon netizens were doing nothing on the internet, feeling the convenience brought by technological progress. A large number of inexplicable accounts suddenly appeared in major portals and forum communities, and a large number of shocking comments were made. Have you heard that a game company called Spoliers Games in Dragon Kingdom plans to acquire Capcom? Are you kidding? I heard that they are acquiring Nintendo. Are you mistaken? I heard that Nintendo is planning to take the initiative to acquire it. You are all wrong. Spoliers Games is planning to acquire Konami. It is said that their Contra is selling well in Dragon Kingdom. It's nonsense when I look at it from upstairs. Three Body Games wants to acquire not just gaming companies. They want to buy our country. Similar remarks appeared out of nowhere. In this early era of the internet, Neon is known as a developed country, and the number of internet users in China is naturally much larger than that in China. But obviously, even if there are more people, the development is temporarily ahead. These netizens are living a good life. As for what it means to be a naval force and what it means to lead a rhythm, clearly still clueless. When these jaw-dropping remarks appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of countless Neon netizens. Shock. A game company that I have always liked and supported very much. It's going to be acquired by a foreign company I've never heard of. Even my country is about to be acquired. Naturally, no one would believe that a game company acquires a country. After all, they call netizens who have a good life as children, not netizens who have problems with the development of the cerebellum and brainstem. But with these numerous topics, it was indeed successful and attracted the attention of many people. For a while, many people started discussions and searches. After all, the internet is here to resolve doubts. Netizens in this era still hope to find answers online. But this search answer, everyone was surprised to find that as they found out more information about the game company 3 Body Games, not only were their doubts not solved at all. On the contrary, why is it getting deeper and deeper? 3 Body Games is a company with abundant funds. They can even spend $5 million just to buy a 5-minute animated short film for their new game. 3 Body Games rejected V's cooperation. According to reliable information, Nintendo executives have been in contact with 3 Body Games before and are suspected of negotiating an acquisition. Capcom president personally meet with the 3 Body Games delegation. Although 3 Body Games is a little-known game company, their new game has not yet been officially released, but it has already been favored by many game companies. Well-known game production experts have praised 3 Body Games' new game as a masterpiece of times. Similar news came out immediately after searching for 3 Body Games on the internet. Netizens who were living a good life after seeing these dense messages couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning. Good guy. Why didn't I know about such an awesome game company before? Sit in the well and look at the sky. He must be sitting in a well and watching the sky, being ignorant and ignorant. Although these news finally proved that 3 Body Games did not really intend to acquire their own country, these news actually revealed a lot of information. First, this company is very powerful. At least they have sufficient funds, to the point where they can even acquire other companies at will. Secondly, this company seems to have a top-notch game that is awesome. This game seems to be so powerful that even the entire game company community is amazed. At last, all of the above are correct because all of Neon's well-known game manufacturers have had contact with this company, which shows that both parties are at least in the same class. With this conclusion, Neon netizens couldn't sit still for a while. There was much discussion, and it's still polarizing. Some people think that this game company must be very powerful, and it may have a huge impact on Neon's local game manufacturers. Some people sneered, feeling that this company didn't even deserve to be remembered by name before, and it had no qualifications to threaten Neon's local game manufacturers. Interesting, yes. The two sides actually started a war of words on this issue, and many people began to try their best to collect clues and evidence to debate. To a certain extent, Neon netizens are actually quite leisurely. But no matter what the outcome of this war of words is, but one thing is certain. The name of 3 Body Game inexplicably began to slowly appear in the hearts of Neon game players during this internet ferment. Although they have nothing to offer, their importance in the hearts of many people is not weaker than that of other major game companies. At least they are strong rivals. And the same. At the center of this topic, the most discussed and mysterious perfect game has also attracted the attention of countless Neon netizens. Don't mention it, there are quite a lot of gossips in this area. It is said to be a buyout game, and it is a science fiction theme, and it is related to the supernova in the universe. Exploring the universe is not itself. It is said that the story is mainly about struggle, and the setting is very grand. It is true that the background is grand, but the game content is not too serious and profound. It is said that they are all beautiful ladies and brothers. It is said that this game will use the most advanced online SPF gunfight type game, and it will also be a beautiful girl gunfight. Science fiction plus gunfight plus beautiful girls equals a must-buy. The public's attention began to slowly shift, and all of it was transferred to this new game, which had no official announcement at all. As for these discussions among netizens in this country, several well-known Neon game manufacturers, but they feel a bit confused. Have they heard of the 3 Body Game? It's nonsense to say you haven't heard of it. Not to mention the three-body game. There was a classic case of a man with $5 million being stupid and having too much money, which was considered a joke in the industry. In fact, several of their companies did meet with representatives from three-body games some time ago. But it's not really a three-body game, because it was a small game company acquired by Three-Body Games in Neon that had the corresponding qualifications but did not have any outstanding works. The content of the talks is even different from the so-called acquisitions rumored by the outside world. Three-Body Games came to them in the hope of cooperating with several major game companies to help with the promotion of new games. Even for this matter, the major neon manufacturers at the time labeled him a fool and kicked him out without hesitation. Is that wrong? You're here to grab your job, and you plan on me giving you publicity. Are you out of your mind, or do you think I'm out of my mind? Asking competitors to help you promote this matter, how many brain circuits do you need to think of it? In fact, at that time, several major manufacturers were discussing this in private as a joke after dinner. But how come it has developed to this point? The big manufacturers are not fools, and they naturally noticed immediately that they were being favored, or even carefully designed to be favored. They were not religious men and women. As soon as they realized something was wrong, they immediately refuted the rumors. The response was quick, but the effect is a bit unsatisfactory, because they had just issued an official statement, making it completely clear that it was impossible for their company to be acquired by an unknown small company. A so-called latest revelation suddenly appeared on the internet. The talks have collapsed. Negotiations between Neon's major manufacturers and Spoliers Games failed, and the two sides have become grudges. If nothing else happens, our next major game manufacturers will definitely belittle and attack Spoliers Games. This is outrageous. The big companies are very angry, but the rumor makers are afraid that the world will not be in chaos, and even broke the news. The latest news. The new game of Spoliers Games has threatened several local neon game companies. In order to prevent the new games of Spoliers Games from impacting the market, many neon game companies plan to join forces to fight. They want to fully attack Three-Body Games, prevent the new games of Spoliers Games from landing on Neon. Game companies, what the hell am I doing? WAP. Neon's major game manufacturers have only one feeling. One injustice. I didn't do anything, I was just a freeloader. What does it mean now? Will I eat myself? Is it true that people are just sitting at home and the pot comes from the sky? The most annoying thing is, you say that this is not the case and that others are throwing dirty water, but others turn around and say that you big manufacturers have formed an alliance. Persecution targets people. You say they are slandering you, but people just don't believe you. What can you do? After all, no matter which country the netizens are from, what they like most is to believe those random rumors, and what they are most passionate about is watching these big companies and big capital make a fool of themselves. In fact, it's not like the major manufacturers haven't thought of other ways. The most commonly used one is the lawyer's letter. After all, this can be regarded as damaging one's own public image and slandering one's own company. But who should the lawyer write to? From the beginning to the end, Three-Body Game never said anything, let alone took the lead in making any comments. Everything was discussed spontaneously by netizens on the internet. This is not anyone's fault. At least from a legal perspective, this really has nothing to do with them. You said to investigate from the source and arrest the netizens who spread this rumor in the first place. But this can't be done. After all, the internet has only been around for a few years now. Not to mention the technical aspects. If you lock the identity of the other party, even if you really have the ability to lock it, there are no relevant legal regulations on the internet, so you can't talk nonsense. Some people think that since these methods don't work, then we should solve the problem from the root. All fools know that this is the operation behind the Three-Body Game. In this case, then make the Three-Body Game matter public, and let the public know that the previous rumors are just rumors. The Three-Body Game has absolutely no identity or strength corresponding to the rumors. It's okay not to say this, but the game companies that did this soon discovered. The more they say, the more they are wrong. The more they expressed their attitude towards three-body games, the more outsiders started to discuss three-body games, this inexplicable company. The higher. It's confirmed. The previous rumors that several big companies are going to suppress three-body games are true. Now they have started to crazily belittle three-body games. This new game company will basically have a 100% impact on the existing game market structure. So several big companies are afraid. What is a new game of three-body games like that can scare these big game companies? I'm afraid it is really a game that transcends the era. It must be a very powerful game. Otherwise, would the big companies be so afraid? I don't know if the others are true, but it's true that I spent 5 million yuan to buy a short film. Do you think any game company would be willing to spend so much money to find professionals to make a completely meaningless short film for a new game? $5 million is already a huge cost for a game project, not to mention outsourcing production to others and charging such a high price. This only shows that Spoliers Games is very confident in its new game, and it may even become a work of art. Nothing else. I just want to ask, when will this game be released? When can I play it? And can our country play it? There are more and more discussions, especially after several major game manufacturers began to participate in the discussion. The topic took off in a straight line. The major gaming companies are in trouble. They found that no matter how they explained it, the final result was to bring popularity to the three-body game. What else can be done? I can only pinch my nose one by one and never participate in this discussion again. Out of sight, out of mind, treat it coldly. But it is obviously a bit late to treat it so coldly at this time. After all, the curiosity of netizens has been fully aroused. Three-body game, as well as three-body game, a game that has not yet been released. It has completely entered the public's field of vision. Players' enthusiasm and curiosity have been mobilized. No matter how cold it is, there is still no way to stop the high level of discussion of the three-body problem. It's on fire. The new game became popular immediately before it was released. And it's not just popular in the island country of Neon. It's even so popular that it covers the entire Asia. The three-body game is like a shooting star, suddenly breaking through the sky, appearing in the public eye, and firmly attracting the attention of a large number of players for the first time. This is outrageous, even unbelievable. After all, who has ever seen a game company come to the forefront without even releasing its work? But unfortunately, such an unbelievable and slightly outrageous thing really happened in this early era of the internet. Even years later, this propaganda case has been repeatedly analyzed and studied by countless economists and propagandists. Certainly, for a game company, promoting this thing is actually a double-edged sword. Sometimes super high heat can indeed bring a lot of convenience. But the same thing, sometimes it can bring disaster. After all, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Once the situation overturns, the greater the anger you may bear in the end. This is playing with fire. At least many major game companies that have chosen to remain silent have more or less thoughts of continuing to watch the show. Three-body game? Supernova Battle? If you like the popularity, we will make it happen for you. I just hope that in the end, you will not become a joke to all gamers. Boss, due to the hype covering all countries and regions during this period, the popularity of our three-body game has rapidly increased. Even because of public opinion, we are currently acquiring companies in various countries and preparing for the launch of the new game. The preparations for the launch of the new game are going extremely smoothly. All departments are very cooperative, but the risk is also very high. Our next new game will definitely be popular as soon as it is released. There's no doubt about this, but once it is launched, if the reputation is not good, it may even affect our entire three-body game. When the time comes, we may be completely burned to death by the fire we lit. Three-body game. Luo Xiang looked melancholy as he talked to his boss. His eyes were full of complexity. There is admiration, but also worry. What he admires is naturally his boss's uncanny propaganda method. He didn't expect that his boss's tricks were so deep. He originally thought that $5 million would be simply taken advantage of and become the laughing stock of the industry. In the end, They were stunned to use these 5 million to complete the short film of the game, and even the most difficult publicity stage was completed. This is outrageous. If you just buy a short film, 5 million yuan is indeed a big injustice. But if the publicity is also done, that's a business genius. After all, with the current popularity of the three-body game, it can be said to be well known throughout Asia and among players around the world. They all felt a wave of presence. For normal publicity, if you want to achieve this level, $5 million would probably only be a fraction. It's impossible not to admire him. But at the same time, apart from admiration, I am also full of worry. It's done. Nature shapes glory and creates history. But if it fails, the quality of the new game will be questioned and the reputation of the new game will be reversed. At that time, for the entire three-body game, it will be the most serious blow. It is possible to be knocked on the pillar of shame. Even the three-body game accumulated before will be completely destroyed. It's a big gamble. Wow. However, Luo Xiang's worries and anxieties did not seem to affect his boss's mood. Gamble? What are you thinking about? Gambling is harmful to physical and mental health. Gambling is prohibited for minors. I'm only 8 years old. How could I do such a thing? What Gushio said was calm. He could even say such words while picking the melon seeds, which gave Luo Xiang a strong sense of disharmony. I always feel like I'm worried and anxious here. Why don't you just stay calm and have fun? Not so good, right? But Gushio handed over the melon seeds. These milk-flavored melon seeds taste very good. Do you want some? Boss, you are not worried at all? What is there to worry about? The problem is not as serious as you think. No. Luo Xiang couldn't help it. He felt that his boss didn't pay enough attention. Boss, we are taking advantage of the popularity this time, and several other major game companies have suffered. They are not good men and women. They have no choice but to hold their noses and admit it, but they can't really let us take all the benefits. You mean they can still mess with our game launch? Gushio asked. Luo Xiang shook his head. That won't happen. This wave of dumb losses directly shut down several major manufacturers. Perhaps in the past, they might indeed intervene in the release of new games of three-body games, and at least add a little difficulty to three-body games. But it's different now. With the whole network paying attention, these companies will not help, but they will definitely not take action. Otherwise, they will be scolded to death. But he saw Gushio knocking another seed. That means there will be no problems with the release of our game, and players' attention and curiosity have been aroused. In this case, all we have to do is to confirm our game server. It will be enough to accommodate so many players. But boss, Luo Xiang was helpless. Other competitors will not poke trouble after our game is released, but it does not mean that they will always ignore us. When the game is released, these people will definitely find fault. If it is not handled well, so many players will look forward to it, and it will eventually turn into anger, and the reputation of our three-body game will be gone. Isn't this simpler? Gushio said strangely. Easy? Luo Xiang's eyes widened. I've studied a lot, don't lie to me. But he saw Gushio spreading his hands. When the game is released, they will find faults. If our game has no faults, then it's okay. What you said makes so much sense. But is it so easy to do? Luo Xiang was speechless. Boss, the ones we picked this time are not the domestic game manufacturers. They are well-known game manufacturers, such as Neon and Bangzi. Yeah, I know. Do you know that you are still so confident? Luo Xiang was choked, and after thinking for a while, he said politely, our domestic game industry is just in its infancy, and its core technology is definitely lower than those of these big companies. Then what? Gushio asked. Then if we offend these big game companies like this, I'm afraid the situation will be very bad in the end. Are you so unconfident? Boss, I also want to be confident, Luo Xiang said with a helpless smile. He is indeed not confident, and somewhat lacking in confidence. There is no way to be confident. What they offended this time was a world-renowned game company, just a few major game companies like Neon. How many years have they been on this track? What about the three-body game? That's not the same magnitude at all. Now it seems that they have indeed bumped into each other, and they have successfully made the three-body games brand known through bumping into each other. but the same. It can be regarded as offending several major game manufacturers. This situation is bad. But when Luo Xiong expressed his concerns, Gu Xiu asked, Lao Luo, what do you think we should do now? We should, Luo Xiong concluded. We should. What should we do? What can be done? Luo Xiong suddenly realized that he had been worried for a long time, but now it seemed that there was no room for tact. Everyone has been offended. Is it possible that they would go door to door to apologize so that other adults would not target them in large numbers? This is not realistic. But Gu Xiu dropped the melon seeds, took a sip of his drink, and spread his hands. Look, it's over now. We've all walked towards the night road. It must be a dark road. What's there to worry about? This. Luo Xiong suddenly looked helpless. Aren't you, boss, leading us this night? But this must not be said. After all, as an employee, can you still blame your boss for causing trouble for the company? Are the shoes too big? Are wages too high? Actually, you don't need to worry so much. Gu Xiu shook his head. Our new game won't be too bad. Perhaps there are some differences between our company's technology and internationally renowned game manufacturers compared to technology. But games, it doesn't mean who has better technology will be able to produce excellent games. Besides, games are not made for peers. Games have been pure from the beginning. To put it bluntly, game companies make money and gamers like it. That's enough. As for other messy things, don't think about it so much. This was quite reasonable, and Luo Xiong couldn't help but nod. I'm here to scare myself. Totally unnecessary. With such a reassurance, Luo Xiong really didn't panic in the next period of time, and everything began to move forward in an orderly manner. After 2 years of training, 3 Body Games has actually become top-notch in the country in terms of team capabilities and team efficiency. Halfway through, though, the boss added a background and some minor details. But the efficiency is still very fast. As February is coming to an end, 3 Body Games has released its second official game, Supernova Battle. It is announced that it is officially completed and can enter the closed beta stage. In fact, it has already been completed. It's just that during this period, internal testing has been carried out, and some final details have been filled in and debugged. Even in the middle of the process, Mr. Liu, a highly productive game plot consultant, also sent a small plot design. It was also added to the 3 Body Game. Everything is ready. When the previous collection of short films entered the deadline, 3 Body Game has completely entered the next stage. Closed beta. This time, the internal test was selected for the first domestic test. There are only 5,000 open test qualifications. Like the previous Bubble Hall, Penguin is still selected to distribute test codes. The heat is actually average. To be honest, domestic players are even a little confused. After all, although there was news about Supernova before and even brought up the topic of domestic light, the follow-up spread was limited and gradually no one discussed it. Many people, I even saw the promotion on Penguin, Supernova closed beta started, and when the test code were distributed, I remembered that there was such a game. For everyone, it is somewhat dispensable, but no one thought about it this time. In their eyes, the internal beta activation code is dispensable, but in the eyes of other overseas players, what a precious treasure. Wow. While news about the 3 Body Game has slowly cooled down in China, the popularity of the 3 Body Game in several overseas countries and regions is extraordinary. Among them, there are 2 countries, Neon and Stick. From the beginning, the topic of the 3 Body Game has never stopped. Almost every 2 days, related discussions can always be heard. After all, it is Gu Xiu's key target area. In this regard, the 3 Body Game can be said to be exhausting, especially when the Supernova project is about to be completed and there are more and more manpower. During its most glorious period, more than half of the employees of 3 Body Games were serving as trolls on major external forums every day. In this case, even if you want to reduce the heat, you can't do it. The reason why I found my own people was that there was no other way. After all, these days, things like online trolls are still unfamiliar territory. There are no related industries at all. Even Gu Xiu was thinking, do you want to form a professional internet troll team? Think about it. 8 million sailors raised their arms and shouted. Is there anything that cannot be won in the battle of public opinion? But there's no hurry about this, because at the same time that Supernova launched its internal beta test, it originally spent $5 million on a campaign to collect short films. The deadline has also come. There were many applicants. Within this deadline, the Supernova project department received even more than 500 works. This amount even surprised Gushio. However, after looking at the works, I found that at least half of them were completely unqualified. $5 million is too attractive. It attracts not only large companies, but also many beginners and individual enthusiasts. But, generally speaking, the quality of the works of individual authors is not very high, and only occasionally will an eye-catching work appear. And indeed it is. After the initial screening, only 1 out of 10 works can actually participate, and only 50 works have passed the preliminary selection. 3 Body Games conducted an internal voting among these 50 short films, and finally selected 10 short films. 8 of them are works by professional companies. The other 2 were the work of small teams, and one of them even had only 1 person on the team. Gushio has watched all 10 short films. They're also quite satisfied. Although compared to the CG and Dreams, there is still a difference. But in fact, they are all good works. Even several of them can be used directly as promotional videos. This made Gushio couldn't help but sigh. $5 million is well spent. Without any hesitation, after confirming that the quality of the 10 short films was good, Gushio had the 10 short films directly posted on the Supernova official website. Euphemistically called online voting. The final ranking competition will be determined in this way. And, in order to expand its influence, Supernova also deliberately cooperated with several overseas online communities with the largest traffic in this online voting. These online communities are also going to happen. The popularity of 3 Body Games itself is high, so when 3 Body Games proposed that they want to cooperate like this, these online communities all agreed directly without any hesitation. He also took the initiative to help the 3 Body Game with publicity, vote calculation, and other work. The 10 participating works have been placed in the most conspicuous position of their own community portals by these online communities, so that netizens can see them immediately. Such a move. Why brought here were 10 short films about the 3 body problem. They had just been released and attracted a lot of attention and discussion. The short film number 3 is very good. It is very well produced. It looks like it was made by a major company. The sci-fi feeling is so strong. I think number 5 is better. Friendship and love are portrayed to the extreme. Number 1 is the strongest and does not accept refutation. Is this the Supernova game? I'm blowing this game. A virtuous cycle began. Supernova Battle, which was already very popular, has once again become more popular because of the 10 short films. Full of anticipation, and some netizens who were not interested before, intentionally or unintentionally, saw these 10 short animations under such high popularity. The final result is this really a game? Can a game reach this level? Where can I play this game? I watched the number 8 short film, and I was almost moved to tears. If this is really a game, I must play it. Where can I buy the game? The popularity surged. There were even a lot of quarrels on the internet, and a lot of arguments broke out over whether a certain short film was better. It was so hyped that it made several major overseas game companies feel itchy after watching it. In fact, the popularity in China is not small. After all, there are 10 short animations, many of which are of high quality. They all appeared in an instant and attracted a lot of attention. However, for domestic players, the related voting enthusiasm is actually not bad. After all, the internal beta test of the game has begun, and many players are busy playing the game. Even those who have not obtained the qualifications for internal testing before are mostly trying to find ways to obtain qualifications for internal testing. After all, the games are already out. After watching the short film, they will only want to play the game more. Penguin even often organizes internal beta activation code activities. With a little effort, many people can actually get the qualifications for the internal beta, but it's different overseas. Because of the large number of players, various discussions on the internet, and 10 short films have aroused the desire to play the game immediately. But suddenly I discovered that My country was excluded from the internal beta stage. I protest. Why is the closed beta of Supernova Battle not open to our country? People in the Dragon Kingdom can already start the game, but why is it prompted that my region and country are not eligible for open beta for the time being? This is unfair. Protest, strong protest. Why can't we play the game? Is it really the big companies that are targeting it? In this case, is it possible that even if the game is officially released in the future, we will still not be able to play it? We need an explanation from 3 Body Games. Suddenly, there was a lot of curses. If everyone can't play, then just wait together. But when everyone heard that Dragon Kingdom had entered the closed beta and released the closed beta activation code, their own country was excluded from scope. How could people maintain mental balance like this? Not to mention the players who were originally interested in this game. Even those who were originally interested in playing the game couldn't help but feel unhappy. Some people think that it may be deliberately influenced by the country's major game manufacturers. Some people think that this is because 3 Body Games did not value its own country's market from the beginning. Game manufacturers? Fortunately, just when this discussion was going on, 3 Body Games released an announcement. Hello, dear players. We very much hope that our game can be launched in this beautiful country/region. But unfortunately, there are some problems that need to be dealt with, and we cannot open internal testing on a large scale. Please believe in us. We are very kind to the players in your country. In fact, all the texts in our game have corresponding language versions that match your country and your region, and the translation rate reaches 100%. We will solve the problem as soon as possible and present our works to you as soon as possible. A lot of babble. However, it also dissipated a lot of the accumulated resentment of the players. And what surprised the players even more was that in this announcement, 3 Body Games also revealed a piece of news. They plan internal testing will be opened simultaneously in your region and country. However, because the server is still under construction and needs to be debugged later, there will be fewer internal test qualifications. Domestic internal testing qualifications have given away 10,000 yuan. But overseas versions, the number of players in the internal testing of each version has been discounted to 1,000. Moreover, these players also need to submit applications in advance, and after official communication, they will be granted internal beta qualifications. Highlight a formality. Highlight a precious one. WAP. Boss, after our news was sent out, the number of players who applied for internal beta qualifications in Neon has reached 100,000, and the number of players in Goryo has reached 80,000. Our Supernova Battle has now reached the highest level of popularity. Coupled with the hunger marketing to promote the distribution of internal beta qualification codes, the players' emotions and expectations have been fully mobilized. Next, according to your previous instructions, boss, we will conduct a strict review of the internal beta players from various countries and regions to ensure that at least 90% of the reviewed players will praise us. According to the plan, after these people enter the game, they will be more active in sharing their experience of our Supernova Battle game, and most of them will give positive reviews. It can be expected that the expectations of other players will be further raised by then. During Penguin Chat, Gushio looked at the recent work report sent by Luo Xiong in the dialogue box, and couldn't help but smile. Although he personally participated in the game Supernova Battle. But obviously, as an 8-year-old, it's impossible to disappear for months at a time. So, actually most of the time, Gushio stayed in Jiangxing more. Mainly for the game Supernova Battle, Gushio had checked the whole process before it was released in the closed beta version. The game is fine. There is no need to continue to stay in Yinjing. As for the subsequent release of Supernova Battle, there is nothing to worry about. After all, according to the plan, the internal testing will last for half a month, and then the final debugging will take half a month. As long as there are no major problems, this game that 3 Body Games uses to attack the world will not be officially released until 1 month later. As for the public beta, it's not necessary. Making money early is the way to go. Yes, just make money. Although this game is still in the closed beta stage, Gushio has already perfected the game itself. It's not a shocking masterpiece, but definitely it can be regarded as an excellent work that can bring fame and fortune. There is no need for Gushio, the boss, to keep an eye on it. It is enough to wait until the game is released to check the data. We can't just wait for feedback from closed beta players. We also need to strengthen public opinion control. With the hype so far in advance, if nothing else happens, the number of game players should be ideal when our game is released. But similarly, the hype must be controlled at a pace. When the Navy is touting, try to be as close to reality as possible, and don't be too outrageous. Otherwise, you will end up praising yourself. There are also game bugs. Bugs are unavoidable and can only be found and fixed slowly. Just pay attention to this aspect. Gushio reminded him in the chat box. Luo Xiang, of course, took note of all his boss's reminders seriously. After everything was settled and Luo Xiang went to work, Gushio was about to turn off the computer. A particularly eye-catching penguin pop-up window suddenly appeared in the lower right corner of the computer. The damn pop-up window finally appeared. This is the latest achievement of Penguin. Today, everything is going smoothly for Penguin, and it is no longer limited to ordinary instant messaging, but has begun to move its tentacles towards portal websites. After all, the profit model has been proven. In addition to improving Penguin's own products, Mahuading is also working on new things. Portal is one of them. Moreover, in order to grab users for their portal website as quickly as possible, Penguin smart people accidentally discovered such a thing as pop-up advertisements. I have to say this thing is really awesome. After all, at least 80% of domestic internet users today are Penguin users, and because of the Penguin level, the first thing many people do when surfing the internet is to log into Penguin. Even if you don't want to chat, you must register a Penguin account to gain experience. In this case, pop-ups are simply eye-catching tools. Of course, after all, Penguin is well known, and its profit situation is excellent, so it is not crazy to stuff ads to death. So there is only one pop-up window for Penguin. Drain traffic to the portal. The best way to attract traffic is to display some major events and more attractive news in the portal website in front of users through pop-up windows. Once users are interested, they will naturally be happy to click on the pop-up window to enter the portal. This is considered a basic routine. The effect is naturally proven. At least at this moment, even Gushio, the Penguin boss, was attracted by the pop-up message in front of him. Many well-known domestic semiconductor experts left the country to join the Dutch ASML lithography machine company. Gushio doesn't know how this news is to others, but at least to Gushio, it is definitely the most attractive. It's been almost half a year, and the news just came out now. Is it because the plan didn't go well? Or has it reached a critical moment? Gushio frowned slightly. Gushio had always been more concerned about the actions of his teacher, Liang Xining, and Mr. Liang. But it's a pity, although he is what everyone calls a genius. After all, he is just a child who is not yet 9 years old. For such a large-scale and confidential operation, the information Gushio can know is actually very limited. He actually thought of a way to inquire. But it's a pity. Most of the people involved in the project were unwilling to disclose it to him. Liang Xining would definitely be willing to do so, but he could not contact Mr. Liang now. The result of this is that Gushio can only judge the progress of the project through his own investigation or some clues about a lot of information. But it's a pity. Although Gushio had been paying attention, this action was like a pebble sinking into the sea, and there was no news from the outside world at all. Now, this was the first time that Gushio heard news about this secret operation. Clicking immediately, the densely packed text immediately appeared in front of Gushio's eyes. After scanning the area, Gushio found that the information in this report was very limited. The content is very simple. Someone broke the news that a group of semiconductor scientists from the Dragon Kingdom were discovered in ASML lithography machine company in the Netherlands. From this, a surprising conclusion is drawn. Domestic experts ran away again. As expected, there was a lot of scolding in the comment area. Gushio scanned around, and most of them were angry young people scolding these scientists who had forgotten their roots. For this result, Gushio was really not surprised at all. He didn't waste any more time. but quickly started searching on all the major portals. Good guy, there are quite a few similar reports. Another scandal of scientists fleeing. A large number of semiconductor experts left the country and chose to develop abroad. Sugar-coated bullets from overseas have captured scientists again. National shame. Forgetting our roots. Outraged, domestic scientists fled en masse. There are countless similar public opinion reports, and they all appeared in a short period of time today. Not even just online. That evening, relevant reports began to appear in major traditional media newspapers. Matter. Fermentation has begun. WAP. The well-known scientist Liang Xining backs up the motherland. The domestic semiconductor industry has been hit hard again, and scientists have left the country in large numbers. This is a traitor to the nation. This is a sinner of the country. This is a shame. How can scientists run? In the next 2 days, various media outlets, like crazy, began to frantically report on this incident of scientists leaving the country. I don't know what the situation is overseas, but domestically, there is definitely a lot of scolding. The report was very comprehensive. Even before that, many people didn't even know the name Liang Xining, but when various media outlets inquired about it, some news about Liang Xining and the scientists who left with him start popping up like crazy. Even the photos of Liang Xining and his group leaving the country and boarding the plane to the Netherlands were found. Even later, the detailed information of various scientists was released by interested people. There is only one assessment from the mainstream media. This group of scientists could not resist the sugar-coated bullets from overseas and chose to join other countries to help others develop technologies that were not yet mastered at home. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the country. Semiconductors, photolithography machines. These two words are still unfamiliar to many people, and it is the first time that they have been revealed in front of the public. For a while, countless curses began to be directed at Liang Xining and his group of elderly people. After all, they still could not escape the aura of infamy that lasted for thousands of years. A few other scientists are pretty good. Liang Xining was really hanged, and some media even gave Liang Xining a nickname. Liang run away. This guy named Liang is not a good person. I heard that he participated in the project, so he ran away to become a primary school mathematics teacher and gave up the project. He is just a jerk. Yes, I read the report that Liang Xining's daughter went overseas directly after graduating from college many years ago. Don't these people's consciences hurt? The motherland trained them and gave them the opportunity to study. Now they have achieved success in their studies, but they don't want to serve the motherland. Instead, they join other countries and fight for the cause of other countries for the sake of glory and wealth. These people are traitors. If such people return to the country, they should be shot. It's so abominable. Unexpected. I have seen Liang Xining before, and my children have been his students before. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Damn shameful. This is what most people think after reading these reports. Even in Jiangsheng, there are still many similar discussions. After all, Liang Xining has stayed in Jiangsheng for so many years, and there are indeed many people who know him. Many people even regarded him as the shame of Jiangsheng. Certainly, some people also plan to say good things for Mr. Liang. I think Mr. Liang is quite good. My children used to study with Mr. Liang. This teacher is quite good. Is there any other reason? I've heard about it too. I remember that I saw him quarreling with his daughter and said he would never treason. How could this happen suddenly? I know Mr. Liang. This person doesn't seem like he would abandon his motherland for some glory and wealth. This is unreasonable. There are actually quite a few similar remarks. After all, no one may know Liang Xining in other places, but in Jiangsheng, there are indeed many people who know Liang Xining. Maybe Liang Xining has a bad personality and doesn't have many good friends. Most of those who know him are surprised by this result. But I know people well, but don't know their hearts. If I couldn't go abroad before, it must be because my motherland is good. Now I have run away. What else can I say? People change, not to mention that he might have planned for his children to go overseas back then. Hey, I always thought that Liang Xining was a good teacher. Now it seems that this teacher's ethics is a big problem. Maybe he was deceived by his daughter. Wasn't he picked up by his daughter and taken to the Netherlands? Something must have happened in the Netherlands. What else could happen? Maybe I'll be shot down by sugar-coated bullets when I go to the Netherlands. There's never a shortage of such weak-willed people. People like this don't even know how to repay their motherland. It's better to die early. Most of them were angry, and many even uttered evil words, making them look particularly angry. Even if there are many people, we don't even know what a semiconductor is and what a photolithography machine is. For them, when a scientist leaves, it is a shame for the country. The scientist who leaves is a traitor to the motherland and should be placed on the pillar of shame. To these remarks, Gu Xiu remained silent. As Liang Xining's #1 disciple, Gu Xiu never explained anything for Liang Xining, just quietly, watching the development of the situation. However, one person's reaction was a bit beyond Gu Xiu's expectations. Dad, everyone who knows Teacher Liang is very angry right now. Why don't you react at all? Looking at his father, who had taken the time to come back from the provincial capital in the past few days, Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask. After all, they have the deepest relationship with Liang Xining. Nowadays, you can often hear people scolding Liang Xining in gourmet restaurants. People who knew Mr. Liang before are now either scolding Mr. Liang more harshly or trying to find ways to refute and explain Mr. Liang. Most people actually feel betrayed. Originally thought, Comrade Gu Jianjun would also become one of the two, but unexpectedly, Comrade Gu Jianjun never expressed any opinion on it after hearing the news. From his face, even Gu Xiu couldn't see any emotion, no anger or understanding. It seems like what everyone is talking about. It was something that had nothing to do with him, just like people who had nothing to do with him. What can I say? Gu Jianjun shook his head and took a deep look at his son. Gu Xiu was surprised. You're not angry? Why are you angry? Gu Jianjun shook his head. Whatever Mr. Liang decides is his personal decision, and Teacher Liang is a man of great wisdom. Since he does this, he must have his own reasons. Are you understanding him? Gu Xiu asked. I don't understand him. Gu Jianjun shook his head again. To be honest, I'm still a little angry, but I'm not Teacher Liang. I can't put myself in his shoes. I don't know what happened to him and why he did such a thing. But he is your teacher, and he is also my teacher. I can only bless him. After saying this, Gu Jianjun shook his head and did not give Gu Xiu a chance to continue questioning. Obviously, he did not intend to say more about this topic. After hearing this, Gu Xiu couldn't help but nod secretly. Hard. In fact, he is more confused than anyone else. Gu Xiu was not surprised that such a situation occurred. After all, the current situation itself was part of the original plan. Gu Xiu was just confused. After waiting for no news for half a year, Liang Xining suddenly received such news. How far does this mean the plan has gone? Is the action finally starting? Or has it come to an end? Whap! In the next few days, the outside world continued to criticize scientists for leaving, but the news came over and over again. There are no more updates about Liang Xining and the others, at least for the country. But Gu Xiu learned through overseas and some online media that compared with the domestic criticism, the international response to this incident was overwhelming. In fact, there are quite a few reports. And, basically, they're all just a joke. It's so normal for a country like Dragon Country to have such a thing happen. Their country is even eating dirt. I'm not surprised at all that scientists are leaving. This is a country that is clearly not even a developed country, but it still regards itself as the world's hegemon. I don't know if the exodus of scientists this time will make these arrogant people wake up. I think these Dragon Country scientists are funny. The most powerful semiconductor is neon. Why are they going to the Netherlands? I can't even learn. That's ridiculous. I heard that the Dragon Kingdom is very poor. Many people can't even afford milk. Many scientists don't even have basic living security. They ran away for a better life. We have to understand. I just hope that those Dragon Kingdom people who go abroad will stop talking about being proud of the motherland behind them. They're the lowest class of people. I heard that several international semiconductor companies have announced that they welcome scientists from the Dragon Kingdom to join. It's so funny. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, this should be called a murderous pig's heart, right? Ha ha ha. For people in other countries, watching other countries' jokes is obviously the most interesting melon-eating incident. It's a joke to the international community. It's not an exaggeration. Even remarks similar to the above are still the lightest. The reports of some overseas mainstream media are more horrifying and biased, and the remarks are sharper. As for these similar remarks, most of the patriotic people in China will be particularly angry and gnashing their teeth. However, there was a group called Gongji who had a collective carnival. Those remarks that the moon abroad is rounder than the moon at home are once again flooding in, and all kinds of slanderous remarks about one's own country are even more rampant. There are even many public figures who draw conclusions after analyzing fake models. Overseas is the best. Overseas is the best. No rebuttal accepted. The rebuttal is that you don't have the ability to go abroad, so you can only be jealous. Even if someone abroad says something bad about foreign countries, they will immediately be attacked wildly by these public intellectuals. Their reply was basically the same. You say it's not good to go abroad, so why don't you return to China? What mess? It's a complete mess. The departure of these scientists, under the leadership of thoughtful people, has restored the self-confidence that has risen among the domestic people after the arrival of the new century. In fact, the official response to this is not that there is no response at all, and the biggest response is one. Increase investment in R&D in the semiconductor field. Encourage semiconductor technology research teams to carry out research and development. With policy support, semiconductor companies are catching up in related fields. The policy is fully open. This seems to be a bit of a last resort, but the effect is actually quite obvious. A large number of relevant institutions were quickly established, and a large number of returnees returned to China to support research and development. Public intellectuals are naturally optimistic about the situation. However, what surprises the public is that just when everyone slowly understands that the gap in domestic semiconductor technology is huge, it is even difficult to catch up. An exciting news appears. Dr. Chen Jin, an internationally renowned semiconductor expert, led a team to develop the Hanxi #1 chip. This news is terrible. In the introduction, Dr. Chen Jin has a good background. He graduated from Tongji University and later obtained a doctorate in computer engineering from the University of Texas at Austin. Serious high-end talents. Moreover, after the other party obtained his degree, he also joined the Motorola Semiconductor headquarters as a senior chief engineer and chip design manager. He has presided over the new product development and important project management of a number of SoC system integrated chips. A perfect protagonist, a real super talent, and the Hanxi #1 he took out was even more powerful than imagined. This chip is designed using an internationally advanced 0.18 micron semiconductor process. It has 2.5 million devices on an integrated block that is only half the size of a fingernail. It has a 32-bit computing core and can perform 200 million operations per second. This is amazing because this is close to international advanced technology, and in some aspects its performance even exceeds similar foreign products. More means, our country's semiconductor technology has fully caught up with the world's top technology. For a time, the whole people was excited. There are many praisers. If it weren't for what Dr. Chen Jin said, this chip is currently not yet in mass production. The domestic people would probably have a collective carnival. But even if mass production is not possible for the time being, this news still makes countless people who are paying attention to the matter fall into ecstasy. And correspondingly, regarding Liangshining scientists who went abroad, everyone turned from angry abuse to ridicule and ridicule. These people never dreamed that they would risk being infamous and become traitors, but in the end they would still be no match for the technology of our own country. These hot chicks left as soon as they left. Our country does not lack such people. Look at Dr. Chen Jin. The gap is huge in comparison. There is no comparison between people. Let those traitors cry, ha ha. Even if they don't understand semiconductors, after reading the report about Chen Jin and his Hanxi #1, the people have only one idea. Relieve your anger. But Gu Xiu, who originally just watched and had no intention of participating in this project, saw the news. Brow. But he couldn't help but frown tightly. If there was no news about Chunjin, Gu Xiu would just wait peacefully, but when he heard about Chunjin, Gu Xiu understood. He must take action. Liang Xining's actions. There is no room for any surprises. Are you going to Yinjing again? To participate in the competition? Gu Jianjun frowned and looked at his son. There's nothing you can do about it, Dad. Your son is a genius. It's normal for him to go out to participate in competitions every now and then. Gu Xiu spread his hands and said, After all, this kind of professional academic competition can't do it without me. Go ahead. You kid is really good at it. Gu Jianjun curled his lips, but he said he didn't believe it, but he couldn't stop his son from participating in the competition. He just asked a little hesitantly, Your birthday is coming soon. Can you come back when it's time? Gu Xiu was stunned. Gu Jianjun even put aside matters in the provincial capital during this time and stayed in Jiangcheng every day. It seems now. I'm afraid it's to celebrate my birthday. My heart immediately warmed up, but I still shook my head. That's not necessarily true. It depends on the game schedule. Birthdays are important, but Liang Xining's actions are more important. What Gu Xiu has to do, it is to ensure that this action will not fail due to some reasons. Okay. Gu Jianjun sighed and finally let him go. He could only send his son to the plane to Yinjing in person, and sighed, My son is getting older. Wow. Gu Xiu actually noticed that comrade Gu Jianjun had some regrets, and he also felt a little guilty in his heart. After all, Dad deliberately put aside work and came back to be with him to celebrate his birthday. As a result, he left early, which would make anyone else feel depressed. But in this world, regrets are often unavoidable. It was a relatively happy birthday. Mr. Liang Xining's plans and actions are obviously more important. Gu Xiu didn't want their plan to fail. After all, the price they paid for this action was huge. Even a few old gentlemen became traitors in the eyes of the people and sinners of the nation. Such infamy is sometimes more uncomfortable for the older generation of scientists than killing them. Gu Xiu must make sure. Foolproof. In fact, according to normal progress, this action was well planned, and they had already made sufficient preparations before taking action. It should have been considered foolproof. But the appearance of Chunjin and Han Xen, according to history, made Gu Xiu unable to help but become wary. Previous life. Chunjin and Han Xen actually appeared at this time. This was normal history. But because of the fermentation of Liang Xining and others, the reputation of Chunjin and Han Xin has been pushed forward a lot again. Even more attention than in the previous life. This is an accident. Such high attention even made Gu Xiu unsure whether it would affect Liang Xining's actions. So, he had to take it seriously, or at least take a look in person at Liang Xining's actions. This will make him feel at ease. This time when he went to Yinjing, Gu Xiu did not notify Luo Xiang and Tan Liangzhe, but only took Zhang Wu as his bodyguard. After walking out of Yinjing Airport, Gu Xiu went straight to the institute. He actually called before to inquire about the situation. But it is a pity that no one in the research department responsible for domestic response would reveal secrets to an 8-year-old child over the phone. So, Gu Xiu plans to come in person this time. Even if no one is still willing to reveal the information, at least he can see whether the situation in the institute is proceeding according to the original plan. It turns out, after all, Gu Xiu was Liang Xining's #1 disciple, and he had stayed here for half a month. After contacting several researchers he had met before, Gu Xiu was successfully brought into the research institute. Certainly, a large part of the reason why it went so smoothly was because Gu Xiu told the institute, I have new ideas about photolithography machine technology. As soon as these words came out, no one could ignore this kid. After all, in the past 6 months, the institute has been researching in only one direction. Replace media. Through the refraction of light, the accuracy of photolithography can be improved. The more we researched, the more we discovered. This looks simple, but is also very complicated in practice. Really useful. And this thing itself was proposed by Gu Xiu, even though the Research Institute is basically filled with experts from all walks of life. But absolutely, can't ignore this kid. Gu Xiao, you are amazing. A simple method actually works. We have done hundreds of experiments in the past 6 months and have confirmed that the medium replacement method you mentioned is really effective. It's a pity that we finally found that the best and most stable medium is pure water. No other effective medium has been found yet. Even this is amazing. Now we are equivalent to mastering a technology amplifier. As long as the technology is obtained, we can immediately use this method to improve our technology again. I really don't know if you are really just an 8-year-old child. This brain is too strong. You will definitely be a very powerful scientist in the future. Do you have any new ideas this time? Yes, you said on the phone before that you had a new idea. Let's talk about it, and let's hear it. As soon as he arrived at the institute, Gu Xiao was surrounded by a large group of researchers. Everyone was full of affection for this little genius, and they're curious, too. When Gu Xiao comes this time, will he come up with a good solution similar to last time's replacement of media? Facing these questions, Gu Xiao just smiled and talked about him. What new ideas can he come up with? This is not realistic. Replacing the medium itself is like overtaking in a corner, as is the case with many things in this world, especially in the field of scientific research. It is very difficult to overtake in corners. It's good once, but you want to do it again? Is it possible? Maybe it's possible, but it's obviously not within Gu Xiao's control. What's more, nowadays, for the domestic semiconductor field, the most important thing is actually its own solid technical level. That's what matters most. Therefore, while casually dealing with these researchers, Gu Xiao also took the opportunity to observe the situation in the institute. The total number of people involved in Liang Xining's operation this time has exceeded 1,000 people. Excluding the relevant security personnel and the response personnel who followed Liang Xining and others overseas, most of the participating members were responsible for the response at home. Task assignment is simple. What Liang Xining and others need is to find opportunities in ASML to obtain ASML's cutting-edge technology. After acquiring technology, they will use various means to transfer these things back to the country. The domestic research team was divided into 2. One part of them is set up as the media team, and they will devote all their efforts to research and develop the feasibility of testing the media replacement method and improve it. Another part is to set up a breakthrough team, which is responsible for analyzing and researching the technology passed back by Liang Xining and others in order to improve their own technical level and break through the original technical bottleneck. According to plan, when the technology breakthrough team completes the technological breakthrough, it immediately joins forces with the media team to advance the technological achievements again through the media replacement method. In this way, we can gain truly world-leading technological strength and gain the right to negotiate on an equal footing with other technologically powerful countries. The plan was perfect, and from the beginning, the plan has been advancing like this. But this time, Gu Xiao discovered a problem. Where's Professor Wang? Aren't they responsible for analyzing the information sent back by the teacher? Where have they gone? Half a year has passed. The media team in the Research Institute has now gathered together, and all members are online. But the members of the breakthrough team who should have been responsible for handling the data and technical breakthroughs returned by Liang Xining and others. But no one was seen. As soon as this question came up, the enthusiastic researchers who were originally surrounding Gu Xiao hesitated for a while. Gu Xiao noticed something was wrong, and after repeated questioning, he got some news that made him look ugly. The breakthrough team has been progressing smoothly before, and Mr. Liang and the others have been able to send some iterative technologies every now and then. The breakthrough team has indeed achieved a lot of results with the help of Mr. Liang and the others' intelligence data. But recently, the breakthrough team has been transferred to Magic City to follow up on Hanxi No. 1. After all, the technology mastered by Hanxi is higher than the technology sent back by Mr. Liang and the others. Whap! Before he could finish listening to what these researchers said, Gu Xiao's expression darkened instantly. Really? My worries did come true. Because of Hanshi number 1, even the originally determined plans have been greatly affected. Even Lian Ben should be responsible for being in the rear and supporting the breakthrough team of Liang Xining and others. Everyone was kicked out and left. What is this? Gu Xiao, don't be angry. This is a decision made by the higher-ups. There are many factors that have to be considered. I heard that the higher-ups are actually considering recalling teacher Liang and the others. They will definitely give an explanation to the outside world on their behalf. This matter, there is nothing we can do about it. Seeing Gu Xiao's ugly face, everyone knew it and felt a little embarrassed for a while. Even if the other person is just an 8-year-old child. After all, no one who can be here is a fool. If you think about it for a while, you will understand that rashly mobilizing members of the breakthrough team is equivalent to interrupting the previous plan. For others, it might be fine. But for Liang Xining and several other scientists who left the country and went overseas, they even suffered infamy. It's really all in vain. They risked their lives and even sacrificed their own reputations to learn technology overseas for the sake of their motherland. The result? They were still overseas, and the danger still existed. But the troops in the base camp behind them suddenly betrayed them and withdrew their support troops on the grounds that there was newer technology in the country. Perhaps from a general perspective, this is understandable. But sure, I feel sorry for Liang Xining and the others. As Liang Xining's number 1 disciple, Gu Xiao even came up with a medium replacement method, which inevitably made everyone present. I feel a little embarrassed. Facing the apologetic eyes of the researchers in front of him, Gu Xiao showed no expression and just took a deep breath. I want to see Director Diao. Director Diao is the main person in charge of the rear scientific research team for this operation. This is an old man who is nearly 70 years old and has participated in many scientific research projects in the semiconductor field. Both ability and qualifications are sufficient. Gu Xiao had met him before. Director Diao was a pretty good person. No matter how much you talk to the scientific researchers in front of you, it is better to talk to the person in charge directly. But Gu Xiao's words made everyone hesitate. What's wrong? My teacher and the others are still taking risks overseas for the country, even at the cost of infamy. The rear is unwilling to tell my teacher, and now they are not even willing to see me as a student. Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows. His tone was a little unkind. This is where he is most dissatisfied, because he discovered that even the breakthrough team had been mobilized and left, and it seemed that Liang Xining and the others had not been notified so far. There is obviously something wrong with this attitude. Somewhat chilling. Director Diao, one of the researchers, hesitated and whispered. He was hospitalized the day before yesterday. Hospitalized? Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows. Then who is in charge now? It's Director Liu. Director Liu? Gu Xiao frowned. Gu Xiao still knew the Director Liu they were talking about, the person in charge of the breakthrough team for the previous operation. Willow stems. Gu Xiao had met this person before, but his impression was not good. The other party and Liang Xining seemed to have had conflicts when they were young, and they never liked each other. Even before the previous action started, the two sides sometimes talked with guns and sticks. However, for an action of this level, some personal grudges must be put aside naturally. Not to mention Liu Henxing's professional ability and experience are indeed excellent. But now, what are you doing? This is a critical moment for the mission. Why don't you get busy with the work in hand? What are you gathering here to discuss? Speaking of Cao Cao, Cao Cao arrived. At this moment, a bald 60-year-old man walked in with a briefcase under his arm. Now is the critical moment. We all need to race against time. You don't want to be passive and slow down the work, affecting the progress of the entire plan, right? After all, he is the current person in charge. When he spoke at this time, the researchers who were surrounding Gu Xiao immediately dispersed. They just looked at Gu Xiao's eyes, somewhat worried. Liu Binxing obviously saw Gu Xiao, but he frowned and said, "What are you doing here, kid? Don't think that just because you are Liang Xining's student, you can walk around in a place like this. This kind of confidential mission is not something that a kid like you can participate in." His tone was stern. His eyes even glanced at the group of scientific researchers who had been surrounding Gu Xiao with an air of wanting to hold them accountable. The other party was not polite, and Gu Xiu didn't waste any time talking. He directly asked, "Director Liu, I want to know in your plan, what will my teacher and the others do next?" As soon as these words came out, many people pricked up their ears. In fact, many people in the Institute have discussed this issue in the past 2 days. After all, if the Institute wants to change its plan, Liang Xining's problem must be solved. However, Lu Binsheng never said anything in this regard, and everyone was a little confused for a while. At this time, I was curious about Lu Yinsheng's thoughts. But it's a pity. How your teacher arranges it, we will naturally take it into consideration in the future. This is not something you, a child, should know. This is confidential. You have no right to ask. The word confidential, obviously very suitable for use on children in front of you. However, ordinary people may indeed be repelled by the word secret, but Gu Xiu is obviously not an ordinary person. He was unhurried and said in a calm tone, "Director Liu, although I am just a child, I have also participated in the previous media changes and action proposals. More than one leader has authorized me to participate in the action. Although I did not participate in the action in the end, but in terms of the right to know, I believe that regardless of my identity or merit, I am qualified to know." At this point, Gu Xiu paused briefly. Of course, if Director Liu is not willing to give me the right to know, then I can only ask a few elders to ask about the situation, but I'm afraid Director Liu is not happy either. I'm causing trouble for you for no reason, right? Straight up. Normally, it would be impossible for Gu Xiu to use his power to overwhelm others. But things are different now. Teacher Liang Xining and his group had sacrificed so much, but could not achieve anything, so Gu Xiu had to take their place. Fight for something. Don't let the hero feel cold. Lu Bixing naturally knew that Gu Xiu was using his power to overwhelm others, and his expression immediately darkened. But the next second, Lu Bixing suddenly laughed and shook his head. "Logically speaking, I shouldn't tell you. But since you are so anxious to ask, let me tell you. Our actions have not been hidden from your teachers and others from the beginning. In fact, we have notified them before the breakthrough team was transferred. According to my opinion, we should actually let them return to the country as soon as possible and clear their names." Everyone nodded. This is indeed the best way to deal with it. Although Liang Xining and the others have worked in vain, it is impossible not to let them come back. But soon, everyone's expressions changed, because I just heard Lu Binsheng change the subject. "But your teacher has a bit of a stubborn temper. Unless he doesn't believe in our domestic Hanshin, he plans to stay in the Netherlands and refuse to return to China." Wap. What? Refuse to return to the country? What do you mean by not believing in Hanshin? This, Mr. Liang and the others are not going back to the country now. Isn't a waste of time to stay overseas. Why don't you come back? Lu Bixing had just finished speaking. Before Gu Xiu could speak, the other scientific researchers who were listening to this could not help but start a discussion. They don't understand. I originally thought that it was because of the organization's temporary failure to consider how Liang Xining and the others would deal with it. But now it seems the organization immediately considered the situation of these elderly people and even provided relevant follow-up measures. At least for now, bring a few elderly people overseas back home, and then clear their names at home to clear away their misunderstandings and grievances, although I don't know what the effect will be. But this can be considered the best approach at present. But what's going on now? Rejected? And the reason is that you don't believe Hanshin? Isn't this nonsense? Look, you can't blame me for this. Lu Bixing spread his hands and seemed quite helpless. Liang Xining is just a bit suspicious. I personally tested the Hanshin #1 chip. I said without politeness that this is the first-tier chip technology in the world. Liang Xining still doesn't believe it. The reason turned out to be because he felt that it was impossible for domestic technology to reach this level. What was even ridiculous was that he even said the word magic to me on the phone. Ha ha ha. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience burst into laughter. It is indeed a bit ridiculous for a scientist to comment on other people's achievements as magical. It's impossible to think that others can't do it just because he can't do it himself. It's impossible to think that others can't do it just because he can't do it himself. Think of our mighty dragon kingdom, a huge country with a history of 5,000 years. There are numerous talents, and any technological breakthroughs are not an exaggeration. As a senior engineer, Liang Xining actually questioned such talent and technology. The most ridiculous thing is that I personally participated in the release of Hanxi No. 1 and personally studied the structure of the Hanxi No. 1 chip. This chip itself has reached the top of technology, but he still doesn't want to believe it. Liu Bingxing shook his head. I think the most likely thing is that Liang Xining feels that Dr. Qinjin and the others have stolen the limelight that should belong to him. After all, their original plan failed, and they could not accept the failure of the mission. So they are now so stubborn and almost unreasonable. The glory that should have belonged to them has now been taken away by Dr. Qinjin. This kind of reaction is actually normal. Liu Bingxing shook his head and said, the expression on his face was full of teasing, especially looking at Gu Xiao's expression. Making someone you hate unhappy is definitely the most enjoyable thing in the world. But it's a pity. The 8-year-old boy in front of him was a little angry at first, but when he heard himself talking, Liang Xining suspected that the Hanxin chip was fake. The expression on his face turned out to be one of shock and disbelief, and suppressing laughter. What's going on? Liu Bingxing felt strange, especially when Gu Xiao looked at him at the end. Liu Bingxing felt that he was not looking at senior engineer. But a fool? Such a look made Liu Bingxing feel very unhappy, and he immediately said, so, your teacher and the others are unwilling to come back, and I have no way to drag them back. However, our overall plan cannot be affected by their hysteria, so our next project will be fully developed around Hanxin. Dr. Qinjin has agreed to share part of their technology with us, and the next breakthrough team will also fully support Dr. Qinjin's development. As for Liang Xining and the others who are still overseas, let them go. If they're willing to come back, we will provide a certain degree of help. If they want to stay abroad, then let them stay as they please. The meaning of this is obvious. It was them who gave up our plan to return them to China. Out of respect for them, we will not force them to come back. Of course, the opportunity was presented here, and they gave up. So in the future, if they want to return to China, should we help them solve the problem of public opinion and reputation? That depends on the situation. Such words made many people look at Gu Xiao. Some people couldn't help, but said, Gu Xiao, you should find a way to contact your teacher and persuade him. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult in the future. Yes, Teacher Liang and the others don't have a good reputation in the country. If they come back now, we can say that they were ordered to study technical communication, but if it takes several years, it will be difficult. Why don't you believe it? Director Liu and the others have gone to watch the Hanxi No. 1 press conference, and the chip has been carefully studied and can indeed run. What is there to doubt at this time? Scientists, the most important thing is to base it on facts. Although I felt incredible when I first heard the news about Hanxin, but they have already taken out the chip, can it be fake? Everyone started to persuade me one by one. They have no grudge against Liang Xining, and now Liang Xining's reputation itself has been affected because of the plan. No one hopes that these scientists who took risks for the country will not end up with a good result. But, to his surprise, Gu Xiao shook his head at this moment. Maybe what my teacher said is true, and this Hanxi No. 1 is really fake? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Fake? How could it be fake? Gu Xiao, science is not so easy to falsify. Besides, do you know how high the attention is on Hanxi No. 1? With such high attention, our country immediately attached great importance to it. If nothing else, during the Hanxi No. 1 chip launch a few days ago, there were many professional semiconductor engineers testing it on site. Yes, Director Liu went there in person, and he also tested the chip himself. The chip can really run, and the technology used is top-notch in the world. It's all true. With so many experts looking at it, how could it be fake? Everyone was afraid that Gu Xiao didn't understand, so they simply explained it to him. So many people staring. How could it be fake? How could there be a problem? This child was probably fighting for Liang Xining. However, the best thing to do is put the overall situation first. For the sake of his own reputation, he ignored the facts and acted arbitrarily. This is inappropriate. Gu Xiu listened to everyone's persuasion, but just shook his head and looked at Lu Bingxing with a half-smile. Director Lu, are you sure there is no problem with Hanxi number 1? Of course not. Lu Bingxing nodded without hesitation. I have personally tested and studied that chip, both in terms of technology and craftsmanship, and it has reached the world's top level. Are you sure? What's so uncertain about this? Lu Bingxing smiled. Could my students still lie to me? Student. Gu Xiu was stunned. Lu Bingxing smiled. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Chun Jin has become my disciple. I will also serve as a senior consultant for the Hanxin project to solve related technical problems. When he said this, Lu Bingxing straightened his back. Face full of pride. There was still a sense of pride in his eyes that couldn't be hidden. Hanxi number 1, now, is the future of domestic chips. And Chun Jin is destined to leave his name in history. To be honest, Lu Bingxing had never dared to think about becoming Chun Jin's teacher before. But after meeting Chun Jin before, he took the initiative to propose the idea of becoming his teacher. This is definitely great news for Lu Yensheng. This matter should come to light. Really, when Lu Hensheng said these words, many people in the research institute looked at him with a little more envy. After all, this is a huge opportunity. In the future, he can even become a great player in the field of domestic civilian semiconductors that cannot be skipped no matter what. This qualification, I can be proud for a lifetime. But what made Lu Bingxing depressed was that his words made everyone else envious, except Gu Xiu, whose expression suddenly became wonderful. That way, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like envy or jealousy, but more like suppressing a smile. However, Gu Xiu was a professional and would not laugh easily. He could only try to control his emotions, took a deep breath, and said sincerely, I have to say, Director Lu, your luck is unbeatable. Invincible luck? When Gu Xiu said these words, many people in the research institute couldn't help but nod. No, the success of Hanxi number 1 has destined that domestic chips will take off directly in the future. Chun Jin, too, will become the pride of domestic chips in the future. At this time, the other party worshipped Lu Bingxing as his teacher, which was a clear benefit to Lu Bingxing. Real fame and fortune. If this isn't good luck, what is it? In fact, Lu Bingxing himself couldn't help but one nod and give Gu Xiu a big thumbs up. But we definitely can't be that vulgar. I saw Lu Bingxing rolling his eyes, shaking his head in a pretentious manner, and saying with some dissatisfaction, What is luck? Is that a matter of luck? When he said this, there were several researchers beside him who immediately supported him. Kid, you are young and ignorant. You can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Mr. Lu deserves his name. How can it be luck? That's right. Director Lu is at the beta level in our country's semiconductor circle. There is no doubt about his qualifications and abilities. Chun Jin worships Director Lu as his teacher. It is Chun Jin's good fortune and his good luck. Teacher Lu deserves his name. With Teacher Lu here, Hanxin's technology will definitely be improved again. Mr. Lu is a really powerful person. Chun Jin's apprenticeship must be from Mr. Lu's identity and knowledge. Even if ordinary people give him this opportunity, can he grasp it? That's right, Mr. Lu, don't be angry. This kid is only 8 years old. It's normal that he can't speak. After all, children's words are boundless. Where there are people, there will naturally be rivers and lakes. And where there is a world, there will naturally be flatterers. There are not many such people among scientists, but it is obviously impossible to be completely absent. Lu Bingxing was very satisfied with what these people said. However, he was very knowledgeable, and he shook his head and said, You can't say that. Chun Jin's ability is still very strong, but he is still a little short of me in some professional knowledge. So he became my teacher. Of course, although the technology of Hanxin 1 is very good, in my opinion, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Next, we will continue to develop Hanxin 2. We plan to build on the existing foundation of Hanxin 1 and further improve it, and plan to build Hanxin 2. Although he looks humble on the surface, he actually wants everyone to envy and praise him. Everyone present naturally understood. Hanshi number 1. It is already benchmarked against top international technologies. Next, if there is still Hanshin 2, it is unimaginable what terrifying level the Hanshin 2 chip will reach. And as Chun Jin's mentor, Lu Hansheng, who personally participated in the research and development of Hanshin number 2 technology, will directly ascend to the altar in one step. Suddenly, there were more and more compliments, and the entire institute seemed to be possessed by the cult of Kwa Kwa, and they all hoped to have a good relationship with this future leader. Even a few of them. I was thinking about how I could leave my current media group, join the Breakthrough Group, and participate in the Hanshi number 2 R&D project. Just go in. That qualification will definitely keep rising. I don't know yet what Yanagi's skills are, but he must have real skills in dealing with people. After seeing everyone's thoughts, he said directly, "Let's talk about it. Your media team, the progress during this period is very ideal, and the results are also very gratifying. However, the current media research and development is almost reaching a bottleneck. So I plan to allocate 1/3 to half of the people from the media team to join the Breakthrough team. The candidates have not been determined yet. If you're interested, you can write an application form and give it to me, and I will select some people from it." As soon as the news came out, many people immediately became interested. Hanshi number 1 is so powerful. So Hanshi number 2 is still available. As long as you participate, even if you just put your name on it, you will get a free qualification in the future. This is an opportunity. What a huge opportunity. For a time, many people began to show their attentiveness. And even later, many people followed Lu Hensheng into the office. Gu Xiu was left alone, and no one seemed willing to continue talking to him. To this, Gu Xiu just shook his head. As a person who has experienced it, he understands what these people think, but at the same time he sympathizes with them. What they are fighting for is an opportunity. But is this an opportunity? This is a fire pit. This is a landmine that could explode at any time. Seriously, Gu Xiu, I'd better persuade your teacher to come back when I get the chance. If I come back now, even if Director Lu is not happy, I have to help clear their names. Yes, if you don't come back now, it's hard to say whether this matter will be cleared in a year and a half. Someone persuaded Gu Xiu in a low voice. Lu Yinxing's opportunity attracted the attention of many people, but not everyone would be willing to abandon their principles for an opportunity. More scientific researchers are actually focused on the research at hand rather than interpersonal management. Just as at this moment, most of the researchers still dismiss Lu Yinxing's opportunities. Several of them even try to persuade Gu Xiu in a low voice. Obviously, they really thought about Liang Xining. But Gu Xiu, who knew the future well, obviously couldn't really agree. "Professor Gao, Professor Du, let me thank you on behalf of the teacher." Gu Xiu thanked them one by one, and then said, "But I think it is actually a good thing that the teacher continues to be in the Netherlands." A good thing? Everyone was dumbfounded. Did this child really not understand the seriousness of the matter? Or rather, does he really think that Hanshin is fake? But before anyone could ask more questions, Gu Xiu suddenly looked at one of the researchers with white hair and beard. "Professor Ming, can I ask you for a favor? Ask me for help." Ming Siyuan was stunned, and then smiled kindly. "Just say what you want to do, but I can't guarantee whether you agree or not." Gu Xiu did not hesitate and said directly, "I hope, Professor Ming, you could divide a few people from your media team to continue the work of the previous Breakthrough team. That's what's most important right now." Lu Bangsheng gave up Liang Xining and others overseas for Hanshin, and even the Breakthrough team that served as logistics for Liang Xining and others was transferred away. What Gu Xiu needs most now? It means that we can reform the Breakthrough team and prevent Mr. Liang Xining and their efforts from going to waste. And Ming Siyuan is his goal. Ming Siyuan has always been the head of the media team and is very capable. The most important thing is that this person is a real technician. Now Director Jiao is hospitalized and has resigned. The replacement Lu Yinsheng is obviously unreliable. Gu Xiu could only place his hope on the old Professor Ming Siyuan. But rebuild the Breakthrough team? Ming Siyuan was stunned on the spot after hearing Gu Xiu's request. Yes, rebuild the Breakthrough team. Gu Xiu nodded affirmatively, The previous breakthrough team has all lost the Hanshin that was transferred to the Magic City, which means that in the future, my teacher and their information will not be accepted for research and development. I hope that Professor Ming can reorganize a breakthrough team to overcome the research. The information that teacher and the others took the risk to send back. This, Ming Siyuan was helpless. Do you really think that there's a problem with Hanshin? Yes. What? Magic. You are the Beidou in the domestic semiconductor field, especially in the field of lithography machines. You must know better than me what the real capabilities of domestic technology in this area are, Gu Xiu said. Ming Siyuan frowned. Gu Xiu asked, do you think that with domestically owned technology, it is possible to directly bridge the gap and catch up with international standards in one step? This, Ming Siyuan was stunned, and after a moment of silence he asked, but Hanshi number 1 is real. So many people have gone there and confirmed that the chip is real. This is a fact before our eyes. This is indeed a fact, but don't you think, Professor Ming, that this is too weird? Gu Xiu shook his head and said, Teacher Liang once said that science and technology is like building a house. You can only build a high-rise building by building it layer by layer. But Hanshin's technology is like building a 5th floor out of thin air as soon as the foundation is laid. Is this possible? This, Chen Jin, is a doctor who has returned from overseas and has relevant experience. His technology should have been brought back from overseas. Ming Siyuan said hesitantly. Isn't this even weirder? What's weird? My teachers and others have been overseas for more than half a year, and what they have sent back before is only some iterative technologies, and the core technologies are not accessible at all. Gu Xiu shook his head. But how did Chun Jin do it, able to bring back comprehensive core technologies? I heard that this Chun Jin came back from the United States. He had been in charge of related projects before, and he was also the chief engineer. If he can master these technologies, he should. Chief engineer? Gu Xiu smiled contemptuously. Have Professor Ming been to the United States? Yes. Have Professor Ming learned in detail about racial discrimination in the United States? This, Ming Siyuan stopped talking. The whole world knows how serious racial discrimination is in the United States, and it seems that the main targets are black and white. But only those who have lived in the United States will know. The status of yellow people. In fact, it's even lower, especially the yellow people with Dragon Country background. Perhaps it is not a problem to survive overseas, but if you want to move up and enter the senior management level, it is basically impossible. Not to mention, a person from the Dragon Kingdom can reach the position of chief engineer of a high-tech core project. Disaster. Very difficult. You mean, instantly. What did Ming Siyuan think of? But mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped. He stood up in a hurry and waved to Gu Xiu. Let's go. Let's go to the office to chat. Team leader's office. As soon as Gu Xiu and Ming Siyuan walked in, Ming Siyuan immediately closed the doors and windows and drew the curtains. After making sure that no one was eavesdropping outside, he looked at Gu Xiu incredulously. Do you know something? I don't know. Gu Xiu shook his head, his face full of innocence. Ming Siyuan was a little skeptical. Really? I really don't have any inside information. Gu Xiu spread his hands. Seeing that Ming Siyuan was still full of worries, Gu Xiu thought for a while and added, however, I am better at analysis and logical deduction. Isn't there always a saying in the scientific field? Bold assumptions, careful verification. It should be normal for me to deduce a relatively bold setup from some existing information, right? Normal shit. You're only 8 years old. Ming Siyuan murmured in his heart, but he breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and said, so you guess that Shinjin may have falsified his resume. He has not actually participated in any core projects, let alone served as the chief engineer of the project. This is a very reasonable conjecture. Gu Xiu nodded. If Chun Jin said that he had participated in core projects, I can still believe it. But if he gave himself the status of chief engineer of the project, it would inevitably make me suspicious. Ming Siyuan frowned, thought for a moment, and asked, is it possible that Chun Jin actually stole these technologies quietly? because it feels a bit disgraceful. So, he made up a more glorious identity for himself. Without waiting for Guxiu to answer, Ming Siyuan nodded. That's definitely the case. Chen Jin is a young man after all. Even though he cares about the motherland, his methods are not too glorious. So he added this resume to himself, which can explain it. This is actually a small problem. After all, the Hanshi #1 created by Chen Jin is real, and the technology used in the chip is also genuine. Guxiu did not answer this analysis. What? Do you think there are any other questions? Ming Siyuan noticed Guxiu's expression and asked. Guxiu reminded, identity can be faked, so who can be sure that his chip is not fake and the technology he claims to master is fake? No way. Regarding this guess, Ming Siyuan shook his head without any hesitation. The chip is real. If Chen Jin faked it, there is no way he could have taken out the Hanshi #1 chip. Many people have seen that chip in person. It can't be a fake. He could believe that Chen Jin's resume was fake, but he definitely didn't believe it. The chip Chen Jin took out was fake. After all, with so many experts present, no matter how skilled Chen Jin is, there is no way he could deceive so many experts. If he really had such technology, there would be no need for chip fraud. In response to these words, Guxiu could only sigh. Really, the technology on Chen Jin's chip is not fake. But, did he produce the chip? Guxiu asked. What? Ming Siyuan was stunned. It took him more than a year to develop it. With so many people involved, it must have been produced by him. Then how much of his technology was shared? Guxiu asked. This? Ming Siyuan shook his head. At present, the breakthrough team has just contacted them and has not shared technology yet. But there is no need to worry about this. After all, it is such a high-precision technology, and it is normal to have some confidentiality measures. Hasn't Director Liu already accepted a disciple? I guess it won't be long before we can share the core technology. Guxiu was helpless. He knew the truth, but had no way of telling it. At least for now. There was no way he could expose the deception directly. That's amazing. If you're not careful, you will immediately arouse others' suspicion. After thinking about it, Guxiu said, my elementary school teacher said that no matter what, putting eggs in one basket is always the stupidest behavior. I always feel that there is something wrong with Chen Jin. So my suggestion is that instead of completely believing in Chen Jin's Hanshin plan, it is better to be prepared. The technology sent back by Teacher Liang and others is real material. It has been delivered to our hands. We only need to study it, and it can become our own technology. At this time, it would be too risky to cut off the technology sent back by Teacher Liang and others with one knife, since there is no way to break it directly. Then change your thinking. Really, after saying this, Ming Siyuan did not refuse, but seriously considered Guxiu's proposal. At least, currently, Hanshin has no way to share their core technology. In other words, so many people in the breakthrough team are actually waiting for the technology to be shared. In this case, instead of shutting down, why can't we continue to study the existing technology? Even if we plan to fully develop Hanshin's technology in the future, we can still take the time to continue researching technology from the Netherlands. Ming Siyuan remained silent, but his eyes were full of thinking. Obviously, he agreed with what Guxiu said. Guxiu struck while the iron was hot. Stop the project and suspend the work, which is equivalent to stopping progress. The most important thing is to continue research and development. If there's an accident or some problems with the Hanshin plan, we will not waste a lot of time in vain. If there are no problems, that is better. After all, the iterative technologies brought back by my teacher can be learned as transitional technologies, and they will also facilitate subsequent actions of the Hanshin plan. You're right. Finally, Ming Siyuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. It's a good idea to use the technology brought back by Lao Liang and others as a transitional technology to learn and research and transform it into your own technology. Let's talk about it. I'll have a chat with Director Liu and ask him to mobilize a few members of the breakthrough team to continue participating in the previous operations. After saying this, Guxiu could only nod in agreement, even if he was dissatisfied. Ming Siyuan is an activist. Just do it. He got up immediately and went to Liu Yinxing's office. What followed was a long wait. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Ming Siyuan came back again. No need to speak. Gu Xiu knew the result just by looking at his expression. Failed. Well, Director Liu said that the technology used by Hanshin is very different from that of the Netherlands. Learning Dutch technology will not bring much improvement. And he said that the negotiations with Hanshin are going very smoothly. Although the breakthrough team cannot get the core technology for the time being, they can participate in peripheral design and technology research and development first. That is to say, the breakthrough team will not move. Sure enough, Gu Xiu was not surprised at all by this result. He just frowned and thought about how to persuade Ming Siyuan next. But what surprised him was, Ming Siyuan suddenly said, "Although Master Liu refused, I think you are right. Since he won't help, then I will do it myself. It just so happens that the research and development experiments on the media team are almost over. I will transfer some people to form a Breakthrough 2 team. Go all out to study the technology sent back by Lao Liang and the others. Of course, this team will not have too many people, and the overall technical ability may be weaker." The following sentence. Gu Xiu ignored him. Weak technical capabilities and fewer personnel? Is this a problem? Not a problem. What Gu Xiu wants is just to let the original plan continue. Let Mr. Liang and the others' actions not be interrupted by backstabbing. At the same time, it also prevents domestic semiconductors from going back decades again due to some scams. That's enough. As for Hanshin, Gu Xiu had only one thing to do. Watch him build tall buildings, watch him entertain guests. Look at him. The building collapsed. In the next few days, Gu Xiu stayed in Yinjing's Research Institute. Ming Siyuan is very capable of action. After it was determined that the second breakthrough group would be established, personnel transfers began directly from the original media group. The process was not smooth. Although Liu Yinsheng did not oppose the newly established group, his attitude was not supportive. As for the members of the media team, most of them are willing to stay in the original media team, or follow Liu Yinsheng to the Magic City. As for the so-called Breakthrough Second Group, to be honest, this thing is a bit dispensable. After all, joining this group probably means that the results of the media group and the breakthrough group will have nothing to do with you. That is to say, if you go to breakthrough the second group, you will probably face mediocrity and no achievements. Even if many scientists don't care about so-called fame and fortune, they won't jump into a place that is clearly a pitfall. In 3 days, there were only 3 people in this second breakthrough group, one of whom was Ming Siyuan, the leader of the media group. This will obviously severely slow down progress. After all, although they're basically related to lithography machines, there are many science and technologies in related fields behind a seemingly simple lithography machine. The strength of these 3 people has not yet been fully grasped, but there is nothing that could be done about it. Ming Siyuan lobbied the entire media team and contacted other people in the breakthrough team in Magic City. But the effect is terrible. Everyone basically rejected him politely. In desperation, Ming Siyuan could only bite the bullet and do it on his own. Fortunately, the 3 people in the second group of breakthroughs basically complemented each other in their professions. Although the research progress is low, but the technology that Liang Xining and the others sent back was also being deciphered and mastered bit by bit. Gu Xiu actually also participated in the second breakthrough group. But after all, he is only an 8-year-old child. Even if everyone calls him a child prodigy, there is still the word child behind the word God. To put it bluntly, he is only a child. It was obviously impossible for his professional knowledge and level to be on par with real scientists. So Gu Xiu initially participated in the project as a small consultant. The main work is just to help with summary, integration, and system programming. It's worth saying. In fact, at the beginning, the Breakthrough 2 team just regarded Gu Xiu as a handyman and asked him to handle some simple but tedious tasks. But what they didn't expect was, this kid, who was supposed to be just doing odd jobs, showed his programming skills beyond imagination during his participation in the project. Have any programming needs? Just tell Gu Xiu, and he can always finish it in the shortest time. It's simply outrageous. Even the 3 scientists who broke through to the second group were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths several times. After all, the programming ability shown by this kid is not like that of an 8-year-old child. After all, who has ever seen an 8-year-old child defeat an entire research institute? Final. Under the leadership of Ming Siyuan, Gu Xiu made an exception and changed his identity from a consultant to a formal researcher, becoming the 4th official member of the Breakthrough 2 group. This is more than just a name, because what Ming Siyuan applied for Gu Xiu was the official establishment of the institute, which not only had a name, but also actual benefits. So, now I can be regarded as having landed early before I graduated from elementary school, and it's not an ordinary job. When I meet others in the future, I can proudly introduce myself. Hello, my name is Gu Xiu, and I am a scientist. After Gu Xiu said this, he couldn't help laughing. Scientist is still the dream of many classmates, and as a result, I have become a scientist at the age of less than 9 years old. To be honest, it's pretty cool. When scientists introduce themselves, they don't say that they are scientists. Liang Xining was also happy after listening to Gu Xiu's words on the phone. When people introduce themselves, they usually say that they work at a certain research institute or have participated in some projects. If you go out and introduce yourself as a scientist, you will probably be laughed at immediately. Laughing off your tongue, Gu Xiu shook his head. Then what if I say that? Hello, my name is Gu Xiu. I became a scientist when I was 8 years old. Liang Xining. Teacher, why are you silent? Quit being anxious, quit being impatient, quit being arrogant. But what I said is true. After all, I am still 2 days away from 9 years old. I said I became a scientist at the age of 8. Is it true? Liang Xining. Listening to Mr. Liang Xining's silence on the other end of the phone, Gu Xiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He could imagine what Liang Xining's expression was now. That's really awesome. Just a little awesome. Liang Xining. Okay. Have you received the information we sent back yesterday? Already received it. When it came to business, Gu Xiu stopped being shy and answered honestly. I have seen it. Teacher, what you sent back is basically a complete lithography machine iteration technology. According to the previous plan, this thing is enough. Are you planning to come back next? Or will you continue to be in the Netherlands? Let's stay for a while, Liang Xining replied. Because of our reputation in the country and the fact that the world is laughing at it, ASML now intends to let us get in touch with the current core projects. In fact, I just came into contact with the core technology this morning, but there's no way to send it back to the country for the time being. Speaking of this, Liang Xining sighed. Speaking of which, after really looking at these technologies, I realize that they are not complicated at all. If we're given time, we can actually catch up. However, even if we catch up in the end, due to the blockade of patented technology, there is no way to mass-produce them for civilian use. Fortunately, now we have access to these things in advance. Although it is impossible to use them directly, we can make some detours on the original basis. We can also plant our flag on patents. When saying this, Liang Xining was full of excitement. In later generations, domestic semiconductor technology was restricted everywhere. In fact, after development, it was no longer impossible to catch up technically, but within the rules of the game, it was impossible to catch up. After all, there are patents in science and technology. Patents are a good thing, but sometimes it can also become a weapon for those who come before to block those who come after. The truth is actually very simple. If scientific research and development is a road from point A to point B, everyone's goal is to go directly to point B. But there was one person who walked faster. He relied on his early advantage to find the simplest and most direct route in the first place. After reaching point B, he did not go to point C immediately. Instead, he turned back and set up a roadblock on the road he had walked before. Latecomers who want to pass must either pay or take a detour. Even because of the limitations of science and technology, one of the players named Longua was not allowed to pass even if he wanted to give money. The only thing Longua can do is to avoid these shortcuts and find a more complicated, remote, and even more detoured road, such as the state of science. Many times this is not the case. because those who have the shortcut are very wary of the player Longwa, when Longwa has just overcome all obstacles and reached point B. The other party will immediately remove the original roadblocks and euphemistically call science without borders, allowing latecomers to catch up. This is already a blatant targeting, but what is regrettable is that even if the other party knows that it is targeting, many times you can only endure it. Keep your head down and move forward. This situation is actually not only true in the semiconductor field, but also in many scientific fields which have encountered these problems. Gushio had experienced such frustration in his previous life. He had even seen countless teams being beaten by overseas organizations in this way and lack confidence. Good thing. This is about to change. For ordinary people, scientific research and development is destined to be boring and lonely. But in fact, for scientists, scientific research and development is actually a matter full of passion and fun. It's like doing a math problem. When you're not interested, you may feel dizzy and nauseous just by looking at the questions. But when you're interested, when your status is turned on, the fun of answering questions is definitely the most wonderful thing in the world. Scientific research and development is obviously not just about solving math problems. However, the principle is actually the same. At least for Gushio, his time at the Institute was quite interesting. Every day felt extremely fulfilling. He was like a sponge. A large amount of knowledge was constantly being memorized, absorbed, and put into practical use. In this state, Gushio just felt happy. But the expressions of the three veteran scientists in the same group change every day. At the beginning, they felt relaxed, and occasionally Gushio found it funny when he made small mistakes. But later, their emotions became a little more shocked. To the end, I even have some doubts about life. Is this a genius? What kind of genius? I used to be called a genius, but compared with this little guy, I used to be just a fool. Too fast, he learns too fast. Such a growth rate. It feels like one day can be compared with the average person's efforts for a year and a half. This is simply a monster. I suddenly understood Lao Yang. If this was my student, I would definitely lock him up every day and make him study hard so that he can't learn to eat. Yes, this talent is too strong. A few days ago, I only knew a little bit about it and could only do odd jobs. Now I can start discussions and research with us. What kind of monster is this? This child's future is limitless. In a lounge, looking at Gushio, who was immersed in research in the next room, three old men over 50 couldn't help but sigh. Comparing one person to another is really hurtful. They are able to participate in research in this research institute, and they have been the kind of geniuses who have been favored by heaven since they were young. They have seen all kinds of geniuses. But now, after seeing Gushio's terrifying learning ability, they felt confused. There is actually a little bit of inferiority complex. There's no way to compare. The most terrifying thing is not how far this child can go on this road. The most terrifying thing is that I feel that no matter what this child does, he can do it. Yes, we have discussed many fields of mathematics, physics, and chemistry during this time, but this child seems to be able to keep up. And his programming skills are outrageous. How did this child learn programming skills? I have never seen anyone better than him. I feel that if you give him a computer, he can do everything he wants to do. The three of them were filled with emotion. There was envy for Gushio's talent, and at the same time, he was jealous that Liang Xining could have such a disciple. In fact, let alone these three people. Even Gushio himself feels surprised sometimes, because he also discovered that after his rebirth, he seemed to have more than just a photographic memory. My thinking seems to be more active than in the previous life. Many professional knowledge that was a headache even in the previous life are as easy as drinking water in this life. At this point, it's even scarier than photographic memory. If I keep doing this, is it possible that I can win some world award in the future? Gushio couldn't help but muttered, but then he shook his head. What kind of academic master are you? People should not forget their original intention and be consistent. If you say you want to be the richest man, you should be the richest man. If you don't want to be a good rich man, how can you be a scientist? Fortunately, No one knew about Gushio's idea. Otherwise, with the three old men over 50 and the old Mr. Liang Xining, who was far away overseas, Tergu, Shio alive on the spot? But it has to be admitted, because of Gushio's terrifying ability to learn and comprehend. Although Gushio is only 8 years old, his role in breaking through the second group is becoming more and more important. Even he, who was just a handyman at first, began to slowly move towards the core of the group. After all, everyone else is specialized in their profession. He was responsible for issues related to his own field, but when it came to Gushio, he could speak in any field. With such an all-round talent, the progress of breaking through the second group is still very fast. Even in less than a week, the second team had already studied most of the techniques sent by Liang Xining and the others, and had even begun to try to find their own route. Good news one after another. On this day, the second team, which had just made a breakthrough, had a team gathering. Ming Siyuan plays host. Dinner at a famous restaurant in Yanjing. In fact, in normal times, these old gentlemen who are over 50 years old will not have this habit of having dinner together. After all, at this age, there is not much pursuit in this aspect. Even if it's a celebration, most of us just take a vacation for ourselves and go home to help take care of our children. However, Gushio's existence brought many changes to this lifeless research institute. The first is the image aspect. Originally, they were just ordinary three old men wearing old-fashioned clothes. Under Gushio's careful guidance, their hairstyles were also changed and their clothes became younger. Walking on the street, just looking at the back, one might even think that he is an attractive middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. And there have been changes in living habits. In the past, they would only sit in the research institute and immerse themselves in research and occasionally exercise, which was limited to playing basketball and table tennis. I started to like gym fitness. Even when nothing happens, the young people in the institute will find that the gym that only the young people like is often occupied by these three old people. They dare not say it yet. In addition, the three old people also have a new hobby, such as now. As soon as they came out of the hotel, the three of them went straight to the internet cafe next door and got in. This is my grandson. He has never touched a computer. It's okay for him to play with it. You said there will be a department inspection? That's okay. The person in charge of this is my son. I just need to call him and tell him. Look, is it okay now? You're a good boy. Come on, let's turn it on quickly. I'm going to blow you up today. Hey, let's see who blows up whom. Just don't get beaten to death every minute. Under the confused gazes of the network administrator, waiters, and even all the internet cafe customers, Gushio led three old gentlemen. We sat down neatly in the internet cafe. That scene was more or less incredible. The four people played Supernova Battle, which is still in closed beta. After all, the boss Gushio exists. Although it is difficult to find the number one qualification for the internal beta, the boss Gushio exists. This stuff isn't a problem at all. I have to say, this game is indeed excellent. It has attracted praise from countless players just after it was launched. It has an anime-like style, a science fiction background, and it is an FPS game with countless cool firearms. In this era of gunfight games, it is basically impossible to connect to the internet. It's simply a blast. Not to mention ordinary people, even the three old scientists under the leadership of Gushio have become very interested in this video game. It's definitely not addictive, but the three old people are still very interested in playing black games together in their spare time, forming a team, relaxing, and exercising their brains. And what this brings is, every now and then, the three old men would take Gushio with them to have an internet cafe hacked together. And often at times like this, a large number of customers would gather behind the four of them, not just to watch the weird online combinations, but also because of the games they played. This is a Supernova Battle. Now that it has just entered the closed beta phase, it has already received rave reviews and is being praised by the whole world. It's the same today. As soon as the four of them sat down in the internet cafe, the game was turned on and a large circle of people stood behind them. The four of them, Gushio, were used to it. They entered the game normally, completed the team formation, and started playing directly. But while playing, a scream suddenly came from behind. "Mom, don't hit, don't hit. I'm not playing games. I'm just watching others play. Don't hit me." Then a middle-aged woman roared, "You brat, why are you standing here in the internet cafe without playing games? Have you finished your homework, memorized the words, and done nothing? How dare you come to the internet cafe? What can you do in an internet cafe? How will you survive in this society in the future?" Guccio and the others were not surprised by this scene. Normally, that poor middle school student would have had his ears twisted and taken home to receive education. But this time, the situation seemed a little different. The middle school student pointed at Guccio and said, "Mom, I just play games occasionally. Look over there, that primary school student was brought online by his grandfather to play games. Why do you want to hit me when I come to the internet cafe and haven't even played games yet?" "I hit you wrong." The middle-aged woman snorted angrily. "The other person is someone else, and you are you. You still want to learn from others. Even if you want to learn, can you learn something good? This kid is also very powerful, as are these old men." The middle school student retorted. It was okay not to say this, but when she said it, the middle-aged woman who was angry suddenly became angry. Those are all old and dishonest. They are old and come to internet cafes to surf the internet. Such people are losers. You have to learn from them. In the future, when you get old, you will not be able to afford a computer, so you can play games at home. Yes, all these words have been said. Apparently, he was very angry with his own child. But the three old men and one young man who were just eating melon couldn't help but look at each other after hearing this. What's going on? Have we become immoral? A loser in society? That little comrade. It's wrong for you to educate children. When you educate children, you belittle others. Ming Siyuan couldn't help but say. In addition to working at the research institute, this old gentleman takes care of his grandson at home every day. When he has nothing to do, he studies how to educate his children every day. At this time, he didn't feel that he was wronged. He just felt it. This is not how children should be educated. But it was better not to say this. As soon as she said it, the middle-aged woman suddenly became angry. "None of your business. You are such an old person, and you are bringing your children to the internet. Don't you know that games are electronic opium?" Ming Siyuan was choked, but he still explained seriously. It is wrong to say electronic opium. Electronic games themselves have the function of developing the brain, exercising thinking logic, and improving reaction ability. Playing games occasionally can relieve stress and reduce fatigue. Just be careful not to be addicted to games and not be able to distinguish the difference between reality and virtuality. If it is a child, it needs to be guided correctly rather than completely blocked. As the saying goes, blocking is worse than loosening. For children, especially those who have entered the rebellious period, the more you don't give him things to do, the more he will. Bah! Ming Siyuan's preaching hadn't ended yet, but the middle-aged woman couldn't help but cursed. "Here's nonsense. Who do you think you are? Expert and professor. Just a broken old man. You can't even afford a computer at home. What qualifications do you have to say such a thing? You." Ming Siyuan was angry. No matter how good your temper is, you will not be able to hold back when faced with this kind of attack in life. "What are you?" But the middle-aged woman, who had obviously mastered her scolding skills for a long time, saw that her child seemed to be confused by the old man's words, and immediately put her hands on her hips. "Am I right? Nowadays, anyone with better family conditions will buy a computer at home, so there's no need to come to this smoky internet cafe to play games. You have the ability to play games with your children. Then why don't you buy 2 computers to play at home?" This kind of fallacy is a rumor deliberately spread by a loser like you who has an unsatisfactory life. You just want to deliberately bring up bad children. I think you're just a poor guy. Anyone who has a little money in the family and the ability to make money must not say this now. Ming Siyuan was paralyzed. After all, he is a cultural person, and when it comes to cursing, he is really no match for a middle-aged woman with top-notch fighting skills. Being pointed at the nose and scolded by the other party, I was very angry at the time, but I didn't know how to fight back. Guccio looked a little funny, but he wasn't one to laugh at his teammates' jokes. He cleared his throat and was about to start a fight. There is no one in this world who could defeat a shrew. Only kids. But Guccio had just set up his stance when a man suddenly walked in from the door of the internet cafe. Whose Audi car is that at the door? Please move it. We need to unload the goods in the store. Thank you. Audi cars will be considered a bad street in the future. But in the early years of this century, even Yinjing was definitely considered a luxury car series. Hear this. Many people in the internet cafe immediately glanced around, secretly wondering who the wealthy man who drove an Audi car came to the internet cafe to experience life. Even middle-aged women couldn't help but look surprised. If you can drive an Audi, why don't you come to an internet cafe? But what surprised the middle-aged woman even more was that she hadn't even thought about it yet. But she saw the old man who had just been scolded by her and couldn't say anything suddenly stood up and said, "Mine, mine." And what he was holding in his hand was the Audi car key. In an instant, everyone's eyes became strange. The middle-aged woman was even more shocked. A loser who is unhappy in life. A poor person who can't afford a computer at home and can only go to an internet cafe. The result, did he drive a luxury car to the internet cafe? Old Wang, please help me move the car. Ming Siyun obviously noticed the change in the woman's expression, reacted immediately, and handed the car key to another old gentleman who was traveling with him. Then he turned his head and said, quite calmly, "Computers are not valuable. Buying a few of them is not a problem, but my grandson said that you have to play games in an internet cafe to create an atmosphere." Don't say it yet. I think this is quite right. I don't mention the difference between the internet speed at home and an internet cafe. Just talking about playing games together, it still makes sense to sit in an internet cafe. Comrade, we can't just look at people by their appearance, you know? Don't say it yet. The way he said this was like an ordinary old man who had taken advantage of him and behaved like an old man. However, scientists are also human beings. Apart from knowledge in professional fields, they are actually ordinary people. If you don't act well when you get a bargain, what kind of normal person is that? Ming Siyuan's words were so lethal that the middle-aged woman's face froze instantly. I just called someone poor, but they turned around and drove an Audi. What the hell is this called poor? Looking at her children, looking at the old man with admiration in her eyes, the middle-aged woman thought to herself, "It's bad. Isn't it just that the family is a little broke? What's this? There are so many nouveau riche these days. Such people basically don't have any ink in their stomachs. We will definitely be eliminated by society in the future. As human beings, we can't just pursue money or not, but for material things, we must also have culture and knowledge. This is the passport to the future." When she said this, the middle-aged woman felt that her whole body had been sublimated, as if a beam of light had rectified the great light she was supporting, but completely forgot about it. When she evaluates people, her first concept is whether they have money or not. Ming Siyuan felt angry for this shameless behavior. Good thing. At this moment, another old gentleman who had just moved the car came back, but beside him, there was also a middle-aged man. When the other party walked in, he saw Ming Siyuan at first sight, and immediately ran over respectfully. "Teacher, I didn't expect it was really you. I saw your car outside, and I thought I didn't know where you were, so I wanted to say hello to you, teacher. Fortunately, I happened to bump into Professor Wang." "Teacher?" The middle-aged woman was stunned. What made him even more stunned was that while the middle-aged man was still talking respectfully, a college student in the internet cafe who had been eating melon suddenly came over and said excitedly, "Hello, Professor Gao." This scene made the people who were watching the excitement couldn't help but gasp. Good guy. Is this middle-aged man who came in a university professor? Then what level is this professor's teacher? The middle-aged women were shocked and felt like crying. I'm just going to educate a child. Is there any need to provoke such a great God? The middle-aged woman didn't dare to speak anymore and was about to leave in despair. But what made the middle-aged woman angry was that her son was affected and even resisted. "I won't leave until I leave." "Mom, what you said is not right at all. Such a rich and educated grandpa can play games here, which shows that there is nothing wrong with playing games. I want to play games here too. Hey, this damn kid is rebelling." The middle-aged woman was so angry that she grabbed her child's ears on the spot, but she didn't expect that her son would twist and push her. He directly broke through his tried and tested moves. That's okay. The child is rebellious. If you can't convince this damn child today, how will you educate your child next? But looking at Ming Siyuan, the middle-aged woman suddenly felt frustrated. How else can I educate this shit? You say that someone has no money, but they turn around and bring out an Audi luxury car. You say that someone has not studied literature, but they can become a university professor. Good thing. After all, she is a veteran of many battles. The middle-aged woman thought for a while and cursed. I come to play because I have achieved success and want to relax sometimes. If you can buy an Audi car in the future and get a college degree, I don't care how you want to play. But now, you are still a student. If you want to play games, you absolutely can't. The middle school student suddenly pursed his lips and pointed at Gushio. That elementary school student can still play, so what do you say? If you're having fun now, what future prospect can you have? The middle-aged woman curled her lips and did not take the child seriously at all. Don't look at him having fun now. But in the future he will cry, go to the internet cafe when it is time to study, and he will regret it in the future. When she said this, the woman couldn't help but praise her own wit. The old man couldn't afford to offend him. But a little brat cannot be that outrageous, and he can still use it to educate his children. But the wind is particularly noisy today. Today's sunshine seems to be directed at myself. Just when the middle-aged woman finished speaking, the university professor suddenly looked at Gushio and shook hands with the child politely. I heard that your research group has an 8-year-old scientist who is the youngest official scientist in the world. Actually, the reason I came here this time is to invite teacher Gu to give a lecture at our university. People. Middle-aged woman. An 8-year-old scientist. Is there a mistake? Did I hear it wrong? This university professor called an 8-year-old child teacher Gu. Are you bragging? How is this possible? As soon as the middle-aged professor in front of him finished speaking, everyone in the internet cafe who witnessed this scene exploded on the spot. No way. It's unbelievable. After all, this combination of 3 old men and 1 young man will be noticed by everyone. It's a grandparent-grandson game. As a result, you suddenly told me that this is a coworker bureau? Is that wrong? The most outrageous thing is that this child looks like a primary school student. Still a scientist in the end? Even the professor of Yinxing University wants to invite him to give a lecture at the university? Is that wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Or is there something wrong with the world? As for the middle-aged woman from before, she looked in disbelief and looked at Gushio with wide eyes. How to see? This is a child who is definitely not 10 years old and still in elementary school, right? Can be biased. The university professor was standing in front of him. No matter how outrageous it seemed, this outrageous thing happened right in front of his eyes. For a moment, I felt a little at a loss. In fact, these people are not the only ones who feel incredible. Even Gu Shio himself. They were all confused. What's going on? He was involved in the breakthrough group too, and even Ming Siyuan was given a formal establishment as a researcher at the institute during this time. For this reason, in private, he actually jokes that he is an 8-year-old scientist. But this name was just for his own amusement in private. He really didn't expect that Yinxing University would come looking for him. Allow yourself to give a speech. Let's talk about this in another place. Ming Siyuan on the other side seemed to have thought of something and said to Gushio at this time. Gushio looked around at the confused onlookers and nodded. He just wants to be a low-key reborn guest. I don't plan to make it a hot search tomorrow. At that moment, a group of people quickly left the internet cafe. But when a few people here left, the internet cafe was already completely exploding. Really or not? What did I just see? Am I dreaming? That kid is a scientist. That's what you mean. The youngest scientist in the world? I can understand that there are geniuses in this world. Some time ago, I heard that there was someone who had already taken the college entrance examination at the age of 12, but that kid just turned 10 and became a scientist, right? Li Wei fucking opened the door for Li Wei. Who is this person? Who knows that kid just now? Damn it. I feel like if I didn't know about this, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Do you think there is something dark going on here that we don't know about? The internet cafe was already completely exploding. Incomprehensible. They were completely unable to understand the scene just now and the breaking news they had just heard. Even quite a few people. Post what you saw and heard today on the online forum and discuss it with other netizens. But the middle school student who was originally grabbed by his mother's ears and wanted to take him back has always persisted and has not changed his original intention. Mom, look. The kid who played games just now has become a scientist. He can play games, so I must be able to. When he said this, the middle school student was full of excitement, hoping that because of today's experience, his mother would no longer stop him from playing games. But obviously, after all, middle school students are middle school students, but they are still too young after all. Waste. You waste. You can't even compare to a primary school student, and you still have the nerve to say that you want to play games? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. If you have the ability, you will become a scientist now. I promise I will never stop you from playing games. If you don't have the ability, go back and study hard now. Accompanied by the roar of the Hudong lion, plus the magical ear-twisting skill of Chinquanwuji. In the end, middle school students were still extremely miserable and were dragged back by their mothers to receive family education. He would never have imagined it. In the past, apart from not being able to play games, he had a relatively normal daily life. In the future, there will be countless cram schools and all kinds of strict and high-pressure education. Of course, at this time, no one paid attention to the mother and son anymore. For other people in the internet cafe, all their attention was attracted by the youngest scientist in the world. Many people even started discussing what they just saw and heard online. But this time opened the computer. Only then did they realize that their news had fallen behind. Because of the entire network. At this moment, everyone is actually discussing this matter. Hashtag the youngest scientist in history. Hashtag 8-year-old prodigy joins research and development in the field of semiconductor engineering. Hashtag officially recognized scientists. Hashtag is he a prodigy or a monster? Let me reveal the secret of the super genius scientist Gu Xiao. Hashtag and the information of the new research members announced by the Institute. An 8-year-old child appears. Is this the rise of a child prodigy, or is it the second generation of gold plating? Hashtag countless topics, countless reports on the internet at the beginning of this century. It completely exploded. When looking at these reports, countless people seemed to be looking at legends. Gu Xiao also looked at these reports. Him at this time. Just one idea. Pain. It hurts so much. He could be a genius prodigy, but he definitely does not want to become a genius prodigy known to the whole world. But at the same time, Gu Xiao also felt something was wrong. It should be Director Liu. Sure enough, after questioning, Ming Siyuan hung up the phone and frowned and said, "After all, you are officially participating in a research project, so I said I would give you a formal establishment, and I submitted an application to Director Liu before. Originally, I thought he would stop this, and I was actually prepared to refute him. Unexpectedly, he agreed directly at the time. I didn't feel anything. Unexpectedly, he actually made your information public." As soon as these words came out, the other two old men immediately began to curse. Isn't this harmful? How can anyone publish the information of researchers? Our project is originally a confidential project. Why publish it? There are rules for publishing data, but Gu Xiao is only 8 years old. Why should he publish his data formula? Nonsense. The two old men started to curse. It is indeed nonsense, but Liu Binxing's reasons are very good. Ming Siyuan frowned and said, he said that Gu Xiao is too young to become a formal researcher. Once noticed, it will easily lead to unnecessary speculation from the outside world. So, he took the initiative to publicize your information, which can be regarded as taking the initiative to clear your name. The two elders in the same group suddenly frowned and couldn't help but curse. Is this a name clearing? This is deliberately causing a dispute. If we take the initiative to make it public now, won't it cause unnecessary speculation from the outside world? Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. There is indeed a tradition related to the disclosure of scientists' information. Newly joined members, or researchers who have achieved results, are sometimes announced on the official website of the Institute. Moreover, in normal times, this is actually an opportunity, because this can increase the reputation of scientists, which is actually beneficial to future career and personal development. But any fool understands that Gu Xiao's information will be made public this time. It's definitely not a good thing. Not to mention, there would definitely be rumors flying around. Even there, projects that break through the second group may be affected. This is true for the entire project. Absolutely the worst. Gu Xiao also frowned slightly. His information disclosure not only attracted lecture invitations from leading universities, but also more questions from society. In fact, there are already related questioning topics on the internet. After all, for an 8-year-old scientist, this is somewhat outrageous. Among them, the most common suspicion was that Gu Xiao was some kind of second-generation son who used the name of a scientist to gild his qualifications. There is high support for this statement. Even some people. They also requested that Gu Xiao's detailed resume be released, as well as details of his current projects. But it is definitely impossible for the Breakthrough 2 group to announce these things, if nothing unexpected happens. Next, it is estimated that there will be a scolding war against Gu Xiao. At this age, the 3 old people, even if they do not participate in any battles, still have extraordinary experience. The eyelashes are empty. Naturally, he noticed the problem immediately. For a while, they all secretly cursed Lu Hansheng. But Gu Xiao shook his head at this moment. I'm more curious. What is the purpose of Director Lu doing this? WAP. What else can he do? It must be our second breakthrough team who slapped him in the face and made him look disgraceful, so he deliberately caused some trouble for us. As soon as Gu Xiao finished speaking, an old man in the same team started to curse. Others nodded in agreement. That's definitely the case. Our side has been making rapid progress during this period, but I heard that after the breakthrough team went to the Magic City, they haven't obtained the core technology yet. It is said that Lu Binxing has been under a lot of pressure during this period. The second breakthrough team is now at a standstill. Seeing that we are making progress here, I must feel uncomfortable. The person named Lu used to have conflicts with your teacher. Now that you are able to teach again, he will definitely target you. This explanation is very reasonable. After all, making people you hate disgusting can be considered a very satisfying thing. Gu Xiao, don't worry. Next, we will use the power of the system to explain to the outside world that during this period, the project has achieved results with your help, and we will naturally be able to stop everyone from talking about it. Lu Binxing must have never imagined how far our breakthroughs have reached today, and some things that have broken through patent restrictions can already be released. By then, the rumors from the outside world will naturally be broken. Seeing Gu Xiao's ugly face, Ming Xiyuan comforted him by saying that this was a precious problem for the project, and they must find a way to resolve this crisis. Ming Xiyuan still has this bit of confidence. But, regarding Ming Xiyuan's words, Gu Xiao just shook his head. I'm not worried about the so-called reputation. I have no pursuit in this regard. I just think Lu Binxing is a highly intelligent scientist after all. He can't do such a thing just to disgust us. Did he have other purposes for doing this? Other purposes? Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. For a moment, they didn't understand what Gu Xiao was talking about. Isn't it already clear that he just doesn't like us and is deliberately looking for trouble for us? Yes, maybe he also has the idea that their project is not going well and wants to drag us down. After all, this person's mind is actually very small. The third elder said, somewhat confused about Gu Xiao's concerns. But Gu Xiao, who was thinking hard, suddenly froze. What did you say? Drag us into the water? Yes. The old researcher nodded. I heard that Lu Binxing was under a lot of pressure during this period. After all, there were reports about Hanxin every day, but they have not made any progress. I guess they have put pressure on them. There are reports about Hanxin every day. Gu Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a terrible thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He turned to Ming Xiyuan and asked, Mr. Ming, hasn't Lu Binxing already accepted Chen Jin as his disciple? Hasn't he been exposed to the project yet? I don't know about this. I think he has been exposed. Ming Siyuan shook his head. However, I heard that the master and apprentice had conflicts. Conflicts? Well, I heard that Liu Bingsheng went to talk to Chen Jin for a long time a few days ago. There was a quarrel between the two at that time, and it seemed that they were scolding quite fiercely. Is this happening? Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes. What happens after that? After that, Ming Siyuan thought for a while. After that, Liu Bingsheng seemed to suppress the breakthrough team and let them fully join Hanxin. However, they are mainly responsible for some design improvements and have not been involved in actual production. In other words, how Chen Jin manufactured the chip, no one knows yet. That's right. I heard from Yansheng and members of the breakthrough team that Chen Jin has always mastered the photolithography machine technology, and there is absolutely no problem in production. It is said that they plan to ask for additional funds from above to achieve mass production of chips as soon as possible. This news is actually quite normal. But when Gu Xiu heard the news, he suddenly stood up and stared at Ming Siyuan. Are you sure that Liu Bingsheng said this? Of course I am sure. This is not a secret. It seems that Liu Bingsheng told someone the day before yesterday. Ming Siyuan was surprised. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Have. And it's a big problem. Gu Xiu pursed his lips and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Liu Bingsheng, Liu Bingsheng. You are so brave. This. The three old men didn't understand why. They looked at each other, and you looked at me, which was a bit baffling. But Gu Xiu turned his head and said, I will definitely become famous all over the country, or even the world, right? That's for sure. Ming Siyuan nodded. After all, I have never heard of a formal scientist of this age, at least so far. But don't worry, we will announce some information about you that can be announced next, and it will definitely not cause any problems for your reputation. Thank you, Teacher Ming, Gu Xiu said. Thank you. Ming Siyuan smiled and was about to say something when Gu Xiu suddenly said, I want to apply to join the Hanxin project. Huh? As soon as these words came out, the three old men opened their eyes wide and looked at Gu Xiu in disbelief. Joining the Hanxin project is the most popular thing in the institute during this period. Everyone wants to follow suit and get gold-plated. But Gu Xiu, hadn't he always been dismissive before? Why are you rushing in now instead? He also wants these false names? That's not right. Isn't Gu Xiu such a person? Moreover, what he was most concerned about had always been the work of breaking through the second group. Why did he suddenly and inexplicably want to participate in the Hanxin project? Isn't this betraying his teacher? The expressions of the three old people were a little complicated for a moment. Three teachers, I did not betray the teacher, nor did I betray the breakthrough group too. Gu Xiu saw their doubts and said at this time, I just suddenly understood Liu Bingsheng's purpose. Liu Bingsheng's purpose? Ming Siyuan, tell me. Change your gaze. Divert your gaze? Yes. Gu Xiu nodded. For him, the biggest headache now must be that the Hanxin project is being watched by countless media, so he hopes that someone can attract firepower. And I, an 8-year-old scientist, obviously meet this requirement. The three of them were surprised. What Gu Xiu said did make sense. There's almost no need to think too much. The media reporters who were staring at Hanxin before will now definitely turn their attention to Yanjing. But why did he do this? Ming Siyuan wondered. Is it because the pressure from above was too great and he couldn't handle it all at once? So he did this? I can't rule out this possibility. Gu Xiu shook his head. But I think there may be a more terrifying reason. What reason? Ming Siyuan asked, but after Gu Xiu thought for a while, he gave an answer that made the three old people look at each other. Hanxin, it's fake. Wow. This. Gu Xiu's words. The three old men suddenly became helpless. Why is this topic happening again? Gu Xiu had said before that this Hanxin might be fake. Unexpectedly, after going around and around, Gu Xiu actually said this again. Gu Xiu, we have discussed Hanxin number 1 before. It cannot be fake. Yes, so many people are watching. Why do you still think it is fake? The third elder was a little helpless. This guy is smart, and his talent is really high, but he is too stubborn. All I can say is that he is worthy of being Liang Xining's student. This is a true story. Gu Xiu sighed. I know that you, the three teachers, will not believe it, but I have my own guess. This time, I must join the Hanshin project. My reputation will definitely get worse in the future, and it will be natural to join the Hanshin project. Taking a step back, if I continue to stay in the Breakthrough 2 group, it will only bring a lot of inconvenience to the next project, and may even affect the safety of my teachers and others. So, I hope that the three teachers can help me next. It all comes down to this. Even though the three old men were reluctant to give up, they understood. Gu Xiu was telling the truth. It didn't take much thinking to know that there would be a dispute with Gu Xiu next. Because of the progress of their project, this dispute would not have much negative impact on Gu Xiu. But it is certain that projects that break through the second group will definitely be exposed. If Gu Xiu continues to stay here, breaking through the second group will attract more attention. Similarly, Liang Xining's actions also risk exposure. Gu Xiu leaves. It is indeed the best choice. Okay, I will apply for this for you. I believe no one will refuse you. Ming Siyuan sighed and agreed. Ming Siyuan spoke, and the other two old men naturally did not stop him. I'm just a little sad about Gu Xiu's departure. After all, they really like this little guy. In the next 2 days, things developed as expected. All media and internet users focused their attention on this 8-year-old prodigy. There are many topics. There are those who admire, and there are also those who question. But the Institute has been well prepared for this, especially since Ming Siyuan coordinated with relevant departments in advance, so doubts did not arise. Especially when the results of Breakthrough Group 2 were announced, those doubts disappeared without a trace. Genius, child prodigy, the future of the motherland's science and technology. Similar words kept popping up like a shot in the arm, making people who were previously depressed because of the scientist's departure become even more enthusiastic. Many people even compare Gu Xiu with Chun Jin, who was in the limelight some time ago. Even more, we came to a conclusion. The motherland's technology is about to take off. What excites everyone even more is that just when everyone was connecting the two, the Institute suddenly announced a piece of big news. Gu Xiu, the prodigy scientist, has officially joined the Hanshin project. He will work with the scientific hero Chen Jin to develop Hanshin chips. This news made countless people excited. This can be considered a strong alliance, and two well-known geniuses are working together. People are looking forward to it. I look forward to these two geniuses, both with unlimited potential in the field of science, colliding to create dazzling fireworks. Naturally, the Hanshin project, which had been dimmed for 2 days because Gu Xiu attracted attention, once again became the center of attention. Dad, I finished eating. Yanjing Airport. While Gu Xiu stuffed cake into his mouth, he looked at comrade Gu Jianjun, who had traveled thousands of miles to Yanjing to celebrate his birthday. I felt a little guilty in my heart. Comrade Gu Jianjun just arrived yesterday. The purpose is simple, just to celebrate his birthday for his son. For this reason, he deliberately took care of the hotel affairs, endured various physical and psychological discomforts on the plane, and came to Yanjing. The result was unexpected. After arriving here, Comrade Gu Jianjun discovered belatedly that his son turned out to be a genius scientist who had become popular all over the country recently. Gu Jianjun's expression was complicated at that time. 3 points of shock, 5 points of confusion, 2 points of disbelief, and 90% doubt about life. Although he already knew that his son was a genius and would definitely have great potential in the future. But he really didn't expect it. How could my son be so successful? What makes Gu Jianjun even more regretful is that he had already booked a hotel for tonight in advance and planned to have a good birthday for his son. The result was unexpected. There was no need for a hotel, so the cake was eaten at Yanjing Airport. Because Gu Xiu will go to the Magic City today and directly enter the Hanshin project. But regret is regret. Gu Jianjun was not a man who liked to be sensational, so he waved his hand and said, Okay. When the cake is finished, get on the plane quickly and don't waste time. Remember, when you go to Shanghai, listen to the teachers, don't mess around, don't make trouble for others, listen more, watch more, learn more, talk less, and get into less trouble. Comrade Gu Jianjun talked nonchalantly, with even a hint of impatience on his face. But such impatience. When my son picked up his luggage and walked towards the boarding gate, he finally turned into reluctance and worry about his child traveling far away. However, when Gu Xiu reached the boarding gate, he suddenly stopped and turned around. The tenderness on Gu Jianjun's face suddenly disappeared. What are you doing standing around? The plane will take off later. Don't waste other people's time. Dad, what are you doing? Did you leave something behind? I'm sorry. Gu Jianjun's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and his eyes felt sore. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. You brat, come in quickly. Look at this airport. It's so dusty. Sand is in my eyes. To this father who was not good at expressing his feelings, Gu Xiu just smiled back. Old Gu, what's wrong? Come on, work hard, and become the richest man. Go get out. And what else? I love you, Dad. Hey, you're such a naughty kid. Gu Jianjun waved his hand. Okay, get out of here. Gu Xiu looked at his father who kept rubbing his eyes, smiled knowingly, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Then turned around. He strode towards the boarding gate and walked in. Even though this birthday was somewhat bumpy, Gu Xiu understood. This 9th birthday, he will never forget it for the rest of his life. Live a new life. Worth it. Gu Xiu left, but Gu Jianjun stayed at the airport, staring at the plane flying to the Magic City. It wasn't until he watched the plane advance on the runway, then slowly lift off, and finally disappear into the sky, that the man finally withdrew his gaze. Rubbing his eyes, the man couldn't help but muttered, "The wind and sand in Yinjing are really strong." Shaking his head, Gu Jianjun sighed and walked to the road outside the airport, just as he was about to stop a taxi. One was completely black. A car with a red flag sign on the front. Stop in front of him. The car window rolled down, and a man stuck his head out and smiled at Gu Jianjun. Gentlemen and ladies, the plane has landed at Pudong Airport, the capital city. The outside temperature is 22 degrees Celsius. The plane is taxiing, for the safety of you and others. Following the voice announcement in the cabin, Gu Xiu opened his eyes and looked out the window at the sunny runway. Magic City. Gu Xiu had endless memories of this city. After all, when I grew up in my previous life, I stayed in this city the longest. The amazing thing is, after being reborn, Gu Xiu had never set foot in this city and didn't even want to come. But now, he came back to this economically important metropolis, both in history and in memory. Gu Xiu, is this your first time in Magic City? Ming Siyuan, who was sitting next to him, asked with a smile. After all, Gu Xiu is just a child who only turned 9 today. No matter how talented he is, no one trusted him to fly alone. So this time when he came to Shanghai, Ming Siyuan went with him. It's my first time here. Gu Xiu thought for a while and answered. Ming Siyuan was surprised. Really? Yes. Gu Xiu nodded and looked out the window again. I have been to this city in a dream. Dream? Ming Siyuan couldn't help laughing. It seems that you yearn for the Magic City. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled. When the plane stopped, an old man and a young man immediately took their luggage and left along the departure aisle. The research team's special car was already waiting outside the airport. Without much exchange of greetings, the two parties got in the car and went straight to the current Hanshin project team. Along the way, the surrounding areas were deserted. Although Pudong has plans to start developing, so far, the development progress is not too fast. At least when they were in the car, Gu Xiu looked around. There is gold everywhere. Not long after, the prosperity of the Magic City came into view, with tall buildings and luxury cars everywhere, which even gave Gu Xiu a brief moment. Feel yourself. It seems that there is no rebirth. Not long after, the car arrived at Jiaodong University and parked directly in front of a building that was being renovated. This is the newly established Jiaodong University Chip Building. After all, Hanshin has been so popular recently, and with the extraordinary achievements of Hanshin No. 1, the breakthrough team has also arrived. So the school simply built a building for them for the next chip research and development work. And I heard that this building will bear witness to history. In front of the building, Ming Siyuan introduced it to Gu Xiu. But after hearing this, Gu Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. This building did not exist in the previous life. Although there was indeed a chip center here in my previous life, it was not so impressive. Just build a building. Is this the change I brought about? Gu Xiu murmured to himself. At the same time, I also understand that the development of Hanshin is actually different from its previous life. Although Hanshin in the previous life attracted much attention. However, both the attention and the topic are actually very limited. It cannot be ruled out that the Institute also had personnel involved in supporting this project back then, but it was definitely not as grand as it is now. There is more attention, more personnel and technical support, and even more policy support. Then, Teacher Ming, do you know how much capital Hanshin has invested now? Gu Xiu asked. As of now, the approved capital investment should be approximately 50 million. Ming Siyuan replied, this is not a secret. After all, Hanshin's results are so exciting, everyone hopes to make this project better. So for the Hanshin plan, the above has only one strategy, full support, both in terms of resources and funds, as long as the application is approved. Speaking of which, Liu Bixing also proposed 2 days ago that the superiors should invest an additional 200 million in Hanshin. It is said that they plan to build a production factory and try to mass-produce chips. Sure enough, hearing this, Gu Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although the losses caused by Hanshin in the previous life were huge and the impact was bad enough, the amount of funds defrauded was only more than 100 million. But now, have you already lost 50 million? Are you planning to add another 200 million? TSK. What a big appetite. And Liu Yinxing's current attitude is really interesting. Let's go and meet the founder of Hanshin. Mingxi didn't think much about it. After saying hello, he took Gu Xiu directly into the Hanshin building, which had not yet been completely renovated. After all, it is an R&D center. Naturally, the decoration speed cannot be fast, and the time is tight and the tasks are heavy. Although the main body of the building has been completed, the internal decoration is still being improved. When the two walked in, they could still see a group of workers busy in the lobby on the first floor. Seeing this group of workers, Gu Xiu seemed to be a child and was not too busy going upstairs with Ming Siyuan. Instead, a few workers who were polishing tiles walked over. He held his chin in his hands and stared with big eyes. Seriously, watch the workers at work. When he saw them polishing the edges of tile completely flat, Gu Xiu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Uncle, you guys are so good. I've seen a lot of decorators, but none of you can polish it as well as you. Kids have a good eye. Being praised, even if he is just a child, it is worth the pride of several workers. This polishing requires more than just carefulness, and practice makes perfect. Most people can't do it so well. We have been doing this for more than 10 years, and our skills are not comparable to those of ordinary people. It's really amazing. Gu Xiu gave a thumbs up and suddenly asked, by the way, Uncle, besides polishing tiles, can you polish other things? Other things? The worker was stunned. Well, I think your skills are too limited to just polish ceramic tiles. It would be easier to make money if you polished other handicrafts and the like. Kid, you know it quite well. One of the workers laughed loudly, but our skills are not good enough. If we really want to say that the one who is great is our brother Li, his skills are really great. Here, the manager of this Hanshin building even praised our brother Li for his skills before. Brother Li? Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Uncle, are you talking about Dr. Chenjin? He praised your brother Li for his skills. Of course, our brother Li polished the tiles for that doctor before. Before the worker finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing a helmet came over and frowned. Wang Wei, have you finished polishing the tiles? Brother Li, come on. Isn't this kid asking me about my skills in grinding ceramic tiles? The man said with a smile. I told him, Brother Li, your skills are the best among us. Kid, this is the Brother Li I just told you. Let me tell you, our Brother Li is the best in this area. The doctor before. Wang Wei, the man called Brother Li, suddenly frowned and interrupted the worker. I work so hard that I talk more than others. Have I forgotten what can and cannot be said? But Brother Li, the worker wanted to say something more, but in the face of Brother Li's glare, the worker finally shrank his head. He spread his hands towards Gu Xiu and turned around to continue working on his own affairs. Seeing that the coworker had shut up, Brotherly frowned and looked at Gu Xiu. Kids, this is a construction site. There are dangers. Don't run around. Where are your parents? My parents are working on something. Don't worry, uncle. I won't cause trouble for you. Gu Xiu said seriously, with an innocent look in his eyes. It's harmless no matter how you look at it. Uncle, I just heard that uncle say that you polished something for Dr. Chenjin before. What did you polish? What a pity. This Brotherly didn't seem to accept this trick and said casually, Oh, it's nothing. I just polished some gadgets casually. You don't understand even. If I tell you. Then, without giving the child in front of him a chance to ask any more questions, the man turned around and began to do his own business. Gu Xiu finally hit a wall. However, Gu Xiudao was not discouraged. Instead, he took a look at the man's decoration company work clothes with interest. Immediately, I took out my phone, edited a text message, and sent it WAP. What kind of person is Chenjin? According to the media that is currently in the limelight, this is a person who gave up the favorable conditions overseas and returned to China with a full belly of nylon without hesitation. Patriots who serve their motherland. This is no exaggeration at all. After all, the exodus of scientists some time ago caused a complete collapse of national confidence. At this time, Chenjin walked out. That is the hero of the country, the hero of the nation. Many people even compared Chenjin to Qianlao back then. Certainly no one in the circle agrees with this. After all, Qianlao is invincible. However, for people in the industry, although Chenjin is not qualified to be compared with Qianlao, he can definitely be regarded as the best among people. Technology, bachelor's degree, qualifications, and even appearance, everything is covered. Even Ming Siyuan and the others couldn't help but praise him every time they talked about Chenjin. Gu Xiu had some doubts before, but now after meeting the person, Gu Xiu realized that it was no wonder that so many experts were so friendly to Dr. Chen. This is not just because the other party has produced impressive results, nor is it just because of the other party's beautiful resume. More importantly, when Chenjin talks, does things, and treats others, he always behaves in a very comfortable manner. As it is now, after meeting Chenjin, he did not have the arrogance of today's hot young scientists. Instead, he acted extremely humble and polite, not just when facing Ming Siyuan, even when facing Gu Xiu, a 9-year-old child. The opponent's performance was also remarkable. He didn't despise the other party because of Gu Xiu's young age. On the contrary, the other party seemed to really treat Gu Xiu as a peer. Although Teacher Gu is young, his achievements have surpassed many others, which makes people admire him. Not to mention anything else, the technological breakthroughs you announced in the past 2 days alone have surpassed our usual years of hard work. Chenjin is very smart. He did not praise Gu Xiu for his promising future, nor did he talk about the future. Instead, he focused all his praise on the present. Emphasize the achievements Gu Xiu has achieved so far. To be honest, even Gu Xiu himself felt particularly comfortable with this kind of compliment that was different from ordinary people. Have to admit, this person is really capable. Even if he doesn't touch Han Xin, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. Certainly, when it came to business, Gu Xiu did not hesitate to give in. Compared to Dr. Chenjin, these achievements of my boy are just a grain of light and not worth mentioning. Not to mention that your Hanshi #1 in the professional field has reached the international water quality in one fell swoop. Just the fact that you gave up the favorable conditions overseas and chose to return to the country to serve the motherland is enough for me to learn for a lifetime. Speaking of which, I have actually been writing to the education department, hoping that your heroic deeds can be included in the textbooks. You are a contemporary hero and an idol in my heart. This is what he said. Even Ming Siyuan on the side felt a little goosebumps. Even I couldn't help but doubt in my heart. Are these two really scientists dedicated to academic research? That night, Chenjin was the host and entertained guests at a famous hotel in Shanghai, euphemistically saying that he was serving as a blessing to the scientific genius Gu Xiu. The scene was grand. Not to mention that all the main members of the research team are here, the leaders of Jiaodong University and the leaders of relevant departments in Shanghai are also here. The participants couldn't help but be surprised at Chun Jin's extensive network of contacts. With a prodigy like Gu Xiu here, our Hanshin project will definitely advance a step faster. Come on, let's raise a toast. Let's wish that our next Hanshin project will go smoothly and create greater glory. Of course, for a banquet of this level, Director Liu De is the speaker. Talk about it. Director Liu is quite interesting. When he was in Yinjing before, he disliked Gu Xiona in every possible way. But after coming to the Demon City, he was polite to Gu Xiona. Every time I speak, I do it with a smile, making it easy for people who don't know. He even thought Gu Xiu was his nephew. Of course, Gu Xiu would not refute other people's dignity, and his performance during the dinner was always remarkable, neither taking away from the host's glory nor appearing too gloomy. Overall, a dinner, hello me, hello everyone. But at the end of the feast, dispersed, Gu Xiu asked about his next work arrangements, but encountered a little problem. Gu Xiu, you just came here and you don't understand the situation. That's good. Next, you can follow the breakthrough team and participate in the chip design work. Director Liu, I have been involved in technological breakthroughs in lithography machines before. Don't you also have related technologies? Why don't I directly join the breakthrough in lithography technology? Gu Xiu, there's no rush. I definitely believe in your ability. However, the Hanshin project is wider in scope and involves more things than the previous lithography machine plan, so you should still be in the design department and study first before you can understand the whole thing. Then how long do I have to wait before I can participate in the research and development of lithography technology? There's no rush. The technology is in hand anyway, and your help will be needed by then. Let's be more patient now. But I heard that the breakthrough team has always been in the design department before, and it is not the core design. Is this a bit overkill? As you said, chip development is very rigorous. Although the biggest problem currently lies in photolithography technology, chip design is the core. Only by mastering the core can we have a better understanding of the next work. But Gu Xiu was about to say something else. Chun Jin on the other side smiled and said, Gu Xiu, don't be in a hurry. We who are engaged in scientific research must be patient. Don't worry. You will definitely be able to help me next time. I promise you. Speaking of this, of course Gu Xiu didn't insist anymore, but nodded regretfully and agreed. After dinner, Chun Jin sent Gu Xiu to the hotel in person, and the two parted ways with smiles on their faces. But the moment the door closes, the smiles on both of their faces disappeared. At least Gu Xiu turned on the computer, and after operating it for a while, he could clearly see it from the hotel surveillance screen. Chun Jin, who was originally cheerful, turned into a frosty face on the spot. It seems that you're not happy at all about my arrival. Gu Xiu smacked his lips, a sneer forming on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the cell phone in Gu Xiu's arms rang. It's Tan Liangzhe calling. Boss, I have completed the acquisition of the decoration company you want me to acquire, and you are now a shareholder of that company. As for the information about Brother Li you want, I have obtained all the information and have sent it to your mailbox. After hearing this, Gu Xiu smiled again on his face. Click to open the mailbox. Sure enough, there is already a complete resume in the inbox, including complete personal information. Seeing this information, Gu Xiu nodded. The detonator is in hand. The next step is to wait for the right time to detonate this mine. Whap! In the following period, Gu Xiu's life began to enter a period of peace and quiet. After all, although he participated in the Hanshin project, this project is obviously destined that no one will have access to the so-called core technology. Most of the time, also involved in some edge design aspects. Chip design is indeed very important, but because there are so many people involved, Gu Xiu is not so outstanding in such a large-scale team. Almost lying down. In fact, some people in the breakthrough team are already dissatisfied and have even expressed on more than one occasion that they hope to advance the progress as soon as possible. To this end, Liu Bingxing and Chun Jin did not delay, but used a new method. Arrange tasks and work on your own. In layman's terms, It was Liu Pinsheng and Chun Jin who arranged different research and development work for the project team members. There won't be much overlap between them. Furthermore, everyone is required to sign a confidentiality agreement prohibiting anyone from talking about their project. Even among colleagues, they cannot discuss with each other. As for everyone's research and development results, they will be handed over to Liu Binsheng, and then senior executives like Liu Binsheng and Chun Jin will integrate them. Hanshi number 2 is advanced through multi-point convergence. This method is indeed good. At least, the R&D team, which had been a bit noisy before, gradually became quiet. Everyone has a lot of work every day, and coupled with the restrictions of the confidentiality agreement, there is nothing to inquire about. Gu Xiu actually has his own mission. But, as soon as the task was assigned to him, Gu Xiu tore up his task list and threw it into the trash can. Have that skill. What's wrong with doing something? Facts have proved that although this approach is a bit extreme, in fact, after the task was issued, neither Liu Binsheng nor Chun Jin, none of them urged the progress of Gu Xiu's project. Only when they met occasionally would he ask about progress. Every time, Gu Xiu would excuse himself by citing difficulties. Liu Binsheng and Chun Jin also showed extra magnanimity. Not only did they not urge and blame him, but they also told him, "No rush. Take your time. We have plenty of time." Well, he is so generous and tolerant. If Gu Xiu hadn't known something about the inside story, he would probably have shed tears of gratitude and worked hard to live up to their expectations. In fact, Gu Xiu didn't just mess around in the Magic City. He did a lot during this time. Investigating Chun Jin and Liu Binsheng was a common occurrence. Not only did he install cameras and other gadgets on the two of them, he even strictly monitored their phone calls, register companies, business operations of their companies, and contract signing. Except this, Gu Xiu's own career has not fallen behind either. The closed beta test of Supernova Battle has now ended, and final server debugging, game bug fixes, and preparation for the next official release are currently underway. It's worth saying, Supernova is now very popular throughout Asia, and the expected rollover during the internal beta did not happen. On the contrary, a large number of positive reviews and discussions about the game have whetted the appetite of countless players. Once officially released, this game will take Asia by storm. In addition to 3 body games, Yuanxiu Entertainment is also developing very smoothly. In addition to the stars who have signed before, Yuanxiu Entertainment also hired Chun Yixuan, who was hidden by the company, and is currently preparing a new album, which includes a Mandarin song called 10 Years. Prepare to completely open the mainland market. Moreover, it's not just about artist songs. Yuanxiu Investment also needs to accumulate connections and resources. This year I also tried film and television investment. However, resources in this area are acquired step by step, because before Yuanxiu Investment, there are not many resources, so currently there's only one film and television investment project. It is a TV series, and the script is adapted from the game. The tentative title of the play is Legend of Sword and Fairy. This project will be Yuanxiu Investment's first step towards the entertainment investment industry. As for whether it can be successful, many people are still waiting for the results. Far-reaching investment is also developing well. In just a few months, a lot of investment projects have been completed, and most of them are domestic internet-related industries that are currently popular in the country. Although the impact of the internet bubble has not completely disappeared, even because of the original internet bubble, many capitals are wary of companies in the internet field. But everyone knows that the internet is a major trend in the future, and as long as a company that really seems to be reliable will inevitably be favored by capital. At least for several projects invested in last year, Yuanxiu Investment has made a lot of money after financing again this year. In addition to these drumming and spreading things, Yuanxiu Investment is actually not a serious investment project. Among them, what Gu Xiu values the most is an overseas investment. The target company is called Amazon. This company's experience is actually quite bumpy. Founded in 1994, it became one of the first companies on the internet to start operating e-commerce. However, with its clear positioning and only operating online book sales business, it actually found a way out. They initially chose the self-operated model, purchasing and selling goods by themselves. In order to cooperate with sales, Amazon is also planning to build its own warehousing and logistics system. Later generations of JD.com can't help but call their predecessors. This company went public in 1997 and has since climbed to the top. With its astronomical valuation of $438 million, it has blinded many investors. With abundant funds after its listing, Amazon began to try music stores again and became the largest online music product retailer. Even at the end of the last century, they spent a sky-high price to acquire Alexa, a network traffic analysis company, obviously with long-term goals. At that time, Amazon was at its peak. The valuation was even as high as $60 billion. Pity. What no one expected was that the internet bubble was sweeping across, and Amazon was immediately one of the victims of the internet bubble. More than 90% of the market value evaporated in an instant. By 2001, the valuation was even less than $3 billion. Since then, it has been hovering in this range without improvement. The rich man in the past has become an unlucky thing that grandma doesn't care about and his uncle doesn't love. The capital that came in droves in the past also abandoned them one by one. Move away quickly. If the boss, Bezos, hadn't noticed something was wrong and immediately slowed down the company's development speed and began to focus on profitability, maybe Amazon will just disappear. But even so, Amazon is still in a miserable state today, with ugly financial statements, a stagnant stock market, and lack of investor confidence. Although in the past 2 years, Amazon's annual financial reports show that their losses have been decreasing. But a loss is still a loss after all. They need new capital intervention, but also new opportunities and markets. And Yuanxiu investment. It also appeared at this appropriate time. In this situation where the man was interested and the concubine was interested, the investment went very smoothly. In the end, Yuanxiu Investment invested $300 million and took 10% of the shares. Become a shareholder of Amazon. After taking the shares of Amazon, Gu Xiu's first thought was to call Ma Huatang from Pengcheng to Magic City. Penguin, it's time to make some noise. Wow. Boss, Penguin's data this quarter is quite good. As of the latest statistics, our number of registered users has exceeded 200 million. And the actual number of Penguin's online users has also exceeded the 30 million mark, and the number of active users in 30 days has currently exceeded the 10 million mark. Furthermore, since the beginning of last year, the number of domestic netizens has begun to surge, and now our number of users is also growing exponentially. It can be said that among the 5 domestic internet users these days, at least 3 are our users, and one of them is our core user. The profitability is also good. Penguin's current main profit method has expanded from the initial membership project to Red Diamond, Penguin Show projects, and advertising revenue from the portal website. Currently, the profitability of the portal is low, but the revenue from Penguin membership and Red Diamond business is very high. In the past 3 months, Penguin's profit has basically reached a net profit of more than 5 million at least. Moreover, boss, the plan you have read before, the Penguin space we're planning to open has been basically completed and is expected to be released in the near future. The simultaneous release also includes the Penguin Yellow Diamond business. At the same time, according to your previous guidance, boss, our current portal is just a springboard. Currently, our portal has opened a user login and information exchange platform. Penguin Weibo's next transformation will definitely be successful. In the conference room of the hotel, Ma Huatang was in high spirits, reporting to Gu Xiu on the recent situation of Penguin. Although these data are actually consolidated and sent to the boss Gu Xiu for review every week and every quarter. But this kind of good data is just placed in the mailbox file for the boss to see. How boring is that? You must report it to your boss properly. What if the boss is happy and increases his basic salary back? After all, the data in front of you. It's really strong. At the same time, it firmly sits on the throne of the first internet instant messaging in China. Penguins today. In this situation where most internet companies are still losing money, They're making crazy profits in the opposite direction of growth. This is simply the envy of colleagues. Not bad, very good. Naturally, Guccio would not be stingy with his praise, even though today's penguin is still very weak compared to the powerful empire in its previous life. But compared to the same period in previous lives, today's penguins have come a long way. As a boss, of course, when his subordinates achieve results, they must be praised to a certain extent. Guccio praised him for a while and asked, "I heard from Lao Tan that many capitals have visited Penguin during this period?" "Yes, that's right." Speaking of this, Ma Huateng smiled crookedly, his face full of pride. "During this period, we penguins are the goddesses who are destined to be inaccessible in the capital circle. Ha. Actually, our penguin has attracted a lot of attention from the capital circle since the end of last year. At the beginning, it was just a few small investment companies, and then gradually, even some well-known international investment companies came to us. Boss, our company probably needs to change the threshold. After all, the threshold has been broken during this period." Ha. Speaking of this, Ma Huateng was really proud to the extreme, and he felt very proud. Likewise, with admiration for his boss. After all, when Guccio first invested in Penguin, Penguin was still half dead and had even become a burden that capital investors could not avoid. Even the capital originally invested was trying every means to cash out Penguin stocks. Back then, Xiaoma encountered numerous obstacles. Even he, a technical otaku with some social fears, had to work hard to overcome his fear and go to one investment company after another to beg his grandpa and grandma for investment. In the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being slapped in the face. But now, this situation has finally changed. Those capitalists who avoided him at first, and even regarded him as the god of plague and the scourge, now have to come to them politely one by one. Those who are begging to rush hope that they can accept the other party's investment. However, these requests were rejected by Ma Huateng. What's this called? This is called, "Yesterday you were indifferent to me, but today I am beyond your reach." Don't say it. It's quite cool. This situation is inseparable from the efforts of Penguin employees themselves, but for Penguin's senior executives. The biggest contributor is undoubtedly his boss Guccio. Even recently, when Penguin senior executives got together to chat, they often discussed an issue. If Penguin hadn't had his own boss come like God, do penguins still exist today? No one can come up with an answer to this question, but one thing is certain. Without a boss, everyone's life would definitely not be as easy as it is now. But at this moment, Guccio suddenly said, "During this period, if a major overseas investment bank is interested, you can consider it." What? Guccio's words made Ma Huateng stunned for a moment. "Boss, what do you mean by this?" "Don't worry, I have no intention of cashing out and leaving." Guccio certainly knew Ma Huateng's worries and smiled at this time, giving him reassurance. As soon as these words came out, Ma Huateng breathed a sigh of relief. Now all the penguins praised their boss very highly. What they're most worried about is actually the boss cashing out and leaving. This is considered normal for many internet companies now, but for Penguin's founders, what they want is to make a career, instead of being treated as a business by others. Guccio had no intention of doing this, which made Ma Huateng relieved. "But, what do you mean, boss?" Ma Huateng couldn't help but become curious. At the current development speed of Penguin, both profitability and market valuation will only get higher and higher. At this time, take the initiative to look for overseas investment. What does the boss want to do? What do you think Penguin will do next? Guccio asked. "What's next?" Ma Huateng sat up straight, thought for a while, and said, "Continue to increase the share and expand market dominance. At the same time, increase profits. Just like what we're doing now. After Penguin Space is opened, it will definitely attract more users to join again. There's also the Penguin Weibo that you proposed before, boss. We have discussed this thing in a meeting. It is equivalent to integrating the functions of forums, discussion communities, and large chat rooms. Weibo has great potential. We have even imagined that if all major official departments, celebrity media, crew promotions, and even international situations can be discussed on Weibo in the future, In the future, we will be able to control the domestic public opinion trend, and we will basically be in an invincible position. What a good idea, Gu Xiu praised. There is no doubt about Ma Huadeng's ability. Weibo, a thing that is still unfamiliar in this era, they can already see the future. This vision and ability alone have surpassed many people. However, when Ma Huadeng saw a smile on his face and was quite proud, Gu Xiu suddenly asked, "What's next? What's next?" Ma Huadeng was stunned. "That's right." Gu Xiu nodded. "Once you have mastered the public opinion channels and have profit targets, you will always hold the throne of instant messaging. By that time, how do you think Penguin should develop?" "This," Ma Huadeng was stunned. "This is too far away. I haven't thought about it yet." Gu Xiu shook his head and smiled. "You are the CEO of Penguin. Your vision determines how far Penguin can go in the future. You should think about this." Ma Huadeng nodded immediately, and then thought of what Gu Xiu had just said. "Boss, what do you mean?" "Overseas, WAP. Overseas. Boss, are you really planning to let us set our sights overseas?" Ma Huadeng couldn't help but ask. "Old Ma, we need to take a long-term view." Gu Xiu smiled and said, "Now that the domestic market has stabilized, it may not be possible for us to directly develop overseas in a short period of time, but we still have to have this awareness and vision. The most important thing for an enterprise is to have a set goal." Gu Xiu made it very clear. But Ma Huadeng was still a little unbelievable. "Boss, are you serious?" "What?" Gu Xiu smiled. "You don't want to?" "I do. Of course I do. That's incredible," Ma Huadeng said repeatedly, his eyes full of brilliance and surprise. For any company talker, being able to have your company dominate the country and go global is absolutely endlessly attractive. Penguin is Ma Huadeng's hard work. If you can let your hard work go to the world, it will definitely be a great thing for Ma Huadeng. And actually, it has always been Ma Huadeng's long-cherished wish to bring penguins to the world. Not to mention how much he longs for overseas. But because for companies in the internet field, they have listened to the legends of countless overseas internet companies along the way. If given the chance, everyone wants to become a legend in others' mouths, and everyone hopes to replace those legends in the past. Certainly, for Ma Huadeng, the reason is not just that, but there is actually a more important reason. Clear your name. Penguin's share of the domestic market is now getting higher and higher, and its reputation in the country is also growing, especially because it has been favored by capital recently. It has become a favorite in the eyes of countless people, but it has also become a thorn in the side of countless competitors. Naturally, some old accounts about penguins have also been uncovered. The most widely circulated among them is also the most criticized aspect of penguins: plagiarism. The early penguin was actually named OICQ. It was imitated by another overseas instant messaging software, ICQ. The earliest version of Penguin was very different from ICQ in terms of functions and interface. Originally, this was quite normal at that time. The rise of the internet itself is accompanied by the phenomenon of you copying me and I copying you. The emergence of an excellent product will immediately attract the research and study of many latecomers. This is inevitable. In fact, there are many people who copied ICQ, including the earliest ones such as Pic, Psyche, Tick-Kick, Mick, Psic, Oik, Omimo, etc. Even companies that many people are familiar with, including New Wolf, Zhuchong, Chuyu, Baidu, etc., have also developed similar software. It's not an exaggeration to say that everyone imitated it, but in the end, only Penguin succeeded. So I was attacked by people. To be honest, Penguin was quite unjust. It's not that early Penguin has nothing to do with ICQ. After all, what you imitate is what you imitate. The earliest version of Penguin is even equivalent to the Mandarin translation version of ICQ. But, although the appearance and function imitation are real, the codes used by the two are completely different. Even later versions of Penguin have been breaking away from the original route, whether in operation or function. In fact, it has always been an original route. After the name was changed from OICQ to Penguin, the two were no longer similar at all, so the matter of plagiarism was naturally not established. As far as penguins are concerned, there really is no problem at all. At least the initial reference is true. But now, many years later, being picked on by others has magnified this point infinitely, and it is more or less a desire to inflict a crime. This is quite frustrating. Although externally, Penguin seems to have never expressed its stance on this accusation of plagiarism. In fact, Penguin itself feels deeply, very concerned about these words. But now, Gushio's words made Ma Huateng see an opportunity. Break out of the country and go international. It is bound to be able to a large extent, reverse this kind of word-of-mouth public opinion. After thinking about this clearly, Ma Huateng asked, "So, boss, are you planning to find a strong overseas capital partner so that our penguins can develop overseas?" "It doesn't have to be very powerful." Gushio shook his head. "What we need is just suitable and can bring us results." Suitable. Ma Huateng thought thoughtfully. What the boss wants is someone who can help us land overseas and is worthy of cooperation. Yes. Gushio nodded. If we want to develop in overseas markets, it is very simple for an American company. But for a Dragon Country company, there are many difficulties. At least, if we want to get involved overseas, it is basically impossible to do it alone based on our current strength. This is not only a racial issue, but also a political factor. There are many uncertainties in instant messaging. What we need is a partner who can help us solve this problem. Looking for capital cooperation is basically inevitable for a company that wants to truly and completely go global. On this point, Gushio has never resisted. For example, in the previous cooperation with Yimingyu, it seems that from a future perspective, I will indeed lose some profits. But gains and losses in business are not as simple as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It looks like some profits were sacrificed, but in exchange, it is safer, more efficient, and more profit margins. The same goes for Penguin's desire to develop overseas. According to the current development model of Penguin today, it is inevitable that it will become a billion-dollar empire in the future. But what if it can go further? Even if you give out 30%, if you successfully go global, you may even become a world-class social king in the future. At that time, the valuation was probably only a starting point of 100 billion, and a trillion was out of the question. This can bring Gushio. There will only be more. Still the same sentence. Only with losses can there be gains. In the business world, if you plan to run a separate business and grab all the profits by yourself, it is impossible. No matter how powerful the capital is, it knows how to attract fellow travelers and invite like-minded people to have dinner together. However, the development of Penguin requires a process, and it is impossible to rush overseas now. That's not realistic. Whether it's picking the right capital or fully planning for expansion, it all takes time. Gushio and Ma Huateng said this just to give him a reminder. At least for now. For penguins, there is another more important thing. Penguin Space. Wow. Penguin Space. The English name is Zoe. For later generations of netizens, everyone knows what this is, but for users of this era, it's synonymous with fresh, trendy, and trendy. As for the Penguin Space project, the Penguin R&D team had already started trying it as early as last year. At first, they just planned to treat Penguin Space as an ordinary personal blog. To put it bluntly, it's things like weblogs and blogs. But in the later stages of development, the Penguin team discovered that this kind of personal blog with a single function may not be very attractive to today's young people. Therefore, on the basis of the original, they began to add functions that are more in line with the needs and hobbies of young people. It includes modules such as homepage, talk, diary, music box, photo album, personal files, message board, personal center, etc. The addition of these features is tantamount to increasing the appeal to users. And at the same time, based on the analysis of the age and needs of its own users, the R&D team made the original completely identical without any difference. Added replaceable modules, including a series of new modules such as backgrounds, menus, decorations, etc. The Space Mall came into being. After a period of development and product testing, Penguin directly began to promote the project. Show individuality and uniqueness. Create young people's own home in the online world. Enclosure is king. I have my own space. A series of slogans immediately attracted the attention of countless users. In this new century, the internet is developing rapidly. Stylish, out-of-the-ordinary personality, and unique. It has become the hottest word of this era. It has also become a fashion pursued by countless young people in this era. Among them, the performance is the most conspicuous. It's those young people who can be seen in groups when walking on the street. Most of them appear with their heads full of colorful hair colors and perms that are so exaggerated that they can attract countless eyes when walking on the street. Sham8, non-mainstream, was born. This is something that young people in later generations will not be able to understand at all. Even if they have participated in it now, they will die in society if they think about it in the future. But it is the most unique scenery in this era. Penguin Space emerges against this backdrop. For the first time, it was sought after by countless young people. Penguin Space opening day. The number of Penguin Online users surged instantly, and even during the peak period, the number of online users even exceeded 10 million. And the amount of data used by Penguin Space is increasing like crazy. Corresponding to it, there are also a large number of recharge users popping up. On the day Penguin Space opened, Guccio even went to the internet cafe for a walk. Turnout. In the crowded internet cafe, business is even more prosperous today. Among the 10 people, 5 are working on Penguin Space. The remaining 2 are playing Bubble Hall, and the remaining 3 are sticking to Legend. Of course, behind these 10 people, there were at least 20 people surrounding them. Watch others play. However, these onlookers who cannot grab a computer usually gather behind the players playing games. But they all gathered around the people who were tinkering with Penguin Space, and some of them even pointed out, "You don't look good. This font is so beautiful. It has the effect of rain. Raining is fancy, but I still think this font looks the best. Black and white is the most beautiful. Nonsense. Colorful is the most handsome. We are going for a sad style, and this is the most beautiful. Boss, do you have a computer? Is it my turn? Joie, look at you messing around with this space like a fucking ghost. Let me do it." In response to these discussions, Guccio couldn't help but smile on his face. Very good. Very good. As the boss, he is very satisfied with this result. Not just because Penguin Space, combined with Yellow Diamond, will become Penguin's next money-making weapon. More importantly, Guccio is very satisfied with Penguin's product development team. Penguin Space thing. Guccio was not involved in the whole process, and he did not even discuss the concept of space with them. That is to say, from beginning to end, this thing was created by Penguin's own people. What does that mean? This means that Penguin is completely independent and does not even need his own boss to make any suggestions. More means, Guccio's idea of making money while lying down can finally be realized. "Boss, how are you?" Ma Huading burst into laughter as he walked out of the internet cafe. Guccio nodded. "Not bad. Very good. It can be seen that you're already mature employees and can complete a lot of work independently. The most important thing, I can help my boss make money independently." Guccio didn't say the next sentence. Just understand it in your heart. As long as the boss is satisfied. Ma Huateng smiled, with pride on his face. Although the current statistics have not yet come out, our Penguin Space will definitely become a trend symbol in the future. And I plan to connect this thing with the Penguin Weibo you mentioned before, boss. Use Penguin Space and the previous portal as a springboard to expand the market and the number of users for Penguin Weibo. That's right. During this period, the Space Project Department actually thought that we could create some social games and put them in the Penguin Space to increase the time users spend in the Penguin Space. The current preliminary setting is to create a virtual farming game. Users can grow vegetables and fruits and then go to other friends' vegetable fields to steal vegetables. I think it is quite interesting. If it is successful, it will not only increase the stickiness of the space, but also increase the playability. As he was talking, Ma Huading noticed that his boss had stopped talking and couldn't help but ask strangely, "Boss, what's wrong? Are you absolutely not good at it?" "No." Guccio shook his head. Very good, very good. If you have this idea, just go for it." Unable to bear it, Guccio said with emotion, Xiaoma, as long as you are here, I will basically have nothing to worry about for the rest of my life. Ma Huateng was in disbelief. He didn't know why his boss would give such a comment, but he still said immediately, "Boss, you taught me well." Gu Xiao smiled. It seemed that it was good for Xiaoma to have more contact with Lao Luo duo. What he said was just comfortable. Of course, compliments are compliments, so Gu Xiao still asked about business. "You went to Xingda today, how was the chat?" "Well, speaking of this," Ma Huateng was a little embarrassed. It didn't go too well. He has been in a magic city these days. Not only was he discussing the next work plan with Gu Xiao, but also because he also had official business in Shanghai. The most important one is the cooperation plan proposed by Xingda. Because the cooperation between Spoliers Games and Penguin has been so successful, even for Shanda, the largest domestic game company, they all had to take the initiative to contact Penguin, hoping to work together. The content of the other party's cooperation is very simple. It is somewhat similar to the cooperation content of Penguin and Three Body Problem. Penguin helps Shangda by promoting their games and even providing recharge channels. To this, of course, Ma Huateng welcomes everyone. However, in terms of profit distribution, the two parties discussed it for a long time, and it was not particularly smooth. The main differences were over dividends. 30% sales bonus. After making this request, Ma Huateng was almost beaten to death by Shengda's people. The asking price is too high. You don't need to do anything. Just promote it and open a recharge channel, which will directly take up 30% of the sales. Notice, it's sales instead of profit. This is outrageous. The first time this request was made, Shengda's senior management almost fell. Out on the spot. "Boss, if it's only 30% of the profit, depending on our number of users and point card popularity, we might be able to talk about it, but if it's 30% of the sales, Shanda will definitely not agree. How about we adjust it? This asking price is too high." After explaining what happened today, Ma Huateng couldn't help but make a suggestion. Even he felt too dark. To this result, Gu Xiao was not surprised at all. He smiled slightly and said, "Is it dark?" "A little bit, but it's actually not too dark." "Isn't this considered dark?" Ma Huateng couldn't help but look shocked. This was like a lion opening his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that Shengda's recent legend has become more and more popular, and it wants to expand its market influence again, thus targeting Penguin's many users, his visit today would probably put him on someone's blacklist. Of course, I know the difficulties of negotiation, so if you want to reduce some profit points, it's not impossible. But if we make concessions, they will definitely have to give some compensation. Compensation? Ma Huateng became interested, but Gu Xiao suddenly asked, "Is the situation of Bubble Hall good recently?" "Not bad." Ma Huateng nodded. "Our promotion has not stopped, and now young people seem to be more and more fond of this kind of dress-up games. The number of players and sales of Bubble Hall are now increasing. It is also because of this that Shengda plans to let us help promote the game. Although Spoliers Games is responsible for the Bubble Hall game itself, Penguin is mainly responsible for the game server. Three Body Games itself is only responsible for game updates, operations, and game content changes. Penguin is responsible for game server opening, post-maintenance, game promotion, etc. This may sound a bit complicated, but in layman's terms, Penguin is a developer. After building the building, they call the supermarket game company to open it. Penguin provides the venue, is responsible for sanitation and even decoration, as well as a series of miscellaneous services in the later period. Three Body Games still manages the product shelves in the supermarket, supermarket layout, supermarket promotions, and other content. The two complement each other and join forces. Ma Huateng was a little confused as to why Gu Xiao suddenly mentioned the Bubble Hall. Just as he was puzzled, he saw Gu Xiao said, "Shengda does not agree to our cooperation model. Then we will change to a cooperation model." Change to a cooperation model? Yes, just copy the model of the Three Body game. "Boss, what do you mean?" "Open the Penguin server." "WAP. Open the Penguin server." Listening to his boss's words, Ma Huateng's face suddenly became full of curiosity. After thinking for a moment, he became a little unsure. "Boss, What do you mean, boss? To help Shengda open the game server and help them deal with server and publicity issues like the bubble hall of three-body games. That's pretty much what you mean. Gu Xiao nodded. This, Ma Huateng was dumbfounded, hesitated, and said with a wry smile, Boss, I'm afraid this is impossible. Shengda has its own existing regional server. We don't have any special advantages in terms of game servers. To be honest, why should we hand over the server to us? Even if we want to do this, I'm afraid Shengda is not willing to agree. After all, you have to take risks in this matter. The most important thing is to keep the server in your own hands. Three Body Games did this because we are a family. But as for other companies, I estimate that no company will do this. This is a refutation of the boss's decision, but there is no way not to refute this kind of thing. Ma Huateng felt that the boss's idea was a bit whimsical. What is the most important thing about games, especially online games? Of course, it's the server. Perhaps the success of a game is not directly related to the server, but the server is definitely the most important thing in a game. Three Body Games was able to hand over the server to Penguin because the two companies themselves are the same boss. It is impossible to hit the right hand with the left hand. But what about other gaming companies? This is no longer a question of trust or distrust. For game companies, servers are definitely the lifeblood of the entire company. No one would leave this thing in other people's hands. In this regard, Gu Xiao just shook his head. When I talk about opening a server, I only mean to open a Penguin server, not to let them give up the existing server. The whole stud is on us. It is equivalent to them adding a new channel. The account information used in this channel is all Penguin accounts. Even the subsequent game operations can be handled by us. For game companies, all they need to do is to ensure that the version is updated and wait for dividends. This, Ma Huateng was stunned. Open a Penguin server? Channel server. Yes. Gu Xiao nodded. Ma Huateng's eyes lit up. So, boss, what do you mean? We collect the dividends from the channel service. In response, Gu Xiao nodded. Moment. Ma Huateng responded. If that's the case, then this thing is up to something. He's a smart man after all. After understanding his boss's thoughts, Ma Huateng immediately thought of the feasibility of this. What game companies are most passionate about, to put it bluntly, is to increase the number of players of their games, and Shengda came to us because of our number of users. If we open a channel to serve it, we can indeed convert our users into game players to the greatest extent. For game companies, this is what they value most and want to see. Furthermore, because our game server may have a publicity and attraction effect on their official game servers, even these game companies will be very happy to cooperate with us. For us, this can make a fortune out of thin air following today's hot games. We can make a steady profit, and it is a win-win situation for both parties. Boss, you are too powerful. How did you come up with this thing? Xiao Ma's face was filled with surprise at this moment. He was really convinced. Every time I talk to my boss about business development, the boss always seems to have endless whimsical ideas, and every time he comes up with his ideas, all are proven to be really useful. Don't accept this. At least to the senior executives of Penguin, the boss is truly a god. And this is even more true for Ma Huateng. After all, others don't know, but he knows that his boss is only 9 years old now, and even Ma Huateng is curious sometimes. How on earth could my boss have so many fantastic ideas? Regarding Ma Huateng's doubts, Gu Xiao just blinked and said, I learned it from you. Don't make trouble, boss. Why do you need to learn anything from me? Ma Huateng laughed dumbly. Only a fool would believe it. This is how it is these days. No one believes me when I tell the truth, and I feel helpless. Gu Xiao sighed in his heart, and then got down to business. There's actually a problem with your understanding of the channel service. Is there a problem with your understanding? What I want to do with the channel service is not just to make money. Gu Xiao said, more than just making money? What is that? Ma Huateng was stunned, feeling that he seemed to be unable to keep up with the boss's rhythm. The future? Gu Xiao smiled. What I want is the future. The future. Ma Huateng frowned and thought hard. Boss, do you plan to make friends with game companies like Shengda, or even deeply bind them? No, there is no need. No. Ma Huateng was confused. thought for a while and asked, "Then the boss wants to open up the market and cooperate with more game companies?" Yes and no. Gushio nodded. What does it mean to be yes or no? Fortunately, Gushio did not act as the Riddler this time and said directly, "I do want to open up the market, and I do want to cooperate with more game manufacturers." You are right about this. But it is not because what you said is superficially correct, but the real key point is that you are not right yet. Please enlighten me, boss. Ma Huadeng said immediately, looking serious, like a primary school student listening carefully in class. Do you remember that someone from Penguin senior management suggested that Penguin should develop games and use games as its main profit point? Of course I remember. To be honest with you, boss, after you rejected the proposal, many people in the company were a little moody. Actually, I don't let Penguin participate in game production because I hope Penguin's positioning can be more accurate. Positioning? Yes, positioning. Gushio nodded. A company, especially one that plans to run for more than 10 years, or even decades, first needs to be clear about the positioning of its own company and products. What do you think is the positioning of Penguin? This question made Ma Huadeng a little confused. He scratched his head and said with a wry smile, "To be honest, Penguin's life was too hard before. I really didn't think about this. At that time, the only goal was one: making money. Even later, boss, you invested in us, but to be honest, maybe you were afraid of poverty. We have always regarded profits as very important." So, at this point, Ma Huadeng sighed deeply. It doesn't matter whether you say he has no ambition or that he is short-sighted, but what he said at this moment is exactly what he really thinks. Only really poor. Only then did I realize how terrible poverty is. Wow, poverty. This word seems to have nothing to do with Ma Huadeng. After all, although he has always said that he comes from an ordinary family, in fact he has never experienced real poverty since he was a child. On the contrary, it was after he founded Penguin that he realized poverty. During Penguin's most difficult period, the entire Penguin could go bankrupt even buying a pack of cigarettes, and the pressure on the server caused many people's hair to fall out. Many of Penguin's technological breakthroughs were due to being too poor, so they had to explode the small universe to break through one technical bottleneck after another. Among them, the most well-known to outsiders is Penguin's server technology, not to mention becoming a monk halfway and going to the second-hand market to assemble servers by myself. It's just about how to maximize the server's capacity and maximize the server's usage. Penguin is actually ahead of many people, and it is precisely because of the fear of poverty that Penguin still puts profits first even when there is no need to worry about funds. Ma Huadeng said these words at this moment. It's definitely from the bottom of my heart, because they have been really poor, and because they are afraid of being poor, they care more about profits than others and regard profits as more important than others. Gushio actually understood this. In his previous life, when he was developing games by himself, he had a deep understanding of the feeling of being unable to make progress without money. Naturally, Gushio would never laugh at Ma Huadeng at this time. He is not qualified. But healthy profits are indeed important for a company. But while making profits, we also need to have a clear positioning of our goals. This is not just to fool capital and to impress investors, but more importantly, with a clear positioning, the company's development will skip the confusing stage. This is crucial. Gushio reminded. Profitability is definitely a good thing. But if the leader of a company doesn't even care about profitability, that's a real problem. But the same thing. While making profits, it is also crucial to have a clear positioning for the business you manage. After all, if there is no positioning target, then once such an enterprise enters a period of confusion, it is actually a very dangerous thing. Of course, Ma Huadeng would not deny this. He immediately said yes, but at the same time he couldn't help but be curious. Boss, what do you think Penguin's positioning is? When you ask me what our positioning is, the first thing you need to know is what are our advantages. Penguin's advantages? Ma Huadeng thought for a while and said without hesitation, users. Our number of users is currently the largest number of domestic internet users, and we are also the most sticky domestic internet users. That's it. Gushio nodded. then why do you think our product can attract so many users and have such high user stickiness? Our product is good enough. This is for sure, and it is also because of the hard work and dedication of all Penguin employees that Penguin is what it is today. Gushio nodded and then changed the topic, but what I want to talk about now is not Penguin's product itself, but Penguin's product functions and target groups. Instant messaging itself is the most popular software after the development of the internet. In fact, what we have done now is to enable our instant messaging to transcend age, class, gender, and a series of thresholds. This is our biggest advantage. Ma Huadeng nodded repeatedly. He even couldn't help but take out his notebook and write down all Gushio's words in it. Now that we know that our advantage is that there is no threshold and no restrictions, what we have to do next is to continue to move in this direction. On this basis, continue to deepen our customers, continue to increase the number of our users, and improve our user stickiness. So, I suggest you start developing Weibo and even build it into the largest user discussion platform now and even in the future. Because we have such advantages, we can continue to deepen on this basis. Continue to develop our products and continue to diversify our studies. Similarly, at this point in the analysis, you should be able to understand what our product positioning is, right? Public, comprehensive, and inclusive. Ma Huateng said. Correct answer. Gushio nodded appreciatively. Our biggest advantage is that we can attract more and more users. We can allow more and more netizens to actively or passively become our users, and finally transform into our core users. And the most important reason is that our products are highly inclusive, and our product positioning is for the general public. Whether you are a screwdriver in a factory or a white-collar worker who blows air conditioners in the city, whether you're a student who is still in school or a successful person who has already become famous. No matter what your identity or status is, you can use our products as social tools. After determining this positioning, I believe you should be very clear about what can and cannot be done, right? Games cannot be touched. Ma Huateng answered without hesitation. When Gushio didn't let Penguin play games for himself before, Ma Huateng was actually a little bit unwilling. But now, after listening to Gushio's words, he suddenly understood. Game. It may indeed bring a lot of profits to Penguin, but it is also very likely that it will destroy this product positioning. After thinking about it, Ma Huateng said, nowadays, the theory that games are harmful is rampant, especially among many students and parents who denounce various game companies. And if we develop our own games and make a lot of money, we have unintentionally limited our inclusiveness. Users subconsciously label us as a cancer of games. Maybe we can make profits in a short period of time, but in the long run, it will slowly limit our target user group. Even if this development continues, our product positioning will develop towards younger and infantilized products. If there is multi-party competition, the next target group will be really good, but now that we have all the advantages, doing so is a complete waste of our own great advantages. What we should do more is to continue to be inclusive and continue to develop in-depth development in the field of online communication. Whether it is Penguin's instant messaging, Penguin Space's blog, or even the Weibo we are preparing now, they can all develop in this direction. Once successful, all netizens in the country will become our users in the future and will use our products. By then, profit will become extremely simple. After all, it is the ability to respond and control the future that will lead to the helmsman of the future business empire. Even Gushio couldn't help but nod secretly. As he spoke, Ma Huateng suddenly frowned. But, boss, if you think this way, why do we still need to cooperate with game companies to create Penguin servers? Isn't that the same as limiting our crowd? Really? Gushio shook his head. Tolerance is always the first priority. Our users overlap with many gamers. Are we giving up great advantages for some current non-loyal users? Ma Huateng hesitated, but this will give other users a bad impression. So, we need to express our attitude to the outside world. Gushio smiled. What's your attitude? We don't produce games, we don't make games, and we even advise everyone not to be addicted to games. Similarly, we also support the development of the game industry. This, Ma Huadeng, was dumbfounded for a moment. Isn't this trying to hide one's ears and steal the bell? Gu Xiu spread his hands and said, whether it is a matter of fact or not is a matter of opinion. But after expressing our attitude, we are deceiving others or supporting the development of domestic games. Who can tell, Lap? This, boss, what you said makes sense. I don't know how to refute you. Gu Xiu's rogue words made Ma Huateng speechless for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, so, boss, what you mean is that although we won't make games ourselves, we can always launch channel services in this way. While enjoying the dividends of the game industry, we ensure that our product positioning will not be restricted. Gu Xiu shook his head. More than that. More than that. Ma Huadeng was stunned, but then he saw that Gu Xiu had already said, the meaning of Penguin Server is not just about making money. As I said before, what I want is the future. Helping other game companies and opening up channel services is the future I need. Does the boss want to create a dedicated Penguin game channel? Ma Huadeng asked curiously. That's right. Gu Xiu nodded. In other words, we can directly open a game platform specifically for listing games on our channels. Build an integrated game platform. Game platform. Ma Huadeng couldn't help but widen his eyes. This thing is an unfamiliar word to him. It's a game platform. On this game platform, players can directly log in with their Penguin account and then choose to purchase, download, and launch games on this platform so that they can be used for multiple purposes. This is good. Ma Huadeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Nowadays, as there are more and more online games, each one is involved, and many people have various game accounts. If it can be done using one Penguin account to play all the games directly, it will definitely be attractive to many players to a certain extent. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Ma Huadeng was keenly aware of what Gu Xiu said. Boss, you said purchase. Can we buy games on our platform? That's right. Gu Xiu nodded. Games can't only be online games, but also standalone games. In my vision, our platform will not only have online games that attract money, but also excellent standalone masterpieces. Even more than just foreign standalone masterpieces, we can also encourage domestic game producers to create excellent independent games. Players can purchase this type of games directly in our game mall, and we can even launch some promotions. Similarly, the current domestic market environment for standalone games may not be very good, so we can also have certain promotions for online games, such as recharge rebates. We can even accumulate player recharges and set up certain Penguin information displays. If these methods are used, the game platform I envision should be able to become a project that can synchronize with Penguin, but can be independent. In the next half hour, Gu Xiu explained to Ma Huateng the game platform he had in mind in detail. Fortunately, Fatty G wasn't here, otherwise he would have hugged Gu Xiu's thigh and shouted at the shadow. After all, what he is talking about is actually not much different from the later generations of Steam. Compared with Steam, it even adds online games. But, in fact, even if I am Fatty G, if I actually hear these words now, I will probably only find them immensely useful. After all, although Steam has appeared today, it is still used more as a Half-Life launcher. As for things like game malls, promotions, and discounts, they are not available yet. What Gu Xiu wants to do is to create a platform similar to Steam in later generations. The current target is the domestic market. But in the future, when Penguin is ready to go global, the Penguin game platform that has been tested and improved in China will completely make Steam a latecomer. In a sense, Gu Xiu actually holds a grudge. But of course Ma Huadeng would not know that a large part of the reason why Gu Xiu did this was because he wanted to avenge Villefort for letting him go. At this moment, Ma Huateng felt as if he was listening to a book from heaven. His eyes widened, full of surprises. What the boss said was something he had never heard or seen before. Likewise, something full of potential and opportunity. If it really succeeds, it will definitely be a huge opportunity for Penguin. Even as the boss said, it is completely possible to start a new company. This thing, lots of potential. Unable to help himself, Ma Huadeng looked at Gushio again, the admiration in his eyes completely unable to be concealed. Boss, you're so powerful. Any idea has endless potential. Actually, these are just talks on paper. When implemented, there are still many problems. Gu Shudao didn't know that Ma Huadeng had so many ideas, so he continued. Just talking about the server aspect of this game platform, it requires a lot of manpower and material resources. However, there is an advantage. Because the domestic game industry is still not sound in many places, and there's a lack of management related to some games, which is equivalent to no rules. This doesn't seem like a good thing, but to be honest, it's actually an opportunity for us. However, specific problems need to be discovered through concrete implementation. You need to work hard to overcome these. This is somewhat of a hands-off approach. But Ma Huadeng didn't think anything of it. After all, as a subordinate, he still knows very well the division of functions between himself and his boss. And tell the truth, Ma Huadeng was actually quite confident about Gushio's arrangements. Today, he has grown into a Penguin CEO who can take charge of his own business. He is confident that he can do well in the tasks assigned by his boss. Gushio naturally had the same idea. So every time when he communicated with Ma Huadeng, Gushio would not tell him what to do specifically, but would directly express his thoughts. As for how to complete it and whether it can be completed, that is not Gushio's consideration. As a boss, if you have to do everything yourself, then what kind of boss would you be? What's more, to be honest, no matter what game platform or Penguin Weibo, it is not difficult for Penguin. There are definitely difficulties, but it's definitely not impossible. It turns out, Gushio's idea was correct. Ma Huateng stayed in Magic City for another 3 days and successfully won the cooperation with Shengda. He returned to Pengcheng in a hurry that day. Quickly establish the Penguin Game platform department. Highlight and efficiency. While Ma Huadeng was busy with this, Gu Xiaoza continued to fish in the Hanqing project team. But, as a reborn person, even if it is fishing, you have to do something, right? Such as now, being in the metropolis of Magic City, carrying memories of the future, Gu Xiao's eyes naturally turned towards this land full of gold. I won't pick up any leaks. So why do you think you're a reborn guest? Wow. Gu Xiao, the sun is shining on your butt. Why don't you get up yet? Get up quickly. Saturday. Gu Xiao was still sleeping when he was woken up by a knock on the door. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door and saw a girl with short hair, casual clothes, and exceptionally delicate facial features standing at the door. It's not right to call her a girl. She should be called young lady. After all, the other party is already in her early 20s. Seeing this girl, Gu Xiao glanced at the time and couldn't help but feel helpless. Sister me, it's only 7 o'clock. Little lazy boy, what's wrong with 7 o'clock? 7 o'clock is when the air is at its best, and you're still sleeping in at this time. The girl said righteously. Gu Xiao rolled his eyes. You're taking revenge for me knocking on your door in the middle of the night and sleeping with you. No, absolutely not, sister. Am I that kind of person? Although you held me in your arms last night and occupied my bed until midnight, leaving me with no place to sleep. But sister, I am definitely not the kind of person with a small belly. The girl shook her head righteously, but the cunning look in her eyes revealed her true thoughts. Immediately, without giving Gu Xiao a chance to refute, the girl walked straight into Gu Xiao's room, skillfully put hot water on him, and supervised him brushing his teeth and washing his face. Don't say it. She really feels like a housekeeper. This girl's name is Mi Hongdo, a student at Jiaodong University. As a genius scientist, Gu Xiao's professional ability is obviously sufficient. But he is young after all. The host, Jiaodong University, was relatively considerate. Considering Gu Xiao's age, he was worried that he would not be able to live independently and would need someone to take care of him. Mi Hongdo, a young assistant, was specially assigned to him. Just some time ago, Hanqing planned to expand its manpower, and most of them were students. Naturally, the projects they participated in were not core R&D. The main thing is to help with odd jobs and learn experience, which is considered a semi-internship. Mi Hongdo continued to do odd jobs in the project team, while taking on the role of Gu Xiao's housekeeper. The time they spent together. very enjoyable all the time. At least that was the case for Gushio. After all, Mihondo lived next door. When Gushio couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, he liked to get under the covers. How fragrant! Gushio couldn't help but thank God. Give yourself a chance to be reborn in elementary school, if it's junior high school or high school. That would be inappropriate. After all, it is better to be a primary school student. Of course, Gushio was willing to take the initiative to get close to her, because Mihondo was a really good girl. She is a native of Shanghai, but she does not come from a wealthy family. She has not been spoiled since she was a child. She is just an ordinary and typical big sister next door. She is usually carefree and has no thoughts of intrigue. Regarding Gushio, a genius scientist, Mihondo was a little cautious at first, but after getting along for a long time. At the end of the day, he is just regarded as a little brother who is a little smarter than ordinary children. Breakfast shop. Gushio took a bite of the steamed dumpling and asked, Sister Hondo, what happened to what I told you yesterday? No problem, sister. I'm fully prepared. Speaking of this, Mihondo patted her chest and said proudly, full experience. Then, Mihondo asked, but, are you sure you want to buy a house without your parents coming? Yes, buy a house. After he was reborn, Gushio's biggest hobby was buying real estate. If you're in a bad mood, buy a house. When you feel better, buy a house. Moreover, he buys a house every now and then. Especially now that his pocket is thick enough, buying a house has almost become a habit for Gushio. Jiang Cheng won't talk about it. Even when he was in Yanjing before, when Gushio had nothing to do, he liked to buy a few apartments and even bought a small courtyard house. There is no way. Look at it from the perspective of the future. Too cheap. Such a big bargain. No loss of blood. The result of this is that even Gushio himself is actually a little unclear. How many houses do you have? Coming to Shanghai this time was just about fishing, and Gushio didn't lose sight of his hobbies. He liked to learn about the local real estate market every now and then. Today, he plans to go shopping. After all, the current average house price in Magic City is just over 5,000. Although many people are now complaining that house prices have risen too fast, and even curse that the house prices in Magic City have risen too magically. But, to be honest, look at the current housing prices from the perspective of people in the future. It's just a fraction of future housing prices. However, when buying a house, it is somewhat inconvenient for me as a child. I must find an adult to go with me. At first, Gushio thought of Tan Liangzhe. After all, Lao Tan is skilled in business, and Lao Tan is basically responsible for most of the real estate in Yanjing. Highlight a major. However, for his own personal affairs, Gushio couldn't bear to call Tan Liangzhe, who was busy flying, to the Magic City, so he simply put his mind on this sweet-smelling Hondo sister. It's okay. My dad said that I may have to stay in Shanghai for a long time, so it's more convenient to buy a house to live in. Besides, my dad said that even if I don't live there now, with the rate of increase in housing prices in Shanghai, it will definitely continue to rise. It can be considered an investment. Gushio said casually, revealing a little information. It's a pity. TSK, you are indeed a rich second generation. The house prices in Shanghai have skyrocketed during this time, and your family actually bought it as soon as they asked for it. Mihondo smacked her mouth, not paying attention to the key point, and her face was full of envy. Rich tycoon, let's be friends? Of course there is no problem. Gushio chuckled, but it depends on what type of friend you want to be. What types can there be? Mihondo felt strange, but looking at the evil smile on Gushio's face, she guessed that she had nothing good to say, so she reached out and grabbed Gushio's ear. You bad boy, are you trying to take advantage of me again? Of course Gushio shouted that he was wronged. While they were fighting and bickering, the two finished their breakfast and immediately stopped a taxi. Go straight to the city center. If you want to buy a house, you must come from the city center. After all, we are not short of money. We will go see the house later. Don't say anything. If you have any ideas, tell me in private and I will talk to someone. Remember, never reveal our true thoughts. Leave it to me later. I promise to negotiate a suitable price for you within minutes. In the taxi, Mihondo spoke to Gushio confidently. Seeing her confident look, Gushio couldn't help but smile a little. Sister, haven't you ever bought a house? You've never bought a house, so you know a lot of things. Do you think the name king of bargaining at the vegetable market is for nothing? Mihondo rolled her eyes. Is bargaining at the wet market the same as buying a house? Gushio was speechless. While the two were talking, the taxi driver became interested. Little girl, are you going to buy a house? Yes. Mihondo nodded, but did not say that he was not buying it himself. But the taxi driver shook his head. You haven't learned about the real estate market recently, have you? Well, Mihondo nodded. I don't know much about it. But the taxi driver smiled. That's it. If you have understood it, you should also know that buying a house now is a big mistake. Ah, Mihondo was stunned. Why? What's the reason for this? House prices are going to drop. The taxi driver shook his head. Mihondo was puzzled, but didn't everyone say that house prices have risen so fast in the past 2 years, and they will definitely continue to rise in the future? You don't understand? There's always a limit to everything. The taxi driver shook his head and said, house prices have risen so outrageously in the past 2 years, which is abnormal. Now many people, especially outsiders, are cursing that house prices have risen too fast, and some people have even organized people not to buy houses now. There's a saying that goes well. If you don't buy it, I won't buy it, and the house price can be reduced by 200 WAP. This, Mihondo couldn't help but be surprised by the taxi driver's words. She's a native of Shanghai, and her family owns a house. She actually doesn't know as much about the real estate market as outsiders. The only thing I know is, house prices have risen rapidly in recent years, but the specific situation is completely unknown. She originally thought it was reasonable for Gushio to buy a house as an investment, but now that she heard this, she was a little unsure for a moment. The taxi driver was always a chatterbox, and before Mihondo asked, he started talking again. You must not have paid attention to the real estate market in Shanghai recently. Real estate has been cold during this period, and no one is willing to buy a house. The main reason is that the real estate company is too shady. Now the house prices are rising more and more ridiculously day by day. The economic environment this year is not very good. Who is willing to buy a house now? If you don't believe it, go and take a look. Every real estate sales department is basically empty and deserted. The house can't be sold now. Everyone now thinks that house prices will fall in just these few days. If we can wait a little longer, house prices will only fall even more. The taxi driver talked eloquently, and his words were even more confident. It was as if he had seen through the truth. From the perspective of a latecomer, it seems somewhat incomprehensible. But in fact, this is indeed the case with the real estate market in the Magic City in recent times. Real estate has been hot for several years, but this year is the first time it has cooled down. Especially now that the second quarter has just begun, housing prices have experienced an unprecedented decline. Although the decline is very low, it can be regarded as the first time such a situation has occurred in so many years. There are actually many objective factors behind the decline, but this price drop has allowed countless potential buyers who are paying attention to the housing market to see opportunities in dawn. A series of news that real estate is about to collapse are not uncommon. Even in discussions among many local people in Magic City, they all revealed the same meaning. Real estate is a bubble. Sooner or later, it will collapse. In such an environment, more and more potential house buyers are beginning to hesitate, and many are even planning to join forces. Boycott buying a house. They hope to use their own power to get developers to lower housing prices and completely suppress the housing prices that were originally going to continue to rise. Not long after, the taxi arrives at the destination. Mihondo got out of the car and glanced into the sales hall on the roadside. Sure enough, he saw that it was deserted inside, with 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. He was a little unsure for a while. Gushio, why don't you discuss it with your dad and buy a house in a few days? After all, buying a house is not a trivial matter. Even if it is 100 yuan cheaper per square meter, a house of 100 square meters can save 10,000 yuan. I think what the taxi driver just said makes sense. She didn't say much. After all, I didn't understand, so I just gave a suggestion. To this suggestion, Gushio shook his head without hesitation. Buy. It doesn't matter if it's more or less. Having said this, Mi Hongdo certainly couldn't refuse anymore. She just muttered go to again and led Gushio into the sales hall. Gushio just smiled at this. Along the way, when the taxi driver was giving directions, he didn't interrupt him. He just listened quietly. He can understand. Everyone hopes that if you don't buy it, and I won't buy it, it will be reduced by 200 tomorrow, so that the increasingly magical housing market prices will be reduced. But as a reborn man, he knew it. This is just the fantasy of most ordinary people, even a little malicious. This is actually just misleading by real estate speculators. In fact, according to historical development, this wave of cold housing market will not last long, because it will not be long before a new wave of housing market boom is coming, even pushing the housing prices in Magic City to unimaginable levels. The final result is, those who originally planned to buy a house listened to various rumors and stayed put for the time being, planning to wait for the wind to change. But in the end, what they waited for was that housing prices continued to rise. It even reaches the point where you can't even catch up. In this case, even if you tell them, house prices will rise sharply soon, absolutely no one will believe it. Even, maybe people still blame you for talking nonsense. In fact, after understanding these situations, the first investment that Gushio thought of was to buy land and buy an old house. After all, if you can win a piece of land, it will be no problem to double it dozens of times every minute. But it's a pity. I can only think about this stuff. After all, even if the real estate market cools down in the short term, for locals who own land and old homes, they can definitely wait. I won't give you a chance to buy it at all. Even those who are willing to sell, the prices are mostly outrageous, waiting for the wrong person to take the bait. In this case, it is better to just buy a newly developed building. The cooling of the real estate market not only reflects the weak purchasing power of the market, but also means that the enthusiasm of sales staff is destined to not be too high. At least, after Gushio and Mi Hongdo walked in, no one came to pay attention to them. Most people just glanced at the two people and then lowered their heads to do what they were doing. Some of them even discussed in a low voice, "This house is really hard to sell now." No one has come in for 3 to 5 days. Occasionally, people come in, and most of them come to take a look. The most annoying thing is the reporters. I received one 2 days ago. The house looked so good. I thought I was going to buy a house, but they came to inquire about the situation. I'm so annoyed. I heard that Pudong is going to start vigorous development. Is this true or false? In this situation, what else is being developed? Several sales staff just sat aside and started discussing as if no one else was around. As for Gushio and Mi Hongdo, who had just walked in, they were treated as nothing but nothing. Not to mention bringing tea and water, there was no one to even talk to. Good thing. Mi Hongdo didn't think anything was wrong, so she took Gushio and wandered around inside. Gushio didn't care. He is here to invest, not to be a god. The overall service level these days is not high. Jiangsheng is a special case. Just get used to it. The two first looked at the corresponding floor plan, then looked at the overall house model structure, and finally looked at the sales information posted on the wall. Seeing this, Mi Hongdo couldn't help but frown. So many houses have been sold. Isn't it said that houses are not easy to sell recently? This property has just been launched on the market, and it has been sold out so quickly. Little girl, you must have heard the hype outside. The houses are selling easily now. We have the best units and prices here. People rushed to buy them as soon as they opened. A salesperson came up and said, "Although I still don't feel it. These two people, one older and one younger, look like siblings, and they're the ones who want to buy a house. But the other party has been looking at him for so long, and he just sits still and ignores him. That's really cerebral palsy." "Really? Is it so easy to sell?" Mi Hongdo was surprised. The salesperson nodded and pointed to the house information on the wall, where nearly 90% of the houses were sold. "Look, the ones posted above are all sold. There are not many good houses left. If you're interested, you could take a look and decide as soon as possible." Mi Hongdo couldn't help but click her tongue. For what the taxi driver said, he thought no one would buy the house, but to his surprise didn't seem to affect the sale of the house at all. But at this moment, he saw Gu Xiu pointing to one of the houses. Can this house be sold? Kids, this is labeled sold and has been bought by others. If you want to look at it, you should look at the unsold ones. The salesperson shook his head and said, but what he didn't expect was that the child in front of him was unexpectedly stubborn. I want this. If possible, we can sign the contract and swipe the card directly now, he said. Gu Xiu also handed over his bank card. The salesperson was confused. What's going on? Not for sale. This house has been sold, and now we. That's such a pity. Gu Xiu shook his head, fanned himself with his bank card, and turned to leave. My favorite house is gone. Come on, sister. Let's go look elsewhere. Huh? Mi Hongdo was a little confused, but she didn't refuse what Gu Xiu said. But seeing the two of them walking towards the door, Gu Xiu added, speaking of which, sister, your house is also going to be demolished, right? It just so happens that my family has 2 houses, and now they are in time for demolition. When your house is demolished, buy a place with me, and we'll be neighbors. Mi Hongdo, when will my house be demolished? But before she could figure it out, the salesperson suddenly came over in a hurry, just as the two were about to walk out. Kids, you two wait. Auntie, your house has been sold. What are you waiting for? Gu Xiu stopped. We can look at other houses in the same location. That won't work? I just like that one. Well, wait a minute. Is there anything else? Auntie, didn't you tell me that the house I'm interested in has been sold? It's useless to stop us. No. The salesperson gritted his teeth. Kids, we have problems. We can overcome them. But the houses have been sold? Gu Xiu asked innocently. But the salesperson still had a smile on his face. Kid, you left in a hurry and didn't hear what I had to say. It's true that the house has been sold, but we have nothing to do. The person who bought the house before made a reservation, but never paid the balance. If you really like it and can decide on it today, this house can be given to you. After saying this, Gu Xiu suddenly showed a smile on his face. Mi Hongdo, on the other hand, had a look of astonishment on his face. Can it still be like this? Whap! 5 minutes later. Originally, Mi Hongdo and Gu Xiu, who were not even waiting, were already sitting on the sofa in the VIP area of the sales department. There were melon seeds, candies, and drinks in front of them. The salesperson who had originally ignored their relationship was now smiling. He sat across from the two of them and introduced the current situation to them in detail. This house faces north and south, with 3 sides of lighting, sufficient lighting time, and a good view. It is definitely the best choice. Moreover, the floor plan of this house is very good. And we have a discount now. If you can place an order now, not only will each household receive a rice cooker, but you can also participate in the lottery. Although the salesperson's previous attitude was not very good, there was still no problem in terms of professional ability. The sky is full of excitement, and spittle is flying. The introduction was very clear and logical, as if after passing this village, this store would no longer be there. The salesperson said, no matter how beautiful it sounds, it's better to see it on the spot. How about this? How about I take you two to see it on the spot and make sure you're satisfied? Mi Hongdo naturally did not refuse. In fact, she is still a little confused until now. She felt that she had been deceived. Gu Xiu shrugged indifferently, but when the salesperson was looking for the keys, Gu Xiu suddenly said, take all those with you. I also want to check out other houses. Oh, of course, no problem. Why don't you tell me that you are interested in the house, and I will take the keys with you. When buying a house, it is normal to see more than one house at a time. But soon, the salesperson got a little numb, because when she saw it, Gu Xiu pointed at the model, here, and here. By the way, bring the ones here too. Gu Xiu pointed at 5 or 6 places in a row. The salesperson was numb. There were some who looked at a few more units, but it was rare to see 5 or 6 more units, and the ones Gu Xiu looked at were all from different buildings. However, the sales staff still have to satisfy the customer's needs. Well, kid, you said it too quickly. Could you please tell me again which sets it is? Actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Gu Xiu shook his head. Just bring all your keys and see them all at once. While what? The salesperson's face froze. She felt that she was wrong and should not have received these two guys who didn't look like they were buying a house. Are you here to buy a house? Are you here to cause trouble? Even Mihondo gave Gushio a strange look and thought about the proposal. Then why don't we look at a few houses first? That's okay. I just think it will save the ante the trip back and forth later. Gushio shrugged and then pointed to the same house with different apartment types. The salesman's face finally looked a little better. Although I still felt it was a bit nonsense, I had done my job, so I could only take the key and lead Gushio towards the community. After all, it's a big city like Magic City. Although, compared to the residential communities of later generations, the residential properties of these years are incomparable in terms of the spacing between buildings and the green environment. But in this day and age, it's pretty good. And what Gushio values more is the fully constructed building in front of him. Existing houses, this thing is really rare. Is it rare? Mihondo on the side asked curiously. Don't everyone buy existing houses now? Gushio smiled. Now everyone buys existing houses, but that doesn't mean it will be the same in the future. Maybe in the future, everyone will buy off-plan houses. Buy off-plan houses? Mihondo said dumbly. It's not like there's anything wrong. If the developer goes bankrupt and runs away before the building is completed after paying the money, wouldn't the person who bought the house be taken advantage of? In this regard, Gushio just shook his head, somewhat helpless. It is worth mentioning that off-plan properties have appeared in mainland China in the form of off-plan properties as early as the last century when off-plan properties were launched in Xinjiang. But when this thing first came out, it was actually not popular. Even if the off-plan property was a little cheaper, it was for more people. Existing homes are clearly more attractive. At least, you don't have to worry about your hard-earned money, because the developer suddenly dies, goes bankrupt, or runs away and loses everything. Even at the beginning of this century, existing houses were still the mainstream. But in a few years, no, it won't take a few years. In the second half of this year, when the real estate speculation boom begins and real estate speculators flock in, existing houses will slowly disappear from the public's eyes, and off-plan houses will become mainstream. Even, the scary thing is, this originally abnormal thing will gradually become something that many people take for granted. Buying a house and waiting a few years to see if you can live in it has become mainstream. Even to the extreme, you have to buy a house, put an incense burner at home, and burn incense every day to protect the developer from any trouble. To Gushio, an existing house like this has only 2 words. Rare. Look, how is this house? Although it has not been renovated yet, the light is already bright enough. It can be seen that after the renovation is completed, the light of this house will only be better. The construction quality is guaranteed, and there will definitely be no quality problems. And our property company is very responsible. By the way, several new schools will be built here soon. When the time comes, children, you could transfer to school directly. In the new house, the salesperson continued to explain the advantages. At the end, I didn't forget to remind them that this house has been booked by someone else. If you want to buy it, hurry up and seize the opportunity. It's best to finalize the contract today. It's the same old routine. Fortunately, Mihondo was not fooled this time. It was not that she had become smarter, but that she was busy inspecting the new house. Just as she said to Gushio at the breakfast shop before, she had indeed made sufficient preparations to buy a house for Gushio. She looked at water pipes, circuits, sewer locations, and even brought a handful of steel balls with her. Spread it on the ground to check the level. Even Gushio couldn't help but look sideways at her. Sensing Gushio's gaze, Mihondo shook her head and said, "Buying a house is not a trivial matter, even if your father plans to use it for investment, but such a large sum of money is not small money. You should treat it with care." Sister Hondo is right. Gushio nodded and then said, "It's possible. Isn't it too tiring to come here every time?" Mihondo smiled brightly. "No, it's just a few apartments. What's the point?" At this time, Miss Mihondo has not realized the seriousness of the matter yet. Viewed the first house. Gushio himself is still very satisfied. Not to mention the future appreciation space. even with the current quality and structure of the house. This developer is indeed very conscientious. Talk about it. This can be considered one of the benefits of existing housing, right? Next, the three of them looked at other apartment types in the same building. There are big ones and small ones, and the patterns are slightly different. But overall, all pretty good. How are you, kid? Are you satisfied with this house? The salesperson probably knew that the person talking was this kid. Although I feel that the parents of this child are a little too conceited, it is enough if the other party can buy a house. But Gushio nodded. Yes, I'm very satisfied. Then let's. Don't worry. There are still several floors in this house that I haven't seen yet. Let my sister take a look at them all to make sure. Even if there is a difference between upstairs and downstairs, it doesn't affect your own behavior, right? But she saw that Gushio was even stranger than her. How can I be sure if I can buy it without looking? But you just didn't. The salesman was confused. She suspected that this guy was looking for trouble, but before he finished speaking. But Gushio nodded with understanding. That's right. Anyway, they are all in the same house, almost the same. Well, I'm quite satisfied with the house, but the price, I think it's a bit high. The salesperson looked embarrassed. This price is already the lowest price we can give, kid. You don't know. Gushio waved his hand and interrupted the other party. You don't need to say so much. You can directly communicate with your boss and see what price he can give you. Kids, this is even talking to our boss. In terms of price, a lot. It's really not less. Then what if I buy one? Wow, what? The salesperson was confused, but Gushio pointed to the building he was in. I like this building very much. If I buy it all, what price can you give me? Whap. This building? You mean? What you want is not a house, but a building. This building. Gushio's words made the salesperson in the sales department freeze on the spot, and they couldn't help but point in their eyes. This kid, does he know what he's talking about? Others hesitate and think twice when buying a house, but when it comes to this kid, he just wants to buy a building. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Of course not. Fortunately, just when the salesperson's worldview was about to collapse, Gushio shook his head. But before he could completely relax, he saw Gushio pointing to a few buildings next to him. If the house is really good and the price is reasonable, I also want to buy the two buildings next to it. After all, buying one is buying, and buying several is also buying. This calm tone and relaxed demeanor did not sound like he was saying that what he wanted to buy was a house, but like buying popsicles in a supermarket. When the salesperson arrived, after hearing Gushio's serious words, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and even a smile appeared on his face. Kids, this is a good idea, but since we want to fantasize, we have to think long-term. When my aunt was your age, she didn't want to buy a house, but to be a scientist and buy an airplane. Unexpectedly, Gushio actually thought about this seriously and replied, scientists generally don't have the money to buy airplanes. Moreover, buying an airplane in China is not cost-effective and practical. It is only suitable for fun. As for the convenience of using the airplane, it is not realistic. Whether it is parking the airplane in the hangar, subsequent maintenance, or even the crew members, or even taking off the airplane, it is actually inconvenient. Of course, if it is a business need, the role of buying an airplane in China is actually more in the additional attributes. Convenience for traveling is second. The most important thing is that it can be more conducive to business negotiations. This additional attribute. But for me, this thing is actually quite useless. This answer was extremely serious. It seems that he really thought about it and finally came to a conclusion. But the more I listened to his words, the expression on the salesperson's face became a little weirder, and the way he looked at Gushio changed a little. Not stunned by these words, but, good guy, have you really analyzed it for me? Of course, she couldn't be fooled by a kid who looked like he was not even 10 years old and was still in elementary school. You'd be damned if you really frightened him. Just subconsciously, the salesperson looked at me Hondo next to Gushio. He said nothing, but there was only one meaning in his eyes. Your brother. Did you go out without brushing your teeth? Otherwise, would you be so loud? Unexpectedly, Mi Hongdo, whose face was confused and at a loss, suddenly thought of something. What do you think I'm doing? Why don't you ask your boss how much cheaper it can be? Isn't it just one or two buildings? Let me tell you, My younger brother's family can easily buy an airplane. Your two buildings are not very expensive. Hiss dash. Good guy, this one has a louder tone. The salesperson stared at Mi Hongdo in front of him with distrust on his face. But such a look was met with a look of indifference on Mi Hongdo's face and a look of calm on Gu Xiu's face, as if the two of them were saying, "Are you serious? This building? Are you even planning to buy other buildings?" After swallowing, the salesperson couldn't help but ask weird questions. She didn't want to believe it, but the expressions of these two people were so calm that she was a little unsure for a moment. "Of course it's true. Do I seem to be a liar?" Mi Hongdo said, and then looked at Gu Xiu. "Or do you think my brother, a primary school student, can lie?" "Ah," the salesperson wanted to say, "I feel like you are both teasing me. But this must not be said. After all, it would be fine if this was false, but if it were true, I would definitely be the unlucky one in the end. It is better to believe that it exists than to believe that it does not exist. I'm going to find our leader now. Let's hang out here again. You can find your leader, discuss the results, and then come to us." Okay, you two, take your time and watch." After that, the salesperson darted away. Her heart was beating very fast, even though she felt in her heart that this was a bit outrageous. But what if it were true, would I have made a fortune? All the way back to the sales department, my colleagues laughed and asked one by one, "What's the matter? They're gone." "I'm just saying, those two people don't look like they can buy a house. You go up to receive them, just ignore them." Yeah, this kind of people are the most annoying. They obviously have no intention of buying a house in the first place, but they insist on pretending to buy a house. In the end, they're just a trick. These two are even more annoying this time, and they come with a child. It's really too much. Seeing the way his colleagues were talking to each other, the salesperson was a little hesitant. "Actually, they haven't left yet." "Not yet? Still hanging around? Then why did you come back alone? You didn't tell them that you really want to buy a house, right? Even if you really want to buy a house, you should come here now, right?" Everyone was surprised and still had some doubts in their hearts. But the next second, everyone shut their mouths. The salesperson who was responsible for receiving Gu Xiu and the others hesitated and said, "They said they want to buy a building. Let me ask the leader." After these words came out, the whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes widened, and their mouth was as long as an egg. And when the salesperson was surrounded by his colleagues and quickly contacted his superior, he was in the house on the other side. After confirming that the salesperson had left, Mi Hongdo patted Gu Xiu on the shoulder with a pleased look on his face. "Not bad, kid. You also know how to use strategies." "Strategy?" Gu Xiu was surprised. Mi Hongdo laughed and said, "Hey, don't lie to me. How can I not know what you are going to do? Speaking of which, I was almost scared by you before. Your acting skills are quite superb." After thinking about it carefully, I understood. You are planning to pretend to buy a building, then ask for a low price, and finally buy a house at a low price. Not to mention, you are really smart and your acting skills are very good. Even I was almost fooled by you. After hearing this, Gu Xiu's face suddenly became strange. "You think I think so? What? You're still planning to lie. There are no outsiders here, so why are you acting?" Mi Hongdo said with a smile. But Gu Xiu blinked. "Maybe what I said is true. If that's true, that would be great. Now that I know a rich man like you, it will definitely be interesting in the future." Mi Hongdo laughed. Apparently, she didn't take Gu Xiu's words seriously. In response, Gu Xiu just shook his head and smiled. "Sister, if they come back later and you bargain according to your ideas, we may be in danger." "Very dangerous? Why?" Mi Hongdo was surprised, and then she reacted. "Isn't this your idea? I just followed you. Why did it become my idea?" Gu Xiu shook his head. "Even if someone else really gives you a low price, it is the price of a large sale. If you want to buy just one house, take that price. Basically impossible. In fact, if the other party really called their leader, even their boss would be alerted. But in the end, it was discovered that you were just playing tricks on them. Do you think how angry the other party would be?" Mi Hongdo was stunned and instantly understood the meaning of Gu Xiu's words. Then at most, don't you sell it to us? It's for sure not to sell to us. And more importantly, I heard that those who are engaged in real estate nowadays are more or less dealing with some special industries. Special industries? Are you talking about black ones? Gu Xiu nodded solemnly. That's very possible. Didn't you often see people with nails and quilts in the past? If you say that we're playing tricks on them, what will happen if the other party gets angry? This. Mi Hongdo, who originally thought she was very clever, was a little panicked at this time and said with some uncertainty, "That's not it. We're just joking and want to buy a house at a low price. They are not really going to bully us girls and children, right?" "That's possible." Gu Xiu shook his head. "After all, I heard recently that real estate is quite difficult. Maybe people are excited now. If they know that they have been cheated by us, do you think they will become angry?" This. For a moment, Mi Hongdo was a little panicked, and she even forgot to ask herself and Gu Xiu 2 questions. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what Gu Xiu said made sense. "Gu Xiu, how about we run away?" "Run?" Gu Xiu smiled. "Yes." Mi Hongdo nodded. "According to what you said, if we continue to stay here, something might happen to us. Let's run away now before they come back. Isn't it necessary?" Gu Xiu was dumbfounded. He simply wanted to scare Mi Hongdo, but he really didn't expect that the other party's reaction would be so big. "Why is it unnecessary? You're so smart. Why are you stupid at this time?" Mi Hongdo said anxiously. "Okay, come with me quickly. Let's get out of here first." With that, he pulled Gu Xiu and planned to leave. But as soon as they reached the door, the elevator door opened, and the salesperson happened to be in the elevator. "You two have been waiting for a long time. Brother Wang, these 2 young bosses said they want to buy this building." The salesperson stepped aside, revealing another man in a suit who looked particularly burly and strong in the elevator. When the other party saw the age of Gu Xiu and Gu Xiu, they were also stunned. But after all, they were in charge, so they reacted very quickly and smiled immediately. Hello, Wang Jingwei, the person in charge of this sales department. I heard from Xiao Lu that you two are interested in buying a building." "Well," Mi Hongdo's face instantly became awkward, but the girl reacted very quickly, and she nodded. "We do have this idea, but we have to see your sincerity. After all, there are so many households in one building. If the price is not suitable, it will definitely not work. Her idea is simple. Since you can't let others know that you are playing tricks on them, then find another way. Pretend that the negotiation has not been concluded. In this way, the other party will not feel that they are playing tricks on them. They will only feel that it is purely because of their high demands." Hongdo, you are such a clever little kid." "So, smart." Mi Hongdo thought clearly about the countermeasures. At this moment, Mi Hongdo no longer felt sore in her waist, and her legs no longer hurt. Everyone felt refreshed. Don't tell me yet. This girl's acting skills are good. At least her current expression seems to be really capable of bluffing people. Even Wang Jingwei, who has been muttering in his heart, can't help but secretly speculate. Could it be that these 2 seemingly young guys really have some extraordinary origins? Thinking about it this way, we can talk about it next. Soon, the group returned to the sales department again. When the previous salesperson saw the 2 siblings, their eyes were complicated. But no one said anything, they just served the 2 of them coffee drinks politely. "You don't know what to call this young lady?" Wang Jingwei was the first to speak. My surname is Gu." Mi Hongdo replied. This answer made Gu Xiu couldn't help but look sideways, but he saw that the girl just blinked at him, her eyes full of words. "Your surname is Gu?" Wang Jingwei nodded and thought for a while. "I wonder where Miss Gu's home is." This was asking for details. After all, the combination in front of me is inevitably suspicious. Of course, Mi Hongdo knew what the other party was thinking, so she took the initiative to remind him, "Gu Jianjun, Mr. Gu. Does he know?" "Gu Jianjun, Mr. Gu, has heard a little bit. Haha, it's good that Manager Wang knows Gu Jianjun. He is my father, Gu Xiu." But Mi Hongdo continued to tell lies with her eyes open. It seems that Mr. Wang can't remember for a while. Let me remind Mr. Wang that my father is the Gu Jianjun who wrote the song. I remember, Wang Jingwei suddenly realized. And then he couldn't help but look at Mi Hongdo in front of him in surprise. "I didn't expect you to be the daughter of Uncle Gu, the dragon who never saw the end. To be honest, when you mentioned Uncle Goo's real name, I didn't think of it for a while. I almost made a joke and made Miss Goo laugh. Haha, this is normal. Most people really can't react sometimes. Mi Hondo waved her hands and looked like a boss. Manager, Wong should know my dad's strength, right? I know. Manager Wong nodded repeatedly. Everyone knows that Uncle Goo is not only a famous composer and lyricist, but also a successful entrepreneur. It is said that he can earn hundreds of millions a year just from ringtones. This matter is not a secret, and it is even spread on the internet. After all, color tones are so popular nowadays, even for those who don't pay much attention to them. More or less. You will also hear some rumors. After confirming the identity of the other party, Wang Zhongwei's attitude was so polite that the lingering doubts in his heart were instantly thrown away. This is a real rich man. Buy a building. It's really possible. In the next half hour, Mi Hongdo and Wang Jingwei started bargaining mode. Miss Goo, this is already a low price. You can go to any real estate in the whole city to have a look. There is absolutely no one who can be more sincere than us. But I feel it's still too high. What we want is a building, not a simple apartment. We can definitely get a higher price. It's really not possible, Miss Goo. After all, the construction of our building has costs. It cost a lot of money at the beginning, plus the subsequent construction costs and wages of migrant workers. These are all money. I know these are money, but don't we all have to look at the current market value when buying things? It is normal to have losses in business. You can't ask me to pay for your losses, right? Any lower. For you, having liquidity is the most important thing. You said market value, let alone that. We have seen the increase in the past 2 years. It can be said that after a period of time, it will definitely rise again. Miss Goo also wants to invest, so she can definitely see this. That is to say, but I don't like your house construction that much. If the price is right, it will be fine. If the price is not right, I definitely can't agree. Ms. Goo, our buildings are made of real materials, and we have never cut corners. I can't tell if you cut corners, but there must be something wrong with your design. Look at this A-type house. The living room loses too much area, and this C-type house. The small room can't even fit a bed. This is obviously a design problem. Miss Goo, the luxuriously decorated VIP reception room of the sales department seemed to have become a vegetable market at this moment. Mi Hongdo and Wang Jingwei were engaged in fierce bargaining. Occasionally, salespeople who came in to deliver water would shrink their necks and sneak back quietly after seeing this gesture. After all, the bargaining done by the two of them was terrifying. At first they were calm, but later on they looked like they were about to fight. Both of them had fierce looks on their faces. But actually tell the truth. Only the two parties who are bargaining know how helpless they feel at this moment. Wang Jingwei won't say anything. As the person in charge of the developer, the housing prices in Magic City have been very unstable recently, and it is difficult to sell even if the price is reduced. There are rumors in the industry that the real estate may collapse next. Of course, there are not many such rumors. In fact, more people believe that real estate prices will definitely continue to rise in the future and may even double in 3 to 5 years. In fact, Wang Jingwei also believes in the latter. But many times, even if you know that the sun will rise tomorrow, house prices will definitely rise again in 2 years. But the key question is, can I survive until tomorrow morning and see the sun rise? This is a big problem. After all, this is not an off-plan house, but an existing house. A lot of money was spent on the development of the property. Even the banks began to press for loan repayment, and migrant workers were also pressing for wages every day. At this time, if you're not careful, the entire company may go bankrupt. For them now, the most important thing is that they need a working capital to cope with emergencies, as long as they need a working capital to survive this cold winter. It is precisely because of this. No matter how low Mi Hongdo's asking price is and Wang Zhongwei's blood pressure rises, he can only bite the bullet and continue negotiating with the other party. After all, they are really short of liquidity. And what about Ma Hongdu? She was even more helpless. When negotiating the price, she had a clear idea that if the negotiation failed, it would be best for both parties to break up on bad terms, and finally escaped successfully with Gu Xiao. With this idea in mind, Mi Hongdu has been lowering the price since the beginning of negotiations. No matter what the other party's price is, just press to death. I originally thought that if this continued, the other party would definitely fall out with me. Even when she saw Wang Zhengwei's ugly face, Mi Hongdu was already ready to break up the relationship and run away. The result? As a result, the other party didn't know if it was a brain twitch, and even he felt that it was too much, but the other party just endured it. Keep talking to yourself? Even later, when there was really no other way, Mi Hongdu started to be picky about the problem of finding a house. But in the end, the other party is still patient. Brother, I just want to break up with you. Why is it so difficult? Mi Hongdu looked helpless. Turning around, Mi Hongdu almost vomited blood, because she found that she was so anxious, but this little guy Gu Xiao was worried. He even looked like a member of the public. Even watching myself and the other party arguing with interest and surprise. This kid, do you not know the seriousness of the matter? It's not a big deal to watch the fun, right? If the talks don't break down and he doesn't get out, there will be no guarantee for the safety of the two of them by then. Bang! Finally, when Mi Hongdu was full of anxiety, Wang Jingwei seemed to lose his composure and slapped the table hard. Miss Gu, I'm already sincere, but I don't see any sincerity in you. If you're not interested in our real estate, since we can't talk, let's forget it. This is what Mi Hongdu was waiting for. Before the other party could finish speaking, Mi Hongdu had already stood up first. I still feel that the price you gave me, Mr. Wang, is beyond my expectations. This price is unreasonable. If it were just this price, I wouldn't be able to accept it. This was said openly. Even Mi Hongdu secretly gave herself a thumbs up and a like. Hongdu, it's a good thing you're not an actor, otherwise the Oscars would probably award you an award. But when he was feeling proud, he saw Wang Jingwei hammering the table again. One price. Miss Gu, the building you're interested in has a total of 26 floors, with 4 households on each floor. Although the apartment types are different, the area of each floor is almost more than 400 square meters. Our building will cost 48 million. If Miss Gu agrees to this price, then we will agree. If Miss Gu still thinks this price is high, then let's stop talking. At this price, even Mi Hongdu couldn't help but be surprised. After all, the other party's concessions are really big. Calculated based on this price, 1 square meter is about 4,600. Although the current average price of commercial housing in Shanghai is over 5,000 yuan, that is only the average price. It depends on the location and floor. At least the price of the building they were looking at had already exceeded 6,000 square meters, equivalent to, just cut off nearly 1,500 yuan per square meter. To be honest, Mi Hongdu even wanted to ask if the other party could sell him a set. But looking at the other person's red eyes, Mi Hongdu still wisely shut her mouth. So, with this price, Miss Gu won't have any problems, right? Wang Jingwei stared at Mi Hongdu, breathing heavily. Mi Hongdu felt bitter in her heart. This price, I feel, it's still a bit high. She said this with trepidation. After all, the other party's sincerity is really sufficient. If he had so much money, he would definitely buy it without hesitation. But I can't take it out. Miss Gu, sure enough, as soon as Mi Hongdu said these words, Wang Zhengwei's face turned ugly. He stared at Mi Hongdu as if he was about to kill someone. My sincerity is here, but Miss Gu, I don't see any sincerity in you. I even suspect that Miss Gu may have been playing tricks on me for so long. Of course not. Mi Hongdu shook his head quickly. No, Wang Jingwei said with a ferocious face. We have been talking about the price for so long, but Miss Gu, you have never made an offer. How about this, Miss Gu? How about you say a price? Mi Hongdu is numb. Why is this person like this? However, this was an opportunity to escape after all. Although the other party was quite scary, Mi Hongdu could only bite the bullet and said, I'm asking for 40 million for this building. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Wang Jingwei became completely angry. He stood up and slammed the table angrily. Miss Gu, this is your sincerity. You want to buy my building for 40 million. It scares you to death. I can't even afford 40 million. Mi Hondo felt extremely bitter, but it has already reached this point, and she can only bite the bullet and say, this is my bottom line. I know that the asking price is low, and you must have lost money, Mr. Wong, but there is nothing you can do about it. I am here to invest. And to be honest, the recent real estate market is really not good, and I also want to leave some room for investment. So this is my low price. Of course, Mr. Wong, you can think carefully about this offer. Here's my low price. If you agree, then agree. If not, we could get together and part ways. Look, how about it? After saying that, Mi Hondo had already stood up, pulling Gu Xiao, and was about to leave. Can't stay any longer. Definitely can't stay any longer. Go, go, go. But Mi Hondo had just walked to the door, and Wang Jingwei suddenly said, wait a minute. Mi Hondo's face stiffened. Mr. Wang, is there anything else? Miss Gu is really good. Really good. Wang Jingwei looked gloomy. This is the first time I've seen such a low price. I wonder if Miss Gu knows that you are taking advantage of the situation. Mi Hondo smiled and did not answer. I can't take it. But soon, Mi Hondo stopped laughing because he saw Wang Jingwei take a deep breath and then said through gritted teeth, 40 million, this building. Deal. Emi ikandu, sigma. This building is sold for 40 million yuan. Although we have already made a total loss at this price, we have to admit it. Ms. Gu is indeed on the verge of death. It doesn't matter. Let's sign a contract now. Wang Jingwei's face was full of pain, and his eyes looking at Mi Hondo were full of complexity. But Mi Hondo was frozen at the door. The hand holding Gu Xiao began to tremble, and his eyes looked at the street outside from time to time, as if wondering whether to rush out directly. The fat is in the fire. We're in big trouble. What's wrong, Miss Gu? Wang Jingwei also noticed that something was wrong with Mi Hondo's expression and immediately frowned. Miss Gu won't change her tune at this time, right? You said the price of 40 million in person, and it is indeed the bottom line of the bottom line. If Miss Gu still finds problems at this time, then I can only think that, Miss Gu, you are kidding me. After that, Wang Jingwei's expression turned evil. 40 million has indeed been lost. It can even be said to be a blood loss. But at this time, for the sake of liquidity, even a blood loss has to be accepted. He was afraid that the Uncle Gu's daughter in front of him would change his mind at such a critical moment. Then he might not be able to control his temper. Fortunately, what made him relieved was that Mi Hondo in front of him smiled. Of course, no problem. Of course, no problem. No problem. Then let's go back to my office and discuss the contract and house payment. Wang Jingwei nodded, but he felt that the smile on Mi Hondo's face was a bit bitter. To be honest, this made him a little unhappy. It was clear that the other party had taken advantage of him, but he still showed such an expression, which was somewhat mocking. And what about Mahongdu? He really wanted to die. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he looked like he could not move even an inch, although his expression could barely remain calm. But between the eyebrows, all sorrow. Finally, Mi Hondo seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at the boulevard outside the sales department, gritted her teeth, and made a decision. Fight. Run away directly. As long as I run out and yell and bully others, no matter how angry the people in the sales department are, they can't do anything to me. Yes, that's right. That's it. Thinking of this, Mi Hondo lowered his head and tried to pull Gu Xiao to run away. But what about people? Sister Hondo, why are you still standing there? Come in and sign the contract. I have to say, the white rabbit toffee in Uncle Wang's place is quite delicious. What does it taste like? I have never tasted other flavors of white rabbit. Oh, if your child likes it, Uncle will give you all the candies here, but no matter how much you like it, don't eat more. Be careful of tooth decay. Really? Thank you so much. Uncle, you are such a good person. Ha ha, Mi Hondo. For the first time in her life, Mi Hondo felt that children may not all be cute, at least in her eyes, Gu Xiao. Somewhat abominable. What's even more disgusting is, I can't leave Gu Xiao alone and run away. Don't say it's a task, it's not a task. At least during this period of contact, She really treated Gu Xiao as a younger brother. At this time, she left her brother and ran away alone. She couldn't do it. When this incident is over, I will never let this brat get into my bed again. Mi Hongdo secretly made a decision. Her teeth itched with hatred, but she could only pretend to be calm and walk towards the office step by step. But his mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. It's a pity, until I was sitting in the office, facing Wang Jingwei across from me. Mi Hongdo still didn't know what to do. Miss Gu, this is a formal house sales contract. As long as it is signed, our contract will be effective. The subsequent real estate certificates and deed taxes can be handled by our staff later. Moreover, if Miss Gu wants to rent out so many houses, our sales department staff can also help you with the leasing. Wang Jingwei is a decisive person. Since he agreed to cut the meat and sell it to the other party, he had no hesitation. The house sales contract was prepared right away. In order not to make others think that he was petty, he even provided a series of benefits. Later, he even waived the property fee for a year with a wave of his hand. Just one word: light and spacious. But the more open the other party was, the more panicked Mi Hongdo became. She didn't dare to raise her head when looking at the contract. She wished that the contract was longer and had more punctuation marks. What's even more annoying is that Gu Xiao on the side picked up the contract and looked at it. Then he nodded towards Mi Hongdo. Sister, there is no problem with this contract. We can sign it directly. Mi Hongdo looked at Gu Xiao with resentment in his eyes. What's wrong? Does Miss Gu still have any doubts about the contract? If Miss Gu wants to be more cautious, you can also ask a lawyer you are familiar with at home to take a look, or we also have relevant lawyers who can explain the contract issues to you. Miss me? Wang Jingwei asked thoughtfully. I need to take a closer look. Mi Hongdo smiled awkwardly, but knew that it would be okay to delay it like this. She could only raise her head and said, That's it. I want to ask, how will you pay for this money? Bank loans are also possible. As Uncle Gu, there will definitely be no problem with the loan. Of course, it would be better if Miss Gu can support the full payment. Oh, I understand. I don't know how convenient it is for you, Miss Gu. If you can pay in full, we can give you a few more parking spaces. Oh, thank you very much, but I have to communicate with, well, my father, as you know, this matter still needs to be. I understand. After all, 40 million is not a small amount, and Mr. Gu should know. How about this, Miss Gu? Please call Mr. Gu now, and I will go outside. After saying that, the considerate Wang Jingwei even stood up and planned to leave. Mi Hongdo finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, he saw Gu Xiao on the side, suddenly said, There's no need to go to such trouble. For 40 million, you don't have to contact your parents. Let's sign it directly. Mi Hongdo, Wang Jingwei, W, when the two of them were confused, they saw that Gu Xiao had already picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. Subsequently, he took out a bank card and threw it on the table. Swiped the card. Full payment, whap. A small child, a 9-year-old child who is still in primary school, suddenly gives you a bank card and tells you that he wants to buy a building. Any normal person would obviously be confused. At least that was the case for Wang Jingwei at this time. The expression on his face became strange. He looked at the contract signed by Gu Xiao and then at the bank card Gu Xiao put on the table. Finally, he looked at Mi Hongdo, but facing Wang Jingwei's confused gaze, Mi Hongdo acted even more confused than him, and her whole body had entered a state of mental exhaustion. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Uncle, can we hurry up? But when the two of them were confused, Gu Xiao had already said again, Finish the contract as soon as possible. You probably don't want to wait for a while longer for payment, right? As soon as these words came out, Wang Jingwei finally reacted and looked at the bank card handed over by Gu Xiao again. This time he finally accepted it subconsciously. But he still couldn't help but said, Kid, this card is 40 million. Don't worry, you can still play this 40 million card. Gu Xiao nodded and responded calmly. But Wang Jingwei couldn't help but look suspicious of life. Originally, he thought that the person he was going to meet was Mi Hongdo. But as for Gu Xiao, who was following Mi Hongdo, he really didn't care and just regarded him as his little brother who came to see the world. But now, wait a moment, you two. No matter how confused you are, no matter how confused you are, you can't understand the situation in front of you. But since the person actually handed over the bank card and asked me to swipe it, why should I hesitate? Immediately, Wang Jingwei called over a staff member from the sales department and handed the person his bank card. But after thinking about it, I felt uneasy. He also followed. There was a strange silence in this exquisitely decorated office. Mi Hongdo is still a little distracted. Gu Xiu looked amused. Sister. Mi Hongdo was stunned. Why are you in a daze at this time? It's not I. Mi Hongdo shook her head, still a little confused, but her reaction was quite quick, and she suddenly woke up. Wang Jingwei left. Most of the staff outside also gathered around. That means, Gu Xiu, you are so smart. Quick. We still have time to run away. With that said, Mi Hongdo pulled Gu Xiu and prepared for a vigorous city escape, even praising Gu Xiu for his cleverness. I didn't know how to refuse, but Gu Xiu immediately came to make the tiger leave the mountain with one move. Wonderful. I have to say, it's wonderful. But such a run ended with Gu Xiu's question. Sister, the procedures haven't been completed yet. Why are you leaving now? Procedures? Mi Hongdo held her forehead and said, You really think you are buying a house here, and you can buy one? Isn't it? Gu Xiu asked innocently. You. Mi Hongdo was exasperated. Then tell me, how much does this house cost? 40 million. Then how much money do you have in your card? This card is for daily pocket money, and the money is not much, only 1 or 200 million. 1 or 200 million? Mi Hongdo's eyes suddenly widened. That's it? Actually not. This is all the cash I can mobilize now. Mi Hongdo. Well, the main reason is that most of the funds have been invested in the company, and there are more funds in the financial account. The cash I can mobilize at any time is not much. However, the company's performance has been good recently, and there should be hundreds of millions of funds arriving soon. Gu Xiu explained seriously. This is the truth. In fact, most of the nearly 1 billion earned before was put into the market by Gu Xiu. 3 body games and Yuanxiu investment are 2 big money burners, especially distant investment. Amazon spent a lot of money before, and there was a series of investments that followed, all of which were money. There were still more funds, which were put back into the financial account of Yuanxiu. Investment and finance department by Gu Xiu. Now I'm basically making money every day. These days, putting money in the bank is actually the stupidest behavior. Gu Xiu will naturally never let his account have too much cash. So the funds in his personal account are really not that much. But Gu Xiu is actually not afraid at all. He will have no liquidity after spending all his money. Not to mention the funds are transferred through drums of financial accounts. Money is making money every day. Let's talk about today's CRBD Sky. The settlement income of each quarter is measured in 100 million. Even the first extreme settlement recently ended. In 3 months, CRBT Sky directly made a profit of nearly 300 million. In other words, the average monthly income of just one company exceeded 100 million. Just this. It was enough for Gu Xiu to spend money to buy a house casually. Even visiting one building a month is completely stress-free. But regarding what Gu Xiu said, Mi Hongdo's eyes became more and more weird. At first, she just suspected that Gu Xiu might be bragging without blinking an eye. But now she realizes the kid might not be bragging, because he has gone crazy. By the way, Sister Hongdo. When Mi Hongdo was stunned, she saw Gu Xiu saying, You can choose a few houses later, and I will give them to you directly as a reward for helping me save money. Mi Hongdo looked confused. You said, you not only want to buy a building yourself, but you also plan to give me a house? Of course. Gu Xiu nodded seriously. After all, sister, you have bargained for me so much and saved me so much money. I can't let you work in vain. Of course, if you want cash, it's not impossible, but I personally suggest that it is more cost-effective to buy a house now. Mi Hongdo. Shocked. The genius scientist has developed hysteria and turned into a lunatic because of overuse of his brain. Backache. 8-year-old scientist Gu Xiu's mental condition is worrying due to excessive work pressure. Qingshan Mental Hospital in the magical city will welcome heavyweight patients. At this moment, Mi Hongdo's brain was like mush, and she fell into a state of confusion. For a moment, she even forgot about the current situation. It's over. Barbie is cute. This genius scientist, Gu Xiu, finally went crazy. How regrettable and shocking is this? What should I do? Contact the school? Or contact Dr. Qinjin? Or contact Gu Xiu's parents? She thought a lot, while her brain was running wildly. And when Gu Xiu repeatedly asked her which house she wanted, Mi Hongdo could only choose one of them. But my mind is no longer on this at all. Gu Xiu, this syndrome, well, is the situation where you feel that you have a lot of money. How long has it lasted? Finally, Mi Hongdo still felt that she should try to communicate with Gu Xiu. Heard, if the mentally ill patient can understand that he is actually ill, perhaps he will be more cooperative with the subsequent treatment. Sure enough, when this problem appeared, Gu Xiu was stunned. 2 or 3 years ago, but funds were tight before, and funds have become more abundant recently. Well, Gu Xiu, is it possible that you are hallucinating? Hallucination? It doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? What if you don't have so much money in your card? Then you have to ask the bank. What if the bank is sure there is no problem? How is that possible? Don't worry, sister. I have the best team of lawyers in the country. They are professional and trustworthy. We guarantee that there will be no problems like this. Even the team of lawyers came out. This child's condition is a bit serious. While Mi Hongdo was thinking about how to continue communicating with Gu Xiu, she saw Wang Jingwei over there, already coming back with his bank card. Along with it, there is also a note for the next payment. The other party respectfully handed the bank card and bills to Gu Xiu and said politely, "Congratulations, Mr. Gu, for becoming the only owner of our building number 5, WAP."